This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Hikue, an ordinary social animal in the rule of law society in the 21st century, did not expect that he would become a member of the time-traveling army one day. However, he traveled through Gundam Seed, where various classes were solidified and people's talents became commodities that could be bought and sold. This led to the fact that in addition to mutations, the richer the people, the stronger their talents. The first generation of rich people's adjusters, and the second generation of rich people's first generation adjusters are even stronger. People like Hikue are the most ordinary. As a first generation adjuster, his parents, as natural people, worked as farmers on Julius 7, and he joined the army because of the fierce competition for positions in the 5 major design bureaus, and wanted to find a way out. Hikue, whose reason for joining the army was so simple, of course, also had very simple abilities. There was no doubt that he would be beaten by Kira as soon as he went out. Of course, the premise was that he could survive the next series of battles. After all, soldiers were the biggest consumables in Gundam. Hikue came out of the simulation chamber, and sighed deeply at his average grades in the class. Of course, no one cared about this. Hikue, who was average in everything, had no reason to be bullied. In short, he was a transparent person. Not bad, you have improved compared to the mock exam. You should report to the ZFT military headquarters in a week. Yes, thank you. Listening to the instructor's words of encouragement, Hikue saluted, but smiled bitterly in his heart. Although the instructor said so, he was just a cannon fodder. He had improved. Perhaps it was the effect of the fusion of the two souls, and his day and night practice in the past 2 years. His ability was a little stronger than when he first entered the school 2 years ago. It was really only a little. From the beginning of the test, he was at the bottom of the class, and gradually moved up a few places. This was the result of squeezing out the talent in his genes. In 2 years, he went from a soldier to a cannon truck, not even a super soldier. He had no talent and no system, and he deeply realized the sadness of the low-level soldiers. Don't look at the animation where Kira can fight with the elite team for the first time when driving a Gundam. If the characters in this animation were replaced by ordinary soldiers, they would all die without any surprise. As a soldier, he was lucky to meet Kira. If he was unlucky and met a hero unit like Mu who specialized in poking cockpits, he would probably not even have a complete body. After putting away the transcript, Hikue returned to the dormitory without stopping. The dormitory was a dormitory for 2 people, with a bed above and a desk below. The ordinary room covered with steel was filled with a cold atmosphere. Looking at the photo of the family of 3 on the table, Hikue sighed decadently. The 4 seasons in the colony were like spring, but according to the sea calendar, this year was January of the 70th year, and there was only a month left before the bloody Valentine's Day. This morning he had sent a message to his parents asking them to leave there, and take a temporary rest on the Julius 6 next door. He also sent a sum of money for the 2 of them to use for 3 months. Calculating the time, the most ordinary communication should be received soon. Although I don't know if it will be this year, I can only be prepared. At least they can be saved this way, but what's next? It's time to give up. After 2 years of traveling, he asked himself that he had tried his best, but his poor talent was still despairing. His parents were natural persons, and he was a generation of adjusters born from their parents' bankruptcy. Although they lost their wealth, his strength after adjustment was not that strong. Without talent and connections, everything was in vain. However, he said he wanted to give up, but he couldn't retire. As a militia organization, ZFD didn't have such strict regulations. It was just that if he retired, his family would no longer have his support and his parents would be unemployed, so he might really have to sleep on the street. In the physical sense, he was sleeping on the street. A small colony satellite had to accommodate 500,000 people. The living pressure was imaginable. The housing prices were ridiculously high. Living in a high-tech pigeon cage was the life of a normal person. Not everyone had the last name Klein. The life without any hope was suffocating. He even thought about the subsidy for his parents if they died in the war. He did not travel through time in an ordinary way, but merged with his original body. His feelings for his parents were no less than that. Hikue didn't stop working while thinking about things. It was a half-finished harrow, of course not for the princess. The workmanship was not as exquisite as Oslin's, and the materials were defective products bought at a low price from the branch of the Waste Chamber of Commerce. He just wanted to use the star effect to imitate the harrow that the pink princess liked and sell it for money. Anyway, Oslin's son was rich and didn't apply for a patent, and no one dared to snatch the son's patent for plant, which gave people a business opportunity to take advantage of the loophole. The cost of the parts of this hero was 50, and it was sold for 150. The profit seemed very high, but considering that he could only make one a day, it was actually just that. How was the graduation exam? A familiar voice interrupted the processing of the Haro micro-intelligent processor in Ikue's hand. Ed Ryan, his roommate, had golden hair and a decent military school uniform. He looked honest and bright-eyed. He was a second-generation adjuster and his family was slightly better off than his. Normally. I told you not to think too much about it. Anyway, people are like this. Under normal circumstances, the Jin we are driving will not have any problem facing 2 or 3 Vanguard fighters, or Mobius on the opposite side. Well, this is the money I owe you. Hikue nodded and took something on the table that looked like a QR code to Ed. He had already spent all his subsidy by sending money to his parents, and he had been asking Ed for help these days. Of course, Ed was very kind to lend him the money. You paid it back so soon? He scanned the code in front of him with the pure white bracelet on his wrist, and looked at the 1,000 technology coins he received and asked curiously. Several Haras jumped onto the stage at the Princess concert before. Congratulations. No wonder you're making it again now. The ones you made a few days ago have already been sold out? Sold out. Hikue is not the only one selling Haro in the market, but because he has D-level operating skills, the Haro he makes is more sophisticated, can speak some simple words and jump, and is still quite popular among the imitators. After all, if someone really has the technology to completely imitate it, they would not choose to make Haro, and would have joined the 5 major design bureaus long ago. Oh, by the way, Shurha Hannes was looking for you in the examination room just now. Why did she look for me? Shurha Hannes is still in the top 20 of the driving department in the military academy, and she will definitely be a red shirt in the future. What can such an elite do to me? I don't know. But she is a future red shirt after all. Bring her some gifts. Maybe she can take care of us in the future. Without getting a satisfactory answer, Hikue looked at the Haro that he had just made in front of him, and suddenly felt that what Ed said seemed to make sense. Not long after asking a few classmates passing by, Hikue walked along the winding green forest path in the back garden of the military academy, and saw a quiet figure sitting in the Chinese pavilion in front. Her skin was fair and tender, and the slim military academy uniform made her intellectual face more heroic, which was completely different from Hikue's slightly wrinkled clothes. Of course, they had met before when they were in class together. Hikue didn't have much emotion when they met again this time except sighing. Miss Hannes, are you looking for me? Hikue softly broke the silence in the pavilion. Yes, Hikue. Shurha looked at the boy in front of her, and she could never have imagined that this classmate was actually her fiancé matched by AI genes. It just seemed that the other party didn't know about this. Have you checked the information on your phone? What information? Hikue had already opened his phone. Dear Mr. Hikue, according to the current gene matching law treaty of Plant, your fiancé's screening has been preliminarily completed. Please contact Ms. Shurha Hannes to complete the relevant confirmation procedures as soon as possible within 15 days according to the subsequent instructions. If you have any comments or suggestions, please contact 0000XXXX. Looking at the information on the phone, Hikue was completely stunned. So he has a fiancé? And it was Shurha Hannes. That's probably the situation. Looking at her fiancé, Shurha sighed. Although she had never thought that she could escape the eyes of the genetic marriage law, she still felt very complicated when this happened. So she had to have offspring with this person. Although he was handsome and hardworking, his talent was average, and there were only a few who were not handsome among the entire adjuster. He was also assigned to the frontline combat department. After learning the news, many people sympathized with her. As long as her fiancé died on the front line, she would become a widow. Of course, if she was lucky, she could still remarry through the gene marriage law, but her identity would become awkward, and she didn't want children for the time being. I still want to continue my research, Shurha said. Although her driving ability was also ranked in the top 20, her goal has always been research. She didn't need to think about which was more important, her personal ability or the weapons that affected the entire war situation. So she just waited until she graduated to participate in the research and development of miniaturized beam weapons led by the Hyalon Design Bureau. With that weapon, they could seize the initiative in the future expansion of the war. I understand. Hikue instantly understood what Shurha meant, but his fiancée overestimated him. He couldn't afford to raise the child even if he wanted to. As for letting Shurha raise the child alone, that was impossible. Regarding the issue of couple raising, the genetic marriage law already had a series of measures, including sharing the cost of raising the child. In other words, no matter how poor he was, he still had to pay half of the cost of raising the child, and the two of them would file their own taxes. It can be said that although they were married, they only had a child together, and they lived their own lives the rest of the time. Hearing Hikue's reasonableness, Shurha also breathed a sigh of relief. Hikue, I saw your final exam results. Microcomponent assembly should have reached D level, right? It's probably a little better than the inferior E level, but that's all. Yes. Then do you want to work at Hylian Design Bureau? Hylian Design Bureau is one of the 5 major design bureaus of ZFT. Shigu and Jean and are mainly responsible for research and development. Of course I want to, okay? It sounds like the girl wants to help him get in through the back door. If it was when he just crossed over, Hikue might have refused, but the situation is different now. They are all ZFT industries. As long as he can pass the assessment, he can leave the dangerous soldier and become a most ordinary micromanipulator, responsible for the polishing and manufacturing of fine equipment, that is, high-tech screw driving, which AI cannot accomplish. His previous D-level level, although barely reaching the internship standard of micromanipulators, is a far cry from barely being hired. Without a back door, he would never be admitted through normal channels. Although the chance is still small, it is not impossible. You will take the exam in 3 days. Remember to practice more. With D-level ability, even with her little connection, it might be a bit of a stretch, but I can only give it a try. Thank you, this is a gift, please don't despise it. Hikue took out a pink Hero with the phone turned off from his bag. At this time, Hikue was extremely glad that he listened to Ed and brought a Hero out, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. However, this can be regarded as a token of love. He actually gave this. However, if this goes well, he may be able to escape the fate of sending himself to death. Although he relied on his fiancée, thinking that even if he had decided to accept his fate, Hikue's eyes still darkened. Is this Hero? Shurha looked at the pink ball in her hand in surprise. But the ball was a little bumpy, and the coloring was a little uneven. Yeah, I made it myself. Thank you. Shurha smiled for the first time since they met. You gave Shurha Hanifs a gift, Micro-Component Processing Experience plus 6. Shurha Hanifs Favorability 45. Experience Bonus 0. Micro-Component Processing D-Level, 506/500, can be promoted. Hikue, who was just about to say a few polite words, was a little confused when he saw the words in front of him. He rubbed his eyes for a while, before looking at Shurha in disbelief. Miss Hanifs, did you see anything? What did you see? Shurha looked around strangely. Nothing. Looking at the panel in front of him, that didn't look like an illusion, Hikue couldn't help but get excited. I've been here for 2 years. I finally found my own golden finger. Chapter 2. Hikue couldn't suppress his excitement at all. He had been in this dangerous world for 2 years. After countless struggles, he actually activated his golden finger on the eve of giving up completely. So as long as you send gifts, you can get micromanipulation experience. I thought I would waste my time here watching the gods fight, but I didn't expect that I might become a god one day. Hikue couldn't suppress his excitement, and tightly wrapped his hands around the girl's soft hands. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's just a small thing. Feeling the warmth of their palms pressed together, Shurha felt uncomfortable, but didn't let go. After all, he was her fiancé. Shurha Hanifs Favorability 50. Experience Bonus 2. No, it's a big deal. It's definitely a big deal. Looking at the text displayed in front of him, Hikue, who had confirmed the existence of the golden finger, wanted to find something to give away. Of course, in order to avoid misunderstanding, Hikue still suppressed his restraint and let go of the other party's hand. Favorability seems to be increased. Although Hikue had never played any gal games about love and development before coming here, he knew that being too impatient would only backfire. This Hero has many flaws. Please forgive me, Miss Hanifs. After the excitement, Hikue bowed politely. It's okay, please don't be careless. To be honest, the workmanship is a bit bad, but when I think of the poem that the other party made with great difficulty, I can't help but feel a little sad. Is it fair for Plant to be a proud country of adjusters? In addition to their marriage, there are many other places that are not fair. I understand. Can you add a contact number? See you later. If you like it, don't worry about what to give. Hikue showed his wrist. Okay. Shurha also stretched out his arm, and the pure white bracelets on their wrists touched, and then a circle of green light appeared. In this era, there are also bracelets as an extension of mobile phones and more functions, especially in a country like the adjuster that is based on science and technology. Since he had the contact information, Hikue did not bother the other party anymore but returned to the dormitory impatiently. Ed must have gone out to play somewhere, and was not in the dormitory. Hikue looked at the promotion button on the transparent panel in front of him, which seemed to be pressed, and pressed it without hesitation while holding his breath. The panel vibrated for a moment, and then the text in front of him changed. Microcomponent processing C-level, 6/1000. Hikue looked down at his palm. His eyesight seemed to have improved. He could slightly see the bumps and depressions on the fine texture on his palm, and his fingers seemed to be more stable than before. Seeing the remaining harrow parts on the table, Hikue lowered his head and assembled them without saying anything. Not long after, the harrow in Hikue's hand began to take shape at an increasingly fast speed. Without anyone to disturb him, only half a day passed, and the harrow that would have taken a whole day and wasted a lot of energy was actually completed in one go. And the degree of completion looked a few points better than the one he had just sent to Shura. At this speed, he could make 3 a day. If he sold all of them, he could earn 300 a day, and 9,000 a month. He no longer had to worry about living expenses. No, if he could enter the Highland Design Bureau, why would he need to sell harrow? He wouldn't have to live such a precarious life in the future. Thinking of this, Hikue's eyes were full of hope for the future. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Hikue persevered and gave gifts to Shura at a rate of 2 per day. Opened the panel in front of him. Shura Hanif's current favorability is 65. Experience bonus 2. Microcomponent processing C-level, 78/1000. The experience bonus is doubled, but the more harrow gave, the less favor it seemed to increase. Putting these aside for now, as his skills improved, he made harrow faster and faster, and even finished 4 in a day. Today, instead of continuing to make harrow, Hikue transferred from December City to the entrance of the Highland Design Bureau headquarters in May City. The luxurious and technologically advanced gate stood in front of Hikue, as if it was a different world from him. At the entrance of the Design Bureau, there were also many boys and girls wearing school uniforms, like Hikue. In addition to the military academy in December City, there were more students from May City University in May City. Some were nervous, some were eager to try, and some were full of confidence and seemed to have found connections. Hikue. At the door of Highland Design Bureau, Shura quickly caught the boy who had just arrived and trotted forward. Shura. The boy smiled gently. With a favorability of 65, the relationship between the two was no longer stiff as when they first met, and seemed much more harmonious. Don't be careless. Shura looked at the boy she had seen frequently recently, with a little curiosity on her face. From the harrow sent by Hikue in the past few days, it can be seen that the other party's craftsmanship is becoming more and more exquisite. As long as he maintains it, he will have a great chance to enter the Highland Design Bureau. Yes, I know. As he said that, 2 people walked out of the bright door of the company, and on the high steps, they looked down at the students. The man in front is the Human Resources Manager of the Design Bureau, and the one wearing a white coat behind him is Su Lei from the High Precision Radar R&D Department. Shura explained quietly in Ikue's ear. That Su Lei, in front of a group of tall adjusters, looked short, like a child, with a very cute and amiable appearance, and seemed to be easy to get along with. Su Lei is great talent, and was recruited directly from May City University. Speaking of Su Lei, even Shura, who was in red, had a hint of envy in her eyes. Is that so? Hikue glanced at the girl on the stage, and after she responded, the HR manager on the stage began to explain the content of the assessment. It was very simple. What they needed to complete was the high-precision processing of high-strength metal parts at the connection armor of the Jin thruster. This question is not strange. After all, those strange metal link parts cannot be simply processed by computer even in today's advanced technology. Of course, this question is not too difficult for Hikue, who makes harrow by hand every day and has already reached sea-level strength. How is it? Shura, who was waiting outside the door, stepped forward a little nervously after seeing Hikue. It's not that she is afraid of death, but it's too dangerous for Hikue to go to the front line, with his MS operation performance being so much worse than hers. A slightly larger melee may cause casualties. I think there should be no problem. After carefully observing the expression on Hikue's face, Shura was relieved that he really didn't look like he was faking it. As long as Hikue is not nervous and performs normally, then his chances of being admitted are still very high. That's good. Let's celebrate in advance and go buy some food. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Hikue took Shura's soft hand. Recently, he also went out to set up a stall to sell a few harrow in his spare time. Although the prices of goods and plant, especially the prices of grain, have skyrocketed recently due to the war between the council and plant, thanks to the agricultural research in June City, the prices of grain between several cities have gradually stabilized. He can make a slightly better meal in May City, and buy some meat for about 300 yuan, which he can still spend occasionally. And this is not him using his power for personal gain. Shura's favorability must continue to increase. If he could make sure his favorability towards him reach 100 quickly, it would be worth it for him to eat a few more meals of disgusting synthetic meat. Yeah. Buying groceries means going to her house. Shura's fair face blushed, but she did not stop Hikue's action. Her fiancé, except for his poor talent, was really good to her. With Hikue's family background, every hero he gave her might be almost all of his assets, and the same goes for eating. Unlike others who try to save face, her fiancé is just simply good to her. Chapter 3. After buying food, the two came to the staff dormitory of Hylan Design Bureau assigned by Shura inside the May City No. 1 colony satellite. The room of about 15 square meters certainly has no living room, only a bedroom, but it is also separated into dry and wet areas. It is considered to be small, but complete. At least it is much better than the pigeon cage where Hikue lived before in terms of security and living conditions. It's just that the room doesn't have much furniture and looks a bit empty. How is it? Is it delicious? Hikue had thought out everything in his mind for this braised pork. Delicious. Even though he, who was not a big fan of food, had to admit that she was a little addicted. She thought Hikue's cooking was just edible, but she didn't expect it to be comparable to the taste of small restaurants outside. It was a pity that the food here skyrocketed after the council member countries imposed a food embargo on them. Even though she was a junior researcher at the future Hylan Design Bureau, her salary was just average, and it was still a luxury to have fish and meat every meal. That's good. Seeing Hikue thoughtfully handing her water after eating, Shura's face softened a little. Although the current conditions were still difficult, she had some hope in her heart. If Hikue could settle down, and he could always be so considerate and attentive, it would not be as difficult to accept that the two of them could spend their lives together. Thinking of this possibility, Shura's heart beat a little more violently than usual. After eating, Hikue did not rush to leave, and started chatting with Shura. Of course, Shura soon brought the topic to her topic, the miniaturization of beam weapons. This topic is actually related to Hikue's micromanipulation technology. After all, the miniaturization of beam weapons, in simple terms, is to shrink various precision parts and components again and again. As long as they can be reduced in proportion, it will be fine. However, energy compression technology has always been a difficult hurdle. Although his scientific research knowledge is not as rich as Shura's, the two of them have some common topics. However, Hikue's current operating skills should be considered for evaluation in the skilled talent department. Hikue is now a C-level, and there will be corresponding subsidies after the rating. In this case, it is better to get the rating as soon as possible. I will. After the two chatted for a while, Hikue returned to the military school dormitory in December City. The employment notice was issued 3 days later. After notifying his parents, who were still in the colony satellite No. 6 in June City, Hikue also sold all the 10 heras he had saved in the past few days, after setting up a stall for a day. At the same time, the supply was in short supply because the cost of parts was reduced, and he made more money than before. The net profit was as much as 1,500, plus the 5,000 bonus from the Hylan Design Bureau. With this calculation, Hikue became rich instantly. The main reason for the increase in his profits from these two items is the recent turmoil, the increase in friction between the two sides, the continuous increase in people joining the Waste Merchants Association, the increasing number of parts, and the increasing desire for peace and pursuit of Lux's ideas, so his hero is becoming more and more popular. Time came to the day when Hikue moved out of the military academy dormitory, and Ed was looking at Hikue with envy. His fiancée also found a job at the Hylan Design Bureau. Before, Hikue was a lower-class person than him, but now he has become an employee of Hylan Design Bureau. Although he is just an intern, he is much stronger than him, who continues to fight on the battlefield. Is this the power of his fiancée? Thinking of this, Ed looked at the bracelet on his wrist again. Why hasn't his fiancée arrived yet? Come and save him! Brother, don't forget me, your roommate, when you become rich. Holding Hikue's hand, the more Ed talked, the more excited he became, and he almost hugged Hikue's thigh. No. He really didn't know that Ed would have such a lively side. After sending his luggage to the dormitory area in May City, Hikue once again came to the branch of the Waste Merchants Union in December City. Although the Waste Merchants sound unimpressive, their power is real. Not only can they freely enter and exit the council countries and plans to trade with each other, they even have many spaceports in the universe, and they have their own development team inside. It is definitely a huge trade association organization. In front of the Waste Merchants Guild, Hikue sighed and walked into the grand storefront. The exchange was full of cameras and high-strength explosion-proof glass, which was safer than a bank. "Hey Hikue, you're here again so soon. Are you doing good business?" The old man waved at this old customer. Although he was the person in charge here, he was very enthusiastic and not arrogant when facing Hikue. "Well, it's sold out." "Oh, then it just so happens that we have a new batch of materials." "No, actually I want to buy the design drawings today." "Is it the retractable explosion-proof shield you asked about before? But that requires sea-level operation skills to complete it." As he persuaded, the old man laughed. "It seems that I have to congratulate you. This kind of technology depends more on talent than experience. After all, there are too few adjusters, and the war is imminent. No one has time to train old craftsmen, just like Hikue before. Unqualified? Then go to the battlefield, and I will arrange a position for you when you come back. It's humane enough, right? So Hikue deserves congratulations for reaching sea level now." "Thank you. Please give me 10 copies of the materials for making it, and 10 copies of Harrow." "Okay," the old man said with a smile, and swiped away most of the technical coins in Hikue's bracelet. Compared to finished products, the market for design drawings is relatively small, especially for this kind of equipment. Most people don't need it, and mercenaries only buy finished products. After the money arrived, the old man pressed the screen without any nonsense, and a suitcase-sized transport quadruped robot slowly came over with the goods on its back. "The design drawings and the authorization documents of the relevant patents have been sent to your email. If you pass the sea-level rating, you can apply for membership at the nearest Waste Traders Association. We can offer a 5% discount." "Okay." After leaving the Waste Traders Association, Hikue was once again penniless with 5,000 design drawings and about 1,500 materials. He had to send the remaining materials to his parents. However, these materials could also be converted into money. His idea was very simple. Now everyone was worried about the war. If he continued to integrate various survival functions into Harrow, the cost price would be about 150. But if the target audience was mercenaries, and some ordinary people with insufficient sense of security, it should be no problem to sell it at a higher price. Hikue was surprised to find that he didn't seem to need to go to Hylon to work to support his family. Of course, being a Harrow was only okay for now. If Lakis betrayed the country in the future, would no one buy his Harrows? Moreover, if he was in Hylon, he would have more opportunities to get in touch with the core of ZFT. Things that he had not dared to think about before gradually took shape in Hikue's mind. As long as he speeded up his progress and got promoted soon, he would have more private time, which would not be a big problem. Chapter 4. Can you live with me? After the simple graduation ceremony, the two men who had officially bid farewell to the military academy came to the dormitory together. After Hikue gave the improved Harrow to the girl, he asked the girl sincerely. In order to encourage childbirth, especially to encourage high-tech talents to have children, the Hylon Design Bureau also has various humane measures, including family dormitories. 2 people can get a double room of about 30 square meters. The area is not large, but it is obviously more spacious than a single room. It can also help to increase the favorability. Shurha Wenjing's face turned slightly red, and she agreed in a low voice. Shurha Hanif's current favorability is 80. Experience bonus 4. Microcomponent processing sea level, 218/1000. Favorability and ability values complement each other, and it seems that the more expensive the things he gives, the more ability he increases. Although the premise is that he must rub them by hand, it will not be a dream to continue to reach B level. Just waiting for the time to come, he may be able to participate in the development of new machines and become a national protected animal. Thinking about the future, the smile on Hikue's face became brighter. The rating process went very quickly, similar to the entry examination, and Hikue successfully obtained a C-level evaluation. Look at this Harrow. Although he looks cute at ordinary times, but at critical moments, he can deploy a shield to defend against the upcoming attacks. Of course, the strength of the shield is absolutely reliable and can defend against most light weapons. It is definitely a must-have for home travel, murder and arson. The last one. In the busy area of downtown May City, on the street opposite the Mercenary Guild, Hikue kept hawking. He had recently finished making 10 sets of materials, 5 of which were given as poems and earning ability points. 1 was kept for himself, and the rest were all here. Although they were not very popular, they were still okay if they doubled to 500 each. After all, ordinary shields were sold for 300 each. Not long after, Even the 4 Heros were sold out. Looking at the white numbers in the system account, Hikue smiled with satisfaction. After the rating, he also received a subsidy of 3,000 and could buy more materials. While thinking about it, Hikue also spent 500 to buy a lot of meat and vegetables and returned to the dormitory. Hikue. Seeing Hikue appear in front of him, Shurha and the 5 Heros following behind him jumped out at the same time. There was no way to open 5 Heros in total due to the limited space in the house. Sold out? Yeah. Shurha smiled gently, took the meat and vegetables, and walked into the kitchen. The following days were spent like this. Every day, apart from going to work, he was processing Heros. As his skills improved faster, Hikue could make that kind of explosion-proof shield Hero in half a day, and an ordinary Hero in 2 hours. He was a ruthless Hero manufacturing machine. 3 days later, just after returning home from work, before I even got comfortable in my chair, there was a knock on the door. Hikue opened the door, and saw a strange Asian youth standing in front of it. I am Feng Jianqingshu, who just joined the MS Operating System R&D department a few days ago. I live next door. I have never met you before. Today I am visiting you. Please accept my small gift. Thank you. Looking at the 1 hour 60 minutes Gene N model in front of him, Hikue was stunned. This is not an ordinary model. I saw Feng Jian took out a 1 hour 60 minutes controller similar to the simulation cabin. With his control, Gene N in front of him began to move flexibly. Except for not being able to take off, he could even jump. Simplified simulator, how is it? Hey, did Mr. Feng Jian make it himself? Shurha, who came out from behind, also saw Feng Jian's operation and exclaimed. Yes. Feng Jianqingshu's voice was a little proud. However, the other party was a member of the MS Operating System R&D department, and he was proud of making this operating system himself. A good MS operating system can make MS more powerful, and people who understand the system are born to be elite pilots. No one understands the various operations under the system better than them. Combined with the natural physical fitness of the adjusters, they have achieved the title of elite pilots. The programming of Kira and Aslan is better than one another. Please come in and sit down. Hikue politely invited the person into the living room. The other party did not have any thoughts about Shurha's color. Those who moved into this building all lived with their fiancés or wives, and some even had children. After preparing tea, the 3 began to chat. It has only been a few weeks since the terrorist attack on our jury members on the way to the board of directors on New Year's Day, and the situation has become more and more tense. Yeah. Hikue also heard what the other party said, which was also the reason why ZFT let their students graduate early, and the war was about to break out. Although Speaker Klein is still trying to negotiate, it seems that there will be no results in the short term. June City's food research is said to be on the right track, but with only the production capacity of a few colonies and the funding of pro-plant countries on Earth, it may not be able to meet the overall supply demand. Mr. Kazama, do you think we should stock up on food in advance? It's better to be prepared. Recently, food prices are gradually getting out of control. Although it is still quite expensive now, it is always safer to buy some emergency food. Well, thank you for your reminder. Although he often eats the kind of synthetic meat that tastes like flour, Hikue still finds it hard to imagine that such a high-tech country could suffer from famine when he looks at the bright lights outside the window. After the 3 of them exchanged pleasantries for a while, Hikue also gave the other party a hero before leaving. System architects are also an indispensable part of the production of MS or other machines. There may be things that Feng Jian needs to ask for in the future. Giving something now will make it easier to talk later. After Feng Jian said that, the 2 of them began to consciously store some supplies. Of course, the amount was not large. Hikue, who had not yet received a salary, used the money he earned from making Heros after get off work to buy enough emergency food for half a month. After that, he did not continue to waste. The end of January. Shurha Hanif's current favorability is 92. Experience bonus 5. Microcomponent processing C level, 561/1000. Hikue looked at the data in front of him excitedly. Although giving away an explosion-proof Hero did not increase favorability, it had 10 experience points, plus a 5-fold bonus, which was 50. He still had to go to work on weekdays, and could only make 2 in his free time, 1 for giving and 1 for selling. In this way, he reached half of the C level. The money was always in and out, not to mention financial freedom. If the 2 of them did not have to pay for their own living expenses, I am afraid that Hikue would have to sell everything he had at this time. Of course, the advantage is that he made rapid progress, so as long as he reached B level, he should be able to save money, right? The gold finger is really great. Chapter 5. It's February, and Valentine's Day is coming soon. I don't know if it's this year, but many plots are already blurred, and he doesn't know the military distribution of the several member states, the array layout, and which ship the nuclear bomb is loaded on. Even if he tells ZFT, it may not believe it, and even if it believes it, it may not be able to prevent it. If it doesn't happen, then he is lying about military intelligence, and no matter whether it can be prevented or not, how does he know it? All of this is full of variables. With the wealth accumulated in the past few days, Hikue once again came to the May 1st City branch of the Waste Merchants Association. It was still the same facade. When Hikue entered, the strong man greeted him enthusiastically. Hikue, you're here again. Although only a week had passed, Hikue came here the most times. In addition, he bought the same materials every time, and the quantity was not small. He was also a C-level operator from the Hylon Design Bureau. Naturally, the two became familiar with each other. C-level operators of this age are already considered talents even with the precocity of adjusters. Most students from military academies are still D-level. Of course, this is not their main profession after all. It is enough for temporary repair of MS. Buy 10 blast shields and harrow materials. You came at the right time. We recently received a batch of high-quality goods that will definitely make better products. I know. I came here after seeing the message you sent. Hikue smiled and raised his wrist. The information notification is similar to the previous member group. You can join if you become a C-level member. Each branch of the waste dealer will send some real-time member information in it, such as commodity price fluctuations, which is a small privilege. After all, C-level customers are truly customers with strong purchasing power. I forgot. He scratched his head and continued. But the situation has been unstable recently. One of our resource warehouses in L3 has also been attacked by pirates. The price of things may increase soon. It's best to buy now. Then buy 5 more. Hikue had no doubts about the boss's message. Usually, the member group will only notify when the price increases. No one will notify before the price increases. The boss should do him a favor by doing this. It may also be because he considers that his purchasing power is not enough to empty his entire resource warehouse, and the increase is not that big. But the boss guessed right. Even if Hikue was broke, he could only buy 5 more portions, and that was after he had spent all his pitiful half-month salary last month. He bought some cheaper meat and vegetables. He went to buy them after get off work today, and happened to buy vegetables when he got home. When they got home, they sat down and had a simple meal together. Sorry, I heard that the price of the ingredients was going to increase, so I bought a little more. It's okay. Shurha smiled intimately, and happily accepted the meat that Hikue put in her bowl. This was also a very luxurious meal for the two of them every week. On the second day, Hikue arrived at work. The high-tech factory was filled with the noise of various metal parts being polished and deburred. Just after punching in, Hikue was stopped by a middle-aged man. He was familiar with him. He was the HR manager who had spoken in front of him. Hikue, I remember you are now C-level, right? Yes. Hikue responded in confusion. He had already been rated, so there should be a record. I have seen your work record. As a C-level, you are already very skilled. How about it? Are you interested in applying for a promotion? C-level people can indeed become technicians, and can be responsible for more technical processing, such as the enhanced radar of the reconnaissance Jin, rather than making metal parts for ordinary Jin. It sounds a bit exaggerated to be promoted in half a month, but the learning ability of the adjuster itself depends on its own talent. In order to operate more efficiently, there is no hard and fast rule for promotion. If you are strong enough, you can get promoted. In addition, Hikue's progress speed, if he is optimistic, he can meet the requirements for promotion even if his relationship is not strong. Okay. There is a bonus for promotion here. He originally wanted to stay for another week to be more cautious before applying. Now that he has this opportunity, Hikue agreed directly. Next, as long as he can stand firm in Class B, he can try to apply for assessment and promotion to assistant engineer. At that time, he will be responsible for the polishing of parts for the development and verification of top new technologies, and he will have more free time. Thinking of this, Hikue continued to work in the factory. His promotion application was quickly approved, and his new job location was another factory under the radar R&D department. But what he didn't expect was that he was assigned to work under the original Su Lei. Hello. Facing this new superior, although the other party looked cute and petite, he was an A-level engineer, which made it difficult for Hikue to disrespect him. Are you the newly promoted newcomer? I remember you just joined the company last month. The memory of the adjuster is very strong. Until now, Su Lei still remembers many people who were interviewed that day. Yes. Do a good job. Nodding, Su Lei returned to the R&D department after inspecting the factory. That night. Congratulations. Shura brought out a lot of dishes from the kitchen, each of which was delicious and tasty, and her cooking skills were not inferior to Ikue's. As for the money for buying food, it was originally A, but Shura said it was to celebrate, so she also subsidized a lot from her own treasury. This was also the result of Ikue's generous teaching. Adjusters learn very quickly, and with a master, they naturally learn faster. Thank you. In 3 months, Ikue should be able to apply to try out in our department. Sure, he smiled. Cutting-edge technology requires at least assistant engineers to participate. Of course, she didn't know that according to the current growth rate of Ikue's experience, he might be able to reach level B in less than 2 weeks. But sure, he was still very happy. After all, it was very happy to be with Ikue, and it would be even happier if they could study together. Ikue didn't answer, but walked to Shura's position and gave her a close hug. It's all because of Shura. No way. Ikue was clearly working hard, even using his rest time to practice non-stop, but he told her that it was her fault. However, after hearing what Ikue said, Shura felt happy in her heart, and her body softened under the heat of her heart. Shura Hanif's current favorability is 100. Experience bonus 5. Microcomponent processing C level 705/1000. Finally, the favorability reached 100. After the two separated, looking at the touch of emotion in Shura's originally gentle eyes, Ikue smiled a little more gently. Chapter 6. We adjusters have been suffering from the continuous disaster since the Council took control of our Nova Colony satellite in CE-38. They have systematically and forcibly exploited, separated, and discriminated against the adjuster people, denying our inalienable right to self-determination permitted by the international community. Now, they have also destroyed our sincere lunar conference and even concluded that it was us who did it. We, as human beings in the new era, we were ruthlessly slaughtered just because of the stupid fear of natural people. It is the continuation of the 32-year oppression of us adjusters. The next day, the two who had just returned home saw this news in the news. Of course, on the way back, many people on the street were also in a panic, some were angry, and some were confused. Fortunately, Speaker Klein did not die, but it is hard to say whether it was an action by the Atlantic Federation to deliberately throw dirty water. After this, the Atlantic Federation killed the peace advocates in various countries in the United Nations, and the Earth Federation, which led it, also replaced the United Nations. I heard that several professors in several major design bureaus were assassinated, and even bombs were detonated in Clark Design Bureau. As Shura said this, a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. It's okay, the spies should be eliminated after this time. Ikue, who was comforting Shura, frowned. Recently, espionage activities have become rampant. Now the spies of the Atlantic Federation may be around them. The spying and assassination of high-tech facilities and scientific researchers may increase day by day. Even in the military strongholds of plant, they may not be safe. After all, military strongholds must also be the focus of the opponent's attack. Besides, the security level of this dormitory is not high. If the news of his rapid promotion is known, he may be targeted. He should prepare to move. He doesn't have that much money yet, but if he becomes an assistant engineer, the housing subsidy and loan amount he can get will also increase. Wait until I pass the B level. Let's buy a house together. Aw? Shura blinked cutely because of Ikue's sudden words. If it's 2 people, it should be affordable. Ikue said sincerely. Yeah. If it's B class, it's okay to live in a safer and larger area. The entire colony satellite has 500,000 people, and B class may only have a few thousand people, so naturally there will be some preferential treatment in terms of living. It's just that we don't have much money now. Shura has taken care of Ikue's feelings. The two of them manage their own money. She doesn't spend much, so she has saved a lot of money. Looking at the effort Ikue made to tease Haro before, she can also guess that the other party's savings are probably empty. I try harder on this. Ikue gave a bitter smile. This was indeed a problem. He was spending more than he earned every day. If he took on another debt, he might really go bankrupt. Of course, if he reached B level, he could do something. At worst, he could just take on some extra money. Anyway, safety was still very important. Don't force yourself. Shura patted Ikue's head gently, with big cute eyes. Yeah. Just after the lunar meeting, which was the Copernicus tragedy, it was visible to the naked eye, whether it was pedestrians on the street or colleagues around him, they were all like this. Even the clear sky that was originally set by the system seemed to be covered with haze. However, at this moment, Hikue, who had just walked out of the factory gate, bumped into a girl head-on. "I'm sorry." The petite girl covered her head and apologized in a low voice. "It's okay." Hikue took a step back and said in a proper manner, "Ah, it's Hikue." The girl finally realized who the boy in front of her was. "Yes, Miss Sue, aren't you going to get off work?" "No, I'm here to see you." Sue Lei took out the 2 haros in her hand. "You made these 2, right?" "Yes." Hikue didn't hide it because it didn't take up work time. "It's pretty good." The girl raised her head with a proud look. "Thank you." Then, looking at the hand the girl stretched out, Hikue looked at her in confusion. "Give me one." "Ah? Don't want to give it?" "Not really." Although he didn't know why the other party wanted such a small thing, Hikue still took out one of the haros that he was going to sell later and handed it to the girl. "You gave Sue Lei a gift, information engineering plus 10. Sue Lei's favorability 55. Experience bonus 0. Information engineering D level, 415/500, ah." Hikue was shocked by the slightly different text in front of him. Information engineering is not a rare thing in this future world, but it is definitely the most basic thing. Even the only direction taught in kindergarten is microprocessing and information engineering. If you want to develop a machine independently, you must have a deep attainment in both. There are only a few such people among the adjusters. Most of the adjusters in the design bureau only focus on one field and then develop collaboratively. And with this skill, it won't be difficult for him to crack some information in the future. But can something forced be considered a gift? What's wrong? Hikue's overly vulgar smile made Sue Lei take a step back. She just wanted a hero to confirm the progress of this talent. Why was she so happy? "Sorry, I remembered something happy." "Is that so?" After hearing this, Sue Lei didn't continue to struggle but lowered her head to study the new hero. There has indeed been progress, and it's very fast. If it continues like this, it may not take long to reach B level. "Excuse me, I have seen Mr. He's previous micro-manipulation results, and it seems that there is nothing special, but your hero has already approached the workmanship of B level. Maybe it's a breakthrough?" Hikue didn't expect Sue Lei to be so perceptive. There was no other explanation except this. "Is that so? Give me one a week in the future, okay?" Through the workmanship of Hero, she could roughly analyze that if Hikue's level continued to improve at this speed, he might be able to help her complete the development. "No problem. So why are you so excited?" Sue Lei looked at Hikue suspiciously with her big eyes. "Really? How could he not be happy because he had just been worried about not having a reason to give gifts? Forget it, just remember to give me the latest one." "Got it." After saying goodbye to Sue Lei, Hikue became annoyed again after the excitement. He really had never played a cultivation game before, and he knew nothing about how to gain favor. As for how to please someone, he knew nothing about Sue Lei except her name. But fortunately, it only said favorability, so it should not necessarily be the favorability of a lover, right? Analyzing, Hikue hurried outside, delaying his stall. Chapter 7. How to send something to Sue Lei legitimately. This question has troubled Hikue for several days. At least from his observations in the past few days, he found that the other party did not have any other special preferences. He couldn't find something to send to the other party every day. 4 days later. "Not bad, you are close to the level of B level." Sue Lei looked at Hikue's hero and nodded. Although there are many B level people, there are only a few dozen people in each research department. It is also good to have one more helper. And with Hikue's current progress, it seems that his talent is far from reaching the limit. "Hikue, how about you be my assistant?" "But I haven't been rated yet." "Don't worry, go back and think about it, and reply to me in a week." Sue Lei's cute little nose twitched unconsciously as she spoke. "What's the smell on you?" "The smell?" Hikue sniffed at her body, and it seemed to be the synthetic meat hot pot he had eaten outside at noon. Synthetic meat itself is not very delicious. If you really want to eat it, many people like to add spicy sauce. After all, it can arouse appetite. At this moment, Hikue seemed to see the girl swallowing slightly. Is she greedy? Not really. She is an engineer 2 levels higher than him. Can't afford to eat. Without giving Hikue any more questions, Sue Lei had already signaled Hikue to leave the office. He was determined to get the position of assistant, but before, he was planning to go to Shura's beam weapon miniaturization department. Now Sue Lei's words made Hikue a little more hesitant. Maybe he could bring some handmade snacks to feed Sue Lei next time. Without thinking any more, Hikue walked out quickly. "Now, let's get to level B first. Have you heard about it?" The strongman asked with a bitter face as he entered the Waste Trade Union. What did you hear about? The Alaska Declaration of the Earth Union. I heard that the responsibility of the lunar meeting was put on the adjuster, and then it was said that this was a declaration of war against all natural people, which was a trick to fool people. It's just that the impact on trade is also increasing. The price of parts may be extremely unstable recently, and we may have to leave plant. The recent plant spy raids have become more and more frequent. The Supreme Council is passing a motion to ban natural people from entering the country. It is very likely that natural people will not be allowed to enter in the future. Even the Waste Trade Union? Well, in the future they will only allow a small number of us to enter with special visas, and transactions can only be conducted at ports outside that are connected to the colony. Of course, we can express delivery into the colony, but the customs may seize some materials that are considered dangerous depending on the situation. This is a very serious matter, and it even directly hit the vitality of the Waste Trade Union. After all, the adjusters are the ones who purchase the most materials. They have strong hands on skills. Most adjusters can tinker with things themselves after buying parts. With this incident, their transportation costs will also increase, and the materials will also be at risk of being seized by customs. That's it. Hikue weighed in his mind that if he continued to sell Harrow, the cost of transportation from the port might have to be raised. Let's put aside the troubles for now. I'd like to ask, Mr. He, are you processing this kind of Harrow alone? As a local waste dealer, the uncle naturally knew what the other party was selling, but it was just a small business, so they didn't care too much. Yes. You still have to go to work, but the speed of your work should be getting faster and faster, and you are not far from Class B. Yes, that's right. Are you interested in joining our waste dealer? What? The uncle's invitation confused Hikue. Although waste dealers sound like they are just recycling garbage in space, this profession still has money to earn. Although it's not good to say this, if a war breaks out, the status of waste dealers and mercenaries will become more and more important. They will have more freedom than the design bureau, and you can get goods cheaper. It's just the job of cleaning up the battlefield after the war. Although their union has adjusters, they are not many, especially adjusters like Hikue who seem to have good talent. Sorry, I still want to stay in Highland Design Bureau for the time being. If nothing happened, he would not even plan to leave. It is so dangerous outside. You may encounter space pirates when cleaning the battlefield. Resource satellites are not necessarily safe. I have always heard that there are many military ruffians in the Atlantic Federation, and they will collect tolls. Ordinary waste dealers can't resist at all. After all, if they are killed outside, who knows? It is better to stay in plant. As a member of Highland Design Bureau, Hikue will sooner or later be in a high position, and it is possible that he can even be on par with ZE. Well, if Mr. He reaches level B, he can also enjoy our 15% discount. Please contact us on the official account and fill in the information. We will also announce the latest news there, and the mail order service will be launched soon. I understand, thank you. I wish you a happy life. With the smiling uncle watching him, Hikue walked out of the Waste Merchants Association. Indeed, the flow of people in the Waste Merchants Association seemed to have decreased in the past few days. Thinking of the upcoming Valentine's Day, Hikue sighed again. As they walked, they saw that the originally deserted street was becoming more and more crowded. Hello, is there any activity ahead? Hikue grabbed a passerby and asked curiously. You didn't know, today is Ms. Lux's May City Roadshow. The fans' exaggerated and enthusiastic tone shocked Hikue. Harrow! While he was still surprised, a harrow suddenly jumped from the fan's hand to Hikue's head. My harrow likes you very much. The fan said in astonishment. Yes. How could he not like it? It was the harrow he made. Looking at the endless stream of crowded people in front of him, the gifts in the hands of many fans, and the harrow everywhere, a plan came to Hikue's mind. He still has a harrow in his hand now. As long as he writes the information about Valentine's Day on it, even if there are surveillance cameras here, he will definitely not be able to locate him. Even if he knows from the traces that he is the producer, he has made so many harrows, especially the ordinary one in front of him, there is not much risk of being found out, and he can also try to see if it can increase his ability. Hikue did what he said. After transmitting a message to Harrow, he followed the crowd to the place where gifts were registered. Taking advantage of the chaos, he let the inconspicuous Harrow jump into the pile of harrows that were to be given to Lux. Then, he just had to wait for it to be turned on again, and it would automatically say the reserved message. However, gifts would not be given to Lux so easily. These gifts needed to be checked in various ways to ensure that there was no danger before they could be delivered to the person concerned. Therefore, Whether the information of this hero could finally reach Lux's desk, and whether it could be stopped after it arrived was unknown. Hikue had done what he should do. After making sure that he had not exposed any flaws, he breathed a sigh of relief and returned home. Chapter 8. Miss Lakis, someone left a rather strange message for this gift. In the luxurious mansion in the plant area, a staff member on the screen said respectfully to the girl in front of him. What message? The girl's soft and smooth pink hair made her gentle face even more hazy, like an inviolable fairy. June City Number 7, a nuclear bomb. The staff member continued. It's a counterfeit hero on the market. Nuclear bomb. The girl frowned. Can you find the source? Sorry, it was too confusing at the time. It's okay, then what about the maker? Yes, the maker's information has been temporarily confirmed. He is just an ordinary first-generation adjuster, and does not seem to be a direct participant. I understand. Thank you for your report. Ms. Brookus, it's what I should do. Faced with the girl's kind words, the staff's ears were red, and the communication was disconnected while they were talking in panic. After Lux hung up the call, the smile on her face gradually faded until she looked serious. Was there a spy threatening them deliberately, or was someone reminding them? June City Satellite Number 7 was one of the satellites for agricultural trials, but it was not the only one. Why did the source of the news identify it there? Is there a third party besides the United Nations, orb, or the other 2 member states? No matter what, I still have to tell my father first. On the other hand, as the 14th day approached, Hikue became more and more restless, and even lost his appetite. Even Hero, who was always doing well, slowed down. Although his life was a bit hard now, it had improved a little. There were too many uncertainties in the war. If there was really no one left, he had to go. Hikue, what's wrong? Shurha looked at Hikue, who was eating absent-mindedly, and said softly, Oh, by the way, do Shurha's parents work in February City? Yes. Both of Shurha's family members are first-generation adjusters, working as molecular biology researchers in February City, earning a good income. Hikue, where are your parents? They recently took a leave, and are in October City. The 2 were previously in the 6th colony satellite of June City, but as the 14th approached, Hikue gave them a sum of money, at least to wait until the matter in June City was settled before going back. Let's meet each other if we have a chance, Shurha said with a blushing face. Okay. Because of recent events, it has become a little difficult to transport goods across cities, so we can only wait. Shurha, are you afraid of war? Not really. If it cannot be avoided, at least we have to protect the plants and important people. Shurha thought about it, and said seriously. Yeah, me too. He also wanted to protect important people. Although his ability has been increasing, in the final analysis, his ability to operate MS is only that of a green-clothed man. Micro-operation is processed, and has nothing to do with driving MS. At most, it is a little more stable. If he could, he would like to continue to survive. At least he has the ability to protect himself when he is pushed to the doorstep. This is the most important thing. Thinking of this, Hikue looked at the panel in front of him. Micro-component processing B-level, 1023/10,000, he has quietly advanced. Now he can get 5,000 if he goes for the rating. If he eats less meat and vegetables in the future, he should be able to buy more materials. However, the recent parts prices, along with the strict customs, the second-hand hero materials of ordinary quality have risen to 70, and the second-hand explosion-proof shield materials are 120. His hero must be sold for at least 400. Of course, compared with the previous world, this kind of high-tech material can still be said to be a bargain. The next day, Hikue came to the R&D department before work, holding the newly made hero and a salad that he had spent a lot of money on, and put it in a fresh-keeping box. Hikue, I'm here. Thanks to Hikue's talent, many people smiled at Hikue at this time, quite friendly. Good morning, everyone. They responded politely one by one, and came to Su Lei's office. It's not even a week yet. Why are you here? What is this? As soon as Hikue entered the room, Su Lei could smell the sour and spicy smell inside. Cucumber salad. Su Lei's reaction made Hikue breathe a sigh of relief, and he opened the lunch box at the same time. The rich smell immediately filled the whole space. You gave Su Lei a gift, Information Engineering +1. Su Lei's favorability 75. Experience bonus 3. Information Engineering D-level, for 28/500, very good. Without looking at the prompts, looking at Su Lei's cute drooling face, Hikue also knew that he gave the right thing. But giving a dish added 20. Is this the power of a foodie? Although the ability value is not much increased, Hikue is still very satisfied with the effect. Ahem, Since you are here, let me see Harrow first. Su-lei realized that she was rude and blushed with embarrassment on her chubby face. After putting the lunchbox aside, she said seriously like a little adult. Okay. Without further nonsense, Hikue handed Harrow over. You gave Su-lei a gift, Information Engineering plus 10. Su-lei's Favorability 80. Experience bonus 4. Information Engineering D-level. For 68/500, it seems that if he gives one more, he can probably upgrade to C-level. Hikue is quite satisfied with this speed. As for why the favorability is increased by 5, Hikue personally speculates that it is because he has reached B-level. It's really reached B-level. Su-lei looked at Harrow in her hand, and was more and more surprised. Hikue's performance was really not like a normal adjuster. If he was a talented player, he could reach B-level or even a level with a little learning, just like her. But Hikue was growing, much faster than ordinary people, but slower than adjusters. You can go for the rating, and then I will help you apply and let you come to my department. Is that okay? No, but I have another request. Hikue had already discussed his destination with Shurhi in advance. His micromanipulation still had a long way to go before he could grow to A-level. Before that, he had better do 2 things at the same time and catch up with the information engineering ability. In this way, his source of income would not be limited to Harrow, and he could also develop more things. What is it? If it is within my authority, I can promise you. Su-lei glanced at the dish of cold cucumber, and her words were not as cold as before. I want the basic design drawings of the radar. Jinan's words are not allowed. That's top secret, you know? Just ordinary civilian grade will do. You want to make it yourself? Su-lei raised her eyebrows and asked with interest. Well, integrate it into Harrow. You really like Miss Lux, this is okay, but make it for me. Okay. Although he didn't know why being a Harrow meant liking Lux, but Hikue didn't care about such a small matter. Chapter 9. The B-level rating and job promotion were very smooth. Although Hikue's rocket-like promotion speed was very fast, it did not attract much attention. Talents like Su-lei reached B-level at a young age, and even became A-level in a short time. They could easily reach S-level, or even higher. Compared with these geniuses, Hikue can only be said to be more hardworking. Perhaps, he has a hardworking talent. Thinking of this, everyone congratulated him without any envy or jealousy. After all, no matter how much Hikue was promoted, he was not yet in the management level, right? It was Valentine's Day. Hikue pretended that everything was normal, but he was actually not in good condition all day. Even the Harrow he gave to Su-lei had its ability value bonus reduced due to quality issues. Of course, Hikue was no longer concerned about these things. As an assistant engineer, Hikue was already a member of the team. In simple terms, he helped Su-lei with the technical verification model. Hikue, what's wrong? You are not in a good condition today. Su-lei asked with a cute frown. No apologies. Anyway, you connected the microcircuit wrong here. That's why the radar just stopped responding. Su-lei complained, magnifying an angular radar area several times on the computer. Okay. Just when Hikue wanted to pick up the equipment to modify it, a loud air defense alarm suddenly sounded. It startled everyone who was still working, and they stopped their work one after another. Without any instructions, according to previous exercises, everyone gradually began to evacuate to the shelter uncomfortably. Director Su, do you know what happened? Asked another assistant engineer. I don't know, let's go to the shelter first. Su-lei said thoughtfully, and looked at Hikue, who was also heading to the shelter in front of her, but soon denied her idea. The group walked towards the shelter in an orderly manner. There were many whispers along the way, but no one shouted loudly. The scene was quiet and weird. Hikue, what do you think happened? Su-lei, who was behind, walked 2 steps faster and came to Hikue and asked. I don't know. He didn't lie when he said he didn't know. Although it was supposed to be June City that was hit by the nuclear explosion, he, like a little butterfly, also flapped his wings, so he didn't know. Is that so? They stayed in the shelter for nearly 3 hours before the alarm was lifted. And 2 pieces of news came to Hikue. The bad news was that June City's number 7 colony satellite was still hit by a nuclear explosion. The good news was that when the nuclear explosion occurred, most of the residents were transferred to the strongest shelter at the bottom of the colony satellite, so the death of 240,000 people did not happen. This time, only a small number of people died because they did not evacuate in time. The Earth Union actually nuked our colony satellite. Hikue did not continue to sell today. When he returned home from the panic-stricken factory, he saw Shura, who was clenching her fists with anger on her face. Yeah. Although his butterfly wings caused a deviation from his memory, Hikue did not have much entanglement. After all, he had to grow at his own pace, whether the plot followed or not. Shura was angrily saying that he must speed up the research and development of weapons, while Hikue continued his hero career. Only 2 days later, the internal situation of ZAFT did not calm down, but became more and more boiling. After all, a colony satellite was nuclear exploded. Even if there were not many casualties, the impact on plant was still huge. This meant that the Atlantic Federation was committing genocide against them. If it happened once, there would be a second time. They had to fight back. However, now that the United Nations has been replaced, even the former International Court of Justice directly rejected Plant's accusation of genocide against the Atlantic Federation, and even made a joint declaration based on this. Each government guarantees to use all its resources, whether economic or military, against the allied countries participating in the war. Each government guarantees to cooperate with the governments of the signatories of this declaration, and not to conclude separate armistice agreements or peace treaties with the enemy. This is the joint declaration. This measure has obviously pulled the countries in the entire Earth Federation into a hostile relationship with the plant, which cannot be eased at all. It is in this context that today, Speaker Klein's speech, which was broadcast live on TV to the entire plant, the Declaration of Independence, and the exhortation of active neutrality as a counterattack to the joint declaration. This declaration is to encourage non-member countries on the Earth to actively cooperate with the plant and express the plant's position. The all-out war between plant and the Earth Union has begun. In the morning, outside the window was the sound of slogans supporting the counterattack, and outside the empty street there were endless people holding various signs. These were voluntary parades organized by the Design Bureau. Facing this parade, Hikue was still making Harrow in his room, but it was a modified version of the radar-type Harrow. It would automatically issue a warning when encountering danger. Giving it to others could add more ability points than before, and it was sold for 200 more. Of course, the cost was also relatively more expensive. Ding dong. I'm here. Hikue opened the door. Mr. Fengjian? It was the familiar man, but he looked much more haggard now, and the dark circles under his eyes could not be covered up. There was no trace of the elite he had before. Please come in. What's wrong with you? Isn't your fiancé at home? Mr. Fengjian, what's wrong? Shura also walked out of the room. No, I go back first, come next time. Seeing Shura, Fengjian winked at Hikue and walked out. It can be said that he came and left in a hurry. What happened to him? I don't know. Both of them looked at Fengjian, who suddenly appeared in confusion, and then looked at each other. This is for you. Hikue didn't give Harrow this time, but a small four-legged transport robot. Now he can make not only Harrow, but also ordinary transport robots. You gave Shura Hanif's a gift, micro-component processing plus 15. Shura Hanif's current favorability is 100. Experience bonus 5. Micro-component processing B level, 1376/10,000. Su Lei's favorability is 80. Experience bonus 4. Information engineering C level, 528/1000. Looking at the numbers on the panel, Hikue breathed a sigh of relief. After resting today, he should go to work tomorrow. Next, the information engineering can also be rated, and it would be nice to get some bonuses. Chapter 10. Have you found the source of the Harrow that sent the message? The Harrow in front of Lux at this moment was the one that Hikue imitated. Its pink, round body was rolling on the ground. Its AI behavior setting language had been deleted, and it just kept repeating June City number 7, nuclear bomb in a mechanical voice. Not sure yet. Looking at the Harrow in front of her, Lux frowned slightly. Will it be Orb, or the East Asian Republic? Although the Oceania Union and the United States of South America have both expressed their pro-plant stance, these two countries have no reason to help plant, nor do they have the ability to know the Atlantic Federation's combat plan in advance. As for the Eurasian Federation's anti-plant attitude, it is only second to the Atlantic Federation, and has no reason to help them. Orb has a neutrality declaration, and should not want the situation to deteriorate. As for the East Asian Republic, it is inclined to continue to use them, and will not do such a thing as killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. But nothing was found. Has May City been infiltrated so thoroughly? It seems that we need to find out more clearly. This also concerns the foundation of the 5 major design bureaus. Then Harrow, stay here. You have worked hard. Touching Harrow's head, Lakis chuckled. No, it's what I should do. The man in the suit was so excited after receiving Lakis' praise that he bowed, and then left in a proper manner. You gave Lakis Klein a gift MS Operation Skill plus 6. Lakes Klein's current favorability 0. Experience bonus 0. MS Operation Skill D level 256-500. Looking at the sudden prompt on the virtual panel, Hikue, who was operating the machine at his workstation, paused for a moment, and the circuit in his hand sparked a little and almost broke again. What happened this time? Su-Lei looked at Hikue angrily at the main operating table in front of him. Sorry. If you do it again, I will deduct your bonus. Su-Lei's favorability 77. Experience bonus 3. It seems that he is really hated, and Su-Lei really cares about this research. Hikue looked at the prompt in front of him with a headache and did not dare to be distracted again. He began to work diligently with other assistant engineers to continue to tinker with the internal structure of the fairing detection device in front of him. This fairing detection device is equipped on the long-range assault reconnaissance type Gene-In. With various powerful information data link processing systems, it can quickly transmit battlefield intelligence information in the front to the rear command center. In simple terms, it is a scout. What they are doing now is to try their best to find the optimal solution through various fine-tuning. After the initial excitement, Hikue quickly calmed down. There is no other reason. Even if he knows that Lux can affect his driving skills, he has no ability to approach the other party now. He was just a small assistant engineer, and he was still a long way from the Princess of Plant. Besides, Lux must have received his message, and he didn't want to deliver it to her door, at least not yet. Maybe he should go to her fan club more often to give her gifts, which would be okay, although it would take a little while for her to get them, and it wouldn't increase her favorability. But now was not the time to ask for this. Anyway, he was safe enough here, and it was also good to have a channel to rise steadily, but his original operation skills were just idiots. It was too depressing. After getting off work smoothly, he delivered a plate of cold salad to calm Su-Lei's anger and raise his favorability back to 85, and Hikue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Well, Harrow did a good job, and what is this? A four-legged transport robot. Of course I know you made it too. Su-Lei glared at him unhappily and asked. Yes, that's right. The system too? I remember the system of this robot is more complicated than Harrow's, right? Although ordinary Harrow has hands, Hikue's is a replica Harrow, and the hands have been removed to reduce costs. Harrow, who can only speak a few words and jump, is indeed far less complicated in terms of system than this four-legged transport robot. Yes. Sea level? Yes, thanks to Director Su. In short, you can't waste time on micromanagement. I don't care about other things. Understood, then goodbye. Hikue, who happily gained a lot of system experience points from Su-Lei, did not go home, but took his things to find a store specializing in second-hand items. May City is an engineering city, and there are many such stores. Only when you reach B-level rebates can you get more. Otherwise, although C and D levels are also accepted, the price is usually very low. This is why Hikue didn't come here before. Boss, do you accept second-hand homemade robots here? Yes. The boss looked up leisurely at the uniform of the assistant engineer of the Hyalon Design Bureau on Hikue and stood up immediately, showing a warm smile on his face. Of course I will accept it. I wonder what you want to sell, sir? As we all know, all the products made by B-level engineers are good. These are 10 Harrows with radar warning and 5 transport robots. Hikue took out the items one by one from his heavy backpack. The boss also looked at them carefully for a long time. The quality is fine. The recycling price is 500 for Harrow and 800 for transport robots. The price of transport robots made in the factory is 600, but the performance of assembly line production is not as good as that of Hikue's B-level handmade products. Fully handmade products are usually the most expensive, of course, only suitable for those with strong hands-on ability. C and D-level products can only be regarded as inferior products, and the price is similar to that of assembly lines. Only B-level and above can be called craftsmen. Okay. Hikue had no objection. Although Harrow's price was about the same as before when it was C-class, no one would buy it if it was sold at a higher price. It also saved him time to set up a stall. As for the transport robot, if he went out and sold it slowly, he might be able to sell it for about 1,000. But if the cost was 500, he could still make a lot of money by selling it directly. He could also use the remaining time to make 2 more robots, so it was actually not a loss. Not long after, Hikue left with satisfaction, looking at the white currency on his wrist. Of course, he did not forget to add the boss's contact information. In the future, he only needed to rely on the transportation system for recycling, and he didn't even have to come here. Without the time to set up the stall, he can also work hard to gain experience with Shurha. Thinking of this, Hikue smiled with satisfaction. Of course, the good mood disappeared when he saw the plant police in front of him when he returned home. Hello, Mr. Hikue. Facing the other party's serious and hard face, Hikue nodded in confusion. Hello? Don't worry, we just came here to ask you about Mr. Kazama. Naoki Kazama? Hikue repeated uncertainly. Yes. Hikue still exchanged a puzzled look with Shirhi, who then shook her head, obviously not knowing what it was. Then asked. Hikue made a gesture of invitation and invited the two police officers into the room. Okay, thank you for your cooperation. Chapter 11. Does Mr. Kazama have much contact with you? One police officer said, as another police officer silently turned on the recorder on his chest. Not much. Well, do you know if he has done anything strange recently? No, right? He came once recently and asked if my fiancée was there, but left after seeing Shura here. Yes. Well, did he give you anything? If it's something. Hikue took out the model of Jean N that was placed in the corner. Does this count? Yes, yes. Do your daily conversations involve too many confidential contents? That's not the case. After all, we are not in the same laboratory, and we rarely mention those things when we get home. Okay, please keep our conversation today confidential. If Mr. Fongjin contacts you, please contact us. We also need to take this model away. No problem. After watching the two leave, Hikue and Shurha looked at each other in bewilderment. Although the two did not say anything, Hikue and Shurha both roughly guessed what Fongjin had done. Fongjin is a spy? Shurha asked quietly, with a hint of uneasiness in her expression. Yes, it's possible. The spy still lives near their home, but the intensity of May City's efforts to clean up spies seems to have increased a lot recently, probably because of the nuclear explosion. There's nothing to worry about, we are not anyway. Of course, Hikue didn't know about the storm caused by his actions. However, his identity as a first-generation adjuster did become awkward here. His parents were natural persons, and he was an adjuster, so he was likely to be turned against. However, even for second-generation adjusters, there were many who were turned against. Not everyone would agree with the various laws of the plant. Life soon returned to peace after such an episode. He went to the Skill Institute and rated the Information Engineering SE level, which of course did not cause any waves. He was just a part of the social screw of this adjuster. This time's radar model. You gave Su Lei a gift, Information Engineering plus 20. Su Lei's favorability 87. Experience bonus 4. Information Engineering C level, 782/1000. I told you not to send so often. If Hikue hadn't sent some hot and sour dishes as a gift, she wouldn't have bothered to accept all these little things he made every day. Yes. Hikue smiled brightly. Whatever you want. After putting away the lunch box and the radar component in front of her, Su Lei rolled her eyes at Hikue. Speaking of Fongjin, do you know him? Yes, my neighbor. I tried to steal a boat at the port and escape, but was caught. The entire May City No. 1 colony satellite is so small that it's impossible to escape. As long as someone is sent to block the port, he will be caught sooner or later. Do you know what you did? Espionage? It's good that you know. Recently, the Hylian Design Bureau has found dozens of spies. They will all be liquidated one by one. You should understand that spies will not have a good ending, especially for our department that is directly related to MS development. Now the diplomatic channels between the two sides are almost all closed. If you are caught, the best outcome is to wait for prisoner exchange, otherwise you will have to be locked up for life. Su Lei's voice was filled with warning. I understand. You go. Okay. So Fongjin wanted to turn him over? Thinking back to Fongjin's abnormality at that time, Hikue frowned slightly. If the turn failed, would he be assassinated? He shouldn't be so arrogant, and what's the benefit of assassinating him? But he still had to bring his parents over as soon as possible, but he needed more money. Hikue was thinking about walking in the factory area when he was caught up by a colleague, who was also an assistant engineer, and lived in the same dormitory area. Hey Hikue, I heard that Fongjin was arrested. Yeah. That's terrible. I heard that the gift he gave me before had a bug in it. Luckily, I thought it was suspicious and sold it. Sold it? Yes, ahem, I just thought it was suspicious so I sold it. How much did you sell it for? 1,500? So expensive. Of course, didn't you check it? That kind of small MS can be used as a pre-familiarization of the body and for decoration. Especially with the recent war craze, I heard that this kind of accessories is more popular than Harrow. Is that so? If he makes it, can't he sell it for money? Now that his skills have reached sea level, it's not a problem for him to make a PG by hand. But why does he feel like he's doing model crafts here? Thank you. No thanks. The employee, who didn't know what Ikue was thanking for, looked at Ikue, who had already run several dozen meters away, with a confused look on his face. Boss, how much is the material for a jean and figure of about 1:60? The metal doesn't need to be too good. After arriving at the trade office at the port and finding the newly moved waste trade union, Ikue said excitedly, "Let me see this. Can I just use the debris of the abandoned space station? The metal is very weak, and the kinetic energy of a pistol can penetrate it." No problem. Well, it's about 300 per piece, and 264 with an 88% discount. Okay, then 20 pieces, and 20 pieces of micro parts for the linkage system. Thank you for your patronage. The Waste Merchants Union has finally reached a cooperation with Plant. Under the mediation of Minter Malchio, Plant has taken a step back. The goods of the Waste Merchants Union can pass the customs first, and then be sold in the port, so there is no need to worry about customs inspections. Of course, those that fail to pass the customs will still be seized. He bought a large truckload of parts with great satisfaction, and spent almost all the bonus from the rating. Hikue gave another 500 yuan to arrange for door-to-door delivery. There was no other way. It was not safe outside now. The social unrest made people feel uneasy, and the public security became more chaotic. Most of the police were busy protecting the 5 major design bureaus, and they could not allocate police force for robberies. He himself had no combat skills, and the adjusters with guns might be able to rob him, not to mention that there might be a few spies on the street. If it was not the first time to buy, the quality had to be checked by himself. Hikue would probably not go there by himself. It would be safer to call for a special delivery with insurance. In short, it is better to stay out of the 5 major design bureaus before you have the ability. Chapter 12. If the Earth Federation thinks that simple media propaganda, or some so-called economic intervention threats, or even nuclear missiles, can scare us adjusters, I want to tell them now, you better be careful, our patience is limited. We will definitely make natural people pay the price in the near future. We will do what we say. On TV, the passionate speech of Senator Patsala, who is also the chairman of the Plant Defense Committee, and the 2 people outside the TV, Sure and Sure are watching the TV seriously, while Hikue is fiddling with the replica miniature version of Jean in his hand. Hikue, what do you think of what Congressman Sarah said? Very passionate, but we have our mission. Right. Shurha said seriously. Shurha is a good person, but sometimes she gets easily upset when it comes to things related to Plant, especially after hearing that the Atlantic Federation invaded the pro-Plant United States of South America. She has been very angry. Hikue is not unable to understand Shurha's feelings, but sometimes he is really afraid that she will rush to the front line in a fit of rage. Fortunately, Shurha is also very sensible, and always thinks that research is more important than war on the battlefield. By the way, how is Shurha's beam weapon miniaturization going? Shurha's passion gradually faded when she heard this, and her facial features wrinkled cutely. It failed again. Although the miniaturized prototype was made, the power was too weak, and it could only soft-kill the monitor. What is soft-kill? It means that it can't even remove the paint when hitting the armor. It can only temporarily make the enemy lose its combat capability, and paralyze highly sensitive precision instruments. That's all. After increasing the power, the volume will increase significantly. It is at least 4 times the weight of the machine gun used by Jean in now. It can't be used as a single soldier weapon at all. Yeah. He remembered that Orb's G plan was to develop a miniaturized beam weapon. ZFE did reverse engineering after taking it back, which means that this project is unlikely to succeed. It is not as effective as the development of high-performance reconnaissance aircraft led by Su Lei. At least the Jean is about to be developed. Plant is under our feet, Plant is proud of us, Plant makes us move forward. The 2 were still talking when they heard a passionate speech on TV and the audience applauded. I heard that when June City's satellite number 7 was nuclear exploded, Speaker Sarah's wife was also on it. Yes, fortunately we got into the shelter. However, the pride he felt for changing the world did not last long. Looking at the cramped living environment in front of him, the pride soon disappeared again. He had not yet lived a good life. What was the point of being proud? He could not go directly to Patrick and tell him that he was his wife's lifesaver and ask him to help him. He opened his phone and looked at the mansion in the plant area. He took a deep breath, relaxed himself, and started the work at hand seriously again. He has saved a lot of time now. He doesn't have to go out to buy and sell things. Staying in the dormitory area may not be able to prevent spies, but at least it can prevent some robbers and thieves. Next, he can make models here and work hard to capture Su Lei. However, after just 2 days, the policies related to the war gradually came down. The first is taxation. The wages, bonuses, and compensations of individuals are all increased by 1.5% war tax. It seems that the number is not large, but it is far more than that. The tax on ordinary goods has been raised to 2.5%, non-essential goods to 5%, semi-luxury goods to 10%, and luxury goods to 15%. The prices of vegetables and meat, which are popular among the public, continue to rise wildly. The currency remains stable, but if plant is about to lose one day, then the money will definitely be worthless. Currency is trust, and vice versa for the Atlantic Federation. For example, at the beginning of the war, everyone thought that the member states could defeat plant, and the currency of the Atlantic Federation would certainly not move. On the contrary, the currency of plant began to depreciate. Changes in investor confidence will cause currency fluctuations. On the other hand, it is a waste of money. Each jinan is made of real gold and silver. The longer the war lasts, the more money will be in trouble, and the more it will be printed. As they have just started the war, they don't have to worry about this problem for the time being. But this is a quagmire. If he doesn't get out of it this year, I'm afraid that not only the plant economy will decline, but his own economy will also decline. The more it declines, the worse people's livelihood will be, and the more likely there will be spies. Life is getting harder and harder. The colleague who had sold the gift before was lamenting at his workstation, and after he spoke, others also echoed him. I heard that the free dormitory area may also charge rent. No way, who told you that? Of course. The man pointed upwards without slipping his hand. Listening to the discussion of several people, Hikue's brows were tightly locked. If this situation continues, it will affect the progress of his strength growth too much, which means that he will spend more time making money every day instead of improving his ability. I don't know if ZFT can win the battle. You try to adjust the fairing first. I think the chances of winning can be higher. The voice of the young girl Su Lei appeared behind them without knowing when. I'm sorry. Although Su Lei is small, everyone trembles when she speaks. It's because they don't have much bonus left and can't afford to deduct it. Okay, work hard, life will get better and better, and Hikue, you come with me. Okay. Under everyone's sympathetic gaze, Hikue entered Su Lei's office. I told you not to give it to me. Su Lei frowned as she took out a brand new reconnaissance model of Jean N as soon as she entered the room. No, please accept it. Hikue, although it was I who proposed that you be hero, I think you should prioritize your own affairs in this situation. She couldn't understand why this person liked to give her things so much. Did he like her? But Hikue already has a fiancé. How can I intervene? Although Hikue's dishes are delicious. As an important person in charge of an experiment, she cannot easily leave the factory area. This is to prevent her from collaborating with the enemy, and to protect her safety. However, in this way, eating a taste of her hometown outside has become a luxury, and Hikue's appearance makes up for this well. No, this is my personal respect for you. Respect? Su Lei looked at the model in front of her, and pulled her cherry lips. Would respect give such a child's toy? Are you sure you're not mocking her? And I also want to get Director Su's guidance. Okay, since it's guidance, you show it to me, and then you take it back. No. Give me a reason. Actually, because Director Su reminds me of my sister, so that's why. I'm not your sister? Well, after all, my sister is dead. Hikue sighed as he spoke. You didn't write your information? Su Lei blinked cutely at this super development. That was the little sister next door when I was with my parents in the East Asian Republic, because of the S2 flu. Is that so? But I'm not your sister either. Well, I know, I just can't help it. I want to give you my best. Su Lei's favorability 92. Chapter 13. Hikue, are you short of money recently? The colleague followed him when he left. Yeah, not bad. Hikue nodded, but didn't plan to say more. These days, you don't know who is a spy and who is a mission impossible. Who dares to say this outside? It's okay to complain about it normally, but if he said that he was short of money and was dragged into the ranks of spies, he would be so miserable that he would have no tears. The colleague seemed to be speechless by Hikue's ambiguous answer and scratched his head. Well, if you need money, I have a way. Thank you. Hikue didn't want to listen, and his pace quickened a bit, with an expression that said, don't get close to me. Faced with Hikue's stubbornness, his colleagues had no choice but to watch Hikue leave helplessly. The official rumor that the dormitory would charge a fee was soon refuted by the government, saying that it was all nonsense, and the welfare of the design bureau would not change. In fact, if you think about it calmly, it should be like this. After all, it is one of the 5 major design bureaus. If it really charges a fee, the number of spies will probably increase again. As for whether the false news was deliberately spread, it depends on your own opinion, but no one will report it to Hikue. A few days later, Hikue had just walked outside their accommodation area when he saw a sudden explosion in one of the high-rise houses. The huge vibration shook the solid chassis of the colony satellite under Hikue's feet. Is that near his home? After a moment of panic, Hikue saw the message on his wrist. Are you home? No, how about you? Hikue. The crisp voice of the girl behind him also relaxed Hikue's tense nerves. Shuro was standing behind him intact. Are you okay? No, I just got off work today. What's going on up there? Not sure. As soon as Hikue finished speaking, a colleague who had escaped from the inside started talking. There should be explosives. Explosives? Yes, and it sounds like the equivalent is not low. It actually cracked the building. I'm afraid it was man-made. The engineering materials of this kind of building are much stronger than the masonry structures of the 21st century. If it can be cracked, no one will have such an accident now. They don't have gas, and the electricity is also very safe and reliable. Man-made, that is, a terrorist attack, with the sirens, fire trucks, ambulances, and police cars arrived at the scene almost simultaneously within 3 minutes. The scene was handled very quickly. The scene could not be lived in. The bomb disposal team had to remove other explosives, and they were temporarily arranged in a nearby hotel. The hotel was just an ordinary business hotel, and there was only one bed in the sparsely populated area. This was a bit unusual for the 2 people who were used to sleeping in separate beds. I sleep on the sofa. No, that's not necessary. Shurha didn't think they really had to sleep in separate beds for the rest of their lives, and today was just an accident. Thinking of the fear she felt when she saw the smoke from the explosion in the distance, Hikue had already walked into her heart without her realizing it. I wonder if those Harrow are okay. The shy Shurha didn't give Hikue a chance to continue to refuse, and looked out the window to change the subject. It's okay, just make a few more. Hikue said, as he also looked out the window, where their dormitory area was located. Although it was blocked by the tall buildings in front of them, the scenery was not beautiful, and nothing could be seen, but the idea of moving became more urgent. Although their dormitories are in the factory, there are too many people who can enter from the perimeter, so security may not be perfect. Whether they are targeted, affected, or found by spies, it is very dangerous. Although Plant will definitely have corresponding protection measures, they can even install bombs on Speaker Klein's ship. Moreover, although there are not many B-level personnel, they are not irreplaceable. When the security force is insufficient, their priority for protection is definitely on A-level researchers. We have to rent a house. But the houses with high security levels are all near the plant area. Shurha said helplessly. Even if they gave up the dormitory and chose housing subsidies, the rent there was not something they could afford. It was a villa. Although it was not as spectacular as Klein's house, it was still a villa. Maybe we can share the house? Share the house? Of course, there are similar services. There are several rooms in a villa area, but the person to share the house with is another problem. The 2 put this issue aside for the time being. The next day after the bomb disposal work was completed, they moved back to live smoothly. Of course, because of the explosion, there was no such thing as a holiday. They still had to work. Of course, after meeting each other, everyone couldn't help but talk about yesterday's explosion. It was still the same thing. How was work today? When I got home, Shurha had already taken out the dishes. Of course, it was not so rich. It was ordinary synthetic meat, which was provided by the cafeteria here. I've been asked many questions. Hikue smiled bitterly. Me too. Before he could finish, the doorbell rang. Who is it? There had just been an explosion downstairs, and Hikue was extremely cautious. He watched through the surveillance camera, and saw that the other party did not open the door. Hello, Mr. He, I'm your neighbor next door. Neighbor. After a pause, Hikue remembered that the other party probably meant the family in Fengjian. Hello, who is it? My name is Ash Angel, and I'm an aerodynamicist. Aerodynamics. Yes, it's Jinin's research and development in the atmosphere. Ash Angel whispered. Is this a plan to attack the Earth directly? But it's obvious that now is not the time for him to worry about it. If he has this time, he should make the radar first. Though thinking so, Hikue still invited the person into the house, and exchanged some greetings before saying goodbye to each other and leaving. Chapter 14. You gave Su Lei a gift, Information Engineering plus 30. Su Lei's favorability 93. Experience bonus 5. Information Engineering B level, 1308/10,000. After closing the virtual panel in front of Su Lei, Hikue sighed with satisfaction. His information engineering was finally upgraded. Although there was a big gap from B-level to A-level, if both of them reached B-level, he could be responsible for more work and naturally make more money. Moreover, if the hero and the model were more sophisticated, it would be very cost-effective to give them to the two or sell them. After all, this thing does not cost money, as long as the processor's capabilities can be used 100%. Although it seems that a long time has passed, it has only been about half a month. However, during this period of time, the funding of Plant has also made a big move. That is, it has begun to prepare for the attack and defense of the World Tree. The World Tree is a space station between the Earth and the Moon, located at the Earth-Moon Lagrange point L1, and is the bridgehead for the Earth Union to go to the lunar base. The purpose of this battle is to test the power of the neutron jammer, and to completely cut off the hegemony of the Earth Union in space. Hikue didn't know what the battle would be like. He only remembered that there was no World Tree space station in the plot, so Hikue was not optimistic about this battle, but the neutron jammer was likely to be used. In a future battlefield full of neutron jammers, whoever has a stronger intelligence collection and processing ability will have an advantage, and this is exactly the strength of the adjusters, who are based on technology. However, the Atlantic Federation seems to have known the existence of neutron jammers through some channels. At present, there are more and more espionage activities against Plant, especially for Hikue's department. The research and development of high-precision radar has always been the top priority of modern information warfare. What's wrong with you? Suddenly you were in a daze. After evaluating the model in front of her, Su Lei looked up and saw Hikue's satisfied expression, which made her feel cold. No! Putting away the smile on his face, Hikue quickly returned to his normal expression. Well, that's good. And this World Tree attack and defense war requires a group of people to collect data on reconnaissance Gene in the rear. Su Lei said, putting down the model and sliding it on the screen in front of her. Ah, this is not suitable for me. Are you kidding? It's a battlefield outside. As I just said, Hikue doesn't even know what will happen next. If the whole army is wiped out, he will really die young. It's too late. I just confirmed your list. The atmosphere in the office suddenly became cold. No one spoke. Only Hikue looked at Su Lei in a daze. It's just collecting the actual combat functions of the reconnaissance Gene in the rear and participating in the preparation of the researcher who connected with the neutron jammer. There is no danger. Su Lei frowned, but then thought of what Hikue had said about his sister. She thought that Hikue had some shadow, so she lowered her tone to comfort him. Do you really want me to go? Your information engineering has also been rated as B-level, right? In addition, you are very familiar with the abilities of the reconnaissance type Gene in. You are the most suitable assistant in the entire department. Aren't they afraid that I am an undercover? As a second-generation adjuster, who was not born and raised in Plant, he would still be discriminated against to some extent. Although he didn't say it, and his colleagues didn't know that he was a first-generation adjuster, it was impossible to hide it from the Plant government. Just like natural people would discriminate against and attack adjusters, adjusters didn't have much good feelings towards natural people. Especially after the recent events, it was common for the country to vent anger on the parents of first-generation adjusters. Are you? Undercovers don't make money by doing this kind of thing every day, and they naturally have their own channels to confirm your innocence. Since they have activated you, it means they will not doubt you, at least for now. With one hand on her cheek, Su Lei's jade-like fingers poked the model in front of her, like a little girl playing with toys. When hearing Su Lei's words, Hikue suddenly thought of the colleague who asked him every day if he was short of money. It seemed that he was the one who mentioned the model of Feng Jian, and he had disappeared recently. If that person is not a spy, then he is not the flag they used to confirm their loyalty. It seems that you have guessed something. Su Lei's mouth corners slightly raised. I didn't guess it. He would never admit it. God knows what is waiting for him. On this point, Hikue, you are very smart. Thank you. Hikue replied sullenly. Anyway, whether you guessed it or not, the list has been confirmed. Go back and prepare. No matter how high Su Lei's favorability is, she is still his boss, and he is not a succubus. I am afraid that if he insists not to go, his favorability will also drop, and it is likely that he will have to go in the end. There is no way, Hikue can only agree. Why is it so rich today? Faced with the colorful and fragrant dishes, Shurha was stunned for a moment. This was the most luxurious meal they had in the past month. Shurha, I'm going to the World Tree as a data collector. Hikue smiled. It's still very dangerous, but the rear should be fine. Pay attention to safety. Looking at Shura's worried look in front of him, Hikue's smile did not change, but he felt even more reluctant in his heart. Shura's reaction was normal. On the battlefield, his self-protection ability was basically zero. I understand. But I'm also proud of you, Hikue. After Shura absorbed the news, a smile finally appeared on her pretty face, and her worried eyes gradually took on a bit of admiration. I envy you for being able to go to the battlefield as a researcher, helping the plant, and seeing with your own eyes that your weapons can save more lives. Being able to go to the battlefield as a researcher is probably something she is proud of. Perhaps he was cleared of the suspicion of being a spy so quickly last time, because Shura was a legitimate person. So Hikue, go with your head held high. Guessing that Shura's expression became more excited. Thank you. It's hard to say how deep his feelings for Plant are, but after Shura's passionate words, Hikue's emotions were also aroused. Actually, I applied before, but it didn't pass, otherwise we could have gone together this time. Shura said regretfully. Is that so? Of course it can't be passed. Even with the miniaturization of beam weapons, it can still only be used for soft kills. It's impossible for the troops to use such a small beam gun to destroy other people's surveillance cameras. Yes, so I can only wait for you to come back, and you must be safe and sound. Shura took a few steps closer to Hikue, tiptoed, and the two thin lips touched and quickly separated, as if the temperature on the lips was just an illusion. And this for you. After they separated, Shura's face turned red, but she still took out the necklace hanging around her white neck with shame. The oval appearance, a pure white swan carved on the blue body. This is your amulet. Well, I lend it to you temporarily. As she spoke, Shura lifted her long brown hair and untied the necklace from the back of her neck. The necklace she took from Shura still had some of the warmth of its original owner, and the warmth continued to pass through Hikue's palm. Thank you. Although it was a bit like a flag, Hikue still accepted it. Chapter 15. Although he wanted to go with peace of mind, it was Zaph's first large-scale battle after all, and there were still many things to prepare. As for Hikue, he continued to live his life as usual. After all, he had nothing to prepare. He was arranged at the back of the battleship. If the front was wiped out, they would naturally retreat. If they were chased by the enemy, it would be useless for him to lead anything alone, as he was not Kira. So he simply did not prepare anything. So it was the eve of the World Tree battle. Here. Hikue handed a piece of harrow to Su Lei as usual. We are going to go to war soon, and you were still working on it yesterday. Su Lei observed Harrow in front of her, and found that he had indeed made progress. Excluding the possibility that he was hiding his shortcomings, would going to war not affect the quality of his work? Well, I have nothing to do anyway. Hikue smiled. In fact, he had insomnia yesterday. Although he had insomnia before going on a spring outing a long time ago, it was obvious that going to war tomorrow was still a bit far away for Hikue who lived in peacetime. Okay, wait for me to command you when you get on the flagship. Their flagship is a Laurasia-class battleship called the Blake. It is much smaller than the Nazca class, but it is enough for scientific research. It is also equipped with a team of 3 elite red-clad Gene-In for emergency escort. The safety value is indeed full, as Su Lei said. After all, he is easy to talk to. Su Lei is a national treasure. Got it. There are many soldiers gathering in an orderly manner at the scene. Most of them are in green, a small part are in red, and the smallest part is in white. One of the white-clad soldiers is right in front of Hikue. Even if the military uniform is tailored very delicately, it still does not look very impressive on Su Lei. Hikue is still a green-clad soldier. After all, the red-clad soldier is a special honor for the top 20 students in the military academy, just like a medal. If Shura goes to war, she can wear a red-clad soldier. If Hikue doesn't change to a white-clad soldier, he will always be a green-clad soldier. It is impossible for him to become a red-clad soldier. In their research department, only Su Lei and Hikue came together, but it doesn't mean they are alone. In addition to them, there are also test groups for various new weapons. Everyone observed together on a ship in 2s and 3s. Hikue's group was with the neutron jammer effect measurement group. There were more people over there, so naturally they had fewer people. Director Su, I didn't expect you to do it yourself this time. After all, I was worried about leaving it to others. Su Lei nodded to the tall man opposite. Plamen Eaton, the director of the neutron jammer R&D group. Hello. Hikue saluted politely. Although he was a little unfamiliar, he looked very good. To become the director of the neutron jammer R&D group, in addition to being talented, one must also have a good family background. This is also the highest secret research group of plant in the true sense. It is really difficult to get in, but the benefits are relatively good. Oh, you're welcome. The tall man waved his hand in a friendly manner. No need for military salute. Normally, there are not so many requirements at work. It's quite awkward. Okay, Mr. Eaton. Not bad, the newcomer in your group. Of course. Su Lei shrugged and took Ikue to get on the boat with the tall man. Chapter 16. I haven't seen you since I got on the boat. What are you doing in the room? Looking at Ikue, who was wolfing down food in the cafeteria, Su Lei asked. Relaxing. It can't be said that he was catching up on sleep. Perhaps because his nerves were too tense, Ikue relaxed instead. Not only was he sleepy, he was also hungry. I'm not qualified to say that I'm relaxing, but it's not good for you to do this. Su Lei blushed. Anyway, how long will it take us to get there? He felt that his character was misunderstood, but Su Lei's fair face showed an expression that said, if you keep talking, I think you're a hooligan, so Ikue had to change the subject. According to the route, there are still 2 hours. Su Lei said, looking at the tablet connected to the battleship system in her hand. But this time, we will first send out the reconnaissance-type gene in to investigate the situation of the Alliance, so we must also arrive at the bridge half an hour in advance to prepare. Understood. What are you thinking about? Nothing. I don't know how long this battle will last if I want to go home. Without Shurha, he feels uncomfortable all over, just like a person who is used to punching it every day, and suddenly one day you stop. I am very uncomfortable with this. Don't worry too much. Su Lei comforted him. Ikue has good talent, but is too timid. It is good to let him come out this time. Not only can he submit a letter of loyalty to the top leaders of ZFT, but he could also hone his courage. Otherwise, when he reaches A level, there will definitely be more monitoring work. Okay. Ikue just replied without knowing how much Su Lei misunderstood him. An hour and a half passed quickly. 10 minutes before the battle, they had gathered at the bridge. In addition to the various instruments on ordinary warships, the bridge of this warship has several bulky monitoring devices removed from the original tactical station. System self-check completed, data flow link stable, ready to attack. After operating the instrument for a while, Ikue reported to Su Lei in the main seat. Then, the reconnaissance operation begins. Understood. Following the answers of the 3 green-clothed people sitting on the reconnaissance gin, 3 reconnaissance gin also set off from the warship one after another, passing 3 inconspicuous lights in the dark universe. The radar detection range continues to increase, and the fairing gain reaches 120%, which is consistent with the results of the laboratory and the verification machine. Ikue's eyes are full of data. In addition to the data of cosmic radiation, there are more data on the distribution of various heat sources outside the space station automatically analyzed by the computer. It seems that there is no problem. No unnatural heat is detected. That is, there is no ambush. Yeah. Su Lei responded, and looked at the neutron jammer observation team on the other side. It's your turn next. Understood. Notify all ships that the next communication may be interfered with. Proceed according to the previous rehearsal. The instructions were passed down layer by layer to the entire fleet in front of ZFT. Neutron jammers fire. At the command, dozens of Nazca-class warships in front of them also fired neutron jammers from their 450mm multi-purpose launchers. Each warship has 5 launcher muzzles, and it is estimated that there are nearly hundreds of neutron jammers in the barrage in front of them. This is a saturation transmission. After all, the space station must have defensive power. Only a few neutron jammers can break through the opponent's radar defense network, but if the neutron jammer can work, then the opponent's defense power will be greatly weakened. After all, most of the current Earth Federation's defense power relies on the role of air defense radar. As long as the radar effect is weakened or even fails, the opponent's human wave tactics and missile sea tactics will naturally fail. Chapter 17. From the reconnaissance camera of Gene N in front, they could clearly see that many firepower networks emerged from the World Tree space station, as if to illuminate the dark universe and lean towards each target. In the fully automatic air defense radar, half of their neutron jammers were shot down in an instant. Neutron jammers, loss of more than 50%. As Ikue expected, the green-clothed man who was responsible for tracking the status of the neutron jammers reported to their director. It's okay. The tall and thin director just smiled, and soon the loss of neutron jammers reached 70%, 80%, and finally 90%. 5 neutron jammers have infiltrated the space station and can be activated at any time. Activate. OK, 5, 4, 3, 2. As the researcher counted down, the opponent's firepower network was interrupted, as if it was stuck, and their originally unimpeded communication also heard waves of electric current interference. The interference flow is maintained at the expected level, success. Along with the researchers' report, the people next door were overjoyed as if they had won a victory. Congratulations. Su Lei also said to the director. Thank you. The director smiled and nodded without arrogance. While they were still chatting, even if the communication was disturbed, ZFT rushed forward directly as per the rehearsal without any hesitation. The World Tree Space Station barely returned to normal after a brief chaos, but the firepower network should have been completely replaced by manual control, and it was not accurate at all facing the flexible Gene in, and it was estimated that the opponent was short of manpower, and even the firepower was not as dense as before. That's how ZFT really had the possibility of winning with fewer troops. And they were indeed safe in the rear. Although the connection with Jin was affected by the neutron jammer, it was within the expected range. They just had to wait for Jin to come back so that they could analyze the machine data. But that guy is really amazing. Su Lei pointed to a corner of the battlefield. It was an ordinary Jin, but its movements were much more flexible than other Jins. Even the onboard camera could not fully capture its figure that came and went freely in the battlefield. That one. Hikue also looked in the direction of the camera. In just a moment, several more MAs became the souls of Jin's gun, and the opponent was fighting for his life. This combat power is completely different from others. In just a short period of time, another round of fire was emitted. It seems that this battle will give birth to a hero of the Nebula Metal. Yes. I don't know who is so powerful. Could it be Cruz? He doesn't know the plot, but because Cruz is currently one of the hero units in ZFT, or the only one, and no one else can doubt it, Aslan hasn't graduated yet. The war was fierce and quick, and the world tree that both sides fought against turned into cosmic dust. It seems that the materials will be cheaper in the future. Looking at the remains of the entire world tree, it goes without saying that the Waste Merchants Association will definitely be responsible for some of the salvage work. After the metal is recycled, it will begin to circulate. Although the toughness of this metal that has experienced war is not as strong as brand new, it is also a good material. The retreat signal has been issued. How much gold do we have left? 10-3 left. Although this is not accurate, even with the neutron jammer, the price they paid was still heavy. Su Lei closed her eyes and looked at the battlefield in silence for a while before continuing. The remaining 3 are enough. Let them transmit the data in the black box. Understood. The war is over, and their work has just begun. Chapter 18. Reconnaissance Gene in, how is it? Very successful. In Su Lei's officer's room, Hikue sent the collected data to the terminal in front of Su Lei. Su Lei's favorability 94. Experience bonus 5 good guy. Just verifying the feasibility has increased his favorability by 1. You know, this is not his credit. Looking at Su Lei's uncontrollable smile, Hikue also smiled. Congratulations. Well, thanks to you, we can get more bonus this time. You should be very happy. The bonus, plus the reward for this expedition, is estimated to be 100,000. No matter how poor ZFT is, it is a country based on technology, and it is impossible to treat them unfairly in this regard. Indeed? Aren't you modest? Su Lei teased Hikue for a rare moment. No, this is indeed something to be happy about. Then I leave the next project to you. Next? Well, of course there will be new projects. I know it's only that fast. He was still thinking about having a few days of rest. Not that fast, after all, we really have limited time at the moment. So what is the project? The development of tactical aerial reconnaissance type Jin in the atmosphere. After destroying the United Space Station, as long as we occupy the Earth, the war will be over. What's wrong? No, I just think what you said is too idealistic. Isn't it better to be a little more idealistic? Not really. Okay, let's go back and prepare. We need to consider the data on the Earth's atmosphere and various environments that may affect the radar. We be busy again. Su Lei's eyes lit up as she spoke, looking like a research madman. And if everything goes well, we have a chance to go to Earth for a field survey. Please don't do that. Hikue pulled his lips, afraid that Su Lei would ask him to go to Earth right now, so he hurriedly left the room. The return journey was quick. As soon as Hikue got off the spaceship, he saw the little Shurha looking around outside the waiting area for family members at the port. Shurha, I'm back. After coming out of the gate, Hikue said softly to the girl, Welcome back. As she said this, Shurha gave Hikue a tight hug. Hikue could feel Shurha's joy through the beating of her chest. After a long time of tenderness, the two separated. How was the battle? I think we had the upper hand. Although ZFT suffered heavy losses, The Earth Alliance had a space station blown up directly. But this kind of self-injury of 800 and the enemy's 1,000 cannot be called a victory. That's good. At least the country is safe. How are the tests of the neutron jammer and the reconnaissance type Gene in going? Shurha asked in a low voice, holding Ikue's hand and walking out side by side. Very smooth. I knew it. I cooked tonight. As if she was proud, Shurha's little head was slightly raised, playful and cute. I tell you, the price of vegetables and meat has slightly returned to the previous level recently, and the parts you ordered before have also arrived, and, perhaps because they haven't seen each other for a long time, Shurha has become more talkative. And Hikue responded to every word seriously. If Hikue learned anything from this trip, it is not to go out easily. Any super large bullet can make him lose his whole body. It is best to stay in the plant until you have the ability to protect yourself. Chapter 19. Since we are back, we will have a celebration banquet. It is not to celebrate the victory, but to celebrate the successful completion of the project. Speaking of which, Hikui is really our lucky star. Since he joined our team, the progress has become much faster. Yes. Although there was no wine, and the food was not rich, it was still very lively. Who wouldn't be happy to give out money? It was just intentional or unintentional that the new project was transferred, and some people were left in the continuous development and maintenance of the reconnaissance Gene in. If Hikue remembered correctly, most of these people were the ones who had said a lot of rumors about Plant before. Plant should be screening personnel step by step at present, so he should be more cautious. Hikue did not get too excited, and he had a gentle and friendly smile on his face to everyone, which made people feel like spring breeze. The celebration banquet did not last too long, and it was a half-day holiday after it. Looking at the 100,000 yuan in the card, Hikue felt a little more outstanding in his heart. He had always been unable to make ends meet, but he finally got his first pot of gold. This is much faster than getting a salary, but after all, the reconnaissance Jin has been studied for a long time, so he can be said to have picked up a bargain now. The reconnaissance Jin used on Earth in the future may still need to cooperate with the aerodynamic group. Of course, this is not a problem. The data of each research group is still interoperable, at least at the director level. However, this 100,000 cannot be spent carelessly. Materials must be purchased, plus a house. Now that the war is about to begin, the currency depreciation and various factors will definitely cause the house price to fall. Don't buy it for the time being, but the rent is not cheap. Hikue turned on his phone while walking on the road. The rent near the plant area came out after searching. A 3-story house with 5 bedrooms and 2 living rooms would cost nearly 50,000 yuan a month. Even if 5 people shared it, it would cost nearly 10,000 yuan a month. However, the combined rental subsidy of the two of them was 6,000 yuan, which meant that they still needed 4,000 yuan a month, and then split it with Shiping, which would be 2,000 yuan. If it was for safety, it was barely acceptable. According to his current progress, he should be able to reach a level in a few months, and he wouldn't have to wait for long. But where could he find 4 people to share the rent? He usually works or stays at home after work to tinker with robots, and doesn't socialize much. Shurha looks like him. Both of them are quiet people. It's good to know the neighbors, but it's still difficult to find someone to share the house with and trust. After all, although a group of spies have been arrested, many have been turned against. He can only look for it slowly, but his research direction is the reconnaissance type gene used in the atmosphere, which may become more and more dangerous. Hikue allocated 90,000 out of 100,000 to buy materials. In order to cope with the depreciation of the currency, it is definitely not possible to put it in the bank or invest it. He simply bought some high-level materials with better circulation at low prices, which may be more stable. Our plant hero, Laura Cruz, was officially awarded in the April City Parliament building today. He is also the first recipient of the Nebula Medal in Plant. Mr. Cruz shot down 37 Earth Union MAs and sank 6 warships, which fully demonstrated the superiority of our adjusters and the inevitability of the future. Mr. Cruz is really amazing. Just finished dinner, sat on the sofa, and watched the TV with admiration in his eyes. Yes. I'm afraid that in Shurha's eyes, the other party is a model of the adjuster, but the other party is a clone and wants to take revenge on the world, dragging the clones of the whole world to be buried with him. Looking at the cold light reflected by the silver mask on TV and the smile on the corner of his mouth, he seems to dominate the world. Although he is already a B-level researcher like Shurha, it is also a world that is out of reach for him. Let's focus on the present. Thinking of this, Hikue said something to Shurha and returned to the room. He has been developing a new hero recently, intending to expand the market, and by the way, he will go to the fan club to give Lux some gifts. It doesn't need to be much, at least let him reach the B-level driving skills smoothly. This should be comparable to ordinary red clothes, and the survival rate on the battlefield will be greatly increased. Speaking of which, Lux's annual concert is about to start. At this time last year, he was still busy with Harrow. Although he is still doing Harrow now, it is completely different from a year ago. In April City, Lux, who was being talked about by Hikue, was also looking at Hikue's detailed information in his huge garden. Hikue's resume seems to have no doubts, but the spy arrest operation in May City still did not yield much results. The man in the black suit reported to Lux. There are no doubts, but the speed of progress is a little abnormal. Although the surveillance camera at the gift-receiving office that day could not capture detailed images due to the chaos, it was able to capture Hikue passing by and participating in the rally. Continue to observe. If there is no problem, you can try to invite him to join. It's just that his fiancée is more inclined to the Sarah faction, and the couple has a good relationship. It doesn't matter. If Sule said, he is not a militant person. And he is also a star chaser. As for who he is chasing, it goes without saying. Okay. Then trouble you. Where? Facing Lux's gorgeous and excessive smile, the man immediately bent down. Chapter 20. Cheers to celebrate our return from the World Tree. Sitting opposite Hikue in the restaurant was Ed, his roommate, who also went to the World Tree, and not only survived, but also miraculously was not injured. He was really amazing. Congratulations. Hikue said sincerely. It was really thrilling. Fortunately, I had Mr. Cruz on my side, otherwise I might not have been so lucky. The situation on Ed's battlefield at that time was that Cruz was invincible, directly attracting most of the energy, so naturally Ed and others were under much less pressure. Our next target should be Earth. Although the good news about the war has stabilized the food prices, the output of June City alone still cannot meet the needs of all people on plant. Synthetic meat can cope with it, but it is just to cope with it. If it is left alone, the economy within plant will completely collapse, and there will be no need to send troops to fight together. This is also one of the reasons why plant has turned to the offensive since Valentine's Day. The other side has made it clear that they will not send food to them, and the pro-plant countries on Earth are also being suppressed, plus the threat of nuclear bombs. At this time, there is no other way except to take the initiative to attack. Right. Everyone understands the principle, but there are still many discussions about how to break into the Earth. From the latest simulation model, it can be seen that if they launch neutron jammers to the Earth, they can naturally paralyze various guided weapons of the Earth Alliance, but completely cutting off nuclear energy also means completely pulling most of the people on the Earth to the opposite side. Of course, this is not what Hikue needs to consider. It is better to worry about tomorrow's work than to worry about this. Will you stay in the frontline troops? No way. I hope it won't be our turn when we go down to fight. Ed smiled bitterly. The first batch of soldiers who go down to Earth will definitely be the Suicide Squad, or cannon fodder. There is no doubt that their fate will be miserable. Even if they surrender, they will probably be imprisoned. It is impossible to expect the Earth Federation to abide by the Geneva Convention. Yeah. For Ed's dilemma, Hikue had no way to deal with it. The two of them who had experienced the war were no longer the immature people they were in the military academy. They were burdened with a lot of things. Speaking of which, I have a fiancée. Ah, who is she? She is a frontline soldier like me, currently in the frontline MS 3rd unit. We haven't met yet. Ed felt a little embarrassed. Let's not talk about me. How come you get along so well with Miss Hannes, and even live together? Giving gifts. Before Hikue finished speaking, several people who just came in from the door looked at them. Ed's face suddenly changed when he saw them. What's wrong? No. Before Ed stood up to greet him, the few people looked at each other in bewilderment after seeing Hikue wearing the uniform of an assistant engineer of the Hylian Design Bureau, and quickly left the store. So what's the matter? Although it can't save you, some troubles can still be solved. Although B-level engineers may seem inconspicuous, it is only relatively speaking. In terms of status, B-level engineers are equivalent to ordinary red-clothed engineers. Moreover, the researchers of the 5 major design bureaus are relatively important to ZFT, so there are naturally strict rules to prohibit conflicts between ZFT soldiers and researchers. It's like this, they think I stole their war merits. Ed finally told the story slowly after seeing the reactions of several people who were like seeing a tiger. It was probably because the battlefield was too chaotic that some war merit records were abnormal, and they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to steal more of others' war merits and get more rewards. This threat really scared a lot of people, and for those who didn't obey, they would intimidate them like they did just now. Give me the name, I report it internally. Is that all? That's all. If not, come to me again. Generally, they still value the opinions of B-level personnel, and this kind of thing is already a matter of military discipline, so it's absolutely okay to ask Su Lei. Sorry for the trouble. I treat you to dinner next time, Ed said with his hands clasped together. Don't synthesize meat. Got it. Chapter 21. So that's all? Sorry for the trouble. I've learned the details. I reported directly to the command center of their unit. Thank you. It's just a small matter. What else can I do? Su Lei raised her head again when she couldn't hear Hikue leaving as usual. Director Su, I heard that a batch of transport vehicles were hijacked in Mei City recently. Yes, but they were just ordinary waste dealers' express delivery vehicles, so your goods don't need to be in them. No, I just got the money. I want to ask Director Su if there is any good method. He was afraid of being robbed. Whether it was the goods being robbed, it was an unexpected disaster if the person was robbed. Method. She was an A-level engineer, so naturally there were people to help her with such things. As for B-level, she was a talented player, and didn't stay in B-level for many days. Here is this. Su Lei used her fingerprint to open a drawer at the bottom of the desk, and took out a small pistol that was only the size of a palm. Gun! Have you never seen it in the military academy? I have seen it, but I can't take it now. This kind of gun is not unfamiliar to him. He can even make one in 10 minutes if he has the materials. However, guns are prohibited here. Maybe they think every adjuster is a treasure, or maybe they think that having a gun is too dangerous and can easily lead to terrorist attacks. Everyone is done with it. Anyway, several materials for making guns are absolutely prohibited for ordinary people to own. It's okay. I will register it for you. Just return it tomorrow. It's not another test. Although he was attracted by the pistol in front of him, Hikue still had some hesitation in his heart. Okay, stop being so fussy. Don't ask me to take it back. Yes. Having a gun can definitely crush the opponent. Although the top adjusters can dodge bullets, ordinary people can't. Remember to change it back after use. Understood, thank you. After solemnly accepting the gun and checking the safety and other positions, Hikue tied the gun tightly to his belt and covered it with clothes. Okay, if you have nothing else to do, go out. Okay. Having successfully achieved his goal, Hikue clocked out and walked quickly towards the Port Waste Trade Union. Boss, how much are the materials for your micromagnetic levitation device now? Originally it was 1,000 per piece, but recently because the materials have increased, 975 will do. The boss said with his usual smile. Then we need 30 pieces, and then we also need 30 pieces for Harrow's materials, the explosion-proof shield, and the radar. Okay, you just came back from the front? Usually, if you can spend so much money so quickly, you must have won military merits. Yes. Congratulations. It's not a good thing, but it must be hard for you to clean up the battlefield. This is the money we earn, so it's not hard work. With your discount, it's about 42,075. I erased the zeros at the end, so 42,000 will be enough. The boss calculated in his mind and said skillfully, no problem. Hikue took the bracelet and swiped it, and half of the 100,000 was gone. However, these materials are enough for him to consume for 10 days, and he should be able to make a profit by selling them. As for the magnetic levitation device, it is an advanced version of the transport robot and is needed for the magnetic levitation Harrow he is researching. Moreover, according to his understanding, this material is very popular even in the Earth Union. Even if it cannot be sold, it should not fall too much if left alone. By the way, if you are in urgent need of money, I have an opportunity to make money here. Every time he came here, he was always looking for something to buy. Hikue was not surprised that the boss guessed that he was short of money and continued to ask. What opportunity? Mercenaries. Seeing that wars are becoming more and more frequent, they are in urgent need of engineers with battlefield experience. If you are a B-level engineer like you can get 20% of the reward for each mission, at least this amount. The boss raised 7 fingers. 70,000 for each mission, 20,000 more than the war like their world tree. But considering the danger, being a mercenary engineer is much more dangerous than being a researcher. He had no intention of changing his job, so without hesitation, Hikue shook his head and refused. Sorry, I don't like battlefields. The boss saw that Hikue refused so firmly, and did not persuade him again. Mercenaries are very dangerous, but they make money quickly. Wars, like the World Tree, may not happen once a year, but mercenaries have jobs of all sizes that never stop. It is indeed a good opportunity for those who are not afraid of death and have ambitions. Not only can they make money, but they can also expand their connections between the two forces through missions. Left the port. Hikue moved the bags of materials onto the small robot and tied them up. Then he cautiously covered the pistol on his waist and began to return to the urban area. The boss might think that it was really a good opportunity, but he didn't know that Hikue had a system, nor did he know that he didn't have the ambition to dominate the world stage, and he was afraid of death. Looking at the remaining 50,000 in his hand, Hikue decided to splurge again and have hot pot with Shurha using real meat today. Chapter 22. Someone. Just after coming out of the port, Hikue noticed several strange shadows behind him in the alley. Hikue's heart was immediately lifted, and he pretended to be indifferent and showed a shadow of a gun. Although it was dark here, the adjusters had good eyesight and should be able to see it. Sure enough, after Hikue made this move, he clearly felt that the shadows peeping behind him were a little less, but there were still 1 or 2 people following him. The gang committed crimes like a wolf pack. These people were professional robbers and had developed a fixed process. I'm afraid the 2 people behind him were just to confirm whether he was bluffing. There are still many fake guns on the market that are indistinguishable from the real thing. Can't relax? His hand was placed in a position where he could draw his gun at any time. Although his marksmanship was not strong, he had attended military school after all. At least his posture looked quite professional. He maintained a posture designed to draw his gun at any time and slowly turned off the safety. With a click, the figure behind him gradually left. And Hikue finally arrived at the station, and the most dangerous journey was over. Although the police force was extremely scarce, at least 1 or 2 policemen were deployed in such an important place as the station. After signaling to the 2 people in tight blue uniforms, Hikue got on the maglev automatic car and returned safely to the campus of Highland Design Bureau. The next day. With Su Lei's prior instructions, Hikue successfully returned the gun to Su Lei through the layers of security outside. I think I met those robbers yesterday. Did you really meet them? Su Lei opened her eyes wide in surprise and scanned Hikue's body. Are you okay? No, thanks to the gun. Obviously, if he hadn't pulled the safety yesterday, those people might really rush up. It's a mess outside now, so be careful and don't go out unless you have something to do. The lack of police force, the rising unemployment rate, the sudden emergence of various war taxes, and the sluggish market. Although the 5 major design bureaus seem to be calm inside, it is not the case outside. When a person is in a desperate situation and can't afford the rent or synthetic meat, he will naturally take risks. About this, I actually want to rent a house in the plant area outside. You are really afraid of death in the plant area. This is to be prepared. Okay, but let me be clear. I won't pay for you. I don't have much money. I didn't want Director Su to pay for me. I just wanted to ask if there is anyone Director Su trusts who can share the rent with me. Hikue didn't dare to let Su Lei pay for her, but Su Lei was the director after all, and her network must be better than his. Sharing the rent is also a solution. Okay, I help you, but don't hold too high hopes. Most people are not doing well now, and probably don't have the spare money. Su Lei sighed. She knew that there were many people who were in debt due to failed investments. That's enough, thank you. Hikue probably guessed that Su Lei would say this, and he was not too disappointed. In the few days, after saying goodbye to Su Lei, his extremely fulfilling life continued. Late at night, in his room, Haro in front of Hikue floated up slowly without using his legs. Under the setting of the program, the light in his eyes flickered, like a person blinking. Haro? Do you understand? Haro. Move this thing to the living room. Haro. The pink Haro, as big as a football, stretched out 2 arms from both sides of its body and lifted up the materials in front of it. However, when it floated to the door, the magnetic levitation device lost its function due to the change of the center of gravity. Seeing that Haro was about to fall, Hikue quickly caught Haro, but the materials in Haro's hands fell to the ground with a clang. Failed again. The movement logic of objects in the magnetic levitation state will also change. After all, Haro is not like a car that can just move forward straight, but needs to change the center of gravity of the sphere at any time according to the weight of the object, which leads to a surge in Haro's calculations, and the program needs to be streamlined. Did it fall again? Shura came out of her room and happened to see Hikue standing at the door thinking, and the mess on the ground. Sorry, did I disturb you? Not really, you go take a shower first. I help you clean up. You still have to go to work tomorrow. Shura put down the report in her hand and gently stroked Haro, who was held in Hikue's arms. Haro? So good. Chapter 23. Here. Shura accepted Haro, and Hikue's virtual panel changed slightly. You gave Shura Hanif's a gift, micro-component processing plus 30. Shura Hanif's favorability 100. Experience bonus 5. Micro-component processing B-level, 4236/10,000. Su Lei favorability 94. Experience bonus 5. Information engineering B-level, 2405/10,000. Unfortunately, his magnetic levitation transport Haro was not developed, otherwise it would probably be faster. You don't have to send me so many. Shura muttered quietly as usual. Although it can be said to be a couple's hobby, her Haro now has more than one football team, so she sent a lot of Haro back to her home in February City. It's okay, as long as you like it. He had to send it. If Shura didn't accept it, he would really have no tears to cry. Hikue, it seems that a genetically matched marriage is not a bad thing. Thinking of this, Shura's smile became a little gentler. She gently touched Haro's head, and let this Haro play with the other Haros on the ground. Your skills are really good now. You should be better than me in component processing. The pale pink and slightly dull Haro in the Haro group was the one that Hikue gave to Shura at the beginning. It has formed a sharp contrast with the new Haro now. After all, you are practicing, but it is still far from the real thing. Haro can't do things like cracking the door lock of the Archangel. The system program is not that sophisticated. Aslan is a ruthless person who can make a simulated bird at the age of elementary school. Don't worry, it will definitely get better. Shura raised her little face proudly and looked at Hikue with her watery eyes. Yeah, it will get better. The next day, Victoria's landing operation failed. Su Lei said directly after studying Haro in front of her. What? It failed, and Jean N of the 1st and 2nd Airborne Fleets were completely wiped out. Are there any survivors? The news of the operation should be kept secret not only outside, but also inside. All the Jean Ns of the 1st Fleet were killed, and many of the Jean Ns of the 2nd Fleet seem to have surrendered. The news will probably not be announced to the public. If I guess correctly, the Supreme Council will pass a resolution to launch a neutron jammer to the Earth. This was just a test. They had stopped the loss in time. Facts have proved that Jean N does not have much advantage under the gravity of the Earth and the precise radar lock. If they want to suppress the Earth, they can only release a neutron jammer. The prices of various materials may increase slightly recently. Stock up when you have time. The purpose of this descent operation is to secure more food. If the operation fails, and the plant food resources are already insufficient, the price will definitely continue to rise. But you only need to keep this news to yourself. Don't tell anyone, okay? I understand. In fact, even if Su Lei didn't tell him, Hikue would know tonight that his fiancée is a member of the Seraph faction and a top researcher in Class B. The director of the project there would also tell Shura about it. But I have another matter to ask you to come here today, about the house. Have you found someone to share the rent with? It's been just over a week, and you've found one? No, you're looking for 5 people, there aren't that many. It's not the plant area, but I might be able to help you apply for the director's dormitory area. A-level dormitory area? Yes, there's an empty room downstairs. Su Lei's eyes are so cute. Of course, it would be better if she didn't look at the plate of sour and spicy salad while talking. Wait, your house? Not really. I'm alone, and can't live in such a big house. Besides, the 2 spaces can be completely separated by the door on the stairs. It's similar to your current dormitory, but with fewer people. The single-floor area is the same as your dormitory. Of course, you have to pay me rent. Even if you budgeted about 4,000 a month, how about that? I asked Shura first. It should be no problem. Su Lei's proposal solved the gap before his promotion to A-level very well, and being neighbors with Su Lei could also speed up his progress. Then it's settled. You don't have to pay me 4,000 yuan for rent. Just deduct it from the food expenses. Food expenses? Any objections? Su Lei smiled cutely. No. It's better to say that this is also an opportunity to improve my impression. Well, that's it. Seeing Hikue agree so readily, Su Lei felt a little shy. She waved her hand and let Hikue leave. Chapter 24. Hikue quickly confirmed with Shurhi, and Shurhi happily agreed. After all, Area A is indeed safer than Area B, and living with the director can also ask more academic questions. However, on the second day after get-off work, he was blocked outside the researcher's door again by the HR manager, who he had only met twice. Hikue, Director Su's application has been rejected. No need to ask, Hikue looked at the manager's indifferent and arrogant eyes, which were completely different from the previous time when he discussed promotion with him, and he roughly understood what the other party meant, and this might be the real him. This manager, the other party has a relative who is a director, who is well known here. A higher rank can crush a person, not to mention that his position is actually equivalent to that of an A-level researcher. He thought he had made progress, but he was still being manipulated. The reality was still cruel, and he had no power to change it now. Hikue clenched his fists, exhaled again, and then bowed his head slightly. Okay, I understand. Thank you for telling me. Regardless of whether Su Lei had any relationship with this manager, he couldn't let Su Lei lose face. Su Lei had helped him a lot. Well, you are quite smart. Nodding proudly, the manager left, leaving only his back to Hikue. He had been using his connections to force Su Lei's genetic match because of his desire for Su Lei, and of course, he couldn't let anyone intercept it. This time it was a false joy. Thinking of her, he who was still happily talking about buying meat yesterday, Hikue felt guilty again. His strength was still too weak. The result of holding on was not only that Su Lei was embarrassed, but also that his job might be almost over. One's own strength is the hard truth. If he reaches a level sooner, he can get the dormitory inside, and even the manager has no reason to stop him, let alone dismiss him casually. Faced with the compromise and concession of reality, this has actually happened many times in the past 2 years. He also understands the need to bow his head, but every time it makes people uncomfortable. After sending a message to Shura, Hikue did not go home immediately. He had more and more things to sell, and the previous small shop could no longer eat, so he came here today, a large commercial complex community near the plant area, which is not as dangerous as going to the port, and this store called Mechanical Fan is distributed throughout the colony, so naturally it has a lot of bodyguards. Hello. The pretty girls in the store immediately smiled warmly when they saw Hikue. Hello, I want to sell machinery. I understand. The girls were not surprised at all, but still smiled and showed their bracelets. The two of them touched each other slightly, and the detailed data of the 20 Haros and 15 transport robots made by Hikue were sent to each other. The B-level technology is already sophisticated enough. We can buy it back at the price of 481 Haros and 751 transport robots. I heard that the market may fluctuate recently. Sir, you are well informed, but the price we recycle will not change, whether it goes down or up. I understand. The other party is large in size, and can distribute goods from the entire plant, so the internal price will not be so easily affected. Excuse me, sir, you have done all this independently, right? Yes. Hikue replied in confusion. It's like this. Our company has just established a talent cultivation and protection plan. If you are willing to cooperate with us in depth, you can get the right to use a 2-bedroom and 1 living room suite on the 15th to 20th floor of our store for 3 years, but it is limited to personnel who have been rated B-level micro-operation and B-level information engineering in the past year, and it can be transferred. Hearing this, Hikue was shocked. He tried to calm his voice and asked, suppressing his excitement. How can we cooperate? Be careful and cautious. Although this store is big, you can't be cheated. Promote to A-level within 1 year. Regardless of whether you are promoted to A-level or not, you must submit 10,000 transactions to our company every month within 3 years. Of course, our recycling price is absolutely fair. The price here is really not a big problem, but what if I don't reach A-level within a year, or I can't pay enough transactions? If you don't reach the A grade, it doesn't matter. We will just take back the house, and the contract will still be valid, but the contract period will be extended to 5 years. As for the transaction amount, it can be made up within 1 year, but if it cannot be completed within 1 year, there will be a penalty. If it is due to force majeure such as war, it will be postponed to 2 years, and of course, it will not affect your main job. Listening to the clerk's patient explanation, Hikue also understood in his heart. Calculating it this way, the other party is indeed not at a loss. The proof of being rated within 1 year is that it has potential and is likely to become a grade, and the 5-year B-grade technology output is enough for the company to earn back the rent for 1 year. If it becomes a grade, the transaction amount sold will definitely exceed 10,000, and it will be easier to earn it back. However, he has a system that basically means he can be promoted to A-level. It's just a matter of time. But if I become the chief engineer in the Hylian Design Bureau, I should be restricted from going out. He has only lived here for a few months. If it weren't for the bombing and the Fengjian spy incident that made Hikue worried, he wouldn't move around. However, to reach Su Lei's position, A-level alone is not enough. At least a more elite A-level category is required, and scientific research capabilities must also keep up. Therefore, he will not be restricted from going out in the short term, but just be prepared. We will return your technology coins according to the cost of rent. Okay, is it safe here? As you can see, it is absolutely safe. The clerk smiled faintly and nodded to the fully armed personnel outside the door. Hearing this, Hikue breathed a sigh of relief and said slowly, I can. The clerk smiled even more brightly when she heard this. She also got a generous commission for signing a talent. Please wait. Not long after, the clerk appeared again, and behind her was a strong middle-aged man in a tight suit. I am the manager here. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you on behalf of our company for your willingness to join our talent program. You are welcome. Hearing the other party's enthusiastic words, Hikue hurriedly said, the signing process is very simple. The two people's wristbands touch each other, and a document is transmitted to Hikue's mobile phone. After confirming the specific content in the mobile phone, Hikue copied his identity information into the file, which was considered as signing his name. Then this is our blank access control. You can choose a suite on the 15th to 20th floor upstairs at will. Looking at the extra program in the wristband, Hikue felt that the clouds of sorrow just now had all become a passing cloud. Chapter 25. Hikue, feeling relaxed, went home and quickly bought food in the mall and returned home. Is everything going well? Looking at Hikue's cheerful face, sure he couldn't help but smile and asked. It's not going well for Director Su. Hikue shook his head and told Shurhi about what happened today. That manager is too much. Shurhi said angrily. I will report him anonymously tomorrow. That's not necessary. Although Shurha is a Sarah faction, the director of the Highland Design Bureau is also a Sarah faction. These factions are intertwined, and a complaint alone will not be effective. However, Shurha should understand this point, but her personality is like this, open and aboveboard, and a little impulsive. The new residential area is a commercial complex, and the public security is guaranteed. The spy problem will not be so serious, and the 3-year housing period is just enough. Housing information is also confidential. As long as he is cautious and does not reveal his address, not many people will know which specific room he lives in. Moreover, he had studied the security inside carefully later, and it was at least A-level defense. As for the 3 years, although he didn't remember the specific plot, this war should not last until the 3rd year. And Hikue asked himself that his current value was not enough to assassinate him. But if you are promoted to chief engineer, you should be restricted from traveling. Sure, he asked. It doesn't matter, I can't be promoted that quickly. Promoting to A-level does not mean that he will become a chief engineer. Scientific research ability, experience, and loyalty all need to be considered. At least before he is sure that he can stand alone, he can't sit in that position even if he becomes A-level. Shurha didn't know why she seemed full of confidence in him. And the house can be transferred. When it's A-level, I can transfer it to my parents. The house in the design bureau can't be transferred, so the house in the commercial complex can meet this demand very well. That's true. Shurha happily picked up the meat that Hikue brought back and went into the kitchen. The next day. Sorry, the petite girl said with a guilty look on her face after being called into the office by Su Lei. I've already taught him a lesson. I apply again after a while. Don't worry. He won't dare to mess around again. No need. In fact, I've already signed a contract with Mechanic Fan. The talent plan of Mechanic Fan? Su Lei asked after hearing that Mechanic Fan was stunned. Yes. That's good. Do you have any idea about the radar group plan of AMEWAC-01? Su Lei was stunned and quickly continued. No. AMEWAC-01 Early Warning Air Command Type Dean Special Electronic Warfare Prototype is a derivative of the AMF-101 Dean, a mass-produced aircraft designed for use within the Earth's atmosphere, developed by the MS-R&D Department of the Highland Design Bureau. It is also their latest aircraft developed after the ZGMF/TAR X-1 Tactical Air Reconnaissance Type Gene. Although it is called the latest development, in fact, the plan for Dean has been in place for a long time. This time, Dean has been successfully tested and can be put into production. Naturally, their reconnaissance module must be moved from Gene to replace it. Fortunately, the structure is similar, and the reconnaissance module can be used universally. They only need to study multiple sets of radars for the atmosphere. AMEWAC-01, as the name suggests, is a warning and command aircraft. Because of the previous reconnaissance type Gen, the radar device in the atmosphere has been barely studied, but of course, it has not been more finely debugged and field tested. In order to increase the flight range and hovering time, this aircraft not only does not carry weapons, but also many parts of the exterior are different from the original Dean. The azure blue body is the camouflage of the sky, and the paint used is also the paint of ferrite powder that can absorb electromagnetic waves. The back is no longer a flexible 6 pairs of deformable wings, but has become a shape like an airplane wing. There are also corresponding engines on the wings to increase the speed and obtain the highest speed in the subsonic domain. The solution that Su Lei asked about was also one of the problems that was bothering them at the moment. The vertical tail added to the back for aerodynamic optimization directly blocked the installation of their radar, causing the disc-shaped radar to be handheld. However, for the convenience of reconnaissance, Dean's seat could be rotated 90 degrees, allowing him to perform ground reconnaissance while flying at a level altitude. However, now he had to hold such a big pot cover in his hand to block his vision, making it impossible for him to see anything. It was also not conducive to the flexibility of the aircraft. The aerodynamics team and the radar team argued over this every day. Then go back and think about it. Ah? He doesn't need to think about it. Is he trying to pass the buck? Ah, what? Just treat it as a research topic. If you can't think of it, make 2 more dishes and bring them over. Remember to put more hot and sour sauce. Okay. He suspected that Su Lei just wanted 2 more dishes, but he had no evidence. Chapter 26. 3 days passed, and there was no rest time to check the houses in the commercial area. Hikue received good news again. Success? In his room, Hikue looked at Harrow floating in front of him with a set of tools in his hand and smiled. He said that with his B-level ability, he would definitely be able to do it if he worked harder. Take it to the living room. Harrow. After hearing Hikue's instructions, Harrow floated slowly to the living room at a speed similar to that of a normal person walking. He came straight into the sight of Shurha, who was holding a computer and writing a paper. It's done. After only looking at Harrow in front of her, Shurha also jumped up from her seat excitedly. Yes, it's not easy. Now Shurha will have a helper in the future. Hikue, thank you. Shurha held Harrow in her hand. Her many experiences made her accept the gift without saying anything. There was no other way. No matter how much she refused, Hikue would definitely find a way to make her accept it. Shurha is my first product tester. His experience points only increased by 35 by 15 this time, but Hikue was not too sad. After all, as long as the system difficulties are overcome, the manufacture of this Harrow is not much more difficult than the ordinary explosion-proof Harrow. Then the next step is this. After saying goodbye to Shurha, Hikue returned to the room and took out a box of 5 PG remote control models, which were exactly the style of ordinary Dean. Recently, he has not made Gene in just for Dean. When they officially gain a foothold on the Earth, Dean will definitely be known to people, and the plant government will also take the opportunity to promote it. He is hoarding it now, and will make a big profit at once. But he didn't take this out now to imagine the future. Picking up one of the Deans, Hikue disassembled the model. It was filled with slightly rough circuits, and the processor was placed in the cockpit. Soon, a Dean was perfectly disassembled into parts in Hikue's skillful hands. He promised Su Lei to conceive the design of the Air Command Type Dean, and he still had to do it. If he was too perfunctory, it might reduce his favorability. As for why he disassembled the old one, there was no other way. He hadn't had the opportunity to buy materials recently, so he could only make do with it for the time being. He put the low-strength composite metal removed from Dean into a special casting box similar to a 3D printer. There were several miniature joysticks inside. Through the computer controller and the pre-drawn design, a pair of wings of the Air Command Type Dean began to slowly take shape in Hikue's hands. Next, there is the restoration of the interior of the cockpit and the subtle structure. Hikue was thinking about this when the untimely bird calls outside the window suddenly interrupted his thoughts. As the sky gradually turned pale, the entire colony also welcomed the first ray of sunshine in the morning under the accurate control of the computer. There were still 3 hours left before work. Hikue lamented that time was really not enough, and then he reluctantly laid down on his bed. Now he could make these models easily. If both abilities reached a level, his speed should be able to be improved, at least reaching the entry requirements for real development. But theoretical knowledge still needs to be improved. Without theoretical knowledge, how can others give him projects? No matter how good his skills are, he can only continue to help Su Lei. Maybe it would be the best for him to be promoted to Su Lei's deputy. Of course, he can also be a substitute, as a reserve talent, and he can take over when he is qualified or when others have problems. Let's keep working hard with our feet on the ground. Thinking about it, Hikue's consciousness gradually became hazy. Chapter 27. In the high floors of the commercial and residential building near the plant area, although it is similar to the pigeon building he lived in before, Everyone lives together in the high-rise building, but this high-rise building is similar to the high-end apartment building he remembered. The per capita living area is much larger than that of the central city, and it is also close to the company near the plant area. In order to save manpower, no one entertained. As long as Hikue finished looking at the house and confirmed it with the bracelet, the program would automatically lock the door of this house, which was very convenient. The location of the houses is similar. Do you want to take another look? The layout and interior of these houses are the same, and even the orientation is similar. In fact, there is no need to choose. However, the higher you live, the better the view. Because it is close to the plant area, there are not many views from high-rise buildings. You can see the jungle, and outside the jungle is the ocean. It is not for beauty, but to maintain the ecology of the colony. Otherwise, they have too many people to live in, so they have to build a huge ocean for fish to live in. Speaking of which, I haven't eaten fish for a long time. Hikue sighed, while looking at the endless ocean in the distance on the terrace on the 17th floor. Because there is no curvature of the earth here, the sight is farther than before. Of course, most people will not notice this subtle difference. After all, there are tall buildings everywhere, and the sight is blocked before the horizon is seen. This Shurha also smacked her lips when she heard Hikue's words. Although she is not a person with a strong appetite, she has not eaten it for a long time, and she also missed it a little. To maintain ecological balance, marine life is needed, but the marine life here is just some algae that maintains basic circulation, and ornamental fish whose meat is even worse than synthetic meat. Eating too much will affect the artificial balance of the colony's ecology. When the council funded the construction of plant, they had already thought about it. Since food was banned, how could they put fish in the sea? To eat a fish, they had to transport it from Earth to plant. Even when they hadn't broken up with the council, eating fish was a luxury, let alone now. Sooner or later we will attack back the Earth. Shurha raised her little hand on the balcony facing the sea as if swearing. Yeah. Hikue was used to Shurha's occasional bold words, which were quite cute, but this matter was beyond his ability. Then let's go with this one. Hikue changed the subject and said that although it was not the highest, it was inconspicuous in the middle, and was quite good. Okay, let's go with this one. Hearing Shurha's words, Hikue also lowered his head and began to operate on the bracelet, and the door of the room was automatically locked. It's done. I pass the key program to you. I ask someone to move some of the sundries over. You can only take the sensitive items yourself. In fact, there weren't many sensitive items, just some personal documents and the models of the new machines that Hikue made himself. As for the documents in the laboratory, they were definitely not allowed to be taken out. It's okay. I just happen to have your Harrow. As Shurha said this, Harrow at his feet also floated up quietly, and he called Harrow with full energy. Okay. The two of them didn't have many personal belongings except for some work documents, books and Harrow. They only had a few sets of clothes. When they went out, they wore research clothes except for shopping and buying vegetables. They wore red clothes for some formal activities. As for Hikue, it was almost the same. We took the hover car back home and were ready after a little packing. Where are you going, Mr. Hikue? Because it was a weekend, there were many neighbors and colleagues downstairs. Seeing the two people carrying their luggage with the transport robot, they asked curiously. Moved. Hikue replied. Hey, where to move? It's hard to rent a house outside now, and it's not safe. A colleague from the same department advised. Move to the commercial complex. As soon as Hikue finished speaking, the people around him were speechless, and their eyes obviously changed. Surprised, stunned, and unbelievable eyes fell on Hikue. Hikue, are you willing to do this? Although they all have the money to rent there, they don't have much spare money after renting. In this messy situation, most people will not do this. It's safer after all. That's right. Hearing Hikue's words, everyone recalled the previous bombing. Although the real culprit was caught, the Blue Cosmos could not be killed completely. God knows when another batch will appear. Everyone accepted Hikue's explanation, and did not doubt it anymore. Hikue was relieved. After all, for safety, the specific address should be known by as few people as possible. God knows if there are any spies here. In this way, under the envious eyes of everyone, Hikue and Shurha finally left the design bureau. Chapter 28. The days after the move were peaceful again. Hikue only gave a few Harrow to two people. The price-performance ratio was too outrageous. It would be better to sell them like models. Harrow's gift-giving strategy was the most cost-effective. What happened today? So many dishes? Hikue looked at the table of dishes from the mechanical fan downstairs after the transaction and was surprised. Hikue, my application was approved. Sure, his face was happy, but also a little guilty and worried. Are you applying for a battle? Well, to be precise, it's the Ouroboros battle. Why is it so smooth this time? There has been no progress on the beam weapon, and we don't have enough manpower. There are only 20 soldiers in each class, and if you add the ones who died in the previous battle, there are probably only about 12 people in this class. Will it be dangerous? Which combat unit are you in? Faced with Hikue's constant concern, Shura felt even more guilty. It won't be too dangerous. I'm not the first to go down, but... Obviously, the following part involves confidential information, but Shura paused and continued. But I will be the second group of troops to be responsible for the construction and defense of the Carpinteria base. This is also part of Operation Ouroboros. Hikue actually knew this, and Sule also told him about it. Operation Ouroboros consists of 3 main axes. The first is to ensure the military base on Earth, that is, the location of the Oceania Union in Carpinteria, where Australia used to be. The second is to suppress the spaceport and mass accelerator base to block the Earth Union on Earth. Finally, neutron jammers are scattered on Earth. The combination is the Equatorial Blockade Operation and the Ouroboros Operation. Hikue bowed his head and thought. I'm sorry. The two sat on the sofa, and Sure his 2 soft jade hands gently wrapped around Hikue's hands. Then I apply for it too. Not long after, Hikue raised his head again from silence and smiled. No need, if it's because of me. Shura shook his head quickly. It's not all because of Shura. Director Su had told me about this. The Aerial Dean also needs someone to test and maintain it on the battlefield and collect data. The maintenance team at the front had never seen this type of machine. Although most of the parts were similar to Gene N, it still needed the guidance of relevant technicians. Radar was even more so because it was a precision instrument. Although it was dangerous, Su Lei ensured he had both gone down, so it was useless for him to stay here. In his memory, the Carpinteria base should have been successfully established. Hikue. Shure's eyes gradually turned red. She knew very well how much Hikue cherished his life, and she always respected his choice. Compared with the front line, he could also create corresponding value in the rear. The reason why Hikue did this was because of her. It was obviously her selfish idea, but she was forced to give it to Hikue who loved her. Guilt and emotion mixed in her heart and gradually turned into deep love. Slowly, their lips overlapped together, without desire, just a simple kiss. Be safe. The lips parted, Shura shyly shrank in Hikue's arms, her furry little head rubbed against his arms, and the sound was transmitted to Hikue's heart through the vibration of the chest. Shura is the one. Let's go to Earth and eat fish together. Hikue stroked Shura's soft long hair and said softly. Yeah. The next day. I'm going to Carpinteria. Have you thought about it? I said someone can replace you this time. No need. It's because of your fiancé. Thinking of the list she received yesterday, Su Lei sighed and envied Hikue's fiancé. Yeah, Hikue did not refute it. It was indeed because of them. Okay, I report it for you. This will be good for your future. And what do you think of your plan? About this. Hikue took out a tablet from behind him. You canceled the jet on the rear skirt and replaced it with a radar. Well, in this way, through a simple hydraulic structure, the radar will appear on the back of the aircraft in flight, just like the radar early warning aircraft on Earth in the past. The thrust brought by the rear skirt itself is not too strong. We can add a jet port on each wing. But this will affect the mobility of the back of the legs. The feet are just decorations. The bigwigs above won't understand, especially for this type of airborne early warning, which has no weapons. Can you kick the enemy fighter jets directly when they approach? I'm afraid only a few red-clothed people can do this. If the catapult doesn't need the feet to be ejected, landing will also be a problem. I think it's better to remove the feet. After listening, Su Lei was silent. Although she seemed to be classified as someone who didn't understand by Hikue, she had to say that what Hikue said seemed to make some sense. I will submit this plan. After technical discussions, if it is feasible, we may start testing on Earth. You will come with me to the seminar the day after tomorrow and make a detailed report using PPT. Understood. After work, Hikue went home and brought a car full of more than 10 Harros of various species to Lux's fan meeting before starting to make PPT. Mr. He, you are here again. Why did you bring so many today? The girl at the front desk smiled bitterly halfway through her speech. There was nothing she could do, because the dozen Harros behind Hikue were too eye-catching. Yeah, I might be busy later, so I just sent the next one in advance. Hikue smiled. He was not very diligent in sending gifts. When the favorability bonus was 0, Giving gifts to Lux was not cost-effective at all, but there was no other way. At least the stronger he could be, the money could be earned again, but he only had one life. After Lux received it this time, it should be enough for him to rush to the middle of sea level, which is about the same strength as the elite green clothes. It seems that Mr. Hikui is really a die-hard fan of our Lux, so let me register you first, the girl said with the enthusiasm of a fan meeting a fellow traveler. Thank you. Chapter 29. According to the above information, although the legs can stabilize the center of gravity in the ground station, they are not too important for the use of Dean as an early warning aircraft, and the hands freed by the legs can provide more uses. In the audience, there were relevant persons in charge of the Dean General Development Department, the Aerodynamic Group, the Radar Group, etc., all of whom were rarely seen. Hikui explained the plan in the middle of the podium with a tense face. Can you guarantee the structural strength? No problem. The structure is made completely according to the strength of the joints of a normal Jin. Unless the attack hits the joints directly, it is not so easy to destroy directly. However, radar is a precision instrument after all. If the radar is directly hit, it will fail. As he said this, Hikui laid the early warning model of Dean on the table face down, and raised the radar originally on the rear skirt armor to a position slightly higher than the wing. At first glance, it looks like an old Earth early warning aircraft installed on a humanoid weapon, which is quite strange. Did you make this model as well? The person in charge at the front asked curiously. Yes. Well, we understand. The person in charge at the front nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Hikui. You can go back first. Okay. Hikui bowed and left the meeting room. How is it? Shurha, who had just left the meeting room and was waiting outside the door, stepped forward and asked with concern. It's okay, they are still discussing it. Hikui really didn't expect that the plan would be submitted by Su Lei and discussed so seriously. Maybe he is unexpectedly talented in this aspect, but he didn't know whether it would be adopted, so Hikui was not too optimistic. It's also amazing. Shurha's eyes were shining with envy. Let's go first, and buy some vegetables to take back. Okay, Hikui should take a rest these 2 days? It's okay. Although it was slow, there was progress. People are habitual. It would be hard to start again after stopping. It is better to stick to it from the beginning. Okay, don't get too tired. Don't worry. Time rushed to 2 days before the operation officially started. Congratulations, the plan was approved. Su Lei smiled faintly in the office with only 2 people. Ah, it was approved just now. After all, your idea is still very novel. Of course, you are not the only one who has approved the plan. We will wait for the construction of the Carpinteria base to be completed before the official test. Is that so? Hearing this, Hikui's original happiness faded. After all, if the plan is passed, he will definitely get a bonus. Well, we are also on Earth, so it is convenient to test. Several other plans will also be handed over to us for actual machine testing, as well as the performance of Dean's radar, and the guidance of the body maintenance. We will be busy on Earth, Su Lei said, and sent the information of 3 early warning Dean test aircraft to Hikui. One of them is his plan, the other is to directly hold the radar group in his hand, and the last one is to fix the radar group on Dean's arm as a radar group as a shield. But because Dean's arm itself cannot support the radar group, and it is blocked by the wing behind, the entire radar group is divided into 2 parts, and then merged together when used. Do we have to test all of this? The adjuster is not enough, and the reward this time will not be small. I understand. Then go back and get ready, sleep well, and rest tomorrow. Okay. Chapter 30. Earth, his former home, he never thought that one day he would be able to look down on the Earth from this angle. Didn't you see enough of the world tree back then? Su Lei coquettishly complained to Hikui, who was staring at the Earth. When the world tree was there, we were still so far away. How could it be so spectacular now? Spectacular? Su Lei shrugged. Born and raised in Plant, she didn't feel much when looking at the azure planet in front of her. The battle has begun. Through the reinforced glass of the bridge, Hikui clearly saw the heat from the friction of countless landing pods turned into flames, and hit the ground like a meteor shower of God's punishment on the world. For ZFT. The captain of their flagship whispered in the silent bridge. Let's go, we have to start preparing too. Su Lei's words interrupted Hikui's thoughts. Okay. They also needed to use the landing pods for landing. In order to avoid being targeted or other unexpected situations, they only operated the most ordinary gene in. The already crowded cockpit was forced to squeeze 1 person in. Hikui felt Kira's pain at that time. Fortunately, Su Lei's small body was not as strong as Ma Lu's. What are you thinking about? Sue lay squeezed in the corner of the driver's seat at this time, squinting her eyes, and said dangerously, "No, I was just thinking about why we have to drive a machine." "Of course, it's because I can't drive a MS," Sue lay said unhappily. "Then wouldn't it be better for you to go to the red-clothed man next door? A landing cabin has 4 machines. In addition to the one they are operating, there is also a 3-person combat team dedicated to protecting Sue lay's safety." "No, absolutely not." "Oh, be careful of shaking." Perhaps because of his high favorability, Hikue didn't care at this time. Although he had just launched a neutron jammer to the Earth to cause chaos in the Alliance, he would definitely be attacked by a small force if he descended like this. If he was unlucky or had poor skills, he might still die. As he said this, accompanied by a violent shaking, it was obvious in the cockpit that the scenery outside had turned red, as if it was stained with blood. First armor stripping, deceleration to Mach 4, good angle, 30 seconds before forced cooling stops, pneumatic control begins. The authority to control the landing capsule is in the hands of the man in red, and he is also reporting various data at this time. Hikue's hand on the joystick is loose and tight, tight and loose. Unlike the last time in the rear, the place where he is about to land is the front line. "Are you nervous?" Sue lay's hand covered Hikue's gloved hand. "It's okay. It's fine." Sue lay had just finished speaking when the communication from the captain's machine sounded again. Alpha 1 calls all aircraft, box formation, check the gun chamber loading, and the shield is fixed. Bravo 2, confirmed. Charlie 3, confirmed. Delta 4, confirmed. Hikue said at last. "The second outer armor is peeling off. Delta 4, pay attention to the distance." Delta 4 understands. "Break through the troposphere, slowed down to 0.9 Mach, stop cooling, and the posture is good. Landing location, coordinate tracking fixed, start." With the end of the communication, the landing capsule was unfixed, and the 4 aircraft fell to the ground from mid-air through jet deceleration. Missiles are coming from the front, defend. Facing the small destroyer force that came temporarily from the Atlantic Federation, a few missiles did not pose a direct threat to Gene In. The 4 aircraft raised their machine guns together, and the missiles that had lost their accuracy due to the lack of radar were destroyed one after another. The effect of the neutron jammer is better than expected. Her eyes had gotten used to the scenery in front of her. Looking at the one-sided battlefield, Sue lay also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Earth Union could not organize an army in a short period of time due to the sudden energy and communication problems. "Yes, then let's get started." Hikue controlled Gene In and followed the other 3 aircraft to the hinterland of Carpinteria. With the continuous airdrop of materials in Carpinteria, they all needed to participate in the construction of the basic military base. Chapter 31. After 36 hours of sleepless work, the base has completed the most basic construction, and the rest can be handed over to others. Thank you for your hard work. Looking at the ordinary food on the stainless steel plate in front of him, Hikue couldn't help but shed tears. This is the meal provided by the Oceania Federation, but yours is a special officer meal with an extra fish. Sue lay also had a satisfied expression on her face, and it was hard not to suspect that the reason she wanted to come to Earth so much before was simply to eat. Take a break after eating. The first batch of Dean and 3 test aircraft will arrive in 6 hours. You will be needed for maintenance and inspection then. Okay. Even if you are an adjuster, you will still be tired after working for a day and a half without sleep. Once you relax and eat and drink enough, you will feel sleepy. However, there are still things in your mind that you are worried about. After eating, Hikue did not rest with everyone. "Hello, where is the second batch of construction troops on the front line now?" "Ah!" The soldiers on the main road, who were disturbed, showed dissatisfaction on their faces. Lack of sleep made the officers here more irritable. However, this irritability was restrained after seeing Hikue's work badge of Hylon Design Bureau. "Sorry, I don't know much, but if it is the second batch, they should be concentrated on the shore to build bunkers and lay mines." "Okay, thank you." After politely thanking him, Hikue continued to walk towards the coastline along the muddy road that had just been leveled. Speaking of which, Hanif's fiancé also got his achievements at the Hylon Design Bureau by borrowing from others. I wonder if he is in love with Director Sue. I didn't expect he is a Lolita lover. Ahem, am I interrupting your chat? Hikue's words interrupted everyone, and Hikue also looked at the few people who were gossiping in front of him. Spreading rumors privately and disrupting military discipline, I will report it to your person in charge. Sorry. The few green-clothed people who were discovered stood up in panic. Okay, if you have the energy to talk, go back to construction. Yes. Several people responded quickly, a red-clothed man and an engineer. It was fine if they talked about it in private, but if the other party really complained, they would be in big trouble. They spread out cursing in their hearts, and Ikue frowned. This rumor must be curbed, otherwise it will be bad for his reputation, and may reduce his favorability. Moreover, if some people who are equal to them, or even higher know about it, they may even embarrass them in person. From past experience, this kind of thing is still very likely to happen. The easiest way to curb such rumors is to make some achievements, or be promoted to A-level. There is no need to think about A-level in a short time. The test aircraft project can solve the urgent problem. In short, his ability as an engineer has not been recognized by everyone. Finally, after walking for a while, Hikue saw a dashing girl in a red driving suit who had just got off Jean in front of him. Of course, if you ignore the black eyes, she will be more lovely. Sure, huh? Why are you here? I'm a little worried about you. Are you okay? Nothing. There were a few small attacks before, but we quickly repelled them. Now they are afraid, and will wait for the main force to arrive. You should go and rest. Shurha looked at Hikue's panda eyes, and said that they didn't have much time to reminisce before repelling the joint attack. You too. Seeing him, Hikue felt relieved. He felt sleepy again, and Su returned to his temporary tent. At least, he had to recuperate well before he could test the machine. Chapter 32. Wake up! Wake up! Su Lei's urging voices rang in his ears, and Hikue gradually woke up. Hikue struggled to get up from the bed, and quickly came to his senses. His eyes gradually regained clarity. Has the body arrived? Yes, you have slept for 6 hours. Sorry, I'm too tired. Usually he could get by with 3 hours of sleep a day, but after arriving on Earth, he had been working non-stop, and without any rest time, even his biological clock was messed up. That's normal. Anyway, get up and follow me. Su Lei couldn't do the main construction here as she came here. She just had to help assemble and arrange the radar positions in the base. This job was much easier than Ikue's infrastructure construction in the airtight cockpit. Okay. Without any nonsense, Hikue stood up and rubbed his face, and then followed Su Lei out of the tent. It stinks. Didn't you change your clothes? As soon as she walked out of the tent, the wind blew along Hikue towards Su Lei, and a sour smell made the girl cover her nose quickly. Where are the clothes? The supplies are still up there. The airdrop supplies must be given priority to base construction now, and only people of Su Lei's level can get a change of clothes. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I applied for a few sets for you. Forget it. As they talked, they walked out of the road covered by the trees. The first thing they saw was the bright midday sun, which hit Hikue's face directly, and made him close his eyes. The sun on Earth is different from the sun on our side. Su Lei stretched out her hand to shield the sun from her head and sighed. It's different. Although he had seen the sun a lot before, it had been several years since then, and he was not used to seeing it again. Especially the burning sensation on his body made Hikue sweat again. The whole person exuded a foul smell like cooked kitchen waste, which made Su Lei take a step back. What's wrong? I don't dislike you. Facing Hikue's gaze, the girl's face flushed slightly. Well, let's go. He is not a Lolita fan. He is definitely not a Lolita fan. Muttering, the two of them quickly came to another hangar in the base. A bunch of muddy Jean stood here, and there were countless maintenance personnel busy on the side. What do you mean by too much mud and stuck in it? Do you know how long it takes to clean the leg sprayer? If this is the case, it might as well replace its legs. The monitor over there is stuck with bird shit. Go and clean it up. Don't worry about that jet for now. How high can you expect to fly on Earth? The on-site preparations were in full swing, and Hikue couldn't help but look at the petite girl. I know, the legs are useless. I didn't design them. Su Lei stabbed Hikue with a knife in the eye. The two walked a little further, and the place further inside was obviously free of the noise outside. The brand new Jean ends were also very different from the damaged ones outside. Without Su Lei's explanation, Hikue roughly guessed that these should be newly dropped messes. That's all. Walking all the way to the innermost part, the purple body, the round head, and the folded wings, like a flying cockroach, it was Dean. Director Su. The staff responsible for Dean's renovation greeted the two of them after seeing them. We are here to check the radar function. Su Lei took the initiative to step forward. Her small body looked mature, like a child pretending to be an adult. But the other party didn't dare to laugh. Yes, we received the order. Please come in. The joint forces may come at any time, and we need to trouble Director Su. No problem. Let's start now. Hikue followed Su Lei, and quickly came to the main control computer connected to the radar device on Dean's head. Chapter 33. There is no abnormality in the radar function. It took more than an hour to check the 8 Deans. Thank you for your hard work. The latest airdrop has just arrived. The leading officer motioned the two to look behind them. 3 sky blue Deans of different shapes were being carried to the hangar by transport vehicles. As soon as the inspection is completed, we can attack. After listening to the officer's words, the two of them focused their attention on the 3 Deans. The cockpit that can accommodate 3 people seemed much heavier than the average Dean. Where's the pilot? He's on his way. Okay, thank you. After watching the officer leave in a hurry, Su-Lei looked at the boy beside her. Are you ready? Not bad. What was slightly different from the last time was that this time, due to the lack of manpower for the test and the interference of the neutron jammer, Hikue needed to choose one of the planes as a data collector to collect the data of the 3 planes and then send it back to Su-Lei at the base. As for which one Hikue chose, there was no need to ask. It must be the one he chose, the one with a particularly huge rear skirt armor. It's okay. According to calculations, the radar function should be able to evacuate before the enemy finds us. Yes. Are you relieved? Not too relieved, but there is no way. Fortunately, he only needs to go this time. He will definitely stay at home after returning. It would be best to persuade Shurha to stay and plant with him. However, seeing that the plan he participated in designing has truly become a giant robot, Hikue's heart is still filled with lofty ambitions. Being able to build such a huge robot by yourself, and a one-eyed one at that, is probably what most men dream of. The excitement temporarily dispelled Hikue's anxiety. Then, let's see how you prove that your legs are useless. Su-Lei winked playfully. They didn't have much time. As long as the preparations were completed, they would set off immediately and act as an early warning aircraft. Don't worry. After the preparations were completed, 9 people including Hikue also arrived at the scene. The pilots in charge of the operation were not the red ones, but the 3 green ones, but they were all elite green ones. This also showed the importance the design bureau attached to this test. Hello, Mr. He. As soon as he entered the cockpit, the main pilot saluted Hikue. Hello, please take care of me this time. Hikue returned the salute, which was not very customary, and then greeted each other with the green-clad girl, who was arranged to be the communicator next to him. The leg movements of this machine are not flexible. In order to prevent misoperation, the system has also made restrictions on related movements. Please pay attention when operating. Hikue reminded from his seat. Okay, I understand, but if it is powered by Dean, you don't need to use your feet as long as you fly into the sky. That's right. Stop chatting. Each machine starts self-checking. As Su-Lei commanded, the 3 machines started up at the same time, and the red eye on Dean's head suddenly lit up. The display screen in front of Hikue and others reflected the boring scene in the hangar. The central pattern generator is normal, the hydraulic system is normal, the multi-drive system is normal, the monitoring system is normal, the main system is online, the auxiliary system is started, and the test machine number 1 is ready. Test machine number 2 is ready. Test machine number 3 is ready. The remote monitoring system is online normally. So let's go. I wish you all good luck. Su-Lei gave the order, and the 3 machines started up and flew into the blue sky. Chapter 34. Because it was a warning mission, the aircraft canceled most of its power after reaching the appropriate altitude and entered the warning mode. In the warning mode, the aircraft also maintained the wings above and the body downward. Because the entire cockpit had a 90-degree rotation function, they would not feel too dizzy in this mode. They still sat in the right direction, but the monitor screen in front of them changed to the scenery below the aircraft. All they could see was the azure blue water, which was the vast Gulf of Carpentaria. Because the Gulf of Carpentaria itself is in the shape of a U, and the inside of the U is the Gulf of Carpentaria, so it goes without saying that the Earth Federation, which lacks ground combat power in Australia, an Oceania country, will only attack here through the Coral Sea or the Arafura Sea. No matter where they come from, they will always appear at the top of the U, so the 3 aircraft divided 3 areas at the top for continuous flight alert. The area they allocated is in the middle. In terms of distance, the Arafura Sea is closer to the East Asian Republic of the Earth Federation, but considering that the East Asian Republic is not so hostile to them, the possibility of the Atlantic Federation attacking directly from the Coral Sea still exists. Mr. He, where do you think they will come from? The main pilot asked, looking at the dry sea. I don't know, but they will come anyway. In any case, retreat immediately after receiving the message. This machine is not armed at all. But this place is really big. The girl who was the communicator couldn't help but sigh. From the monitor in the air, you can see the endless ocean, which is indeed wider than the colony satellite but can see the end at a glance. Yes. Alert is a boring job, especially when the aircraft can cruise for about 4 hours in low-power alert mode. Not only does someone have to stare at the screen, but someone else has to analyze the data. No one can rest, and 2 hours have passed. Calling Carpinteria Base, aircraft shadows found, number 4, location -9.853, 142.279, repeat. Accompanied by the calls and the communication, Hikue straightened his back instantly. Mission completed, return home. Test aircraft number 2 has been found flying towards our position. The communicator said in panic, because the 3 aircraft were all flying steadily, and at this time, 2 of them were close to each other, and they had no time to turn when they flew back, so they naturally flew straight to the middle. Is aircraft number 2 the split radar? Could it be a performance problem that led to it being discovered in advance? Before Hikue could think about it, he saw that the aircraft was falling straight down at the critical moment. What are you doing? There was no response to Hikue's question. He looked like he had fainted. He saw that aircraft number 2 in front of him began to gradually enlarge at an extremely high speed, and 4 fighters followed closely behind, from a small black dot to visible to the naked eye in less than a second. The opponent had already rushed towards them, a living target. There was no time to think about why this person fainted. Hikue directly took over the driving authority with a higher authority. The ability of the elite green suit began to be exerted. After unfastening the fixation between the rear skirt armor and the radar device in the system, the hand of the body grabbed the radar of the rear skirt armor, and while the body rotated under the action of various micro-pneumatic jets, it also threw the radar in its hand towards the Vanguard fighter to block their speed for a while, and without any hesitation. It returned to flying state, and began to fly towards the Carpinteria base. After a dangerous escape along the way, they finally dodged the 3rd missile, and found their base in sight. Dean's troops were also approaching them quickly. Dean quickly fired his gun. Although he missed, he successfully helped Hikue escape from the pursuit of the fighter plane. Hikue, what happened? As soon as he got out of the cockpit, Hikue saw Su Lei looking worried below. The pilot fainted. Hikue didn't know whether he was embarrassed or the pilot was embarrassed. The adjuster could faint. If he hadn't been familiar with the system of the machine and his improved strength, he might not have come back alive. Take a break, thank you for your hard work. Not for now, where's the data? Su Lei was stunned when she heard Hikue's words. Su Lei's favorability 95 has this actually improved? Devotion to work is the most important thing. Seeing the medical staff carrying the driver over there, Hikue, who was excited, did not go forward to join in the fun, but followed Su Lei back to the monitoring room in the bunker. The data has been roughly compared. From the data, your design and the performance of the number 3 unit are almost the same, but the separated radar of the number 2 unit still has many defects. The idea is good, but it cannot be realized for the time being. As the girl spoke, the data on the screen in front of him began to scroll. Before he finished reading, he saw the roar of explosions causing the earth to tremble, and the surrounding trees began to shake visibly. The attack is from the Pacific Fleet, we are still safe here. Su Lei's eyes did not leave the screen in front of him while speaking. Okay. He only hoped that this desperate effort would allow his machine to be successfully selected, otherwise it would be a waste of life. Come to think of it, you actually threw the radar away. There's nothing I can do about it. Hikue swiped his nose unnaturally. Don't worry, the situation was critical at the time, and I won't deduct your money for this. I just didn't expect your driving skills to be so good. I saw that your information says green clothes. Thanks to the high level of information engineering, Hikue's understanding of the system has become more and more in-depth, and his operation has been close to the level of red clothes. It's a fluke. If you can, please don't let me drive again. Hikue gave a bitter smile. He would rather improve himself in a safe and steady way. Fighting and killing were not suitable for him at all. I go back after things get stable here. Maybe I can have a few more meals before I go back. Ignoring the huge explosions in the air, Su Lei licked her lips with her pink tongue, looking very greedy. If there are utensils here, I can do it. Really? Well, but what? Su Lei stared at Hikue. Although the food here was fresh, she liked sour and spicy food. If Hikue could do it, it would be the best. I think there seems to be a lot of redundancy in the materials dropped this time. You want to take it? It's not impossible, but you can't take too much. Don't worry, just make Haro. The materials here are much better than those second-hand materials from the scrap dealer. They can be used after a little recasting with the machine, and the experience points will definitely increase. He has been envious for a long time when building the base. This attack made his sense of crisis even stronger. Maybe he can't escape the business trip in the future, but at least he has to improve his strength a little bit. That's fine, but you really like Lux. It's okay. Anyway, the gift has been given, and Ikue no longer denies it. Be a fan. Maybe being a fan can also increase your favorability. Chapter 35. For you. After resting for only a few hours, Ikue, who had successfully obtained a lot of materials, added a few self-made microprocessors, and handed the finished product to Su Lei. You gave Su Lei a gift, Information Engineering plus 40. Su Lei's favorability 97. Experience bonus 5. Information Engineering B level, 3704/10,000. Shura Hanif's favorability 100. Experience bonus 5. Microcomponent Processing B level, 7231/10,000. So you asked me for authorization to make Harrow, and then send it back to me? Su Lei was eating the hot and sour fish slices in the bowl with satisfaction. She took the time to glance at Ikue, and poked Harrow in front of her with her delicate index finger. Isn't this for your inspection? I am inspecting. I saw that there are some small infrared detectors in the parts, so I installed them. If someone approaches at night, it will also sound an alarm. Your skills are getting better and better. Su Lei herself doesn't walk at night, but when she heard Ikue say this, she tacitly agreed that Ikue was concerned about her, and a slightly sweet arc rose on her face. Of course. You can try to add the cracking system and automatic cruise control, so that your Harrow may be able to surpass the original version. There is still some distance. Of course, if Su Lei accepts more gifts from me, then the process can be faster, thinking about Ikue and continue to ask. By the way, what was the condition of the driver that day? Air sickness. Air sickness. Maybe he is not used to the gravity of the Earth. There is no magnetic field in space to pull the body down. It is not surprising that he lost his sense of space for a while. We are currently investigating the conditions of other drivers. This time your case provides us with a reference for land operations, radar thrower. If the previous failed landing operation is not counted, then the battle before Ikue can be said to be the first shot of Zaf's attack on the Earth. Because of this, Ikue was awarded this weird and shameful title. Although some people are making fun of him, it also means that he has gained a certain fame, which Ikue can accept. It is a good thing to have a reputation. At least the rumors that troubled him before will not be spread. Driving an unarmed Dean, and being surrounded by 4 fighter jets, he was able to escape back to the base even though the pilot was incapacitated. There is still some value in this. However, his driving skills were exposed this time, which was not good. If his skills were stronger, and reached the level of Red Clothes, he might be forcibly recruited to the battlefield. A soldier who can participate in the battle, and has the same operating skills as the Red Clothes elite and an auxiliary engineer, then the Red Clothes must be more important. This is evident from the fact that ZFT approved Shura to temporarily put aside the experiment and participate in the battle. Before he can take the initiative to control his own destiny, his strength cannot be exposed. What about the previous plan? Ignoring Su Lei's teasing, Ikue continued. The National Defense Committee is still negotiating. Currently, there are only 2 plans that can be used, but the opinions are not unified. It can be said that your plan represents our R&D team, while the other plan represents the pneumatic team. They are also responsible for the overall development of Dean, and the person in charge is someone from the Sarah faction. In short, they will not give up the title of developing the early warning type Dean so easily. As a researcher, there are many frustrations. The power struggles in the design bureau are everywhere. Even in the war, they are definitely not united. I understand. Push the dirty work to them, let them come down to earth, and those people cross their legs and wait for achievements in plant. Ikue clenched his fist and then released it. And after the war situation stabilizes, we will set off to return to plant. After all, the design bureau is our main job. No matter which plan we adopt, our work this time is considered to have come to an end. The test is successful, and the next step is countless actual combat tests. Your bonus is definitely indispensable. In addition, your excellent performance on Dean, although not enough to be awarded, but the bonus will definitely be superimposed, and vacation can also be arranged. With the current basic radar data, we don't need to be deeply involved in the development of ground and underwater combat dedicated MS in the future. Bonus and vacation. These 2 things are what he needs most at the moment. Hearing this, Ikue's disappointment also disappeared. As long as he has money and time, he will be able to create more things and master more resources sooner or later. What's so happy about it? Holding the lunchbox sent by Ikue, sure, he said in a low voice. I can have a good vacation after I go back. Really? Then I can have more time to rest. No, since I have time, it is better to continue researching. I still need he to teach me some theoretical knowledge. Hikue had already packed his 7-day vacation with activities, making sure that every spare moment could be utilized, and striving to reach a level in the next vacation. What's the trouble? Shurha lowered her eyes, and avoided Hikue's two bright eyes. What about Shurha? When can she go back? It's similar to you. I will go back after the defense work here is stabilized. She took the initiative to apply for it. Because it was the first battle on Earth, the more elites the better. Now that the battle situation is basically stable, there is no need. What happened to Shurha? Looking at Shurha, who was hesitant to speak after taking a bite of fish, Hikue asked softly. He saw how Shurha looked today. She seemed to be worried. In order to maintain her good impression, he still asked because he really cared about Shurha. I'm sorry. Tasting the sour and spicy taste in his mouth, Shurha felt bitter in his heart. You know? Instantly, Hikue figured it out and smiled bitterly. Well, I'm sorry, if it wasn't for me. When they were together, spending their ordinary days together, she would not think about this problem. But after hearing about Hikue's experience and the amazed looks of others, sure, he felt not proud but a deep fear. If Hikue left her life, the more she suppressed it, the stronger her uneasiness became. That unprecedented feeling had nowhere to go in her heart and overflowed with tears, leaving tear marks like stars on her fair face, unable to calm down. I've already said it. It's not all because of you, it's okay. Hikue said softly, caressing the girl's flushed cheeks with his palms, gently wiping away her tears. Shurha trembled slightly, and at that moment, the temperature and emotion between the palms and cheeks condensed into a warm and reassuring atmosphere in the humid air, as if time stopped at this moment, leaving only the touch and emotion that plucked the girl's heartstrings. Shurha Hanifs is in love with you. Favorability 110. Experience bonus 6. It turns out that the favorability can exceed 100? Hikue opened his lips slightly in surprise at this sudden change. Falling in love with Shurha is a change in her feelings for him. But it seems that this kind of change in feelings needs a lot of brewing before it can happen. But this is normal, if they don't have these experiences. Looking at Shurha's tears still flowing across his palm like raindrops, and feeling Shurha's genuine concern, Hikue's heart is also filled with warmth. And it seems that he still has many things about the system that he has not yet fully understood, but good changes are always good things. Chapter 36. They have been on Earth for about a week. It must be said that the weather in Australia is amazing. It is hot all year round, and the climate is humid due to the influence of the ocean. Just walking around will turn you into a water person. Compared with the high-tech constant temperature on the plant, it is a world of difference. Of course, thanks to the Gulf of Carpentaria, they have replenished the fish they haven't eaten for several years. And Hikue has not been idle these days. He is teaching Dean some maintenance skills to the maintenance team here. Look at this. Su Lei took the harrow that Hikue handed over, and put a document in front of Hikue. It was an internal notice document about the establishment of the new machine plan. It clearly stated that the final plan was the original number 3 machine plan. The reason was also clearly written on it. The rear skirt armor design was not convenient for movement, and the hands were indeed not very useful for the early warning model. And finally, Hikue's battle record was written on it, saying that it could be used as a shield and a means of attack when necessary. The signature is from the Equipment Development Department of the National Defense Committee. Sorry, Su Lei said regretfully. Hikue's ideas are indeed novel, but he can't stand up to the power of others. It's okay. He had this premonition after Su Lei gave him a shot of prevention, but when he was actually rejected by others, his arrogance that had risen recently was suppressed again. Those people from the Equipment Development Department didn't even show up. They just sent him away with a document, and if they really wanted to dismiss him, they even had plenty of ways to do it. Anyway, this is just a test. There will be many opportunities in the future. Come back. Before Su Lei finished speaking, she let out a huge cry from her cherry lips, and the earth-shaking cry scared Hikue. What? The United Army is attacking again? Hikue looked nervously at the radar monitoring in front of Su Lei. Behind you. Su Lei pointed outside the door in fear, and Hikue turned around tensely after hearing that, and then he saw a super big spider, the kind that is often released in the animal world, a super invincible big spider, with a gray-brown body and long hairy legs. Wait a minute. Hikue silently picked up a pencil on the table, aimed and threw it like a dart, instantly piercing the spider. It's just a spider, no need to be so scared, right? You're not afraid? I've seen it before. I almost forgot that you're from Earth. Many adjusters born and raised in plant are afraid of spiders. Then I leave first. Hikue sighed regretfully when he saw that killing spiders didn't increase his favorability. Until now, Su Lei's favorability has not been full. Cooking alone can't increase it anymore. I don't know what else to do. I can only let it go. Let's go! Wait, take the spider out too. Got it. Just walked from Su Lei's office to the maintenance area, but this time Hikue was greeted by a familiar face. Ed? Hikue, long time no see. You are really hard to find. I have searched almost half of the base. As he spoke, Ed's blonde hair fluttered, and he appeared in front of Hikue in a green suit. Are you okay? I haven't heard from you before. It's okay, we are the troops escorting equipment. That's good. But there may be trouble next. What is it? I may have to stay at Carpinteria Base permanently, Hikue. Ed said with a look of tears on his face. Although Carpinteria Base is very important, and has not been completely built, not many people want to be stationed here. After all, it is the only base on Earth. The most direct way for the Earth Union to attack on Earth is to attack here. Even if there is no large-scale combat, there will still be sporadic harassment and local combat. The risk factor is huge, and the climate here is not very good. Can I apply for a transfer? No, the quota is taken, but I at least want to apply for a garrison formation. Although I can't get military merits, safety is more important than military merits. We are not Red Clothes. Ed said depressedly. People like them, who have no connections are like this, they don't get good jobs. That's right. I heard that there are many more pirates on the civilian routes outside now. Anyway, it's better to stay in plant. Ed's eyes flashed with envy. Now the battlefields of the universe and the Earth are blooming, and the Earth Union and plant have no energy to maintain the safety of the routes. It is even possible that some pirates are disguised by them. Compared with soldiers or mercenaries, who have to fight on the front line, employees of the design bureau, like Hikue, are relatively safer. If they don't have any pursuits, they can even lie down in plant. Although life will not be too comfortable, safety can be guaranteed. After all, if the colony satellite is attacked, it is estimated that their troops will be almost dead by then. But if you don't have talent in micromanagement, then you need time to accumulate. The pressure in plant will not give them that much time. For someone like Hikue, who has gone from a soldier to a B-level engineer in a few months, it is already very good, and his status is higher than that of the elite green clothes. Why haven't I met my fiancée yet? Ed added regretfully. No matter how envious he was, there was nothing he could do. Oh, by the way, this is for you. Speechless, Hikue took out a round black harrow from his backpack. Why did you give me harrow? She's not your fiancée. This is a harrow with infrared mode and explosion-proof shield mode. When both are turned on, it's like a small bunker. Although it's useless in MS battles, it can still protect you in hand-to-hand combat. At least it can withstand a normal RPG. This function is like a wall penetrating in a game with an armor. It's useful for a single ground combat against several enemies. With the accuracy of the adjuster, it's easy to kill them. But it's useless because the MS may have its cockpit blown up directly, and then it may be killed by fighter jets in the sky when it's on the ground. There are very few cases of real-life fighting between the two sides. Thank you. Seeing Ed accept it, and the virtual frame in front of him didn't change, Hikue breathed a sigh of relief. If something really happens, it's a question of whether he should brush it or not. Chapter 37. Accompanied by the roar of the shuttle engine, they landed safely at the port of December City. However, without the mass accelerator, they could not bring heavy weapons such as MS, and even the luggage was severely limited. Fortunately, Hikue only had a few sets of clothes, and the materials had been used up long ago. Moreover, it was impossible to bring the materials taken here back to plant openly, otherwise the disciplinary inspection committee would probably come to him. Come to think of it, we are just researchers. Do we have to go out on the street? After taking the elevator down from the port, Hikue saw that the sidewalks on both sides of the December City Avenue were full of pedestrians, while the main road where the maglev trains usually passed had several gene ends used for celebrations and medals leading the way. The crowd was full of joy, and those who didn't know would think they had won completely. Are you shy? A little bit. Don't worry, we don't have to follow the soldiers. We can go back after participating in the triumphal ceremony here, but your fiancée is a member of the garrison, so she has to finish the trip before she can go back. Are you so impatient to meet her? Didn't you see each other often on Earth? Su Lei said, her big eyes narrowed into slits. You are really in love. Is it okay? I always feel that if I answer anything wrong, my impression of her may be reduced. He really has no experience in gal games. As for being impatient, of course he can't wait. Seeing that he is almost at the A level now, he is still thinking about giving Shurha a gift as soon as possible. Speaking of which, when will our bonus be distributed? We won this time, so we don't have to hide it like before. Naturally, the bonus will be distributed at the triumphal ceremony. Are you going to the stage? You want to? If you want to, you can go. Normally, I be the representative. It's okay to give you some special care. Forget it. Why would he go on stage for no reason? And Su Lei seems to like teasing him more and more recently. But this time his bonus is 200,000. Perhaps considering his contribution to the plan and his performance on the front line, it is 100,000 more than the last battlefield. For a researcher, it is already very high. I'm afraid that among the researchers who went down to support, only Su Lei's bonus is higher than his. Of course, this is also true in terms of position. Hikue was still planning how to distribute the huge sum of money. The door in front of them opened, and the cheers of the crowd entered Hikue's ears without any obstruction. The huge cheers seemed to tear the clouds in the sky of the colony satellite, and the heroes who had made great achievements in this war in the front held their heads high and waved to the crowd. The people here are still as enthusiastic as ever. Hikue sighed. Envy? That must not exist. Hero units are also dangerous units. They also need to be painted in a personalized way, as if they are afraid that others will not know. They will definitely be targeted in a fight. It would be fine if they were strong enough, but the problem is that the record of the hero units in this landing operation is only 6 Vanguard fighters shot down by one person, which is the level of the red-clothed ones. It is just for publicity. Looking at the lively scene not far away, Hikue made up his mind again not to go to the front line if there is nothing to do. You are really afraid of death, but it's okay this way. As they talked, they boarded the train to the main venue of the triumphal return, far from the main road. The triumphal return ceremony ended quickly in a jubilant mood. After all, many people only slept for a while on the warship and wanted to go home to sleep. After getting the money, Hikue couldn't wait to come to the Waste Trade Union on the other side of the May City port. Welcome. Why are you here just after you come back? The boss smiled warmly when he saw who was coming. Long time no see. By the way, congratulations on your triumph. Thank you. How is the price recently? It's about 5% lower than when you bought it before, but the overall price is still stable. Okay, then first, 40 micromagnetic levitation devices, 40 high-performance microprocessors, and 50 hero materials. After a crazy shopping spree, Hikue's cash shrank by half, leaving only 80,000 out of 200,000. If it wasn't for some unexpected situation, Hikue would have wanted to buy the rest. No one dared to rob today. The port and the surrounding area were full of researchers and security soldiers, and they were also picked up by special cars. Those who dared to rob were all dying. With the materials in hand, Hikue returned home without stopping. He moved all the Dean models he had accumulated before, except for 3, to the mechanical fan downstairs in exchange for several thousand yuan in remuneration. Last night, Shurha just returned home. Hikue directly gave Shurha the warning-type Dean model he used in the meeting before. This is for you. Is it okay to give it to me like this? Shurha naturally knew what this model was. Although the proposal was rejected in the end, it was still a memorable object. It's okay, take it. It doesn't matter whether it's in your hands or mine. Then I take it. Hearing Hikue's intimate words, Shurhi blushed and agreed. Hikue also laughed. You gave Shurhi Hanif's a gift, micro-component processing plus 40. Shurhi Hanif's favorability 115. Experience bonus 6. Micro-component processing B level, 9476/10,000, almost, give 2 more. Looking at the information displayed in the virtual box, Hikue wanted to continue giving away right now, but his inventory was all gone, and he couldn't store it now. As for Dean, the price-performance ratio is not very good, it is more valuable to sell it directly. Anyway, if he makes a few more heros tonight, he can make more tomorrow. Hikue, what's wrong? You look excited. Shurha asked softly. It's just that it's really great that we are all back alive. Yeah, let's not separate in the future. Shurha took Hikue's hand intimately, and rested her head gently on his chest. Chapter 38 Shurha Hanif's favorability 115. Experience bonus 6. Micro-component processing B level, 10006/10,000, can be promoted early in the morning of the second day, which was also the first day of vacation. Hikue, who had not slept all night, was excitedly looking at the virtual panel in front of him. With trembling hands and excited heart, Hikue tremblingly pressed his fingers on the promotion of the virtual panel. Micro-component processing A-level 10006/100000. Accompanied by an unprecedented sense of refreshment, Hikue only felt that his hands were a little itchy. Without hesitation, Hikue went straight back to his room. With a series of movements, a controllable Dean gradually took shape, which only took him half a day. In this way, he can make 4 latest models of Harrow, or 1 Dean a day. This is definitely a huge improvement for him, which means he can earn 500 or 600 a day, or increase a lot of experience points. At this time, Hikue wanted to quit his job for the umpteenth time and concentrate on making Harrow at home, but after his fiery head calmed down, Hikue gave up the idea. He couldn't give up the various benefits and exemption from military service at the Design Bureau. If he quit, he would definitely be asked to join the army based on the information in his mind. And only in the Design Bureau could he get close to Su Lei. With plans for the future in his mind, and the newly made Dean in his hand, Hikue took the elevator, and quickly arrived at the shopping mall area on the first floor. "Hello, Mr. Hikue." The beautiful clerk, who had contacted Hikue before, greeted Hikue warmly. Although Hikue was a little tired of the high appearance of the adjuster, he was still in a good mood to see a beautiful woman waving at him so enthusiastically. "I want to sell this." Hikue took out Dean in his hand. "One? Yes. Okay." The somewhat strange clerk picked up the model of Dean, and soon his face gradually became solemn. "Mr. Hikue, have you reached A-level?" "Really? Perhaps practice makes perfect. I always felt that I did it very smoothly this morning." Of course, he couldn't say that he clearly knew that he had reached A-level. This craft has improved a lot since you went to the battlefield. The assembly of the details has obviously become smoother, and the movement is no longer awkward. It should have reached the level of A-level. The transmission devices in front of him were all hand-polished one by one. To be able to achieve this level, it can only be said that Hikue's hands have reached a certain level of stability, and he can accurately control the subtle movements of his hands. With the help of the nano-level operating machine, even if his theoretical knowledge is poor, he is already qualified to participate in the most cutting-edge MS development. The clerk looked at Hikue with more eagerness. If the person she recommended was promoted to A-level, she would also receive a considerable commission. "Excuse me, Mr. Hikue works in the Design Bureau, right?" "Yes." "Then Mr. Hikue should also be clear about the application procedures for A-level, right?" "Yes, it requires a joint inspection by the 5 major design bureaus." This is not surprising. There are only about 100 A-level people in a colony with a base of 500,000 people, and the inspection of A-level is not comparable to that of B-level. Micromanipulation depends on the field. For example, some people who are at the top of B-level can sometimes make things at the A-level level, but they may not be able to maintain it. Therefore, the handling is more serious than before. One rating may even last for a month to continuously inspect the work and ability. Just so you know. The clerk bowed politely, and watched Hikue leave the store, and walk to the small market supermarket outside the residential area. Hikue was almost shocked when he saw the long line in front of the supermarket that was usually deserted. "Brother, is the food free today?" Hikue asked a staff member, who was also wearing the Design Bureau uniform. "It's almost free. I heard that it has been reduced by 10%. Now everyone is rushing to buy it. I think it will be impossible to get in line today. If you don't think it's expensive, you can take a look at the Earth Boutique next door. The beef and seafood such as shrimp and crab there should still be the original price." Seeing that it was a colleague, the man complained and said a few more words. "Thank you." Seeing that some people coming out of the supermarket were holding food that was obviously enough for dozens of people, Hikue was angry and amused. With the gradual stabilization of Zap's base on Earth, the prices of some vegetables and meat have finally dropped a little. Seeing that many people queuing here should want to stock up, it is easy to understand what these people are thinking. Rare goods are valuable. If Zap's base in Carpinteria is gone or the war is lost, the price of food will definitely rise again. The calculations are clacking, which is almost the same as making money from national disasters. But it was obvious that this plan would fail. After all, he knew that the Carpinteria base was very stable, and many people in the upper echelons probably knew it, so the price of food would definitely continue to steadily decrease in the future. The reason why he didn't stop it now might be that he wanted some people to clear out this part of the inventory, and the money would eventually return to the hands of the plant. Hikue didn't have time to stop it, so he turned around and walked into the boutique. The 500 yuan he just sold Dean for plus a little more was enough to buy a slightly luxurious beef feast. After all, it was the first Dean of the A-level that was worth remembering. Having hot pot with Shurha, on the other side, in the #1 satellite of April City, inside Klein's house. Hikue should have the ability of A-level. Really? I understand. Thank you. After hanging up the communication, Lux looked at the box of Harrow on the table again. Although many fans gave her Harrow since the information that she liked Harrow was made public. But Hikue is definitely the only one who gave so many at one time. As an A-level, Hikue's value has become higher. According to the general procedure, they are now trying to contact the other party and recruit him, but the warning from June City has not been investigated clearly. It seems that even if he has no ill intentions, he is an interesting person. Let Su Lei observe him. Looking at the box of Harrow in front of her, Lux's eyes are more inquisitive and curious. Chapter 39. That night, after finishing the full beef pot and washing up, both of them laid down on the sofa contentedly. You really have the A-level. Shurha looked at the two chubby Harrows in front of him with surprise. At first glance, they looked like ordinary Harrows, but their body movements were smoother, and they were equipped with radar and infrared functions, plus automatic attack detection. With the retractable shield and smoke diffusion system in the body, they could even automatically deploy the shield and release smoke to protect the owner's safety before the attack arrived. It's so hard, it's not worth mentioning. Hikue smiled. It's already very good, I'm still B-level now. Shurha coquettishly hugged Hikue's arm intimately, but perhaps because of the big movement, Shurha could feel Hikue's elbow touching the softness of her heart, and her pretty face blushed slightly. Shurha did not resist too much, but the girl's modesty still made her keep a little distance. Hikue, what do you say about us moving in together? Are we living together now? Hikue blinked his clear eyes, but Shurha looked a bit stupid like a husky on earth. Yes, we live in the same room, so the empty house can be our studio together. The girl's voice was shy like a flower but about to bloom. Don't bother, you can move in after a month, when you are promoted to A-level. Idiot! After being scolded by Shurha with a red face, Hikue finally came to his senses. Shurha, is it okay? He had not mentioned this before because he really didn't have time, and was afraid that Shurha's resistance would reduce his favorability. But if he refused, it would reduce his favorability, and he couldn't refuse in this situation. Yeah. Shurha lowered her head shyly, and nodded gently. Looking at Shurha like this, Hikue also became nervous. He had rich experience, but no practical experience. Fortunately, there was a genetic matching method, otherwise his golden finger would probably not be awakened until a long time. With all sorts of thoughts in his mind, Hikue placed his hands on Shurha's shoulders, and when their lips touched, he was moved. Soon, Hikue finally took off his immature outer coat, and became a real man. Shurha Hanif's favorability 120. Experience bonus 6. Micro-component processing A-level, 10246/100000. Academic, beam weapon miniaturization theory, 0/10,000. Hikue, who had just woken up in the sun with Shurha in his arms, suddenly lost his sleepiness when he saw the bottom line of words in the virtual box. What's wrong? Shurha had woken up because Hikue hugged her too hard. She moaned and nudged Hikue's chest with her little head. No. How did this academic come out? He didn't seem to have it before he went to bed. So is the condition for activation that? Or was it unlocked because the favorability reached 120? Will it increase if he does it again? Thinking about it, Hikue lowered his head and looked at the girl in his arms. Does it still hurt? Hikue asked softly in Shurha's ear. A little bit. What about today's class? I have 2 days off starting today, so I sleep a little longer. Shurha's soft moan was like a cat's murmur. Her narrow eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and soon she closed her eyes gradually. Okay. Hikue couldn't bear to offend the beauty, so he endured it. Forget it, this cheat should not have a bug that gives such an academic level after doing it once, and he can verify it again sooner or later. After lying down for a while, waiting for Shurha's breathing to gradually stabilize, Hikue opened his eyes again, slowly moved his body up from the bed, and quickly came to the kitchen. Academics should be different from skills, which are one-time. In other words, as long as he reaches a quantity of 10,000, he should be able to perfectly solve the problem of miniaturization of beam weapons. If successful, then he will no longer be far away from becoming the director of the design bureau in the future, but a foreseeable future. While readjusting the distribution of Harrow's gifts in his mind, Hikue heated up the sticky and tasteless synthetic breakfast in front of him. What's wrong? You're not at home during the holiday. Come to my place. Even during the holiday, Su Lei was still in her office, but thinking of what Lux said to her yesterday, she actually guessed the boy's purpose. I'm here to apply for a promotion assessment. Well, fill out the form first. Filled it out. Hikue raised his wrist, and a form was directly transferred to the computer screen in front of Su Lei. Are you sure you really want to apply? That's 10,000 yuan. Including various fees, it costs money to register for the promotion assessment. Of course, if you can pass it, you will be rewarded with 50,000 yuan. In fact, it is not a loss. Setting such a 10,000 yuan barrier here is just to block some top B-level people. Sure. Then I will help you submit the application. It happens that I am also qualified to be your supervisor. It should be officially started in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Too slow? Yes. 2 weeks plus 1 month. That's 1.5 months. It's too slow, but there's nothing I can do. Do you know how many people apply for A-level in the 9 colonies of Mei City every week? Nearly 50 people, so I can only wait in line. So many. The second-generation adjusters have grown up in the past few years, and with the gradual maturity of the previous adjustment technology, it's normal for this number to increase. But there are only about 10 people who pass in Mei City every month. Is that so? Hikue thought of Aslan and others in the military academy. If they all grew up, perhaps Plant would also usher in a wave of talent explosion. There is still a big gap between him and the top talents now, and there are also talented talents in Plant. Although he gradually climbed to the upper echelons of the design bureau, he was only a member of the corner. Even if there was a miniaturization of beam weapons, the credit might be taken away. He must not relax his vigilance, must not repeat the same mistakes, and must not be too proud. Hikue reminded himself in his heart, and his expression became restrained again. Chapter 40. As soon as he left Su Lei and arrived at the station outside, a sneaky man came up. When he saw Hikue, his smile was even more exaggerated, but his voice was deliberately kept low. Brother, I see you came from the design bureau. You are very busy recently, right? Not bad? Hikue looked at the man strangely, and before he left, the man continued. The most important thing in a busy job is to combine work and rest. I have a lot of resources here, and I guarantee you will be satisfied. First time free, second time 50% off, how about that? The other person smiled brightly, and what he said was dangerous. Hikue shook his head quickly upon hearing that, and took a half step back cautiously. Sorry, I have a fiancé. No problem, there are many people with fiancés here. The smile on the man's face gradually became vulgar. Sorry, my car is here. Hikue waved to stop an unmanned maglev car and jumped on it. Seeing Hikue's car driving away, the smile on the man's face also disappeared, and after a light sigh, his eyes were looking for passers-by again. The world is going downhill, the economy is really going downhill, and even pimps are dragged to the streets. Although he is now at the stage of getting a taste of the sweetness, he is not such a casual person. And who knows if this kind of street is safe, not to mention it is free. Sometimes free is the most expensive. If there is a scam inside, there is no tears to cry. Sitting on the maglev car, Hikue quickly returned to the residential area. Although it was working hours, the pedestrians in front of the shops were still prosperous. At this time in the Jelly district, there were only 1 or 2 people on the street, most of them were at work, and the few who were at home would not go out to wander around. Safety is a problem, and there is also a problem of having no place to go with empty pockets, which is in sharp contrast with the environment here. He will not go back. This is just the first step. He did not spend money recklessly outside, and the stock of vegetables and meat had been bought up by those people yesterday. Hikue could only buy some seasonings and some beef and rice as staple food at the boutique. Although making money is not all for eating, it seems very sinful not to eat after making money. At least beef porridge can still be made. When Hikue returned home, Shura had just finished taking a bath and came out of the bathroom, and the rich fragrance on her body drifted in the living room, arousing people's reverie. You haven't had your meal yet? I got up late today, Shura said with a blush. If you're not hungry, I make porridge first. You should eat something light. Okay. Listening to Hikue's caring words, Shura nodded sweetly. Where did you go so early? I went to see Director Su. It takes 2 weeks to apply for the A-level review. Recently many people have applied. Yes. While the two were chatting, Hikue made the porridge and placed it in front of Shura. Shura Hannes Favorability 121. Experience Bonus 6. Micro-Component Processing A-Level 10258/100000. Academics. Beam Weapon Miniaturization Theory 12/10,000. Sure enough, it was useful. Feeling that there seemed to be a little more knowledge in his mind, Hikue smiled happily. Although porridge could not add much experience, It at least proved that academics could continue to grow, rather than change only after completion. In this way, he could plan ahead and not appear too abrupt. After dinner, Hikue quickly moved all his things to Su-Lei's room, and sure he also put some of his files in Hikue's studio, and then put away the bed in the studio, and a real studio was completed. Then I go back to my room first. Hikue was still thinking about making a few heros as soon as possible. Well, then I will too. Sure, he stretched her waist, revealing a touch of beauty. After a bowl of porridge, she felt lazy and comfortable. Don't you need to rest? Don't underestimate Hong-Yi, and we can't fall behind in the research and development of beam weapons. Shurha said coquettishly. Yeah. Indeed, the recovery ability of the adjuster is definitely stronger than that of ordinary people. He must hurry up to make more hero. If he can't make it before invading Orb, then this academic achievement will be in vain. During the 7-day holiday, Hikue maintained such a high-intensity production speed. He was able to send 2 hero to Shurha almost every day, and his experience value soared by 2,500. Unknowingly, he had completed a quarter of the academic goal. As he gradually deepened his A level, his technology became more sophisticated. Although the manufacturing speed could no longer be improved, the quality was praised by even the clerk downstairs. With such hard work, Hikue also welcomed his first working day after the short vacation. Did you just make hero at home during the vacation? Su-Lei looked at the 3 hero and the cold beef in front of her and complained, but Ding Xiang's tongue couldn't help but swiped across her pink lips, leaving a watery mark. Yes, and you are drooling. Huh? Su-Lei wiped the corner of her mouth in a trance, and then gave Hikue a fierce look. Don't tease your boss. And thank you. At this point, Su-Lei was too lazy to refuse, and just took a few more glances at the hero in the front. You are still making progress. Perhaps practice makes perfect. Hikue chuckled. Anyway, it is a sure thing that you will pass the assessment. Also, are you interested in going to Yakindue? Resource Satellite? Hearing this familiar yet unfamiliar name, Hikue asked curiously. To be precise, it is a resource satellite that is prepared to become a defense fortress. Yesterday, the 5th and 6th fleets of the Allied forces set out from the Ptolemy base on the moon to attack us. You should know about the battle near Yakindue. Now the Supreme Council has passed a resolution and is recruiting talents to build it. If you agree, your A-level review priority will be increased, and this trip will cost a lot of money. Are you going? He can't gain any experience if he goes there alone, so he might as well stay at home. Me? Of course I won't go. There's no experiment this time, just construction. I have to stay here to develop radar. Su-Lei's eyes gradually became strange. She was there every time Hikue went on an expedition before. Are you afraid? But don't be afraid. Yakindue is definitely safer. After all, it's all within the range of plant. No, I think about it. Okay, but tell me within this week. Got it. As soon as he came out of Su-Lei's office, his dear colleagues looked at him with either jealousy or admiration. You got deducted again, right? Why did you have to throw the radar? Even if you tear off your hand and throw it over, it's better than throwing the radar, Mr. Radar Thrower. The colleague next to Hikue's workstation started to tease him as soon as he sat down. What can he say? Hikue, who can't say anything, can only touch his nose awkwardly. But you really made a lot of money by going to Earth this time. You got bonuses, food on Earth, and even paid vacations. Why don't you treat us to a meal? The man said with an exaggerated expression, and the others couldn't help laughing and echoing a few times. Why don't you try it? Hikue raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. Forget it, I think I get dizzy. Don't be funny, I brought it here. Hikue took out a plate of beef jerky worth 1,000 yuan from his bag. You are such a brother. Thank you. Thank you. Under the envious gazes of the people around him, this beef jerky, which represented 1/5 of their monthly salary, was eaten luxuriously. This was something they usually couldn't bear to eat, which showed that Hikue was really rich. Of course, they didn't know that Hikue had applied for the A-level promotion at this time, otherwise they would definitely be more jealous. Chapter 41. Just after returning home from the office, Hikue was blocked by Shurhi in front of the table. What's wrong? Looking at Shurhi's excitement, Hikue asked uncertainly. What's wrong? You forgot the miniaturization plan for the miniaturized vibration component of the beam weapon you gave me. Shurhi took a step forward, and their noses were almost touching. The data is not good? Hearing this, Hikue frowned. After all, it was just the first theoretical plan that emerged in the theory. The reason he gave it to Shurhi was to ask her to run the data with the laboratory equipment. Theory alone is not enough, it must be supported by corresponding data, and Shurha can provide Hikue with great convenience in this regard. But if it doesn't work, will the system also collapse? Before Hikue could think of the worst, Shurha continued. What are you talking about? Your solution solves the problem of the oscillation component being too large that we have been unable to solve. The only difficulty we have to face next is the improvement of the power component and the cooling system. The miniaturization of beam weapons is nothing more than 3 parts: the oscillation component, the power component, and the cooling system. They had not even overcome the first of the 3 difficulties before, so Shurha's excitement can be imagined. Is it successful? Hikue finally smiled. A great success, look! Shurha raised her wrist, and a small projection on it was shining in front of Hikue's eyes, and rolling continuously. It was all countless data that could be perfectly matched. After a few deep breaths, Hikue suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked slowly. Does anyone else know? Only our director, but don't worry, he is a trustworthy person, and he is thinking of poaching you from Director Su's side. They must keep a record of the laboratory equipment with the director, and the director must know it, so Hikue was not too surprised to hear it. However, it is impossible for him to go to Shurha's side. After all, Su Lei is also the key to his future, and this invitation is probably to pull him to the Seraph faction. Of course, the other party did not say it clearly, but just gave him a choice. I still want to stay in the radar group for the time being. That's fine, he can't force you to go there. Shurha skipped the topic and continued. When will the paper be published? The sooner the better, Shurha. Please, just sign us as co-first authors. If Hikue has time to summarize and write those annoying papers, he can make several more heros. There's really no need to waste time on them. And these data were also produced by Shurha. There is no big problem for the 2 of them to sign together, and they are a couple, so there is no saying that anyone is taking advantage. No problem. Then the 2 sat on the sofa and discussed some academic papers, and didn't discuss this topic anymore. By the way, you don't have any ideas about the other 2 parts, do you? As Shurha said this, she stuffed her petite body into the arms of Hikue, who was sitting on the sofa, and stared at him with shining eyes. If they could make a miniaturized beam weapon in one fell swoop, then their advantage on the battlefield could be expanded, which was also the purpose of Shurha's participation in this research and development. Not yet. Is that so? But don't be disappointed. After all, this kind of inspiration comes at any time. Maybe it will come tomorrow. Maintaining the hugging posture, Shurha comforted and gently stroked Hikue's head, as if hoping that the knowledge inside would grow quickly. Isn't this urgent? Of course, there is no tomorrow. He still needs to go to work on weekdays. He can only send Shurha 1 hero a day. It will take at least half a month for the theory of his next component to fully emerge. It can't be rushed. Moreover, it is only a theory. It still needs various experiments and demonstrations before it can be put into actual combat. I am afraid that it will take a lot of trouble again. In this way, Hikue's research has not attracted too much attention for the time being. After 2 or 3 days, the news that ZFT is going to build Yakanduwei has spread thoroughly among the design bureau and the people. Perhaps influenced by Hikue's previous performance on Earth, several of Hikue's colleagues actually signed up for this recruitment. However, Yakanduwei is actually a large fortress with a battleship-like structure inside, and it is an unfinished fortress. It is impossible to live comfortably, and you have to stay there for at least a month. Of course, as Su Lei said, the income is indeed considerable. A subsidy of 10,000 yuan a month is not a salary. It is a very good treatment for ordinary B-level design bureau employees, and it will also leave a mark on their resume. In addition, if you apply for A-level, you will get a subsidy of 30,000 yuan a month, but there are not many A-level employees who respond. It is impossible for the director level to pass. The reserve talents at the lower level and the director's deputies usually have a lot of work on hand. Only some newly promoted A-level employees will choose to apply, of course, not including Hikue. Although he was also spending more than he earned, and Yakanduwei should not be in any danger, he also earned money for experience points. If he ignored experience points for the sake of making money, it would be putting the cart before the horse. Mr. Hikue is here. What are you buying this time? When Hikue came to the Waste Merchants Association again, the boss asked with a warm smile as usual. Excuse me, what is the price of the materials recently? Hikue did not rush to order the dishes. Although he saw the news posted by the Waste Merchants Association on the official account, he still asked again to confirm. It's increased by 25%. There's nothing we can do. Yakanduwei needs a lot of metals temporarily. I heard that ZFT can't transfer them. I understand. The materials have been increasing for 2 days in a row. Considering that Yakandue will not be built so quickly, and several battlefields are gradually expanding, plus his inventory has been used up by almost half, Hikue can only replenish the stock as soon as possible. He can still make a little profit by selling it. Harrow 20 pieces, smoke diffuser 20 pieces. After a round of menus, Hikue transferred out 20,000 yuan from his bracelet with a painful heart. Unfortunately, his A-level review had not been approved yet, otherwise it could be cheaper. Just use the transportation channel. Recently, the bandit gang boasting about colonizing satellites was finally arrested in the news, so he didn't have to worry about his goods being robbed for the time being. Okay. The boss agreed happily before continuing to chat with Hikue. Mr. Hikue, don't you want to apply to go to Yakandue? No, I'm still preparing for the A-level review. Grade A? The boss's face changed when he heard this. Are you sure, Mr. Hikue? I heard that the assessment is becoming stricter every year. While trading the materials to Hikue, the boss asked in a more enthusiastic voice. Just waiting for your 30% discount. Haha, then I look forward to Mr. Hikue's good news. By the way, in this case, is Mr. Hikue interested in registering as a partner of our waste trade union? Partner? Hikue asked in confusion. Actually, it's just to provide us with some development ideas and other technical assistance. Of course, it won't interfere with Mr. Hikue's job, and there will be rewards as long as the plan is successful. I see. Please let me think about it again. It sounds like the task wall in the old games, but it's better to ask Su Lei for her opinion to be on the safe side. Okay, take care. It has to be said that this boss's enthusiasm now makes Hikue quite uncomfortable. Chapter 42. Hikue was very welcome to the goodwill of the Waste Merchants Guild, and he waited for his skills to improve. It was not that he could not make money by brushing the task wall, but he could also deepen his relationship with the Waste Merchants Guild. After showing his potential, he could also get more information and discounts. The Waste Merchants Guild's whereabouts were all around the Earth-Moon Lagrange point. Although it was not very eye-catching, its intelligence-gathering ability was not inferior to other organizations. And after several days, a message from Carpinteria arrived in front of Hikue's computer after several rounds of circulation. Hikue, I'm glad to see you. Recently, due to the increasing harassment from the Earth Union, the work of the defenders has increased. At the same time, I will be one of the vanguards to set off in advance to scout the battlefield. The specific dynamics cannot be disclosed due to confidentiality. However, I am too ashamed to tell my family. If you cannot return as scheduled, please apologize to them on my behalf. Listening to the recording played on the computer, Hikue was worried and helpless, and pressed the reply button at the same time. This is the recording. What do you mean by seeing you? Can you please stop speaking your half-baked classical Chinese? I treat you to a meal when you come back. Looking at the successful notification, Hikue sighed. He couldn't change anything now, not even his own fate. He should make the beam weapon first. Is it your roommate? Shurha, who was writing thesis data, asked. Yes. The frontline battlefield on Earth should be in the Mediterranean. I heard that the underwater MS Churn is also ready to be officially deployed on the battlefield, and now it's just a trial stage, no problem. I hope so. How is the thesis? Hikue changed the slightly heavy topic and asked, only after the academic paper is published, the work is his own. Although such confidential research cannot apply for patents, at least printing the name can increase the reputation. It is being finished, and should be officially published tomorrow. Don't get too tired. Hikue is. You only sleep a few hours a day. Rest early today. When he heard about rest, Hikue's face became strange, but he nodded. He had tried before, and couldn't increase the number of academic papers, but sometimes it could increase favorability. Moderation is important. After a night of tenderness, the paper was officially released the next day. There was not much fluctuation in the 5 major design bureaus. The forum was an internal land forum, and many of the information in the academic papers they published was classified as confidential. Only the directors and above of the 5 major design bureaus could see it. Of course, the relevant personnel of the National Defense Committee and the city representatives also had this authority. You are really capable, Su Lei said helplessly in the office. Thank you. I am not praising you. How did you become a researcher on miniaturization of beam weapons? I was just talking with Shurha at home, and suddenly had an idea. Several directors outside are saying that you are climbing up the social ladder. It's okay. As long as I get A-level, the rumors will disappear. Hikue didn't care too much. There was no need to think that the person who said these words must be a Seraph faction. After all, Shurha was a Seraph faction. He must be flattering himself. Hikue thought about it, and brought a brand new Harrow to Su Lei's desk. You gave Su Lei a gift, Information Engineering plus 40. Su Lei's Favorability 99. Experience bonus 5. Information Engineering B level, 6308/10,000. Then, do you want to go to their side? Su Lei accepted Harrow and glared at Hikui. There was a hint of dangerous jealousy in her words, which was not very obvious, but clearly present. No, it can only be regarded as assisting in development, Hikui said after retracting his gaze from the virtual panel. That's good. That's where the war maniacs gather. Last time your fiancé applied to go to the war, most of the people in the same research group applied. You are so timid. You will cry if you go. It's much safer to stay with Director Su. Humph, of course. Su Lei raised her head proudly. Also, your A-level review is passed. You will officially enter the assessment stage next week. In addition to the fixed work every day, there will be other homework that I will supervise and record. Is that okay? No. Although this will take up an extra 2 hours of his time, and the manufacturing of Harrow will be hindered, it is necessary to be promoted to A-level, so as to avoid more troubles. Thank you for your hard work, Director Su. Okay, I am staying here to do research, and I really feel sorry for you to cook 2 more dishes. Originally, we were supposed to get off work at 6 o'clock, but now it is extended to 8 o'clock, so we have to eat dinner. Fortunately, there is no need for overtime in the radar group recently. If it were the previous time when we were making early warning MS, I would probably have to postpone it to 10 or even 9 o'clock in the evening. No problem. Seeing that Su Lei's favorability has been stuck at 99, and that her information engineering has not yet reached A-level, Hikui is also very anxious. He just hopes that the next food offensive can successfully conquer Su Lei. By the way, do you have enough materials recently? Su Lei shrugged at Hikui's answer and continued to ask. Yes, what's wrong? Recently ZFT plans to build a base in the Lawrence crater on the inner side of the moon. The materials will be in short supply, and there may be some unrest inside the colony satellite. The establishment of the Carpentaria base, the Jakindoi transformation, and the lunar base, 3 military bases in succession, has been quite difficult even for Plant recently. Plant is so small that even if most of the capable people in several cities are mobilized to participate in production, the production capacity will not increase much. Moreover, too many people are mobilized and there are not many policemen. Public security will only get worse. Although there are pro-Plant countries, the land is so limited and production still depends on Plant. I understand. Luckily I bought it in advance because I thought it was not right, otherwise I would cry now. But I still need to find a reliable source of information, otherwise even if I get away with it this time, I will suffer sooner or later. Also, I can do part-time work for the Waste Merchants Union, but don't delay the main business. Okay. Although he was still worried, Hikui was able to get Su Lei's approval, which solved a problem for him. Chapter 43. Hikui, the meal is ready. When Hikui returned home, he was greeted by he who had already finished get off work, and the rich aroma of food floating in the house. The delicious lettuce and chicken were neatly arranged on the table, and the white rice was also steaming. It smells so good, he's cooking skills are getting better and better. Since he was able to earn more money, he increased the amount of meat and vegetables again. This table of dishes costs 300, which is basically enough to provide 1 meal a day in addition to the meals provided at work. Moreover, the cost of the dishes is shared equally between the 2 of them, which is completely affordable. As long as you like it. Shura's bright smile is no less tempting than the food in front of her. There is also good news. I can officially start the A-level review next week. Really? Shura was stunned at first, then excited, with a clear and bright light in his eyes. Well, then I can get a small villa. Then he can give this house to his parents to live in. Although he sends money back every month, his parents' work has not been idle, so it is better to take it over as soon as possible. I have good news too. The director said that we can apply for a bonus for research, which should be around 50,000. That's just enough for food and some daily expenses. 50,000 is a considerable reward. Although it doesn't seem like much, he has only solved 1/3 of the problem, and that's before he does the final technical verification. It's also enough for them to eat meat for a long time, and buy some other furniture. Okay, since the assessment starts next week, should I save some food for you? No, I make some, and we can eat over there. Yeah. The 2 of them walked to the dining table, and quickly finished their meal. Have you contacted your roommate? I heard that one of our maritime reconnaissance teams was wiped out by the Earth Union, and one of them had its cockpit cut open by the wing of a pioneer fighter. As a member of the Sarah faction, Shura didn't have much intention to actively sign up for support this time because of the last incident on Earth and the recent progress in research, but he was still well informed about the news on the battlefield. Not yet. Hearing this, Hikue was also quite worried. Under normal circumstances, they should be able to send a contact email to plant once a week. Even if the information transmission is slower than before due to the neutron jammer, it should arrive in 2 or 3 days. However, he has no way now. It is not instant messaging, so asking is useless. And using the wing to cut open the cockpit is such a magical operation. The other party should be an elite pilot, right? Could the wing also be specialized? Do you want me to ask someone to help take a look? Hikue also reacted after hearing Shuri's words. As a rare red-clad soldier and a Serra faction member, sure he should have quite a few connections in the army. Although these connections are not enough to change anything, it is still possible to ask about life and death. That's troublesome. It's just a small matter. Just send me his identification number. Yes. Hikue opened the bracelet and sent a string of numbers. By the way, I also found some professional books in the field of beam radiation weapons. You can take a look. Shura also raised the bracelet, but seemed to accidentally project something onto the TV screen in front of him. Then the room was occupied by a pleasant babbling sound. Shura reacted quickly and turned off the projection, but the vision of the adjuster also allowed Hikue to see clearly what was on the TV just now, and the posture was quite difficult. I accidentally saw it today. Shura lowered his head and said, it was really accidental. When it popped up, he hurriedly scanned it and forgot to turn it off. A week passed quietly, and finally a message was received on Hikue's computer. Hikue, I am writing to you. I was unable to get in touch with you due to the chaos in the command center. I am sorry. I have temporarily evacuated from the front line a few days ago. Fortunately, I have made military achievements and was able to return from the Carpinteria base. I will be back soon. Please treat me to a meal when I come back. Got it. Hearing the joy of surviving the disaster, Hikue also smiled. The next day, Hikue came to the office. Why did you bring the food today? Are you working overtime? Are you so busy lately? Many colleagues asked after seeing the lunch box in Hikue's hand. It's okay. Hikue didn't intend to say anything. Although it shouldn't be dangerous if they knew the news, Hikue was too lazy to talk about it. Director Su still likes to order people around. One person said with a bit of gloating, anyway, it wasn't him who was working overtime. Not really. Then why are you still working overtime? You only know how to deduct money every day. I wonder when you become A-level, you can turn the tables and become the master. I just want to be promoted to A-level. Hikue said helplessly. A-level? Yes, A-level. Because they have been assisting with some relatively simple optimization adjustments of early warning radar components recently, no one has noticed that Hikue's skills have become much better without realizing it. Haha, Hikue, don't joke around. It's working time. You want to deduct money again? Sule walked out of the office without knowing when. Sorry. No one dared to say more, and everyone returned to their seats. Just waiting for the end to get off work, saying goodbye to the colleagues, who had been confirming whether he had really applied for A-level. There were only 2 people left in the office. Then let's get started. Today is the polishing of the MMI-M8A 376mm heavy assault machine gun control system. The daily target is randomly drawn and completed within 2 hours, which lasts for 1 month. It would be impossible for a top B-class player to get away with it, but it was not a big problem for Hikue, who had already established himself in the A-class. After a series of operations, it only took an hour and a half for Hikue to hand in his paper ahead of schedule. It's almost as expected. After the timer was over, Sule raised her eyes from the tablet and continued. Since the matter is settled, let's eat. Okay. Hearing Sule's impatient words, Hikue took out the food box he had brought with him. Thanks to the development of technology, the perfectly vacuumed food box was still hot when it was opened again, and there was no difference from when it was just out of the oven. The sour and spicy smell drifted in the office, making Sule sniff. There's rice? You really know how to enjoy it. Sule took the hot rice and took a sip of it with satisfaction, then sighed. Of course, it's not that she can't afford it, but she doesn't have the time or know how to cook it. It's okay, after all, I got a bonus. You're beautiful. Sule said, but didn't move her chopsticks. You don't want to talk about it this morning? It doesn't matter if you say it, anyway, I can still protect you here. Sule lowered her head slightly and avoided Hikue's gaze. Thank you, Director Su. With a delicate snort, Sule stopped talking and concentrated on eating the appetizing sour and spicy potato shreds in front of her. Chapter 44. After finishing the meal, the two walked side by side and started to leave. At this time, the sky outside had completely darkened, and only the bright street lights illuminated the avenue that people had to take to get to and from get off work. Because a lot of manpower had been transferred recently, there were only a few pedestrians on the road at this time. Then you go back. The two walked to an intersection. One direction led to the outside, and the other was the residential area for A-level employees, which was guarded by a guard. Okay. Hikue just finished speaking when someone came over. It was the smiling colleague from before. Why are you here? Hikue looked at the other person's usual smiling face and asked, but he felt Sue lay behind him quietly pulling his clothes. The two of them looked at each other tacitly, and the other party didn't notice anything wrong, and Sue returned to normal. Just as I said before that I wanted to give you a thank you gift of beef, I just wanted to go to the office to find you, and you just left. The boy greeted Director Sue first, and then smiled at Hikue. Is that so? That's right. Look, I just made a cake. The boy reached into the bag as he spoke. Hikue was one step faster than him, and took out a small harrow hanging from his waistband. At the same time, he turned around and hugged Sue lay behind him, and ran to the guard post of the A-level residential area. Sensing attack posture, shield deployed. As soon as Harrow finished speaking, the boy took out a pistol from his bag and shot at the small barrier one after another. At the same time, thick smoke instantly gushed out from the holes in Harrow's limbs. On the other side, the guards also noticed something was wrong, and two guards with submachine guns rushed over together. There's a killer, Hikue said, pointing behind him and shouting. Harrow, absorb the smoke. Understood. A crisp electronic sound rang out, and immediately the small powerful absorption device in Harrow's body began to work, and all the thick smoke was absorbed by Harrow, leaving only the boy surrounded by several soldiers. Put down the gun. For the blue and pure universe. Without saying anything more, the boy looked at the two with a cold and hateful look that was completely different from his usual sunny smile, and then raised his gun at them. As expected, the boy was shot and killed instantly by the guard standing in the front. After waiting for the scene and explaining to the Secret Service personnel who came here, the matter soon became clear. Perhaps the boy thought that taking away two A-levels at once was a very good opportunity. With the cover of night, and because many people were transferred to the construction, there were not many pedestrians and guards on the avenue. However, the boy obviously didn't expect that Hikue's Harrow had so many messed up functions, so he died on the spot. Then for the sake of safety, you need to give us the design of Harrow. The employee of the Secret Service said to Hikue in a businesslike manner, wearing a formal suit. I'm sorry, but this design can't be given to you. It's our confidential drawing. That's right. Hearing Hikue's words, Sule also agreed. The two looked at each other in silence for a long time. I understand. I will report this matter truthfully. The agent left the scene after saying that. Why did you refuse? Sule asked curiously. What's left after giving it to them? He sold a lot of this Harrow. Although the structure is not too complicated, it can be quickly copied after dismantling the A-level and spending a day or two reverse engineering. But if you take the initiative to share, you can get a reputation. If you give it to them, you will get nothing. You think clearly. Hearing that Hikue also had his own ideas, Sule felt relieved. Needless to say, after today's event spread, this kind of Harrow will probably officially enter the mainstream stage of plant. Although it doesn't have much effect in the war, this Harrow has been completely made into an anti-assassination artifact by Hikue, with a lot of life-saving functions integrated. The exhaust can not only absorb its own smoke, but also poisonous gas. The shield can provide physical protection, and Harrow can also automatically follow without affecting people's escape. Some people above also reacted quickly, and wanted to take the design drawings directly, which would also gain a reputation. Then when you go back, wait for this incident to ferment, and directly publish the design drawings on the forum. They won't be able to reverse your Harrow so quickly. I understand. This was his original plan. Also be careful recently. This matter is not simple. He should know about the oscillation component research you published on the forum. Otherwise, he would not have taken the risk of taking action at this time after lurking for so long. He is one of the engineers of the radar group. He has a clean background and talent. He must have been lurking for many years. But if you say that, doesn't it mean that they have people in higher levels? It's possible. Hearing Sulei's answer, Hikue's heart sank. If this is true, his beam weapon will be at risk of being robbed and assassinated. How is the progress of your beam weapon recently? No progress. There really is no progress. Now he has to spend most of his time here. It may take more than a month to successfully unlock the power component. Anyway, be careful. I will apply for a guard to accompany me when I take the assessment here in the future. You don't have to worry so much. This is just my guess. I believe that the Design Bureau will soon start internal cleansing. Maybe the spy will be caught soon. Seeing Hikue's solemn expression, Su-lei also said a few more words. The director and even the higher-ups have a blue cosmos, which is a big deal. Although humans can't drive MS, if the information of various machines is brought over, the Alliance can also pose a greater threat to them in a targeted manner. Okay. But I didn't expect your Harrow to be so useful. It seems that I will have to bring one out in the future. Thinking that everyone in the director's office will have a Harrow in the future, Su-lei couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect it either. When he designed it, he just wanted to better save his life, but this is indeed consistent with the assassination. It's getting late, go back and rest early, and there is still a special car to take you back. Okay, see you tomorrow. Hikue bowed and said, See you tomorrow, and thank you for protecting me. But according to what you said, I am also a target. No, it's different. Thinking that the timid and life-saving Hikue would sacrifice himself to protect her from the gun, Su-lei felt that her heart was filled with something, and was about to overflow. Su-lei's favorability 100. Chapter 45. A member of the Blue Cosmos in the radar group, the top management quickly blocked the news from the outside world and issued a gag order to Hikue. Of course, this blockade was only for ordinary employees, and many directors soon knew about the experience of Hikue and Su-lei. Only one day later, before the Secret Service Bureau came again, Hikue took the initiative to send Harrow's design drawings to the internal forum of the 5 major design bureaus. The comments below were very rich. Some said the design was ingenious, and some were puzzled as to why he suddenly posted it. Hikue didn't care too much. After this incident, he still sold his Harrow, but the purchase price dropped a lot because of homogeneity. Although the B-level manufacturing did not have the quality and speed of Hikue's current one, and his understanding of information engineering was not as strong as his, but there was a price advantage. Moreover, it was not impossible to combine a B-level information engineering with a B-level processing. Anyway, the speed would be faster and the price would be half. In the blink of an eye, only 1 year had passed. I didn't expect that I would become the object of others' copycat. There are a lot of people selling Harrow on the street recently. It's obvious that you developed it yourself, Shurha said angrily. It doesn't matter. Besides, the design of Harrow itself is not mine. The market of Harrow has been close to saturation after so many years. Even if he changes the nature of Harrow in various ways, ordinary people will not pay much attention to it. The acquisition price will be reduced sooner or later. The army is a huge group, but he can't supply what the army needs. If he needs to use it, it is a specially produced military version. Even without Harrow, the transport robot can still be sold. It's just that we may have to go out less recently. Fortunately, he didn't tell me his specific address in detail at the time, and with the strict security downstairs, he is still safe here for the time being. However, A-level and research are urgent. Since they have been asked, it is better to build it quickly, and the salary is almost paid. His current funds can barely sustain even if he doesn't sell Harrow for the time being. First, he will convert all the money into experience points. Shurha, I've been thinking about a combination skill for Harrow recently. What combination skill? Add a magnetic system to Harrow, so that they can overlap and deploy shields at multiple angles at the critical moment, and there will be a substitute if the shield is broken. That sounds great. Is it? To make such a set, at least 10 Harrows need to be linked at the same time. If one can add 40, then the set will cost 2,400. Speaking of this, can I donate some of the Harrow you gave me? Donate? There are many single-parent families recently. I saw someone collecting donations at the intersection when I came back today. As the war becomes more intense, no matter how much ZFT brags about its achievements, casualties are inevitable. Although there is compensation for the war, the money is only enough to barely get by. Hikue originally thought that he could get a pension if he died in the war because it was difficult for his parents to live well here with their natural jobs. After all, there are only adjusters here, and most of the positions can be done by others, and there are also handling robots for rough work. If you get sick, you may not be able to afford the treatment. Although technology is advanced, you still cannot afford the treatment. Of course, this is also because the adjusters rarely get sick, but this is not very friendly to the natural people living here. In addition, there is discrimination from other adjusters as the war becomes more intense. This feeling of having no security at all makes people feel depressed. Okay. After saying this, Hikuei's expression gradually became resolute. He must upgrade to A level as soon as possible and make beam weapons earlier, both for them and for himself. Half a month has passed since the return of peace. After crazy overtime and the massive spy investigation that made people panic, Hikuei put 10 Heros on Su Lei's desk at once after get off work today. What is this? Su Lei said helplessly as she looked at the Heros on the table in front of her. Heros. I thought you were too busy to do it recently. No matter how busy you are, you can still find time. The dark circles under Hikuei's eyes told Su Lei that this was not the case. Su Lei felt guilty when she thought Hikuei was weak because of his partying. Su Lei continued without showing her emotions. I don't need so many. I do need them. Hero, activate all-round defense mode. Following Hikuei's voice command, 10 Heros jumped out of the box in an orderly manner, holding hands and surrounding Hikuei to form a super large shield. You are really afraid of death. Su Lei sighed. When it comes to saving lives, Hikuei's ideas are always so creative. Who wouldn't be afraid? Why don't you just go out and ask a random Seraph faction member? Forget it. Hikuei smiled awkwardly. He really wasn't afraid. But this kind of hero should have gone through a certain level of research and development, right? The system control required for this combination, and the redesign of hero alone would take more time than simply manufacturing it. Yes. If it doesn't need to be developed, it can be delivered in a week. So your programming has improved as well, as you developed it quickly? Yes. She is also a dual engineer, and she was not too surprised to hear that, but just smiled encouragingly. Cancel defense mode. Understood. After one of the Heros, who is the leader, said this, 10 Heros simultaneously put away their shields and resumed their cute jumping appearance. For you. 10 Heros follow you too, and from get off work. If other people know that the hero was sent by Hikuei, I feel embarrassed just thinking about it, but since there are so many Heros now, no one should know. Su Lei's favorability 100. Experience bonus 5. Information engineering B level, 9099/10,000, 5 more to go. If he reaches A level, with his understanding of the system, he can also create more complex movements for Hero and other robots. Double A level, the gold content will also increase. Didn't the guard come today? Don't be so nervous recently. The culprit was found yesterday. Found it? Yes, I found it. It's the director of the Power Research and Development Group of Clark Design Bureau. I heard that he was dissatisfied because he had not been promoted for a long time. Now Clark Design Bureau is exhausted. I guess the leadership team needs to be replaced. After such an incident, the people above cannot escape the responsibility of poor supervision. That's better than not catching anyone. Hikuei breathed a sigh of relief. He would rather die than let his friend die. He had been living in seclusion and tense recently, and it was not easy. Now he has accurate information, and the theoretical knowledge has completely emerged. Next, he can ask Shura for help. Well, by the way, what do you think of the moon? Su Lei's sudden words interrupted Hikuei's relaxation. The moon? Chapter 46. The moon. Didn't they say that we don't need to build a base? Yes, they don't need to build a base, but in order to monitor the situation on Earth, they seem to want to set up a reinforced radar station on the moon. There are neutron jammers on Earth. It's not like I don't have a plan. Is this what you were doing when you were working overtime here? Yes, there are no machines that need radar research recently, otherwise why would I play here? Su Lei continued helplessly. Originally, I was planning not to take you with me, but this time the Hylian Design Bureau directly issued a transfer order, saying that you played a huge role in the battlefield several times before, so this time we also need your strength and so on. There were a lot of nice words, but it should be that some people are afraid that you will develop beam weapons before them, and want to destroy your research environment. There is already a beginning, and many people think that they can complete the rest of the work by themselves, so naturally they don't want Hikuei to continue to get in the way here. Do we have to go to this extent? Everyone will exclude dissidents. Clark Design Bureau just had an incident. There is no other way. They are doing things within the system so that no one can find fault with them. They are indeed praising Hikuei's workability. Now that he has the ability, the Design Bureau also values him and pays him enough. Hikuei has no position to refuse. Under Su Lei's worried eyes, Hikuei took a deep breath. Thinking of the poem that he had been looking forward to studying and completing, and his own goals, Hikuei felt bad. This way, his road will be delayed again. But as Su Lei said, the other party was using the rules within the system to suppress him. He did not have the strength and connections to resist, and the hot-blooded theory was just perfunctory by the upper level. When are you leaving? How long will it take? Next week, if the research plan goes well, it will take about a month. Once the radar station is stable, it can be remotely controlled through the terminal and plant. What if it doesn't go well? If it doesn't go well, it will actually take about a month, and there is no need to stay there. The matter has been decided. Unless he betrays his country, he will have to accept it no matter how aggrieved he is. Hikue has seen the consequences of treason, not to mention that his parents are still here. But not to mention his current research, the moon is not peaceful now. The two sides are now fighting hard with the Grimaldi crater as the boundary, and there are constant conflicts of all sizes. Although Sule said that they probably don't have to go to the battlefield, they are so close to the battlefield that the danger still exists. If the other party launches a surprise attack when they are building the radar, it is also very likely. After the assessment, Hikue was still worried when he met a gentle middle-aged man on the broad road of the design bureau. "You are Hikue, right?" The other party's smile was very warm. "Who are you?" "I am the director of Shurha's research group." "Nice to meet you." Hikue couldn't see through the other party's thoughts, and just said politely, "I heard that you were transferred to the moon?" "Yes. The moon is not a good place." "How is your research going?" "It's okay." The other party was too kind, and the topic was too sensitive. Hikue became alert after hearing this. "Well, if you have any progress on your power components, you can tell me, and I will help you complete it here. You can rest assured. Of course, you can also come to our group. A couple is also good. Otherwise, I think it will be difficult for you to carry out your research." "What do you mean?" Seeing that the other party's kindness gradually turned cold, Hikue still maintained etiquette and asked, "What do you think? I have 1,000 ways to prevent you from completing the research. Of course, if you give me the first author, I can consider it." "Okay, I consider it." Hikue clenched his fists and said with his head down, "Well, let's go. I give you time to think about it." Hearing the middle-aged man's words that sounded like alms, Hikue nodded and didn't stay. This director must be the instigator. Thinking of all the grievances and the other party's hypocrisy, Hikue gritted his teeth and finally endured it. He had no way to change now, so it's better to lie dormant for the time being. The director who was left behind gradually stopped smiling and stared at Hikue's back gloomily. "The moon. Hikue, do you want to go to the moon?" Sure, he, who was standing by, heard Hikue's subconscious murmur and looked up from the document in front of him and asked in confusion. "Not really, it's just that I need to go to the moon to build a radar station." Hikue repeated Sulei's words as calmly as possible. "No wonder the director has been asking about you recently." "Sure," he said indignantly. Although he was a Seraph faction, he agreed with the Seraph faction's idea of using armed forces to defend the country, rather than agreeing with the internal power struggle. On the other side, Hikue sighed after hearing Shurhi's words. It seemed that the director, who had not expressed his opinion before, suddenly had a fit, but the experiment could not be done without him. Although he had no legitimate reason to stop Shurhi, he did not even need to meet her. A word from her could make them very passive. "We should be able to test directly on the moon." Shurhi looked at the information and thought for a while. He did not have the helpless disappointment or the impulse to beat her up, as Hikue expected, but said seriously, "Test? Test of beam weapons?" Hikue, who was still worried, felt his heart skip a beat when he heard Shurhi's words. "Yes, the power component has been completed. Although it has not been tested, it doesn't seem to have any big problems. I will try to publish academic papers with more data in the next few days, and then I should be able to verify it with a real machine." Shurhi's eyes became more and more fiery as he spoke. "What about the cooling component? Can it be tested now?" Hikue remained calm and asked cautiously. "According to my experience, it's okay if the cooling system is larger, and with Hikue's ability, I believe there will be a way to overcome it in time. The only beam weapon we can use in actual combat is the M69 type equipped with Gene N, the equipment type. Elephant. Modified special fire heavy particle cannon, and it can only fire 3 rounds, but it has played a very important role in siege and conquest. Now that it can be tested, the Hylian Design Bureau can't find a reason to stop us." "What if the test fails?" Hikue asked cautiously. "After all, there is no cooling system and everything is still uncertain. The cost will not be too high. At most, we will deduct some of our bonuses." "What about the body of the test machine?" "It is no problem to get the latest Shigu. Shigu is Gene N's improved model, and its overall performance is better than Gene N." "Then give it a try." After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Hikue said slowly, "He has done real machine tests on the battlefield before. In addition to Shur and Hongi's abilities, and Shigu's better performance than Gene N, their test machine will not rush directly to the front line, so safety is at least guaranteed." Thinking of this, Hikue stood up and gently hugged Shura's soft body. "Thank you," Hikue whispered. "We are husband and wife." Shura's face turned red as he said this. At this time, the gloom that had been suppressed in Hikue's heart was swept away. There was uncontrollable excitement in his eyes. As long as he could become a member of the director, their lives would be more secure, and they would be able to say goodbye to this life that was only slightly better than living from day to day. It was not until Shura in his arms softly nudged his chest that the excitement in Hikue's eyes slowly calmed down. "Don't hug me yet, there are still many things to do tonight," Shura in Hikue's arms said coquettishly. To prepare so many things within a week, it is enough for the two of them to be busy. Yeah. Chapter 47. A week passed quickly, and under the sunny weather, the haze brought by the director before did not have much impact on Hikue. "Hikue, have you heard?" "Sure," he said excitedly, as soon as he entered the room. "What did you hear?" "Our director, he was secretly arrested for dereliction of duty." "Dereliction of duty? So suddenly?" "Yes, I heard that an agent in the police found information about his contact with the director of Clark Design Bureau, and there was evidence of suspected abuse of power and favoritism, but it was a pity that the evidence was insufficient, and it was highly likely that he would not be convicted of treason." "What about the reaction of the Sarah faction?" "Most of them are cheering. It seems that he had offended many Sarah faction members before, and the others who accepted bribes have been arrested and sent to have tea." "Is that so?" That is to say, he was too bold, but thinking back to the director's domineering face, Hikue was not surprised. What era is this? He is still acting like a villain, and he probably won't be popular. As for why Shura thought the other party was a good person at first, it was probably because Shura was so focused on the experiment that he was not familiar with these relationships at all. Just when he thought of this, Hikue's phone suddenly rang. "Director Sue, what's wrong?" "You heard about the director of the Beam Weapons Group." Sue Lei's tone in the microphone was a bit strange, as if she was happy and reluctant. "I just heard about it." "Well, your A-level is about to be completely promoted. Considering your achievements in beam weapon development, you have become the first choice to replace him as the director of the Beam Weapons Development Group." "What?" "Of course not now. To become the director, you need to be promoted to A-level, and then show corresponding achievements and have several academic debates with other researchers doing beam weapon research. As for the trip to the moon, you don't have to follow me. From the day after tomorrow, you will be the deputy director of the Beam Weapon Research and Development Team." "Ah!" Happiness came too fast like a tornado. He didn't expect that he would be promoted to a higher rank so quickly. As for Sue Lei, after he became the director, he could still visit each other. Maybe it would be more convenient than when he was in the radar group, but it didn't have much impact. "Be happy, come back tomorrow after cooking a few more dishes." "Okay, but why so suddenly?" Hikue asked cautiously. If there was no one behind the scenes to help, Hikue would not believe that it would be so smooth. "What do you think? Work hard, maybe you will be able to see your idol soon." "Okay." Hikue did not care much about Sue Lei's ridicule, but he really felt a similar excitement as seeing his idol. During this period, his hands were more stable, and he had more subtle control capabilities, and these accumulations seemed to be the result of his continuous efforts for countless days and nights regardless of the cold and heat. Now he can make 2 deans a day. Maybe after becoming the director, he will be able to get more design drawings and make more complicated things. But it will take at least 1 year for him to reach the level after being promoted to A-level, not to mention that it is unknown when Sue Lei's favorability will break through. He is not without worries. His driving skills cannot keep up. With the promotion of his position, he may need to travel around like Sue Lei sometimes. Although there are security guards, it is most reassuring to keep your life in your own hands. If he can get along well with Lux, he could also start his gift-giving strategy and give Lux more gifts. What's wrong? Looking at Hikue, who came out of the room with a happy face and didn't know what he had done, Shura asked curiously. "We can work together later." "Really?" Hearing this, Shura jumped from the sofa to Hikue's front in 2 steps, her eyes shining, and her long brown hair swept in front of Hikue, sweet and soft. "Is it the director?" "At present, it is only the deputy director, but if the trip to the moon goes well, there is a high probability that it will be converted to a full-time position later." "Great." Shura hugged Hikue tightly. "We won't sleep tonight." After hearing the good news, Shura's usual shyness was temporarily suppressed, and her jade-like skin became pink and a little hot. "What?" While Shura was still excited, far away in April City, the capital of Plant, Lakis was in the courtyard, looking at the endless ocean in front of her and the high sky in the distance, and still saw only yellowed cotton-like clouds, gentle, but with a bit of falsehood. The message has been sent to him. It seems to be fine. He is also very happy. Su Lei's voice came from the communicator. Su Lei, are you in love with him? Although it was a question, Lux's voice gave people a sense of certainty. No. Listening to the busy tone beside her ear, Lux laughed. She is still the same, but can he really be trusted? Will her love affect her judgment? These are things that still need time to prove. You're right, CLN. Lux poked the harrow in front of her boredly, which was obviously duller than the other harrows. Harrow. Stupid. The previous cleverness seemed to be an illusion. At this moment, the girl's cherry lips pursed lightly, and a girl's cuteness and innocence naturally emerged. It is still doubtful whether that person is her fan now. He didn't show up at the concert, but kept sending gifts, and the gifts he gave to her were all from QQ. The high-tech one that Su Lei brought out was powerful, but it was a little weak in opening the door. It would be better if it could be integrated. Chapter 48. The next day, unlike what Shur has said, Hikue, who had a good sleep, appeared in Su Lei's office much earlier than others. As soon as he entered the office, Su Lei's pretty face, which was carefully dressed up, came into view. Su Lei was also very cute in normal times. When she didn't wear makeup, she really looked like a girl next door. But after putting on makeup, she looked much more gorgeous, plus her cute height. What's wrong? Su Lei's eyes showed a hint of cunning. No, I just feel a little reluctant to leave Director Su after today. Humph, you are so slick. Su Lei smiled coquettishly. When you become the director, you are always welcome. Thank you for your good words. Hikue bowed to Su Lei, as he used to do in his hometown. Then they seem to be here too. Let's announce it now. Su Lei raised her head and walked past Hikue. As the breeze blew, the other party's mature perfume quietly penetrated into Hikue's nose. It seems that Su Lei is also very happy today, but it is also normal to be happy when a director emerges from her own school. Besides, girls always love beauty. Even Su Lei, who is the girl next door, is no exception. Walking in the familiar corridor, Su Lei and Hikue walked briskly while thinking about their own thoughts. Soon they came to the office area, and the employees raised their heads tacitly as the door opened. Stop, I have something to announce. Su Lei cleared her throat and said coquettishly. Hearing this, the employees looked at each other, and finally their doubtful eyes focused on Hikue. Was he fired? Is it impossible? Or was he transferred? Hikue, you will be transferred to the Beam Weapon Research and Development Team. Ah! Everyone stood up in surprise, and several people who were familiar with Hikue also walked forward quickly. Alas, the director just left and several employees are also not peaceful. Why are you the one leaving? Yeah, I don't know if the leader over there will be as gentle as our director Su. In addition to the people who comforted him, there were also a few people who flattered Su Lei against their will. Hikue hadn't said anything when he heard this, and Su Lei continued. Hikue is about to take up the post of Deputy Director of the Beam Weapon Research and Development Team. Everyone, congratulate him. This is your last day together. Su Lei left without paying attention to the sudden silence at the scene. Deputy Director? All the surprised and stunned eyes were focused on Hikue. No one cared about Su Lei's departure anymore. They all looked at Hikue with fiery eyes, as if asking him, is this true? Because they are short of manpower, I just happen to have some research on beam weapons. Hikue tried his best to speak in a humble tone. Wow! With a burst of uproar, the originally surprised and stunned eyes instantly turned into envy and jealousy. That's the Deputy Director. His status has been able to enter the management level of the Design Bureau. Although it seems that there is only one step between an engineer and a Deputy Director, it is the difference between a middle-level manager and a grassroots level. This level has stumped countless heroes and geniuses who claim to be outstanding talents. The power represented by this alone has attracted them. Not to mention being able to live in the A-level area and make friends with more directors. These are all precious human resources. Congratulations to Hikue. No, congratulations to Director He. Director He is worthy of being the shining star in our office. Director He has excellent skills, and it is impossible not to admire him. In an instant, those who had flattered Su Lei before were not stingy in speaking compliments to Hikue. Although they didn't know what Hikue had done to get promoted, Hikue was already one level higher than them at this time, and no one dared to question him face to face. Director He, are you still short of people? I go over and work with you. Someone with a quick mind blurted out immediately. When he said this, everyone else's eyes lit up, as if they saw something delicious. Yes, they knew Hikue's situation. He had always been low-key, worked hard, and never quarreled with others. In short, He is a good guy, and he has the friendship of colleagues. It must be more comfortable to go there than to be deducted money by Su Lei here. Especially some girls. They are enthusiastic and call Director He. Director He, take us there. Director He, I can't bear to leave you. Director He, you are so handsome. The compliments in his ears made Ikue pull the corners of his mouth, and didn't know how to answer for a while. Okay, let's deduct money here again. Su Lei, who didn't know when to return, said lightly. Everyone laughed awkwardly. Director Su, we are just joking. Yes, yes. Got it, get back to work. Okay. After watching everyone leave, Su Lei took Ikue out of the office. Next, you have to go to the Human Resources Department to complete the formalities. I have brought the documents to you. And you can bring someone with you. Anyway, the director has fallen, and there are many vacancies there. It is normal for someone to be transferred there. No. He always felt that Su Lei's eyes were dangerous when he said this. If he answered wrong, his favorability would be reduced. His intuition told him so. Su Lei didn't answer after hearing Hikue's answer, but just raised the corners of her lips and turned her head, and took the lead again. A group of people over there have left, but you should not be careless. You know the ending of that director. I know. It may be glorious for a while to act recklessly, without a corresponding foundation, but those are just illusions. Strengthening yourself step by step is the fundamental. Su Lei stopped and turned around, taking out a necklace. It's a gift for a new official. Radar? Looking at the charred fragments on the back of the necklace, Hikue was able to identify it. To be precise, it's the fragment salvaged from the radar you threw out at that time. I asked someone to help bring it back from Earth. It can be regarded as a talisman. Thank you, I will cherish it. Such a necklace is indeed more meaningful than any gift, and the gratitude in Hikue's words is very obvious. Yeah. Su Lei nodded lightly, then continued with a blushing face. Then let's go home after finishing the formalities, and having a farewell dinner with them today. We will be busy tomorrow. Okay. Chapter 49. With everyone's congratulations, Hikue ensured he came to the office of the Beam Weapon Research and Development Team on the second day. Not far from the radar team where Hikue used to work, it was also in the same building, but on a higher floor. At this time, the director's office was empty, and many materials had been taken away. Only basic research books were quietly lying in a metal bookcase. And looking out from the French window of the director's office, there was no beautiful scenery, only the industrial park of the Hyalon Design Bureau, which was also the assembly plant where Hikue had worked. Below are the sparse tops wearing factory uniforms walking slowly towards the factory area. It feels good to look down on everyone, especially when the other party's status is much lower than yours. Perhaps the director was also dazzled by this scene, and became so arrogant. There is no director here at present. You are our top manager. Shurha reminded solemnly. I know, you have said it many times. After sorting out some materials, and taking them out, the two did not stay here, but came to the main office. Director He, good morning. Director He. There are not many people in the whole office. If Hikue is not included, there are only 5 people. If Shurha is included, there are 3 men and 2 women. The standard configuration of an office is 10 people, including the director and deputy director. That is to say, there are only the average number of people when the office is full. Hikue has learned about all these in advance, and he even remembers the names and background information of his team members. As the deputy director, I don't ask much of you. Just be firm in your beliefs, be loyal to ZFT, and do your best for plant. Fight for ZFT. Fight for ZFT. The faces of the people at the scene were solemn, and their ideological awareness seemed to be stronger than Hikue. Although they did not know Hikue's specific achievements, they did not show dissatisfaction with Hikue who took over this position. It can be seen that these are soldiers who obey orders. Ahem, I believe everyone knows that our project will officially start testing on the moon tomorrow. Shurha and I will be responsible for this test. As for the collation and summary of the data, it will be left to you. As soon as Hikue finished speaking, a rather sturdy employee stood up excitedly. Director He, please let me go with you. Me too. Let me kill all the natural people without leaving a single piece of armor. Me too. I want to go too. Me too. Listening to the enthusiastic voices, Hikue personally experienced what Su Lei meant when she said that the beam weapon group was full of battle maniacs. Just those few passionate people who fought for ZFT just now, those who didn't know would think that he had joined the operations department instead of the research group. So the delay in developing beam weapons must be related to their strange state. Every time they fight, they can't wait to rush in, and their minds are probably flying. We are completing experiments rather than participating in wars. In addition, considering the recent shortage of manpower in the group, we cannot approve your application this time. Of course, next time, I will give priority to your wishes if I am able. Although it's a long story, the summary is one sentence: next time for sure. Everyone who heard this sat back in their seats in disappointment. They are all good people. Shurha blushed and explained softly. I can see it. One morning, with the help of Shurha, after sorting out some paperwork, financial statements, work progress reports and other projects that required personal review and signature, the two left the office together and were taken to the factory area by the shuttle bus. The two walked in the internal dedicated passage for engineers. Only a few employees passed by in the cold metal passage. Apart from nodding to each other, there was not much communication. This was not the first time Hikue came here. He had come here with Su Lei before to debug the system parameters of the early warning Dean. He skillfully put the ID card into the elevator sensing area. The elevator started to move down at high speed. Here, their respective IDs could only go to their respective floors. The entire area was the most solid bottom position of the colony satellite, and was also a natural shelter. After exiting the elevator, there was no one in the tall corridor. Following the indicator lights, they soon arrived at a hangar. This is it. Shura came to the main control computer, and turned on the power supply of the entire hangar. Suddenly, the hangar was accompanied by the sound of a huge searchlight turning on, and a strong light that seemed to be the creation of the world. A Shigu appeared in the center of the spotlight. The pale metal reflected the cold light cast by the spotlight, which looked more intimidating than Jin-In at a glance. Unfortunately, there was a gap behind the Shigu at this time, and the jet device disappeared. Is this the experimental beam weapon Shigu? How should I put it? It's a little different from what he imagined. Isn't the beam component still below? Shura pointed to an inconspicuous place under Shigu's feet with embarrassment. There was an H-shaped weapon component, which seemed to be prepared to be equipped on Shigu's missing shoulder. It's not ready yet? We're leaving tomorrow. It's too amazing that the body is not ready. Time is too tight, and the director had that kind of thing, so the project was temporarily suspended for a few days, but what's missing is only assembly, and it is expected to be completed in half a day. Design, let me see it. Okay. Shurha operated the main computer for a while, and suddenly a complicated blueprint appeared in front of the two of them, faintly overlapping with the real Shigu in front of them, full of technology, and at the top was the model of the machine YFX 100 Deep Arms. YFX is the unified code name for weapon test type, and Deep is the abbreviation for beam pointing weapon experimental type. The overall completion rate is only 78%. Yeah. Although this weapon was completed using his theory, Shurha, who was responsible for the direct weapon plan development, had all the functional components modified to some extent. The cooling component problem has not been solved yet, and it can only rely on gas to dissipate heat, so the overall appearance is much larger than the gun-type weapon. That's not a problem. It can always be used after the pipeline connection is completed, as long as it is not a major war. The ejector at the back has been replaced with the weapon component. It has been completed, but has not yet started assembly. Shurha continued to speak, as the design drawings flashed before his eyes. If it weren't for the excellent dynamic vision of the adjuster, he couldn't see it clearly. Then start as soon as possible. The specific parameters of the beam weapon will be adjusted after arriving on the moon. Also, the efficiency of the head sensor is too low. Let's get one from Su Lei. As a member of the front radar team, Hikue also knew that the performance of Shigu's head sensor was definitely not the top one in ZFT. It was even worse than the reconnaissance type Jin-In. It's not surprising that everyone has their own expertise. However, as an experimental beam weapon with one shot less, accuracy is still very important. Otherwise, if you can't kill the opponent with a few shots, you can just wait for death. Of course, it is also possible to equip a standard machine gun in hand, and add 2 physical swords on the waist. At this time, the benefits of Jin-In's versatility are revealed. I originally had this idea, but I just put it off until today. I will ask the engineer to come over and start assembling as soon as possible. By the way, should we change the color scheme? Shurha said repeatedly. Color matching? Hikue was not very interested in the special machine with a changed color, but Shurha seemed to like it very much. Her eyes were bright and full of girlish expectations, which made people reluctant to refuse. For example, dark blue, it can be well integrated into the background of the universe and the moon. Okay. Hikue continued to look at the drawings in front of him. The cockpit was converted into a double cabin. Chapter 50. YFX is still working hard on its assembly, while Hikue came to the Waste Merchants Association after get-off work. The privilege of the deputy director is that he does not need to work overtime, and he only needs to arrange for others to work overtime. You will not know how good it is until you try it. However, this method should not be used for a long time, otherwise it will cause dissatisfaction among the people below. Director He, congratulations. The old man who opened the door and entered the venue smiled respectfully when he saw Hikue. How did you know that I became the deputy director? Hikue smiled in a good mood. We also have our own news channels. A-level was promoted early as an exception, which is an exceptional treatment. Your story is now spreading outside. Is it that exaggerated? In fact, it is not. There are many people who have been promoted to A-level as an exception. His assessment work itself is far better than those who have just been promoted to A-level. He was promoted naturally after taking care of the above. The deputy director was also a little exaggerated. After all, most people did not know Hikue's role in the research of beam weapons. They just thought that Hikue was lucky to make friends with some noble people. So are you here to register as our partner this time? Yes. Although the Klein faction seemed to want to recruit him, the more sources of information, the better. Besides, Lakis would steal freedom in the future, and he was not very enthusiastic about joining the Lakis faction. If Lakis asked him to steal, would he steal or not? If he stole, he would be treasonous. Although the plot did not seem to say it, Hikue felt that the people who helped Lakis steal the Gundam at that time should not have a good end. Lakis's father has already knelt down, so a small fish like him will probably be locked up in a small dark room for life or shot. Although he is the deputy director, there are many people who can threaten him internally, so he can cooperate with the Klein faction, but it is better not to be absorbed by them. What you can't get will always make you restless. With the increase of value and status, he only needs to maintain neutrality, and slightly lean towards the Lakis faction in attitude. Okay, just enter the information here, and we can give you a 40% discount for the first 500 kilograms of materials every year. A 30% discount would earn you a little, and a 40% discount would be almost equal to the cost price. The boss words also made Hikue look sideways. He probably said that because he was the deputy director with real power, but no merit, no reward, forget it. Hikue continued to smile. He had just been promoted, and he didn't want to be reported and pulled down so quickly. Normal cooperation is fine, but as for this kind of preferential things, he should wait until he comes back to understand the situation clearly before making plans. Well then, what does Director He want today? Just follow the usual way. He just happened to get a bonus of 20,000 yuan for his promotion. Although the current price is still high, it is still a good idea to buy some inventory. Okay, you can contact us anytime if you need anything. The boss said with a smile on his face. Thank you, I have filled in the information. Then this is our internal website. I have logged in with my identity information. The account and password are both initial. Change them for the first login. Okay. After accepting the message sent by the boss with the bracelet, Hikue turned around and left without any regrets. Take care, we will arrange for someone to deliver the goods, please rest assured. So Hikue, who officially became a member of the Waste Merchants Union, went home and opened the website mentioned by the boss on the computer, changed the username and password, and a form similar to the one in his previous life appeared in front of him. Information area. Watering area. Reward area. Among the three major areas, the watering area has the most people, and it can be seen that it is really water. The second is the information area, and the last is the reward area. Hikue clicked on the reward area with a clear purpose, and saw that among the posts on the first page, some gray titles showed that they had been solved, and some were still empty. The top post, which was also the most eye-catching, had the title that he was most familiar with. Theoretical proposal for miniaturized cooling components of beam weapons is solicited. P.S. Detailed theoretical basic information must be attached, and the test results must be reproducible. Reward. 1 million technology coins can be exchanged for currencies of various countries at the exchange rate, 1 million. Hikue swallowed, but soon shook his head in a hurry. People are greedy, and he must first use this research to consolidate his position. With power, he can make more money and gain more experience points more safely. When Hikue scrolled down the page, he saw many replies. Gas doesn't work? Then I can't do it. Wealthy sponsor, why don't you go to the Hylian Design Bureau? I heard that the research on beam weapons there has been progressing rapidly recently. I heard that. You didn't read the intelligence area. The director seems to have been arrested. How fast can the progress be? The newly appointed deputy director is just a scapegoat, and has just been promoted to A level. This part of the Hylian Design Bureau is considered useless. Hikue, who was the scapegoat, nodded with satisfaction. Very good, it seems that Zap's confidentiality work is still useful. Although it almost killed him last time, at least the internal forum of the Waste Trade Union has not revealed too much information. I don't know if Zap's Strategic Research Bureau is at work. As for the person who proposed the reward, it is estimated that he is at the director level of the Hylon Design Bureau. However, he dare not leak the information, just want to make up the last fragment. Hikue couldn't let others get ahead of him. He left the bounty zone with a hint of urgency, and casually looked at the intelligence zone. It was basically all about friction here and there, which route was robbed and brothers should be careful. There wasn't much useful information, but it was much better than the local newspaper and plant. Hikue, I'm back. Didn't you cook? Just as he closed the webpage, Shura's door opened and her gentle voice sounded at the same time. Today is the last day before departure. Let's be extravagant and cook. Hikue walked out of the room and said, Well, I don't know what the situation on the moon is now. It should still be a stalemate, after all, it is part of the strategy. Since it is impossible to completely defeat the Earth Alliance's Ptolemy base on the moon, then they should be contained on the moon and prevented from threatening the plant homeland or the Earth front. That's right. Shura was concentrating on eating, and Hikue looked at the beef floating in the pot with the boiling water, accompanied by the addictive aroma of the shacha sauce seasoning and the aroma of meat, and his mind quietly drifted away. By the way, didn't Mu get the title of Eagle of something in a crater on the moon? What eagle? Eagle of Miltans? There doesn't seem to be such a crater on the moon. Thinking that Mu was a heroic unit that could slaughter Gene in with a small zero plane, Hikue's recent arrogance due to promotion and other factors gradually subsided. He still has a long way to go. In order to eat more meat, he can't get carried away now. He doesn't have the capital to act recklessly, and he has to think twice before doing anything. There is only one life. The higher the Gundam flies, the harder it will fall if it doesn't leave some power to cushion the landing. If you don't eat meat, you will get old. Shura put the meat in Hikue's bowl and said, Yeah, eat meat. Chapter 51. Looking out from the cabin of the Laurasia class, the pale moon surface is covered with holes and craters. Looking further away, there are undulating mountains and vast plains. Everything is pale white, except for a moon crater covered by a transparent dome, which is green and looks like an oasis in the desert. Who has the heart to plant trees in the military base? It is estimated that Ptolemy and Lawrence, the two military bases of the Earth Union and ZFT, can't find a single tree in the entire base. The only possibility left is Copernicus, which is famous as a neutral city. It's a pity that this neutral city can hold on. Hikue sighed. Without weapons and defenses, it can survive on the entire lunar battlefield. It should be related to Mr. Marchio. It seems that the current mayor is a student of Marchio, and Copernicus's position is not too important. Mr. Marchio. These are too far away for him. Not to mention a world-class figure like Mr. Marchio, he only saw the main characters on TV. The warship quickly orbited to the destination. Lawrence Crater, located in the southern highlands on the front of the moon, is far away from the United Ptolemy base. Because of its regular terrain, flat crater bottom, and thick crater walls that can also serve as a natural barrier to protect the base from cosmic radiation and harassment by the United Army, it was also chosen by the ZFT Army as a military base. As they got closer, Lawrence Crater presented a magnificent scene in front of everyone. The pale yellow sunlight reflected a ruthless cold light on the base in the deep crater. The fine moon dust raised by the base expansion project drifted around the base, looking like the fascinating science fiction world covers that Hikue had seen before. But this is indeed science fiction. Although life is still difficult, the world is even worse than the peaceful world before, and you may die at any time if you are not careful, but it is still science fiction. At least, he is not going to Warhammer. Hikue was still cheering himself up in his heart, and the two of them took the space shuttle from the Nazca level and successfully entered the base. They went directly to the core of the base, located underground through the sunken landing platform. Director He, welcome. The heavy hatch opened, and the two were greeted by a group of green guards and the familiar girl in a slim white dress. Director Su, thank you for coming. TSK, you look better in white than before. For some reason, Su Lei gave him a look and then focused her eyes on Shura behind Hikue, but quickly moved away, making it difficult to understand what she meant. Your aircraft has been placed in the B-24 secret hangar. I see, then you. I'm going to take charge of the radar group. Don't worry, there are people following me. Waving her hand, Su Lei left only her back to the two of them. Hikue. What's wrong? Hikue was a little nervous, when he just said goodbye to Su Lei and faced Shirhi. Will his favorability be reduced? Let's start debugging. It turned out that Hikue was overthinking. Shirhi just said excitedly to Hikue. Yeah. Hikue was very cautious about favorability, which was related to his efficiency in converting experience points. It would be better to let Su Lei and Shirhi meet less in the future. Although he did nothing to Su Lei, Hikue still noticed that Su Lei looked at him a little strangely sometimes. While thinking, Hikue successfully found the hanger and quickly adjusted the data of the beam weapon on the Shigu operation panel with his almost A-level information engineering technology. Although there is no atmosphere here, there is still moon dust interference, so the firing rate and output power must also be adjusted. One side of the gun barrel can only support 10 rounds, and both sides can support 20 rounds. The weight of the body has increased by 2 tons compared to the Shigu, and its power system has been weakened. I am afraid that the power will be reduced by 15% compared to the general Shigu. Is Shirha okay? No problem, I'm good at shooting. Then you can carry an extra machine gun, and as for the physical sword, just carry one. If you can't use the double swords well, it's better to use a single sword, which is enough for self-defense. Okay, said Shirha, who was in the main driver's seat, also confirmed tomorrow's mission in front of the screen. Our first mission has been assigned. What is it? We scout Gene in and found a fixed patrol point of the Earth Federation forces. There are only about 6 Mobius fighters. After turning on the neutron jammer, we can eat them quietly. Shirha's eyes were burning. Tomorrow. It was always so sudden. Fortunately, there was still half a day to change the system. Since it is a small ambush, the output limit can be increased a little bit. Can it be a squad battle? This was what Hikue asked Shirha. After all, it was Shirha who would actually go to the battlefield. Hikue's role was similar to that on Earth, except that there was no gravity here, so there was no need to worry about Shirha getting dizzy. Of course, it's no problem. I have tested it many times on the simulator. The score is still in the top 10. Yeah. While Hikue was helpless about the fanatical poetry on the other side of the base, Su Lei, who returned to the radar group array monitoring room, took out an encryption device and plugged it into the interface of the main control computer. A communication was passed through layers of circulation in an extremely secret way and reached the April City of Plant. Lakis, he has already started debugging, and it seems that he is determined to win. In front of Su Lei was a screen playing a computer that synchronized the monitoring of the hangar where Hikue was, and the body data stream. Any adjustments made by Hikue could be seen here. Well, that's good. Although the operation is a little weak, there shouldn't be too many problems with Miss Hannes here. Please take a closer look at the moon this time. If possible, I will talk to him in person when he comes back from the moon. Do you think he will join the Klein faction? I'm not sure, but isn't he my fan? By the way, give it another try. Besides, he was forced to that point by the Sarah faction before, so I'm afraid he won't easily cooperate with them. Well, you're coming to May City? It's been a long time since the last road show. If we don't move around, the topic will go down. After Lux finished talking about business, she said in a rather naughty tone. By the way, you have also met Miss Hannes, right? How is your rival? Not a rival. After saying that, Su Lei closed the communication in anger as usual. Chapter 52. After debugging for most of the day and sleeping for a while, the two of them got up and went to the cafeteria early the next morning. Thank you for your hard work. Nodding along the way and responding to the salutes from other green-clad and some red-clad officers, Hikue returned to one of the officers' preparation rooms before departure with a few energy bars. It was still full of cold metal texture, but at least there was a pot of lavender flowers on the table, and I don't know if it was real or fake. I thought I could eat food from Earth. Hikue looked at the energy meal in front of him and sighed. Although the price of food and plant has gradually dropped recently, they cannot transport a large amount of food without a mass accelerator. The transportation cost is high, so the price is naturally still high. But this is not the main reason why he can't eat meat this meal. It's because the attack is about to start, so he can't eat too much or too well. Otherwise, it would be really disgusting if he vomited it in the helmet. Thinking of this, Hikue still stuffed the hard-to-swallow energy bar into his mouth. He couldn't be distracted at all during the battle. The ingredients of these energy bars also include some stimulants, which are still very useful after eating. After finishing the meal, Hikue put on the white driving suit. This driving suit is the same as Cruz's, but Cruz can probably beat him with one hand. It's very dangerous outside. He will go home and be his chief director as soon as he finishes the weapon test. Does this count as setting a flag? Hikue was thinking wildly in his mind, and he had already walked in front of the dark blue Shigu. At this time, Shura had already been waiting here. The slim red driving suit on her exquisite body made her look heroic, and her waist-length brown and smooth hair was circled by a light pink headband. It was very different from her gentle and virtuous appearance before. Hikue, the mission briefing is out. Shura smiled cutely at Hikue and took out a device that was much smaller than a mobile phone from the pocket of her military uniform. Of course, it also had a screen. Start at 1,000 hours on the moon. Here, mobile phones or bracelets have no signal and cannot be used. In addition to the dedicated line, the only way to use this military information processing equipment is to use it. There is a team of red-clothed people working with us. They don't have a name. They should be the Special Operations Team. Hikue, who also took out the equipment for confirmation, said, "It seems that the National Defense Committee attaches great importance to this test. The red-clothed Special Operations Team is at least as good as Shura, and with their tacit cooperation, they can easily fight against the 4 or 5 Mobius combat teams." Unconsciously, Hikue also received the treatment that Sule received at the beginning. Of course, this treatment also included the consideration of fearing that Hikue would die for the country before the cooling system was completed. We just need to do a good job of the test. Although we fired 2 rounds at the lowest energy in the internal test field yesterday, the reliability under high power output can only be truly tested on the battlefield. As they talked, the two of them boarded the cockpit one after the other, and began the final system check before departure. By the way, didn't your friend say he would come back? After completing the last system check, Shura asked. It seems that something delayed him. Is that so? I asked him after I get back. Things had happened one after another before, and Ed had also told him that he was safe, so he didn't investigate further. But this time it took too long. As the two were still talking, a burst of noise came from the communication channel, and then a deep male voice came from the communication channel. Excuse me, is this Hikue, Director He? It's me. Hello, we are the team responsible for the escort mission this time. I am the team leader, codenamed Iron Wall. We will be responsible for your safety throughout the journey. Please rest assured. Okay, thank you. As they spoke, 2 ordinary Jin, 1 reconnaissance Jin, and 1 Shigu also slowly walked with heavy steps from the special passage to the preparation point where Hikue was. Shigu was of course the Iron Wall. As for the other team members, they didn't say anything, and Hikue didn't ask any more questions. As the time came to 1,000, with accurate timing, the 4 machines started the engines at the same time on time. The fine moon dust was lifted by the kinetic energy brought by the engine, and the red light of the one-eyed light lit up and quickly locked onto the target position in the data. Director He, can your beam experimental Shigu be used as a backup shooting machine? No problem. After agreeing, the Iron Wall interrupted the communication. This is Hikue's first time flying in a zero-gravity environment. Shura asked, looking at the vast lunar surface and the rapidly receding scenery outside the monitor. Yes. The speed of the machine is much faster than that of the Earth, but this does not affect Hikue's state. Under the effect of stimulants, his mind is more focused than usual. Considering the inertia and power system, we have also made corresponding adjustments. However, the dust at the location shown by the data may be finer. I will adjust the system while you launch it. Okay. After the 4 aircraft continued to fly for a long distance, they landed in a small crater and found cover at the signal of the reconnaissance type Gene in front. The target is 15 minutes away from the estimated arrival time. Delta 4, follow my instructions to turn on the neutron jammer. Understood. Although Hikue felt that the 15 minutes passed very slowly while holding his breath, in fact, it passed in a flash. Mobius team detected, 6 in number, distance 1,000. The reconnaissance type Gene reported. The target appears, enter the battle zone in 10 seconds, turn on the neutron jammer. All aircraft, proceed according to the plan. Understood. They responded in unison, and the 10-second countdown ended. 2 Gene and Shigu simultaneously surrounded from 3 directions. And their experimental type lagged behind a distance, and stood at a high point that had been scouted long ago. At the moment when the 2 armies met, Shura also locked the target. Fire. As soon as Shura finished speaking, the green beam of death brushed past the wing of one of the Mobius and shot away, and a large amount of gas was ejected from the barrel of the machine body, which seemed like a dream, but full of threats. The dark blue figure seemed to have turned into the god of death from the underworld. For this sudden appearance of the small beam weapon, the opponent was stunned for a moment, and at that moment, Shigu seized the opportunity to harvest a Mobius with the machine gun in his hand. The shooting angle is slightly offset because the kinetic energy of the aircraft itself is not fully connected, and there are slight fluctuations in the range calibration and energy supply management. Wait a moment. Hikue was inputting data on the keyboard. The 5 Mobius aircraft in front of him knew that they had been tricked, but they did not fight to the end. Instead, they turned around and planned to return home. However, they were harassed and entangled by Jean, and who had appeared in the back. It's okay. Good. Another beam was fired, and this time it successfully hit the wing of the Mobius. After a silent explosion, the opponent instantly turned into a piece of dust on the moon. The test was successful, free fire. Yes. Shura quickly joined the Iron Wall squad to siege Mobius. Hikue was watching Shura's performance, while looking at his virtual frame. Under such circumstances, Shura's favorability towards him actually increased by 3 points, reaching an astonishing level of 126. This was not too strange. After all, the beam weapon that the girl had been dreaming about had basically been successful so far, so it was normal to be excited. Chapter 53. 6 Mobius have become part of the dust on the moon in the blink of an eye. And Shura also successfully got the record of shooting down 2 Mobius. It's really smooth. The transformation is very successful. Now you can take over the beam weapon group when you go back. The miniaturized beam weapon group is definitely a unit with full potential. Although the miniaturization is completed, the more armaments of the body are still in the initial stage. Beam guns are also divided into power, and the same is true for beam swords. With so many weapons to be developed, the future beam weapon group is definitely an indispensable existence in the Hylian Design Bureau. I hope so. Hikue slid down from the cockpit with Shura, smiling. The test was initially over, but the cooling system and subsequent tests were still going on. Shura had been flying the beam experimental Shigu to do some less dangerous operations these days. Hikue was concentrating on collecting data, and of course, he also used his authority as the director to apply for some experimental materials for his own use. The Harrow manufacturing business was in full swing even on the moon. Being able to use the experiment as an excuse to get free materials is also a business trip benefit that ZFT turns a blind eye to. It's more comfortable here, with 24-hour hot water supply. Shura walked out of Hikue's officer's single bathroom barefoot, and the bath towel was gently fluttered as she walked, revealing a piece of snow-white skin. There were still some water drops in her brown hair, dripping slowly on the cold alloy floor. Let me help you blow your hair. Hikue stood up from the unfinished harrow in front of him and smiled. Okay. Obviously sitting in Hikue's original position, Shura naturally saw only half of the harrow. What is this? It's much more complicated and bigger than the previous harrow. The warm air behind him blew the fragrance of shampoo, and Shura asked curiously in the warm and quiet atmosphere. Aiming assistance type harrow. Aiming assistance? Well, every attack needs to modify parameters according to the terrain, and this parameter changes in real time with the terrain, so I thought about making an external calculation module that can also modify parameters in real time, and by the way, load Mobius's action mode into it, and Harrow is just right. Can Harrow's computer do this? Not yet. We have only accomplished a little bit. It is enough for the moon, but it is still far from being able to do it on all terrains. It might be possible with the computing power of the current military-grade miniaturized computers, but his system is not streamlined enough. This requires more powerful information engineering capabilities to continue to complete, and the time span is too long. In addition, Harrow's computer needs to learn deeply. After all the processes, it can only be used as his trump card, and mass production is out of the question. But it doesn't matter. Development of cooling components. It's almost done, Hikue said as he ran his fingers through Shura's hair and picked up a brand new harrow from the table. You gave Shura Hanifs a gift, micro-component processing experience plus 40. Shura Hanifs' favorability 127. Experience bonus 6. Micro-component processing A-level 17234/100000. Academic, beam weapon miniaturization theory 6920/10000. There are still a dozen Harros left, and it's not fast or slow. Although he also needs to analyze the data of beam weapons here, it's no problem to make 1 or 2 a day. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the afternoon of lunar time, Hikue was still receiving data from the beam experimental Shigu on the front line, when a call suddenly came from the communicator. Excuse me, who is it? Director it's me, Kawasaki from the radar team. What's wrong? Kawasaki was a member of the team that came with Su Lei. When Hikue heard the other party's hurried words, his eyelids twitched. Director Su set out today to find a radar position suitable for conducting experiments. He was supposed to send back a fixed communication every 10 minutes, but he is currently out of contact. Where are the guards? No response either. What did the general staff say? We have sent a team to check, but because the red-clothed guards are out on duty, so the rescue is all done by green-clothed guards. If the enemy can really make the red-clothed guards lose contact, then it will be useless to have more green-clothed guards. Have your machines launched an attack? Kawasaki asked with a last glimmer of hope. Send me the coordinates, and I find a way. Okay, Director Hikisu, please. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Hikue quickly changed into his driving suit and came to the hangar before the attack preparation. As the deputy director, he quickly got a reconnaissance gen even without orders. As for the secret order required for the attack, the beam experimental Shigu was outside, so he naturally had the attack order. So after only a few minutes, Hikue, driving the reconnaissance gen, set off directly from the lunar base. The coordinates are not in the main battlefield at all. Why did it lose contact? Fortunately, the distance was not far. Please, Haro. Since Hikue dared to come out, he was certainly prepared. He quickly removed the baffle under the co-pilot's console, took out several transmission cables from it, and connected them to Haro. Data docking completed, data takeover completed, automatic shooting parameter mode activated. Haro's eyes flickered a few times, and he successfully replaced the co-pilot with Haro. After checking the system, Hikue's gene and also happened to arrive at the signal location. The heat of the battle was already visible to the naked eye, and the Laurasia class that Su Lei was riding was still alive. But the Zero Mobius looked at the 4 wired floating cannons, which were suppressing 1 red-clad and 2 green-clad soldiers on their side, and there were also 6 ordinary Mobius combat teams around. Hikue's head ached. Why did they appear here at this time and place? Was it a sneak attack? Or was it a secret reconnaissance? Hikue landed in the shadow of a lunar crater, and the aiming frame of the sniper rifle gradually enlarged. Can I hit it? Haro, who was sitting on the co-pilot seat, answered with smoke. He only aimed at the Zero, and Haro was already smoking. The trajectory is too complicated, and the amount of calculation required is too large. Hikue muttered, and soon he aimed at one of the ordinary Mobius. Haro's condition barely stabilized, and Hikue pressed the launch button without hesitation. After the parameters automatically modified by Haro, he accurately hit the vital point of Mobius, and his life disappeared in an instant. The opponent's computer trajectory prediction found that there are still 25 seconds to find here. Keep shooting. Just after he finished speaking, he hit the target again. At this moment, his eyes were only absolutely focused without a trace of ripples. In the dark and silent universe, the bullets fired by Hikue passed silently in the boundless void without a sound, like the sickle of the god of death, which made people shudder. With this strong support, the red-clothed man driving Shigu in front also stood up and bit the opponent's trump card tightly, not letting him get close. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, finally, under the cover of the Zero barrel, the joint retreat, and Hikue's Haro was completely scrapped. Chapter 54. Hikue. As soon as he got off the plane in the hangar of the Laurasia-class ship, a beautiful white figure crashed into his arms. Are you stupid? Why are you here? Do you know how dangerous it was just now? No one knew better than her how terrifying that red machine was. With just one encounter, they had already been unexpectedly shot down by the other side. If they hadn't had a red-clothed man on their side, they would have been eaten by that strange wire-controlled gun machine. Forgot. Feeling Su Lei's trembling in his arms, Hikue recalled his actions just now, and his hands began to tremble. This was indeed the first impulse since he came here, not because of the system, but because of Su Lei. Thinking that this girl might pass away from his life, he didn't have time to think too much. There was no her in the main storyline, so Hikue was always worried in his heart, worried that Su Lei was actually just one of the people who died in the war. Fool! Idiot! Cursing one sentence after another, Su Lei hugged Hikue more and more tightly. Hikue did not speak again, but patted her slender back gently. Su Lei lost the power to resist under such gentle and silent comfort. Worry, fear and emotion converged into a complex and extremely strong emotion. The tears that could no longer be suppressed flowed like spring water in Hikue's warm arms. No one knew how scared she was when she heard that it was Hikue sitting in the Gene Inn just now, as if the time around her had stopped with her stagnant breathing. The two of them were only intimate for a while, before being interrupted by the ship's call system. Ahem, it seems someone is looking for you, Hikue said, as he let go of his hand. Aw yeah. Su Lei, who had just finished venting, sniffed and realized that Hikue's knee-driving suit was now wrinkled, and it seemed that there were still her snot and tears on it. Hikue couldn't help laughing. On the one hand, the other party's originally cute and self-sustaining face was now like a cat with tears, and on the other hand, Su Lei was deeply moved by your desperate protection, and her favorability was 110. Experience bonus 6. Although it was a bit dangerous, it was worth it. Don't laugh, and you stink. Are you sweating? It was so thrilling just now. After Su Lei responded and told the captain the order to return, the red team also landed in the hangar. Thank you for your rescue. May I ask who you are? The captain of the red team looked at Hikue in surprise, and saluted before continuing to ask. Helan Design Bureau, Hikue, thank you for your hard work. Design Bureau. The white clothes in the Design Bureau are usually only owned by the director. That is, this person should be a research talent like Su Lei, but thinking of Hikue's accuracy with the reconnaissance-type gene in just now, it is really hard to imagine that the other party is a scientific researcher. At this time, beam weapons were still in a semi-secret stage, so the red-clothed man didn't know what research Hikue was conducting. Mr. He's accuracy is really amazing. Where's the other pilot? The boy continued to ask after getting his mood back. Only me. Hikue had secretly collected Harrow before he came back, and the wiring had been restored. Except for the cables being a little burnt, everything was back to normal. It was guaranteed that even the most powerful maintenance team would not be able to detect any clues. Alone. Because I have also studied reconnaissance gin before, so I am familiar with the parameters. After saying that, Hikue followed Su Lei to her officer's room without caring whether the other party believed it or not. It was filled with various experimental instruments without any breath of life. Why didn't you send a distress signal? Hikue asked after entering the door. The communication on the ship was suddenly broken when the war just started. Is that so? What about you? Are you really driving it alone? We use some minor assistance. Computer assistance? I guess so, but it was very immature. It was scrapped after 3 shots. Hikue took out the fragments of Harrow from his small backpack. There was basically no stability, and it could only be considered as for 0.01. Luckily it lasted 3 shots, otherwise it would have collapsed if it couldn't scare them away. You dare to rush up like this? Su Lei gave Hikue a look. You're quite brave. Although the normal ratio of Mobius to Jin is 5:1, Hikue sniped 3 of them from a distance without any damage, and it took less than 20 seconds, so it is indeed in the category of red clothes. But this is the result of Hikue cheating. How are you going to explain it when you go back? Su Lei asked, probably understanding that Hikue didn't want to expose Harrow. Suddenly you have an epiphany? The small universe burst, although less, but not nothing. That's okay, but the reason why the other party acted secretly this time should also be to test the new machine. Is that the strange Mobius? Yes, it looks like a wire-controlled pod. If so, this is our latest threat. Su Lei said excitedly while sketching a Mobius Zero. The 4 gun barrels were also perfectly drawn. The gun barrels don't look complicated, and they fire live ammunition. So, in order to ensure accuracy, each gun should have a radar attached to it, so this size also explains it. It's just that the wire transmission method is likely to test spatial cognition ability. It's a miracle that the opposite side's barrel is not tangled. Su Lei said seriously, and the light in her eyes became more and more obvious. But this kind of control method of weapons is also very interesting. With your miniaturized beam, it may play an unexpected role. I will write a report first. Okay, Hikue, who was left aside by Su Lei in an instant, pulled the corner of his mouth lightly without saying anything. As long as she is happy, it's fine. Chapter 55. Hikue, who successfully returned to the Lawrence base, was rewarded for his previous achievements. However, because he was half disobedient, the final result was that his merits and demerits offset each other. This was also within Hikue's expectations. As for the follow-up, Hikue and Shurha also returned to plant from the moon in advance because the test was completed, ending the short business trip. The National Defense Committee needs to hand over our experimental data of the beam experimental type Shigu in 3 days. I trouble you to organize the data. No problem. Hikue nodded in satisfaction as everyone answered with high spirits. Hikue did not leave early today, but was planning the next aiming-assisted Harrow and the new Harrow with integrated access control function on the computer. You don't know until you try it. Aiming with computer assistance is really much easier, although it may not work if the opponent is an elite. But if the opponent is an ordinary person, basically every shot will hit the target. And as long as the computing power of Harrow can be improved, but this is a bit dangerous. Although there are AI here, the degree of automation is still strictly limited. It is more used in the management of the city, such as their gene-matching law, rather than on the front battlefield. After all, if AI controls the armed forces and accidentally mutates or is coerced by the enemy, these are things that both sides do not want to try. Hikue, why are you so slow? Ed, who has turned into a black skin in the high-end hotel, complained. How dare you say that? It's been a long time since you said you would come last time. Hikue glared at Ed, who had turned into charcoal, and then his eyes were attracted by the red-haired, charcoal black-clothed guy in green clothes beside him. Let me introduce you. This is DaCosta. We met on the African front. Ed coughed lightly and said, Nice to meet you, Director He. DaCosta stood up and saluted in one go. You're welcome. Hikue, DaCosta is the adjutant of the Desert Tiger. The African front, which was originally slightly sluggish 2 days ago, was torn apart by the Baku troops led by Andrew Bartfield, which tore through the defense line formed by the large tank troops of the Eurasian Federation. Commander Andrew was thus given the title of Desert Tiger, and he is another hot figure besides Cruz. I just assisted Captain Andrew. Mr. DaCosta is too modest. So when you said you were coming back, you were actually going to the African front? Yes, I followed them to Gibraltar, and I was almost dead. I had just recovered from my injuries, but it started all over again. Ed smiled bitterly. If he could, he would have wanted to go home immediately, but the situation at that time was too late. You've worked hard. I'm talking about this, and I'm also asking you to come over for dinner this time, because DaCosta has something to tell you. What is it? We want to buy 20 Harrows from you, 20,000 in one lump sum. Huh? 1,000 each, a good price, but unfortunately the other party doesn't want too much. Because the remaining resistance organizations in our African region are rampant, and the harassment of Blue Cosmos, assassinations against our senior military personnel are endless, so I thought of you. Hikue, when we first arrived at the African front and camped at night because we were unfamiliar with the situation, we were almost ambushed by the resistance organization. It was your Harrow radar that saved our entire team. Ed was wiping away the non-existent tears from his eyes. Then you will pay for this meal? You are the director now? You still want me to pay? Facing Ed's exaggerated expression, Hikue couldn't help but look away. Harrow, no problem. When do you want it? Within a month. I understand. After the small cooperation was quickly agreed upon, DaCosta declined the two people's request to stay and left the hotel. Ed, I am the director now. Can you stop showing off your life? You know what I mean. With his current position, he can get Ed out of the front line with a little more cost. Sorry, Hikue, but I decided to make a name for myself. Is that so? Hikue was not surprised. It can be seen from Ed's continued address to him that in his heart he is just Hikue, not Director He, so he doesn't want him to help him as Director He. Not knowing why Ed changed, Hikue could only raise his glass. Then I wish you a bright future. Don't worry, it's still safe to follow Captain Andrew, and you can learn a lot. Really. The meal lasted until late at night before returning home. The matter was temporarily over, but life still had to go on. Recently, the price of materials continued to rise, but the purchase price did not change. The market was stable, but it made Hikue worried. After all, if others made less profit, they might eat less meat, but if Hikue made less profit, he would lose money. After all, he still had a lot of Harrow to give away. Fortunately, he had stockpiled a lot before, so it was no problem to maintain a balance between income and expenditure before he could figure out the academic. But if the material price continued to rise at this rate, the machine market might collapse. I just hope that Plant can come forward to stabilize it as soon as possible. Chapter 56. Breaking news: the Cyclops at the Endymion mining base on the moon controlled by the United Forces exploded. Looking at the news he saw on the website of the Waste Merchants Union on his phone, Hikue stood up. While he was still in a daze, their internal notification was also sent to Hikue's bracelet. The frontline Endymion base was deliberately detonated by the United Forces. The Cyclops system, the detailed casualty report is still being checked. Please pay attention to restrain the words and deeds of your subordinates, and be alert to unnecessary rumors. Cyclops explosion? It's no wonder Hikue was so shocked. Apart from the shocking nuclear bomb at the beginning, 20 years have passed in Hikue's memory of the original history, not counting the time here. Apart from some cool machines, he has basically no knowledge of the plot before the protagonist begins. Now the evaluation of the beam weapon experimental type Shigu has not come out. As the deputy director, Hikue only sits in the main seat of the office, and does not have an independent office. Shurha, who sits in the first seat below Hikue, was the first to notice his abnormality. Hikue, what's wrong? He gave her a look without saying anything. The two of them came to the director's office not far away. The Cyclops on the moon exploded. Did it explode? Director Sue? I don't know. I go out for a while. You can talk to them. Where to go? Looking for Lakis Pi, but before he could finish his words, someone knocked on the door of the office. Are you there, Director He? Yes. After calming down, Hikue opened the door. Outside the door was an inconspicuous engineer. Who are you? Someone asked me to tell you that Director Sue is fine. The engineer looked like he knew what was going on. I see. Thank that person for me. No problem. Whose person is that? Shura asked, watching the man leave, and Hikue's shoulders suddenly relax. Klein sect. Do you want to join? No, I don't think so. Actually, it's not because of you. Okay. The words were blocked, so Shura could only put the topic aside for the time being. Hikue, who returned to his position, quickly used his authority to see the picture sent back by one of the Laurasia-class ships when the Cyclops exploded. The dazzling light suddenly broke through the eternal darkness of the universe, and with the terrible electromagnetic waves spreading outward, various equipment and people in the entire base began to explode. This energy penetrated all obstacles like a violent tsunami. In the blink of an eye, the light of destruction enveloped the entire lunar crater, ignoring all living things. All this happened so quickly and so cruelly. Finally, even the shipborne camera that was moving away exploded and fell into a black screen. It was as if that was the last scene he saw in his life. Coming back to his senses from the picture of the destruction of the world, Hikue saw the approximate casualty ratio. It can be said that the casualties were heavy, so in the end, they should recruit people from the military academy, so the plot may start soon. But now the most fatal thing is that the number of troops on the moon has been sharply reduced, and the most important mining station has been destroyed by the United Nations. I am afraid that the Lorenz base will be difficult to maintain. This will waste a lot of materials. With the loss of Jin N, Shigu and various weapons, the industrial pressure of plant will be worse. The price of materials. Hikue thought of this, and sounded the alarm in his heart again. As his strength and status improved, he could not help but become more calm and vigilant, which would often lead to failure. If he was still on the moon with Shura this time, he might also be affected. Hikue regained his caution, and began to re-examine his recent actions rigorously. After learning that his promotion to director was a foregone conclusion, and influenced by his heroic complex after risking his life to save Su Lei, he did not take more measures to save his life or continue to seek promotion, but chose to be content with the status quo. Now, thinking carefully, he is not out of danger at all, and his situation may even be more serious than before. The Cyclops, the nuclear bomb, and the world-destroying weapons in the future are all like swords hanging over his head. Moreover, if the miniaturized beam weapon is successfully tested, he will definitely be given the title of the father of beam weapons. His identity cannot be hidden from the world for too long. Not only did he not think of a way to deal with it, he even did not consider the means of defense and various future safety. His vigilance had been reduced to a very pitiful level. If he could recall it, if he could ask Su Lei to go with him. There is no if in life. There is only one life. Buy more materials, and move into the A-level residential area as soon as possible. Try to recall the plot, and continue to increase the means of saving your life to prevent possible assassinations. Two cold hands slapped his unbearable hot face, and Hikue cheered up again. First, we need to finish the cooling system tonight. This is the best time for the National Defense Committee and ZFD to stabilize the morale of the troops. We can't go on like this. Having made up his mind, Hikue checked the financial statements on the computer, and stood up after confirming that there were no problems. Shura, let's go take a look at the beam experimental Shigu. I have some ideas about the cooling components that may be improved. Okay. Chapter 57. In the underground hangar of the Hyalon Design Bureau, the damaged Shigu had been replaced with new parts, and even the huge beam launcher was polished and separated from the Shigu and placed in the hangar. We are just one step away from completing the cooling components. Does Hikue have any ideas? Well, I guess so, Hikue said, as he took out 3 harrows of different colors. Is this a harrow? Well, I give it to you. Huh? Although she was a little surprised why Hikue gave her harrow now, Shura still accepted this gift from Hikue. The harrow that he had originally left for Su Lei, and the remaining harrow were all given to Shura at this time. You gave Shura Hanif's a gift, micro-component processing experience plus 40. Shura Hanif's favorability 128. Experience bonus 6. Micro-component processing A-level, 20137/100000. Academic, Beam Weapon Miniaturization Theory, 10024/10000, can be mastered without hesitation. Hikue directly pointed his finger at the mastery column. Suddenly, the last knowledge about the cooling component was integrated into Hikue's mind. Then let's get started. Hikue came to the main control computer, with his eyes becoming extremely focused. Shurha, call the others to come. The academic paper is still a little short, but the various materials required have been prepared in advance because of the previous knowledge unlocking. Now it's just right to submit the academic paper together with the finished beam component. Okay. Shurha responded, and quickly began to help Hikue. At this time, the original cooling system in the beam component had been removed, and the rest was the other internal structure of the entire beam component. The raw materials for the new cooling components were stacked here in an orderly manner, waiting for him to start working. Although the knowledge had just entered Hikue's mind, he seemed to have mastered it at this time. He and Shur, he had even completed 75% of the assembly before the other team members arrived. Director He, is it done? Looking at the launcher in front of Hikue that was almost completed, several team members began to wail. Not yet, but it will be soon if you don't come over. As he spoke, Hikue controlled the robot arm, and used precise micro-manipulation technology to perfectly implant the chip that controls the cooling component into the beam component. You are worthy of being Director He. Hurry up and start working, otherwise, you will have to work overtime. He got familiar with them, and when he heard the jokes from several people, Hikue just laughed and cursed. Okay, I don't know where the big boss who developed the beam weapon is. He should be the director of the new beam weapon group. Director He, do you know him? I don't know. Having just been frightened, Hikue did not intend to reveal his identity until the official announcement. As for guessing, let them guess. Anyway, he will not lose weight, and whether they will know after he becomes the director in the future is none of his business now. On the other side, Shur he was a little hesitant to speak when listening to the discussion of several people, but finally swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. She wished that the whole world knew that Hikue was the one who developed the beam weapon, instead of watching them worship the future director who did not exist. But Director He's micromanagement is really amazing, and I can understand why they transferred you here. Really? Then you have to work harder. Definitely better than Director He, don't you think so? Oh! Sure enough, he is still not used to this kind of warm atmosphere. Because there was already a blueprint and part of it was completed, the assembly was completed before leaving get off work. The beamless energy test has passed, and the actual machine test can be carried out. Shurha, apply for the MS test site. Already applied? Shurha, as the person who knows Hikue best, had applied just after they arrived. Because of the priority of beam weapons, there are now several machines waiting to be tested outside. Then don't disturb others. Let's start now. Okay. The huge Shigu stood in the passage. Equipped with a new type of beam weapon, the laser weapon area behind it was much smaller, only slightly larger than an ordinary machine gun. Because the propulsion device was still dismantled, the jet nozzle behind it was retained. As for the leaking gas port, it became a conventional cooling device, and the overall model became much more slender and beautiful. Outside the laboratory, because Hikue had to conduct the final tests of the beam weapon, many directors, even those who were not available, took leave and rushed to the Hylian Design Bureau. After all, it is a new weapon. When the time comes, change it to a wire connection and don't enter the body. Hikue reminded Shurhado in the cockpit. After all, it was a newly developed weapon, and it was unknown whether there was a risk of explosion. Don't worry. Well, then we will officially set off. Chapter 58. At the launch test site, the interior of the observation platform is filled with various monitoring instruments and equipment. At this time, the dark blue Shigu was standing majestically inside. After debugging the beam cannon, the internal personnel also evacuated back to the observation platform. The protective plate has been installed, all equipment and instruments have been checked, and the test can begin at any time. Are you ready? I don't need to say much about the significance of this experiment to our project. Focus. Okay. The beam weapon team members were all very excited at this time. Then the countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, the beam weapon preheating begins. Preheating completed successfully. The reading is normal. In the test bench, the air around the beam weapon component on Shigu began to distort slightly. Fire. A green light flashed, and the anti-beam coating armor in front of everyone was hit directly. Observation team, report the data. Temperature, power, component stability are normal. The test is successful. His experiment was successful. Even though he was almost 100% sure, Hikue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's successful. Shura hugged Hikue tightly, his eyes sparkling. Yes, that's right. Director someone is looking for you. Before the two could say anything else, a staff member in charge of the test site came over and said enthusiastically, "Okay." Following the staff member, they walked deeper and soon came to a room that was no different from other reception rooms. An uncle was sitting in the middle. "Hello, Director." The man in front of him was the Deputy Director, who was also the second in command of the Hylian Design Bureau. "Congratulations, Director The uncle smiled warmly. "It was just luck. You can't do this with luck. We in the Seraph faction have always hoped that young talents like you will join us. Sorry, I'm used to being alone, but I can cooperate with the Seraph faction." He definitely couldn't join the Seraph faction. He had so many secrets, and he had just accepted a favor from the Klein faction. If he crossed the river and burned the bridge, his favorability would drop. Moreover, he had so many secrets. This research was for skills. If they asked him to research something in the future, it would be useless if he couldn't figure it out. It would be better for him to be a free man. The uncle was stunned when he heard this. He thought he would have to haggle with the other party for a long time before he could finally decide whether to stay or leave. Unexpectedly, Hikue was straightforward. "That's fine. Regarding the nominal research here, Shura and I will each take half." "Okay, then congratulations, you will officially become the director. At least one of them is a Seraph faction, a couple, and with Shura around, their relationship will be closer in the future." Coming out of the reception room, Hikue let out a long sigh of relief. He successfully stabilized his relationship with the Seraph faction, and the next step is the Klein faction. Only one day later, the news of the successful development of miniaturized beam weapons spread among the top management of the Hylian Design Bureau. As the main researcher of miniaturized beam weapons, Hikue also gained a certain degree of fame among the top management, but the middle and lower levels kept it secret for confidentiality reasons. On the other hand, due to the defeat on the lunar battlefield, Zaf's offensive against the Earth Alliance has also slowed down recently. Jean and Dean are also working hard to increase production. And Hikue's life is also very fulfilling. In addition to working at work and researching Harrow, he is also working on the orders he received from DaCosta. He had already paid a deposit of 10,000 yuan, so he was not afraid that the other party would run away with the bill. In a blink of an eye, it was the day when Su Lei returned. As soon as she came out of the port, Su Lei saw Hikue welcoming her outside. "Congratulations, Director Su Lei teased as she handed the luggage to the transport robot next to Hikue. "Thanks to Director Su, why are you so late? After all, they decided to demolish the Lorenz base, so I went to help. The price of materials should be more stable recently. Do you want to go and take a look? Although the overall price will increase due to the need to manufacture Gene, the secondary materials should decrease. Don't you need to go back first? The Waste Traders Union is not far from here, and Hikue certainly wants to go and take a look, but Su Lei just came back from outside. It's okay, I want to buy something too. What do you want to buy? None of your business." Facing Su Lei's coquettish words, Hikue tactfully did not continue to struggle but took out a necklace. "This is for you." "What is this?" Although it looks like a beautiful necklace, Hikue doesn't seem like someone who would send handicrafts. It's an accessory that works with Harrow. It has an enhanced radar that can make Harrow more sensitive to danger. It also has a function of cracking access control, but it can't be used in complicated situations. It's really useless to crack access control. It was only because the Archangel was in a state of management chaos and lack of manpower that Lux took the opportunity. If you want to save your life in the future, this is far from enough. It really looks like something you would make. Although Su Lei said it with some disdain, Hikue still smiled at the 2-point favorability. "As long as you like it." Thank you." The port is like the airport lobby in the past. In addition to the Waste Merchants Association, there are actually many shops selling clothes, accessories, books, groceries, and Harrow and other robots. I haven't been out for a long time. Su Lei was like a curious baby, looking around constantly. After a closer look, Hikue realized that she had put on a slightly mature makeup today, which was more charming than her usual cuteness. Because of assassination? That's one aspect. In fact, she just didn't like shopping, but pulling Hikue here made her feel happy for the first time. "Do you want to go in and have a look?" Hikue asked in front of the clothing store. "Well, can the cost of beam weapons be suppressed?" In front of the cute clothes, Su Lei's words were totally out of tune with the atmosphere here. "Look at the mass production line. It is definitely impossible to directly replace the standard weapons with beams at this stage. And if it is captured, it is likely to be reverse engineered, so the priority configuration should be the captain machine. I can think of it. Have you thought about the direction of future weapon development? Not yet. You can refer to that wire-controlled cannon. It is not difficult to copy it. But there are too few people who can open it. Take your time. I'm just giving you a direction. If you want to implement it, you must first test the spatial cognition ability within ZFT. I'm going to try on clothes first. Without giving Hikue time to continue answering, Sule picked up a white dress and walked to the fitting room. Okay. I always feel that today will be very time-consuming. Watching Sule's back, Hikue felt his legs a little weak. Chapter 59. On the day when Hikue was officially promoted to director, the miniaturized beam weapons group simply held a celebration for Hikue, because the failure on the moon was not suitable for extravagance. Director He, congratulations. Thank you. With Hikue's promotion, He was also promoted to the position of deputy director. The couple took over the miniaturized beam weapons group. Of course, this is just a group, far from the deputy director or even the director. We can't stop here. With encouragement, Hikue officially moved into the director's office. Sitting in the director's chair, Hikue was also lost in thought. Shura's academic work has been completed, but no new academic work has emerged in the past few days. Is it that the favorability needs to be increased? But things like favorability cannot be increased just by saying so. Thinking of this, Hikue sighed. What's wrong? Shura, who was sitting opposite Hikue at this time, asked. No, I was just thinking that my parents are coming too. After the matter was settled, he also moved to area smoothly, and the next step was to pick up his parents. How are mom and dad? Shura's face turned red as she spoke. Don't worry, they will definitely like Shura. Yeah. Facing Shura's gaze, the virtual panel in front of Hikue changed slightly again. Shura Hanif's favorability 130. Experience bonus 6. Micro-component processing A-level, 20137/100000. Academics, anti-beam coating shield 2, 0/10,000. So is it really unlocked after reaching 10? However, anti-beam coating shields do have strong and weak ones. Now no one is researching them, because beam weapons are not popular. However, with the miniaturized beam weapons developed by Hikue, I am afraid that more attention will be paid to the research of shields in the future. Now that the sword has been made, it is still necessary to have a stronger shield in hand to feel at ease. Moreover, it seems that this shield can be upgraded. The miniaturization of the previous beam weapon may be because the preconditioning technology has not been unlocked. In other words, if the poetry and favorability continue to be improved, the beam weapon may reappear. Although he still didn't understand the system, Hikue was generally satisfied and immediately took out a harrow that he had left behind and gave it to Shura. Trigger the anti-cheating mechanism. The benefits of items below A level will be automatically reduced tenfold. You gave Shura Hanif's a gift, micro-component processing experience plus 3. Shura Hanif's favorability 130. Experience bonus 6. Micro-component processing A level, 20155/100000. Academics, anti-beam coating shield 2, 18/10,000, below A level. What's wrong? Nothing. Below A level, that is to say, most of his harrow can actually be sold, and A-level harrow is the kind of harrow that he can barely reach for his orders. This is not a big problem, but the cost of materials will be more expensive, completely blocking his way to the later stage. Is it really okay? Looking at Hikue with his eyebrows tightly knitted, Shura still asked worriedly. It's okay. It just takes more time. Oh! Time soon came to the day when his parents came, and Hikue and Shura were waiting for them at the port. This is your fiancé, they are really a good match. Hikue's mother is a middle-aged woman with traces of frust on her face. Hello, Mom and Dad. Hello. The four of them exchanged greetings while taking the elevator to the interior of the colony satellite. And the four of them came to the usual dangerous area again. Since the previous group was arrested in the anti-gangster campaign, this place has become much quieter. Although it is still dark, no one will follow, and there are more pedestrians coming and going. At least as a location close to the port, it has finally become prosperous as it should be. However, there was no light in the eyes of passers-by, and they even looked at the four people with a little malice. Is the contract you mentioned reliable? Along the way, Hikue's mother kept nagging about the same old things. It is absolutely reliable and very safe. Hikue moved away from there only after he became the director of the design bureau, and had an exclusive residential area. Shurha said proudly, and the passers-by on the side changed their faces when they heard that the director had an exclusive residential area. The director of the design bureau is a person with real power. The A-level standard to become a director is beyond the reach of ordinary people in their lifetime. Usually, those directors rarely go out, and when they have a mission, they take a special car. A wild director like this is definitely rare. If you can get some connections, it may be useful in the future. Many people's eyes became eager, ready to come forward to talk to help carry luggage or something. However, before they could get close to each other, the four people had already stopped a car at the maglev station and left quickly. All the way to the plant area, I saw that the mechanical fan place was a little more lively than usual. What's going on? Hikue randomly grabbed a passerby and asked. Miss Lux is coming, the captured passerby said excitedly, but Hikue was stunned without much expression. It's not that he doesn't want to increase the favorability, but he has no way to start. There are so many security guards around others. If he really goes over to chat, he will probably be pressed to the ground. So Hikue just waits for the other party to find him. Thinking of this, Hikue, who had just returned home, did not expect that Lux would come to him so soon. Hello, Director He. The pink princess in front of the door had an intoxicating light in her eyes, as if she was the best combination of innocence and cuteness, and the baby fat on her cheeks was just right. Hello, Miss Lux. Hikue looked at her in astonishment. This was the first time he met her face to face. It's our first meeting. I heard from Su Lei that today is Director He's housewarming day, so I came to see you specially. Lux's voice was so sweet that people seemed to ignore this somewhat abrupt visit. If it were an ordinary person, such a popular idol suddenly came to his doorstep to celebrate for him, he would probably cry with joy, or even be grateful. I don't know how many people in Plant dream of this, but at this time, Hikue just smiled bitterly and pretended to be excited and moved. Miss Lux, please come in. He probably guessed that the other party should want to win the favor of his parents first, or from the information, he saw that he cared about his parents very much, so it seemed that the other party was also prepared. This wave was not him trying to win Lux's favor, but Lux trying to win his favor. Uncle and Aunt, hello. Are you here, Lux? The two were obviously surprised to see such a well-known idol appear in their home. Uncle and Aunt, don't be so reserved. I heard that Director He moved to a new house, so I came to see him. After all, Director He has worked hard for Plant. Please forgive my sudden visit. These are some gifts I brought. Please accept them. Looking at Lux, who quickly entered the house and chatted happily with his surprised parents as if she was the girl next door, but whose favorability did not fluctuate at all, Hikue realized that it might not be that easy to improve her favorability. It was not enough to meet her once or twice. She was completely a boss level. Chapter 60. In the A-class residential area, I don't know who arranged it. His house is right next to Su Lei's house, so although the two are no longer superiors and subordinates, they are actually neighbors in this muddled way. Recently, the Earth Federation determined that we were the first to use means to detonate the Cyclops system located in the Endymion crater. This is an insult to the people of Plant, and a contempt for the adjusters. Our development should have been an opportunity for all mankind. Hikue, how much money do you have after you were promoted to director? Shurha asked curiously with the TV in the background. 100,000. It was about the same as his previous expedition, which was a little less, but considering the recent situation, it was okay, at least he could buy something. What was more annoying was that ZFT still provided all kinds of assistance to the Oceania Alliance under such circumstances, which reflected their poverty. If he hadn't been promoted to director, Hikue might not be able to eat meat for a few meals a month. However, considering that their Carpinteria base is in the Oceania Union, it is impossible to quarrel with this little brother at this time. Are you planning to buy materials again? Yes, there are many places now. Their villa is a 2-story villa. There are 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a living room, and a garage and studio, which is enough for their daily use. It just so happens that he also wants to make a car, preferably one with anti-beam and anti-nuclear explosion, and a life support system, at least to maintain simple movement in space. To achieve this level, 100,000 is definitely not enough. But if he makes one and gives it to Shurha, it will probably add a lot of experience points. Anyway, Shurha's is his. It's just that the materials are still too expensive recently. Although the secondary materials have been reduced because of the consumption on the moon, they also have to start producing more weapons, so the consumption of high-level materials is also increasing. That's fine, but I heard that the tax is going to increase again recently. Shurha sighed. Although it has not been reported much, the Plant Supreme Council is already discussing it. Judging from the scale of this discussion, the tax increase is almost certain. Beef and rice and other artificial foods are definitely luxury goods in plant, and the tax increase is almost the largest. Previously, the tax increased by a batch due to the stockpiling of food, and it may increase by another batch after this news comes out. Hikue also received the news. At this time, he touched his liver. If the price continues to rise, he really can't afford anything. However, solving the production capacity problem of plant is not something that can be done overnight. Fundamentally speaking, although there are many resources in the universe for manufacturing military equipment, asteroids and the like have abundant mineral resources, but the speed and manpower of mining have always been a problem. Fully automatic mechanized mining equipment has not yet been fully developed. Currently, space mining is also completed by exoskeleton and auxiliary power armor, the predecessor of MS. Otherwise, the Union would not have built equipment such as the Cyclops on the moon. But if the beam can be used for mining, it should be more efficient. Anyway, there will be no interference if the universe does not turn on the neutron jammer. Thinking that Hikue said goodbye to Shurha temporarily, he came to the studio and opened the internal forum of the design bureau. Mining. Enter the keyword in the search bar, and a circle of research on mining appeared in front of Hikue. On the effect of controllable miniaturized beam energy on mineral extraction, the latest article published at the top seems to be discussing the benefits of Hikue's results for mining. It was posted by the director of another design bureau who specializes in mining. It seems that many people have thought of this earlier than him. This is not surprising. Hikue did not think he was extremely smart. He was just one of many adjusters. No idea is too reliable. After all, although the control of beam energy can be done, the control of how much will not damage the mineral itself, how much will not waste energy, and the form of beam application. If MS is used for excavation, there will not be enough MS for engineering, and how to equip ordinary power suits with beams, etc., have not been solved. It seems that there is still a long way to go before efficient mining. Hikue turned off the computer in annoyance and came to the outside of the house. This is a monotonous place. After passing through the green corridor and covered by bright street lights, each area is a row of houses of the same style, and the lights of the Hylon Design Bureau in the distance faintly illuminate the dark night sky belonging to the adjuster. Someone is still working overtime. Do you want to work overtime too? Just as he sighed, Su Lei's voice sounded faintly behind him. Not really. I don't know what you're busy with every day, and you're always making excuses for overtime. Have you met Miss Lakis before? How was it? Su Lei walked up to Hikue and whispered. Nothing happened. Hikue said depressedly. The young lady didn't talk to him alone in the end, but just looked at him with an expression of I'm very optimistic about you and admiration. She didn't even take the initiative to invite him to join the Klein faction. The favorability didn't increase at all, but she directly filled up the favorability of his parents. Shurha was depressed for a few days because of this. She just talks to herself a little bit. Su Lei explained. Why did Lux say that Hikue was not her fan? He looked like one. If not, why did he pretend to be her fan? Although Lux asked her to find out. But she couldn't do anything to test Hikue. After being rescued several times, Su Lei had already tacitly accepted that Hikue was a good person. At least, that was the case for her. I don't care. Oh! Now we are neighbors. Su Lei hesitated. Yes, I will bring you food in the future. If you need to work overtime, let me know. Who is going to say this? Why can the favorability be improved if it is not this? He continued to complain in his heart. Then what do you want to say? I want to say that you two should not be too loud at night. He heard the words, and swept his nose awkwardly and continued. By the way, do you know the research group on space mining research? We know each other, but what do you want to do? I want to try to solve the problem fundamentally. Is that so? The director's regular meeting is about to start. I introduce you to someone next time, but it's probably going to be difficult to figure out. It doesn't matter. Just give it a try. Okay. Su Lei grabbed Hikue's sleeve. What's wrong? We'd be out of the residential area if we walk any further. Sorry. Hikue was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't notice that the two of them were almost outside. Chapter 61. A few days later, Hikue, who successfully promoted his information engineering to Class A, submitted his application for promotion to Class A Information Engineering Technology to the Skill Rating Center. And the supervisor assigned to Hikue, by coincidence, was Su Lei again. Director why are you back? Many radar team members, who were just about to get off work, were very surprised to see this former colleague. It is said that after the other party went there, the miniaturization of beam weapons was inexplicably completed. No matter how you think about it, you have met a noble person. The person taken care of by a noble person is also a noble person, so the expressions of the employees, who were promoted to the director at this time, were obviously more eager than last time. Hello, I'm here to see Director Sue. Director Sue? She should still be busy, please take a seat. Facing the hospitality of everyone, Hikue smiled. Then I go to her office, no need to bother. After saying that, he walked through the office, and went deeper without waiting for everyone's answer. It was quite lively outside just now. As soon as he entered Sulei's office, Hikue was teased by the girl in front of him. You can hear this? I guessed. But I didn't expect that I would ask you to be my supervisor even though I am the director. Ignoring Sulei's naughty words, Hikue said helplessly. Stop talking nonsense. It's a rule. Can you break it? That's not right. Fortunately, it doesn't take a month this time. Being a director is not without privileges. A level promotion only takes a week. My radar group can't accommodate you anymore. I didn't say that. Hikue skillfully took out the lunch box. I didn't tell you to bring it. Sulei took the lunch box seriously and said, I wanted to bring it myself. Oh. Sulei looked at the lunch box in silence for a while, then whispered. I heard that the National Defense Committee has given your group a new research direction recently. Yes. Although the voice was a little low, Hikue still heard it clearly. What is it? Hikue looked up at Sulei. You don't have to tell me. Sulei turned her head and avoided Hikue's gaze. The research is about the energy supply of long-range beam cannons and the technical verification of high-energy pulse cannons. Even if he didn't tell them, they would know about it soon through the channels of the Klein faction, so it's not something that needs to be concealed. Why did they give you this high-energy pulse cannon? Sulei asked in surprise. The first one is understandable. Long-range beam cannons are very effective in both long-range strikes and sieges. When their warships cannot fly in the atmosphere, it is equivalent to the firepower of mobile warships on Earth. However, high-energy pulse cannons are not very related to beam cannons. Although both are weapons and look like beams, their technical foundations are different. High-energy pulse cannons are energy fusion and compression, while beam weapons are concentrated laser optics. Regarding pulse weapons, there was originally a related research group in charge. I don't know. I heard that this task is the same as the pulse groups, and it can be regarded as a small competition. Although Hikue understood the principle of the pulse cannon, he really didn't understand the details, and didn't know how this task was assigned. Of course, the reward for completing it is also very generous. Hikue is awesome. Harrow, who was given to Sulei by Hikue not long ago, was jumping and talking at the feet of the two. Thank you. But your Harrow system is more sophisticated. Sulei patted Harrow's head, as if she was going to pat someone on the head. It's A-level anyway. And this Black Harrow is a defense-specialized type. Other structures have been removed from the inside, and equipped with 3 alloy extension shields. It's much more expensive than an ordinary explosion-proof shield. It's definitely A-level. One can add 50 experience points. It's also the product of Hikue's painful experience. Thank you. You should have heard about the Nova Resource satellite, right? Yes, ZFT will use beam guns on it for the first time, and I will follow. Although I don't have to go to the main battlefield, like Sulei's previous situation, I have to provide a backup for beam weapons on it, to avoid any accidents. I want to go this time too. After all, the last radar position has not been completed. You are here again. This time it is to improve the shipborne radar, but unlike someone else, we are very busy. Okay, be careful. You are the one who is so afraid of death. Hikue laughed helplessly, and the topic was over. During the few days when Hikue temporarily regained his composure, the price of Zap's materials continued to rise. Machinery fan. The purchase price of high-level machines finally rose by 1 liter under the protests of technicians. Although the increase was not large, it was a slight improvement compared to before. Director you are here. The boss looked at the big customer in front of him and said enthusiastically, well, the brake material for the maglev car I mentioned in the communication before. I have prepared it for you. A total of 80,000, 30% off, that is 56,000. Okay. Why did he only buy brakes? From this price, it can be seen that he can only afford brakes, which are definitely high-end materials. As for the shell, based on his high requirements, it is basically impossible to buy it for 100,000. Soon, the rest of the money was exchanged for materials. Director the material cost is really a bit expensive recently, are you sure? Most people would stop doing this kind of mechanical handicraft at this time. After all, it would be a waste of energy to sell these things, and you won't make much money. Even if he is a businessman, this boss is also annoyed by Hikue's reverse operation. Well, it's okay, Hikue said while feeling heartbroken. It's really okay, but he just needs to upgrade. Time is running out. No matter how expensive it is, he will eat it. Okay then, the materials will be delivered within 3 days, but our people can't enter the A-level area now. The boss smiled and said, who would have thought that this person would become the director so soon? No problem, I come out and get it. He also has no shortage of transport robots. Okay, happy cooperation. Yeah, happy cooperation. I don't know if he is happy or not after taking so much money from him, but the boss is definitely happy. I returned home smoothly and saw that Shura had already prepared the meal, and the sweet and delicious meat aroma wafted out, whetting people's appetite. Welcome back. Tomorrow is the director's regular meeting. Shura smiled affectionately and put down the plate of egg rolls on the table. Yes. It was an annual directors' meeting. The directors of the 5 major design bureaus in May City gathered in the grand and majestic conference hall of May City to participate in the event. They exchanged ideas on how to improve the technology tree in the future and awarded honors. Awarding honors to scientists who have made contributions is also one of the purposes of this conference. It's a pity that I can't go, Shura said regretfully. Sooner or later, there will be a chance. But you can't see your medal? As a breakthrough in the field of miniaturized beam weapons, Hikue will indeed be awarded this time. Although it is not the Nebula Medal, it is also the Future Medal, which is famous in the plant scientific community. It's just that this is graded. Hikue got the first level this time, and there are also the second and third levels above it, and finally the Future Medal itself. Maybe there is still a chance. As long as he keeps going, he believes that he can be awarded again, although it is just an empty title, and not many people know about it. But it's good that Shura is happy. Yeah, I believe there must be a chance. A warm and reassuring smile appeared in the corner of Shura's eyes. After finishing a meal, Hikue continued to stay in the studio. A harrow was lying alone on the table, and there was a data cable connected to the computer. Looking at the slowly rolling data stream on it, Hikue sighed. The learning of the auxiliary aiming device is still too slow. The computer needs to be replaced again, otherwise it may not catch up with the new Star Wars. Chapter 62. The Grand Hall of May City, also known as the Mayor's Hall, is located in the same place as the Supreme Council of April City, but the architectural style is more technological than the solemn and serious style of April City. The tall dome is emitting soft lights, illuminating everyone evenly, and the arc-shaped seats look similar to the Supreme Council, except that the number of seats has increased by more than 300, densely packed in 5 circles, and each person's position is equipped with a corresponding virtual screen to display real-time data and voting. As for the stage in the center, which is also the brightest place in the entire venue, it is the venue of Yuri Amalfi, the main person in charge of this event, member of the National Defense Committee, and mayor of May City. As a versatile person in all fields of engineering, he is also the well-deserved #1 in the entire May City. He was elected as the mayor by the citizens of May City for his achievements. And there is no need to worry about the security here. Preparations start 3 months in advance every year, and a large number of police and military forces are deployed, which is even comparable to the security measures of the Supreme Council. After all, if this place is bombed once, the industrial technology level of the entire plant will probably regress by more than 10 years. Mayor May. Looking at the name on the virtual business card in the center, Hikue, who was walking with Su Lei, sighed. First time meeting you, right? But Mr. Amalfi is a good man, so don't be nervous. This man will have to go on stage to receive the medal in a while, so he must be nervous. Thinking of Su Lei, she comforted him. Yeah. But unlike what Su Lei thought, Hikue was just talking to himself and trying his best to recall the plot. Of course, he still remembers Amalfi. After all, Nigel's death was a big event, which directly led to everything that happened later. Nigel was cut by Kira with a knife. If he went up, the knife would probably cut him. No, the knife could cut the tiger, right? That's the Vulcan cannon? So Mr. Amalfi is a good person. Okay. Retracting his thoughts, Hikue shrugged and continued to ask. Where is the director of the Asteroid Mineral Mining Research Group you mentioned before? The one with gray hair in the second row, Schaefer Daly. That's him. Hikue vaguely seemed to have seen the other person's name in a paper related to beam mining before. Judging from his age, he should be a first-generation adjuster of the same generation as several mayors. The meeting is about to start. Let's talk after it's over. Okay. As everyone sat down on time, the dome in the sky dimmed, and the light slowly focused on Yuri Amalfi, who came in last. He quickly walked to the center of the podium. experts and scholars from plant, welcome to the 5th Joint Council of the 5 Design Bureaus again. I, Yuri Amify, as the representative of May City, am very honored to have the opportunity to discuss cutting-edge scientific fields with you again and witness the achievements we have made this year with the directors of each group. A round of warm applause resounded throughout the venue, and the subsequent agenda was slowly advanced under the guidance of Yuri Amify. An hour later. Next, we also want to thank Director He and Director Hanifs of the Miniaturized Beam Weapon Research Group for their contributions. Director He, do you have any stories and experiences behind this honor that you can share with us? Seeing Amalfi helping him put on the first-class future medal, Hikue raised a polite smile and took a step forward. In this center, facing the 300 people in front of him, he was a little timid, but followed by a burst of pride. Thank you for your recognition of our work. I am very honored to receive this honor. On this road of exploration, I can't do without the support and help of the team, and of course, the cultivation of Highland Design Bureau. We are willing to continue to work hard, turn this honor into motivation to move forward, and create a better plant. At this time, the director's eyes were all kinds of different. Some were envious, some were flattering, some were jealous, and some were indifferent. Directors were divided according to the importance of the project and the funds they received. Hikue's project itself was the focus of Zap's research in the entire design bureau. He didn't have to rah around for funds or rah around for a little success. Most directors couldn't help but envy him. Of course, there were also many projects that were as important as or even exceeded the beam weapon group, and those people looked at them indifferently. Amidst the applause of different opinions, Hikue came down. The highlight on his body disappeared, and he became an ordinary person again. But the highlight now does not belong to him. Not bad? How long did it take you to come up with it? Su-lei teased Hikue as he returned to his seat. I searched it online. I knew it. The rest of the meeting was just some discussions about where future technology should develop. Of course, some research groups tried their best to promote their own research in order to get more funds, but Hikue didn't need it. Even if their beam group had not succeeded in research before, they had sufficient funds. If he was not afraid of being arrested like the previous person, he would become a multimillionaire in a minute. This is Hikue, Director He, whom I told you about before. In a small room, outside the conference room, Su-lei introduced the two people. Hello, Director He, why are you looking for me this time? Schaefer Daly from the Asteroid Mining Research Group asked curiously. I want to discuss with you the impact of beam miniaturization on asteroid mining. In fact, we also held an internal meeting on this aspect not long ago, but after all, the beam weapon is still in the trial stage of the military, and it cannot be delivered to us so quickly, and the specific trial and error work cannot be started. And if I may be frank, your beam may not be so significant in improving the speed of asteroid mining. Please continue. Hikue asked, pretending to be a good student. When mining for resource extraction, Director He's beam can certainly play a role as a cutting tool, but if there is no breakthrough in resource processing and refining technology, the final result is just a pile of raw materials. I understand, thank you. No problem, contact me anytime if you have any questions. The other party is a rising star of the Highland Design Bureau. Although Schaefer Daly is also a director, his status in the eyes of the National Defense Committee may not be as high as the other party. So at this moment, his face was not as serious as when the meeting started, but showed a warm smile of an elder. Definitely. After saying this, the two of them clasped their hands tightly before saying goodbye and leaving. Have you finished talking? Yeah. How was it? Not very good. The fundamental problem was still not solved. After all, our focus has been on military equipment recently, and we really can't spare much funds for mining research. Su-lei said, patting Hikue's head with her jade hand. There's always a chance. Well, I have another question. What? Su-lei tilted her head slightly, and the upturned corners of her small mouth gave people a gentle feeling. How old are you? Although Su-lei looked like a Lolita, he couldn't be a Lolita control. Hikue, what do you mean? Before Su-lei stood on tiptoe to grab Hikue's collar and question him, a knock on the door came in. Is Director He in there? The voice outside the door was Yuri Amalfi. Chapter 63. I'm here. After the two of them separated for a short distance, Hikue spoke slowly. In fact, the door was not locked. Fortunately, this Amalfi was very polite, otherwise if he broke in, who knows what he would see. Director He, Director Su is here too. Hello, Mayor. The two said one after the other. Don't be so polite. I just came here to see Director He. Okay. Hikue, who didn't know what he had to look good at, nodded. Then work hard. The National Defense Committee, and the Design Bureau are very optimistic about you. Thank you. I will keep working hard. Yes. He patted Hikue's shoulder heavily like an elder, and watched Amalfi leave. The two of them had no intention of continuing the previous topic, and walked out of the venue for a long distance in silence. Have a meal before going back? Looking at the time outside, it was probably afternoon, Hikue asked. How can we eat in this outfit? Although Su Lei was a little tempted, they were both wearing director uniforms at this time. Without a special car to go back, their safety could not be guaranteed. Most of the troops were here to provide security for the venue. Although the entire colony satellite was not large, it was still difficult to provide complete security, so the streets outside were not much different from usual except for a few more police officers standing guard. You don't have to eat outside. Hikue took out 2 lunch boxes. I asked, this room provides rest, you can eat and leave. It sounded a bit strange, but looking at the tempting mapo tofu in the transparent lunch box, Su Lei couldn't resist the greed and pecked her head lightly, and sat down obediently opposite Hikue. Su Lei, is the Dawn Society of Orb in contact with us? Hikue asked as he opened the lunch box. Why do you ask? Even the aroma of the lunch box could not stop Su Lei from being startled. No, I'm just curious about the neutral country. As far as I know, the Dawn Society has no contact with us. Just forget about it if you told me about it, but don't tell anyone else, okay? It's also because of you. Hikue didn't ask any more questions after hearing this. If he really reminded the Klein faction to pay attention to the Dawn Society, what explanation would he have to come up with? And even if he knew about the unknown Gundam building plan in advance, it would be useless. He didn't have any actual combat ability. Could he go to Orb alone and snatch 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Gundams from them? It would be better to go home and do more research. Thinking of this, because of the spiciness, Hikue naturally took the water cup from the table and took a sip. Hikue. Seeing that the lip print on her cup was slightly faded by the other party, Su Lei blushed and said coquettishly, Ah! Ah! The emotions in the two tones switched seamlessly from doubt to surprise. Sorry, change one? There's only one here. He looked at a place where disinfectant cups were placed not far from the two of them. He then looked at Su Lei, whose face was red but not much resistance. Well, I won't say anything. In an awkward but charming atmosphere, the two of them lowered their heads and continued to eat. That night, Hikue returned home and continued to retreat in the studio. The brakes of the maglev car were partially done, but the shell was made of the most inferior material. Not to mention nuclear explosion protection, it would probably dent a few points if hit. Putting the project aside for the time being, Hikue carefully observed the bird in his hand. No, it was not called a bird. According to its size and appearance, it should be called an eagle. It was a pure black eagle with a majestic and proud look. He had long forgotten what the bird that Aslan gave Kira looked like, and it was so small that it had little practical significance except for being good-looking and barely providing a small-scale warning. As for his eagle, he made it while slacking off in the office these days. It can automatically hover and patrol within a radius of 1 kilometer above the owner's head all day long. The claws and beak under the body are sharpened by him to ensure that one strike can cut the opponent's eyes. If it weren't for the ban on guns, he would definitely choose to add some more stuff to the abdomen or beak of this eagle, but unfortunately it's not possible. However, it is replaced by 2 auxiliary mechanical arms located on the abdomen to carry supplies more conveniently, and it can also be used as a small bomber when necessary. Of course, with this size, the missile it carries can only be a common micro-missile at most, and the attack is not very effective. However, Hikue's purpose is not to kill, but to interfere with the enemy to buy time to escape. The trick of grabbing the eyes seems to be insidious because of this premise. The internal space is more for sensors and processors, and all his operations are carried out under the premise of ensuring that the sensors reach the expected level. As for the black color, it adapts to the protective color of the universe. With a small size and moderate speed, it can completely avoid the scanning of most radars with low accuracy when the neutron jammer is turned on. Shurha, this is for you. After confirming several times to ensure that the function was intact, Hikue excitedly came from the garage to the study room on the 2nd floor, which was also Shurha's office. You have completed your research. Shurha was not unfamiliar with this eagle. Well, the experiment has been completed, but it cannot be released here, Hikue said with a little regret. After all, this thing has a lethal nature, and he will definitely not be allowed to release it in the A-level area. It can be released outside. It's good, but it seems a bit ostentatious to take it out. Although electronic pets are quite common, such an eagle that looks like it's not easy to mess with is paired with Shurha's gentle image. It feels a bit torn. Bring it when you need it. What's its name? Have you thought about it? I've thought about it. Let's call it Screaming Eagle. Why? Shurha didn't know what Hikue's naming taste was, so he could only barely maintain a polite smile on his face, and asked. Because it is an eagle for early warning, I set its sound directly to a highly penetrating alarm sound, that is, a scream, so it is called the Screaming Eagle. It's really not because he remembered the screaming chicken in his previous life when he heard that sound for the first time, but that sound is several times stronger than the screaming chicken. But I think if it is on Earth, the eagle's cry can also be a good disguise. Sure, he said patiently, suddenly feeling that the screaming eagle in front of him was very pitiful. Indeed, if camouflage paint or the low visibility paint of the early warning type Dean is added, it may play a stronger role in the atmosphere, but in this case, the power method must be changed. Muttering, Hikue left Shurha's room again. Only Shurha and the screaming eagle were left looking at each other. It seems that your name cannot be changed back. Shurha touched the eagle's steel head helplessly. I don't know if it understood. The eagle also lowered its proud head. Chapter 64. Hello, Mr. Hikue. We can buy this type of electronic biomimetic for 4,000. The next day, Mechanical Fan the clerk, who specifically dealt with Hikue, finally came to a conclusion after looking at the screaming eagle for a long time. Okay. Hikue did not bargain, and it was useless to bargain. However, 3,000 seemed a lot, but this eagle was made of high-grade materials. Even if the design was mature, only 2 could be made in a day. Moreover, the cost is 2,500, and the net profit is only 1,500. I don't know when the high-grade materials will be cheaper. By the way, Mr. He, your items are original in both appearance and function. Have you applied for a patent? After all, we have already sold them. If you don't have a legal basis, it is difficult to defend your rights openly. I have applied for it. Of course, he applied for it cautiously on the second day after the research was completed. Hikue did not stop his actions, and took out 2 more eagles, which was considered to be the completion of the limited transaction volume in the contract for this month. After that, he went to his parents' house upstairs, and then went to the familiar Lux fan club nearby. Hello. Mr. He, you are here again. Your parents have been coming here often recently. Yes. Hikue was not surprised at all by Lux's charm. Then I will give you these this time. It is still an eagle, but there are 4 of them. If one adds 60, it is expected to add Lakes Klein's current favorability 0. Experience bonus 0. MS Operation Technology C level, 766/1000, it should be able to reach B level, which is the most common red close. The strength is barely elite, and can be compared with Shurha. Hikue did not stay outside for too long, and returned to the A-level area with some snacks given by his parents. The cost of the car or the lifeboat is still too high. According to the simplest budget, the cost of making it nuclear explosion proof is actually 60 million, and many materials are still unsaleable. This is the premise of only making cars. If you make a mess, if Gene and does not calculate the tens of billions of research and development costs, the average cost of the assembly line is only 100 million, but Gene N cannot stop a nuclear explosion. To reach that level, he needs to build at least 1 Freedom, and the cost will be at least 2 billion or even higher. This is just the material price, not including the R&D costs of various new technologies. Looking at the high-tech fighters in the past, it is possible that the R&D cost of a weapon can be 100 billion. He earns 1,000 a day. If he wants to build a Gundam with his bare hands, even if he does not consider R&D and labor and only considers the cost, he will have to earn 2 million a day. In 5,000 years, he will not be able to make a Gundam in the entire 5,000 years. The more Hikue thought about it, the more headache he had. He shook his head quickly. It was better to do the most basic and life-saving things first, and think about other things later. The cost was too high, but he could find a way. If there was no material, he could use technology. For example, wasn't there some PS armor on the Gundam? Hikue opened the website of the Waste Merchants Union and the internal website of the Hylian Design Bureau at the same time and searched for PS. After filtering a lot of irrelevant information, soon only 1 post was left on the reward area of the Waste Merchants website. Is the orb phase shift theory feasible? Reward: 50,000 United Yuan. Unfortunately, there are 0 answers below. As for the time when the question was asked, it was just yesterday. Phase shift, is that the name? By vibrating the electric and magnetic fields at high frequencies, the physical properties of objects are changed. I understand a little, but I don't understand the details. Although some ideas about phase shift from a long time ago can be found on the internet, they are still in the hypothetical stage. It is impossible to make an armor based on these. Forget it, at least the preparations for going to Nova are ready. If not, we can wait until the Gundam is brought over, and then find a way to get it. He now has the capital to negotiate with both factions. The day to set off for Nova soon arrived. From the beginning of the World Tree expedition, he followed Su Lei in green clothes. Now he is wearing white clothes like Su Lei, and Shurha and another employee of his subordinates are following him. However, Shurha is close to him, and the employee is one body distance away from the two. Shurha, let's put the experimental Shigu in the hangar of the Nazca class where we are. But this time we don't need to attack. We just need to wait in the back for the actual combat data transmission to ensure that it is correct. Hikue said again, before boarding the battleship. I understand. The Shigu is a test prototype. If there is a problem with the beam gun in front, this side can read the data and adjust it at any time. It is not used for attack. Hikue, I have made a report on the relevant data of the new compression technology used in your anti-beam shield. Please take a look at the details. As for the regular submission of reports on the energy problem of the beam cannon, will it be carried out according to the previous plan? Okay. The energy problem of the beam cannon is very simple. Just add a battery tank. As for the material and weight of the battery tank, of course, there are also considerations. This is what they are currently researching. On the other hand, the progress of the anti-beam shield is very fast. With 360 experience points per shield, it has progressed very fast, and has been completed by almost half. Fortunately, the favorability seems to have not encountered a bottleneck. Now Shurha's favorability is 135, and Su Lei's is also 117. We will work hard to open up new technologies first. Thinking of this, Hikue smiled softly at Shurhi, leaned over and whispered in Shurhi's ear. Today is almost that day, right? There's no need to rush for these tasks. It's more important to have a good rest. Don't be busy on the warship. Take a rest in my room first. I asked the captain to prepare some flowers you like in my room. See, and I will do the preparations. Okay. Hearing Hikue's words, Shurhi felt sweet in her heart. Although the two of them now do that kind of natural combination several times a week, Hikue can remember her daily life and prepare in advance. In fact, thanks to the physique of the adjusters, their daily lives usually don't have much reaction. Even if they don't take the medicine to force menopause to participate in the battle, there will be no big problem. It's just that the warm concern from Hikue is different. Wait until it stops. We will go back as soon as possible. Holding Hikue's arm, Shurhi climbed on Hikue's arm, and said in his ear with a breath as sweet as orchid. The meaning of the words is self-evident. Yeah. He scratched Shurhi's nose lovingly. The employee who came over and called Huasi couldn't stand it anymore, and looked at the crowd in front of him. His fiancée was in front, also going to the battle as a scientific researcher. Originally, the two had been indifferent after confirming their relationship. But at this time, looking at these two crazy dog food and sweet operations, it made him want to try to fall in love with his fiancée immediately. Chapter 65. Although it takes the moon to get from L5 where they are to L4. But since the last explosion, the Alliance has been affected a lot. According to intelligence, it should be temporarily impossible to take the initiative to attack there. So this time, ZFT set out in a grand manner after leaving behind the modified Yakindue and some MS and battleships to guard the house. Captain, how long will it take us to arrive? In the internal communication of the hangar, Hikue asked the captain sitting in the bridge. It's expected to take 10 hours. Okay. After hearing this, Hikue hung up the communication and walked towards the small communication shuttle. One of Hikue's jobs is to travel between several flagships equipped with the latest beam weapons for final inspection. Compared with the data flow inspection, the on-site inspection method is more reliable, and this is the first project Hikue is responsible for, so he still has to have the attitude of the main person in charge. However, this matter brings up another problem. Looking at the masked man in white clothes, who was waiting for him outside the cabin door, and the several green-clothed men following behind him, Hikue was a little panicked. Director I have long heard of your name. Kreutzer's voice was full of magnetism, and he sounded like a gentle and handsome man. Captain Kreuzer, I am the one who has long heard of your name. Thank you for your contribution to Plant and ZFT. While speaking excitedly, Hikue was also glad that he had left Shurha in the ship. Otherwise, when Shurha saw his idol, he was not afraid that Shurha would do something strange to Kreuzer. He was afraid that Kreuzer would do something strange to Shurha. If he could trick Shurha into his unit, he would have no tears to cry. However, he did not expect that Kreuzer's team would be dispatched to test the beam weapons. Those are just what I should do as a ZFT soldier. Mr. Cruz is too modest. So without further ado, I will check the guns now, shall I? No problem, this way please. Cruz had made a gesture of invitation towards the depths of the hangar. The inspection was very simple. First, the gun was physically inspected, then the computer connected to the machine data was checked, and then a simulation program was run. Does Director He often do this himself? Cruz, who was watching him inspect, did not leave, but just smiled and asked behind him. Not really, but it is always more reassuring to do it yourself. After all, weapons are an important cornerstone to ensure the lives of soldiers. Hikuei used a flashlight to shine on the dark inside of the gun barrel, and the sound was reflected and echoed. It is also a weapon that deprives the enemy of their lives. Yes. Why did Director He want to make these weapons? Because I want to serve Plant and ZFT. After saying that, Hikuei did not give Cruz a chance to chat anymore, and stood up and said, after the inspection, I will go to the main control computer to run a simulation program and then leave. Captain Cruz, you don't need to see me off. Goodbye. Goodbye. After replying to Hikuei, Cruz did not pay more attention to Hikuei, but just focused on the dark beam gun in front of him. Hikuei checked all the way, and quickly finished checking the 20 beam guns assigned to the combat teams below. After almost 6 hours, he finally returned to his room. Aren't you going to rest? Looking at Shurha, who was writing a report in front of the terminal, Hikuei asked. I've rested, and if I rest again, you won't have time to rest. Take a nap. It's estimated that we will arrive in 4 hours. Shurha pointed to a countdown in the upper right corner of the terminal. Okay. Hikuei didn't refuse after hearing that. The battle was about to begin. Even if the adjuster could sleep less, it was still important to conserve his energy. It was said to be 4 hours, but under the precise biological clock, Hikuei woke up automatically after 3 hours. Sure, he didn't know when he got into his bed. Although it was a hard steel bed, the two bodies felt quite soft when they touched each other. Not sleeping anymore? Sure, he smiled after seeing Hikuei wake up and moved in his arms. The friction between their skins brought about a soft and warm feeling, but after waking up, Hikuei was still thinking about various possible emergency plans as usual, and he didn't have any romantic thoughts. As for Shurha, the clear eyes he looked at the other party were similar to his. Yes, it's about to start, Hikuei said while looking at the countdown on the table. Although he was only responsible for logistics, they might have entered the territory of the Earth Union at this time. If they continued to sleep, it would be difficult to react to any sudden situation. Then get up. Shurha also jumped up from him at a very fast speed and adjusted her appearance. At the same time, she turned around and looked at Hikuei, who also stood up. You have wrinkles here. Shurha's jade hand gently stroked Hikuei's collar. Thank you, shall we go? Well, I just asked Haas to wait for us on the bridge. As they talked, they followed the handrails to the bridge one after another. The bridge, which had cancelled the rotation and was fully staffed, was working in an orderly manner. Director He, you are here, please take a seat. Thank you. After responding to the captain's words, Hikuei sat down in the observer seat, and the two people behind him also sat down. The computer was turned on, connected to the relay computer, and then the relay computer was used as a bridge to connect to the flagship monitoring database on several test aircraft. Connection completed, data confirmation received successfully, signal strength test passed, connection stability test passed, and the monitoring system is officially online. Thank you for your hard work. As Haas reported, the computers in front of the three people were synchronously set to the internal data monitoring interface for beam weapons. It's not hard, I just really want to go up. It was not Shurha who said this, but was. Yes, he is also a battle fanatic. I let you go up when I have a chance in the future, Hikuei said helplessly. O was responded with resentment. Watching the interaction between the two, Shurha's mouth corners also slightly turned up. Before coming to Xinjiang this time, Hikuei said the same rejection words in the office, which made the team members below very depressed. Just at this time. The distance ahead is 3,500, resource satellite Xinjiang. Following the radar operator's report, their large screen zoomed in and showed the image of the resource satellite. The giant meteorite looked like an ordinary giant irregular stone, but more than a dozen gun muzzles of different shapes and functions inadvertently revealed sharp fangs from the cracks between the rocks, as if ready to tear apart the dared invaders at any time. Although there was no Cyclops inside this resource satellite, there was also a large resource collection device, and according to calculations, the mineral resources inside were still a long way from being mined out, so if it was taken down, the material cost would naturally drop slightly. Of course, the premise is that it can be taken. Hikuei gathered his mind and carefully observed the data flow in front of him. And the center of the bridge in front of him became lively. Enemy ship shadows appeared, and the signal was determined to be the Earth Federation's First Fleet and the Eighth Fleet. Operation begins, neutron jammer activated, fight for ZFT. As the Commander-in-Chief notified the entire army with a signal that was also an encouraging word, the warships of the frontline troops began to accelerate at a uniform speed, and the beam cannons on the turrets also began to warm up at the same time, emitting a faint glow in the dark universe. Chapter 66. In the dark universe, the center of the war zone was filled with colorful lights. Among them, the green laser was like a meteor, and the dazzling light was particularly gorgeous and deadly against the background of the universe. The test data is stable, the output of Unit 1, Unit 2, and Unit 3 is stable, and the gun of Unit 4 cannot be ignited smoothly. It should be because of the cosmic dust. Following Haas's poem, he said, "There is a problem with the seal of the gun, and the power component is short-circuited by the dust." Recorded, updated memo, where are the other machines? Everything is fine, Director He, have we succeeded? Yes, we succeeded, but let's celebrate later, Hikue said, and a stone in his heart was officially put down. No accidents, just wait to go back, Hikue said, and looked at the picture displayed on the big screen in front of him. There was a burst of fire in the battlefield in the distance, and in this chaotic battlefield with intertwined fire, Ashigu was holding a beam rifle and moving freely on the battlefield, and the outer armor of the machine reflected the bleak light emitted by the Nelson-class explosion. But Shigu did not stop the thrusters and re-energized them, and swiftly dodged the various attacks that came one after another. That was Cruz. The last time Hikue saw his opponent's performance was in the World Tree battle. At that time, he was able to kill him 7 times in the Earth Federation's fleet. Now that they have beam weapons, it is even more exaggerated. The current Federation has no means to resist beam attacks. The only thing they can rely on is the thick rock wall on the new star. Of course, Hikue believes that the other party has anti-beam coating, but obviously they did not expect that they have completed the miniaturization of beam weapons. Caught off guard, the Earth Alliance's defense line quickly began to shrink. Having just been hit by the Cyclops on the moon, the hatred of these soldiers was not so easy to vent, and they all rushed forward like chasing a stray dog. At this moment, the radar operator's slightly panicked voice sounded. "Rear! The enemy's second fleet is 1,000 meters away." "What? Is it coming from the moon? Pretend that the moon has no spare power, and then sneak attack when we turn on the neutron jammer." From the result, Shura quickly deduced the most likely answer. However, not many people cared about this answer at this time. The atmosphere on the scene instantly changed from relaxed and calm to solemn. "Where is the fleet in front?" "It is locked by the new star, and cannot turn around." The communicator repeated the message he heard. If the frontline fleet turned around at this time, they would become the target. If the MS troops were withdrawn, the same would happen. Without the protection of the MS troops, the frontline fleet would also not escape the fate of being a target. "We've fallen into a trap. Move out the MS team to intercept the enemy. Notify nearby ships, and coordinate defense." The captain gave the order in a stern and calm voice, and the chair instantly moved to the direction of Hikue and the other two. "Director He, please go to the escape pod and wait. If this ship encounters misfortune, you will be sent out first." "No, we can also move out. There is a test Shigu docked on the ship." At this time, Hikue also calmed down and rejected the captain's proposal without thinking too much. Just kidding, not to mention that there was no chance to release the escape pod at the moment of the main ship's explosion. Even if it was released, it would be a death sentence in this battlefield. As for Shigu, because it was an experimental model, the armor of the cockpit was thickened, which was much safer than sitting in an escape pod. And he remembered that Su Lei was also on a Laurasia-class ship not far away. At this time, only he could protect himself. He said he didn't want to go on a business trip. "That's fine." According to the level, the captain ordered Hikue and the other two not to move, and there was indeed a red-clothed man in the group who could always play a role. "Thank you, then Hwaz. There's another gene in here." Different from the solemnity of the others, Hwaz's solemnity at this time was filled with excitement and eagerness. "And I can cover you. Team action is the most reliable, right? Then let's go together." "Okay." After Hwaz heard Hikue agree, he seemed to be encouraged. "Don't die. I don't want to be the one who announces the death. If Hwaz died here, he would be the one to report the death to his parents." "Don't worry, Director He." "Then let's go." After the three of them walked to the hangar and changed into their pilot suits, Hikue and Shura returned to the familiar cockpit. "Shura, I understand that only I can protect myself. Compared to sitting in the escape pod and trying to survive, this is obviously better. Yes. As he spoke, Hikue had already taken out an inconspicuous black Harrow, and after he skillfully connected the internal control, Harrow's eyes lit up. Is this your assisted aiming Harrow? Yes. Leave the backbeam cannon to us. The body armament is the same as last time. Shura just needs to focus on dodging and fighting the enemy. Hikue was a little nervous as he spoke. Why didn't Lux receive the gift yet? He was almost on the ground. Even if there was assisted aiming, he would still be responsible for part of it. The environment outside was not as pure as on the moon, and the parameters changed due to the body's own maneuvering. The accuracy was definitely not as good as before, if he became a red-cloaked man. The accuracy should be much better. It was too late. After complaining about the efficiency of the Lux Support Club, Shigu was already on the launch pad. Director He, the main system has been checked. Hasa's voice sounded in the communication. We are the same. Let's go. Don't go too far. Just cover our flagship and the next door Laurasia class. Okay. After a few simple words, they were already on the catapult. Shura Hanif's Hikue, attack. There was no time to recite a whole series of lines. After reporting their identities casually, the two were ejected under the instantaneous acceleration of the catapult. Quickly adapting to the chaotic scene in front of her, Shura dodged a series of Gatling attacks from Mobius and used the machine gun in her hand to fight back. The second fleet has 8 Nelson-class and 20 Drake-class ships. Fortunately, the opponent's flagship Agamemnon class does not seem to be here. However, the situation is not optimistic. After all, they only have 3 Nazca-class and 5 Laurasia-class ships. Of course, it is useless to think more at this point, so they can only hold on. While constantly planning how to defend, Hikue also aimed at one of the approaching Mobius. Chapter 67. In such a chaotic battlefield, sniping is useless. The other side charged, and they defended. Not to mention fighting as beautifully as Cruz, they were lucky not to die. The machine gun in Shigu's hand was sweeping the missiles fired by Mobius at the ship behind them. As clusters of explosions exploded like fireworks, those huge missiles were gradually fired by Shura's machine gun. At this time, Hikue, who was sitting in the back seat, was concentrating on using the radar to search for the enemy. With Harrow's auxiliary aiming, a lightning-like beam of light shot out from behind and accurately hit the cockpit of Mobius. Fragments flew everywhere, and brilliant starlight lit up the scene in front of Hikue. Without giving them time to relax, Mobius on the other side charged at the flagship behind them again. The linear cannon equipped below it flashed with a pale yellow light, and after a simple charge, it fired towards the two people, as if a star hit them directly. Shura reacted quickly, and pushed the machine up urgently, narrowly avoiding the attack. They didn't know how many times they had encountered this situation in a short period of time. And every time Hikue passed by, his heart would be more tormented. If there was a PS armor, it would not be so difficult to fight. PS armor that can defend against physical weapons is definitely the key to future wars. Hikue, Lolaxia class. Shura reminded after solving another crisis. At this time, Hikue also noticed that a Gene N exploded not far from the Lolaxia class where Sule was located. With a gap in the defense, several missiles flew straight to the dead zone of the Lolaxia class anti-aircraft guns, and Gene N was too late to intercept them. Even if it was them, it would be too late to rescue. Hikue quickly pressed the control button on his wrist. The two screaming eagles that had been hovering inconspicuously near the Lolaxia class suddenly had a gleam in their eyes. Receiving the order from their master, they rushed towards the missile fearlessly. At the same time, they used their bodies to resist the explosion, and the screaming eagles turned into cosmic dust, but the Lolaxia class was still there. With the time bought by the screaming eagles, Shura, who was driving the Shigu, quickly and successfully blocked the gap temporarily. Fortunately, this offensive and defensive battle did not last too long. The frontline troops could not come back immediately, but they could not come back. As the battleship started to slowly push back, many MS also came back to help. This crisis was over. While waiting for Hikue to get off the machine covered in sweat, the virtual board in front of him changed slightly. You gave Lakis Klein a gift, MS Operation Skills plus 240. Lakis Klein's current favorability 0. Experience bonus 0. MS Operation Skills C level 1000/1000 can be promoted. Forget about the scene of no cool breakthrough during the war. This is too tricky. Promotion. Although he thought so, Hikue pressed the virtual button in front of him without hesitation. Suddenly, his brain activity seemed to become more flexible, and his dynamic vision also improved visibly. Some complex operations when driving now feel easy to do. But it's better not to have another chance to try. Thinking of this, Hikue caught Shura, who was also sweating from above. And Shura also hugged his waist tightly. The two of them hugged each other intimately. Hikue, you are awesome. Really? Hikue's brows were still furrowed. What's wrong? Sure, he didn't get a strong response, so she raised her head and asked. I was thinking it was too dangerous just now. Yes, but we still made it. As sure he spoke, she had already nestled in Hikue's chest, and the heartbeat in his chest was the proof that they were both alive. Yeah. After kissing Shuri's slightly wet forehead, Hikue became more determined not to go out. Unless he develops PS armor, he will never go out again. Haas, you've worked hard, go and rest first. Hikue quickly came to his senses, and said to Haas, who was eating dog food beside him, without blushing or beating his heart. He changed back to his original clothes, and returned to the bridge. Director you are so brave. The captain at the bridge changed his previous indifferent expression after seeing Hikue, and took the initiative to stand up and shake hands with him. As for why he was so enthusiastic, in addition to having just saved this battleship several times, it was also a recognition of his strength as a ZFT soldier. Just look at the treatment Cruz receives here, and you know he is very popular. It was just luck. You are both very capable and modest, and you can do research. Ha ha, then you two must have worked hard, go and rest first. Your experiment is over and our supplies have been temporarily unloaded, and then our troops will return to plant to rotate with other troops. Okay, thank you for your hard work. After saying a few words to the enthusiastic captain, Hikue took Shura back to the room. However, Hikue's smile gradually faded along the way, replaced by a solemn expression. Shura, do you think it's a coincidence that they came just after we started the battle, but we had already turned on the neutron jammer at that time? How could they come so quickly, and know the exact location of our logistics troops? Do you suspect there is a traitor in the army this time? Shura quickly understood what Hikue meant. Yes. Is it Cruz, or is it just a regular undercover? Hikue tried to recall the previous conversation with Cruz, but the masked man seemed to hide all his emotions under the mask, making it impossible for him to see through him. But if that's the case, ZFT should start investigating soon. Yes. This time, it's not just May City that's catching spies. I'm afraid the entire plant will be in trouble. While guarding against sneak attacks, they returned to plant smoothly. The next day, although he had a 3-day holiday due to the previous incident, Hikue still went to the Hylon Design Bureau, but to the radar group. Are you here? Su-Lei looked up from the computer, her eyebrows slightly curved, revealing a cute smile and whispered. Yes, after all, there is still a lot of work left. It's okay to do it later. Time waits for no one. Hikue smiled bitterly. After what happened last time, he could not be too cautious. How much did you get this time after passing the A level plus the subsidy? 200,000. About the same. This number is Zap's compensation to us. Did you put the obstacles outside of Laurasia before? Su-Lei hesitated for a while, but couldn't help asking. That's the eagle, which I gave to you. Just set it to follow automatically, and they will follow me out of the catapult. It's actually an eagle. ZFT now thinks it's space garbage that just happened to float by. If Su-Lei didn't believe in such coincidences, she wouldn't have asked Hikue. Then, if I don't ask you, you won't tell me. Su-Lei stood up from her seat, and said with her hands on her hips. It's enough that you're safe. Hikue changed his tactics this time, and put his hand on Su-Lei's little head and touched it. It was furry and comfortable, like a kitten. Don't touch your boss's head. Su-Lei's originally arrogant tone softened a bit at this time. Not now. Oh, feeling the warmth gradually spreading from her hair to her heart, Su-Lei's eyes turned red. Why are you so nice to me? Because it's you. Just because it's her, not because of the system, nor because of anything else. Humph, just say it. Slapping Hikue's hand away, Su-Lei stood on tiptoe and headbutted Hikue's chin. The force was not strong, it was itchy, and Su-Lei just hugged him gently. She quietly felt the warmth of their bodies intertwined. Intimacy and attachment gradually spread from Su-Lei's heart to her limbs, and the throbbing in her heart could not be stopped. Just want to hold him tighter and tighter. Su-Lei has developed an attachment to you. Favorability 120. Experience bonus 6. Information Engineering A level 10485/100000. Unlock Academic Long Range Mineral Scanning Radar 0/10,000. Chapter 68. Is the Long Distance Mineral Scanning Radar unlocked from Su-Lei useful? Yes, it is. After all, although there are many asteroids now, most of them need to be surveyed to determine the internal mineral content of the asteroids before they are towed back to the satellites near the plant for mining. If the scanning radar on it can be strengthened, the efficiency will indeed be improved from the bottom. But according to this calculation, PS Armor, should he go to find the relevant personnel? What's wrong? Su Lei asked curiously, letting go of the boy's hand. The round black eyeballs were raised upwards, and the innocent feeling was like clear pool water. Phase transfer theory, do you know it? Phase transfer, I haven't heard much about it. Su Lei's answer did not answer Hikue's doubts. It's okay, I go first, and I give you a few eagles next time. Well, can we not have eagles? Su Lei pulled Hikue's sleeve, and said a little embarrassedly. Don't want an eagle? I'm just a little scared. Okay. After all, the other party is afraid of spiders. It would be the same if you don't want an eagle but an owl, and the owl's round body can also add shield. Thinking of this, Hikue said goodbye to Su Lei, and returned to his territory upstairs. Director He, you are so handsome. As soon as he entered the office, the employees' admiring eyes were all cast on Hikue. What? Hikue walked up to the screen surrounded by everyone, which showed the images recorded by the airborne recorder of the beam experimental Shigu. The images were blurry, and the first-person perspective was very confusing. This is what we got when we were analyzing the data. Thinking that Director Hikue would also go to the battle, we analyzed the 2 Shigu passengers as well. Thank you for your hard work. Take us with you next time. It's just that kid Haas who took advantage. I don't know who took the lead, but the others also began to echo Hikue's ears. There is a chance. Hikue declined several people's request to fight together next time. He really didn't want to do these things again. It was like dancing on the edge of a knife. Although thanks to this, he successfully raised Su Lei's favorability to 120, and sure his favorability also improved. But no matter how you think about it, it's still too risky. You can't go out without the certainty of immortality. Reminding himself in his heart, Hikue returned to the office. In addition to finding Su Lei and getting the 200,000 yuan, he came here today to ask Su Lei about the relevant technology of the phase transfer armor. Unfortunately, there is still no result. None of the 5 major design bureaus have a research group on this. Or someone is researching it, but it is not public. As soon as I turned on the computer, the news from the Waste Trade Union came to my phone. Mr. He, there is progress on the news you asked us to pay attention to before. The boss's calm voice came from the headset. What progress? Currently, no organization on plant is conducting related research, but... This technology was first proposed by a research organization in a neutral country, but they haven't made any progress. Hikue subconsciously raised his eyes and scanned the surroundings. Which neutral country? The United Emirates of Orb. Hearing this expected and undesirable name, Hikue's eyes twitched. As far as I know, their delegation is currently attending the DSSD Deep Space Development Bureau's representative conference in May City. If you need, I can arrange a meeting for you. No need. Hikue refused decisively. Just kidding, if he had contact with Obnow and someone dug up the past, he would be in big trouble. And it would be bad enough if he was found out now. Well, the goods you want are ready and have been sent out. Thank you for the trouble. After hanging up the phone, Hikue didn't want to stay in the office anymore. As he was on vacation in name, he simply walked outside. The tree-lined garden area was meticulously repaired by robots, with a rigorous aesthetic. But they were not alive, as if they were fake flowers. Every time I walked by, I thought they were fake flowers. A voice sounded behind Hikue, as if it echoed Hikue's thoughts. Hikue turned his head, and saw a dashing young woman with short orange hair and a red short jacket staring at him. Director He, what a coincidence. Director Erica of the Shuguang Society, has the meeting on deep space development ended? After realizing who the person was, Hikue stepped back cautiously and said, I guess so. I heard that the beam weapons team led by you, Director He, is very popular recently, and the L4 coalition forces are in a state of disgrace. It was just luck. Well, I still have work to do, so I leave now. However, just as Hikue stood up from the chair in the garden, he was stopped by Erica's words. What do you think of Ob, Director He? Is he trying to recruit him? Did the Waste Trade Union leak his demands? Or was this Erica's original plan? It's good, but I still think Plant is better. By the way, this is for Director Erica as a souvenir. Hikue bent down and picked a flower from the garden and handed it to Erica. It's fine. Hikue's sudden action made Erica take the flower with a strange look on her face. Then I leave. Hikue breathed a sigh of relief when he didn't see any changes in the virtual frame. He left the garden in Erica's puzzled eyes. Erica, what did he say? Nothing was said, the rejection was straightforward. But is he really the inventor of small beam weapons? Erica smiled bitterly, while answering the question in the headset. Not sure yet. Never mind. Since he didn't respond, let's just leave it at that. The person on the phone was silent, and Erica was looking at the flowers in her hand. Is this a deterrent to her invitation? Or is it because the rejection was too strong just now, so she gave a reprieve? But she was just asking tentatively, he didn't need to send flowers, right? On the other side, Hikue, who was sure that Erica had no reaction to receiving the gift, also breathed a sigh of relief. If there was a reaction, whether he gave it or not, he could become an enemy at any time. However, it seemed that it was basically impossible for him to complete the research on the PS armor here. It's time to change direction. The reason why he wanted the PS armor was because of its excellent defense, which could help him survive better on the battlefield in the future. But ZAFT would get the PS armor sooner or later. Since there was none, he would just wait for them to snatch the Gundam, and then get it. He continued to concentrate on doing his current work. If the research on deep space mining could be completed, with his rising reputation in ZFT, he should be able to participate in the technical reverse analysis plan for the Gundam. After temporarily determining the future direction, Hikue felt much more relaxed physically and mentally. Okay, buy more beef today. Chapter 69. I bought the vegetables back. It was already dark when Hikue got home. But Shurha's expression in the house was not very good at all. Shurha, what happened? The deputy director of the Hylian Design Bureau died. Shurha's gentle expression turned serious. What? When did it happen? The news came from ZFT later today, and it was also verified in a director forum. Shurha said, and turned the phone in front of Hikue. It clearly stated that the deputy director was found dead in the restroom cubicle of the DSSD Deep Space Development Conference Hall. Ob? I don't know, but we should have no reason to detain Ob, and the people invited this time also include relevant scholars on Earth. In this way, DSSD will also be abandoned. Hikue smiled bitterly. Both sides are now angry. I'm afraid they are really omnipresent. Don't go out if you don't have anything to do recently. Hikue said. Yeah. The A-level area has at least some security. People and items entering and leaving the area will be checked every day, so at least it can guarantee safety to a certain extent. But for now, in the next few days, because of the suspected spy actions in Xinjiang and the tragic death of the deputy director, the security in Mei City is obviously tighter than before. Even in the Hylian Design Bureau, patrolling soldiers can be seen everywhere. While improving safety, everyone also feels the seriousness of the situation. In such a day, another piece of bad news soon followed. The plan to increase taxes has been approved by the Supreme Council a few days ago, and will be officially implemented on July 1st. In the TV news report, Hikue was not surprised. It has been said for so long, and now it is time to implement it. The war tax on personal income wages, bonuses and compensation has increased from 1.5 to 3, the tax on ordinary goods has increased from 2.5 to 4, non-essential goods are 7.5, semi-luxury goods are 15, and luxury goods are 18%. Hikue's materials are non-essentials, which means that when the materials he bought came from the port, he had to pay an additional 7.5% tax for the goods. In addition, he had to report taxes when he sold them. So, his profit from a transaction was reduced by 10%. But it is not realistic to stock up now. It is better to wait until he makes the radar, and another thing in the plan. Speaking of which, I went out to buy vegetables before and saw someone parading. Shurha frowned as he watched the TV report. Against tax increases? Yes, and against the overly mild war strategy of some members. Even the new star has not been conquered for a long time. How can it conquer the Earth? And how can it let the blue cosmos let the natural people hand over the Earth? In this case, someone must take the blame. It should have been the speaker, but it seems that with Lakis's popularity as a backup, the Klein faction will not sink so easily. It can't just sink like this. If it sank, the Waste Trade Union would be driven to a farther place. And it is estimated that Patrick would also prohibit their private transactions at that time. Even if his wife had not died, Patrick's radical line and his identity as Klein's political enemy would still be the same. The two sides have different demands from the people, and advocate different policies, so they are naturally hostile. In short, it is a very troublesome matter. Shurha, this is for you. Hikue said, and put a round owl in his hand on the table. After it turned on, it made a slight sound of adjusting the camera, and then its head began to rotate silently in a circle. A warning owl, all functions removed, full of precision sensors. That works too. Shura has gotten used to Hikue's occasional creations. As an A-level creature, he can basically do whatever he wants as long as it's not too exaggerated, but the panel attributes of the creation are still limited to the materials. You gave Shura Hanif's a gift, Micro-Component Processing Experience plus 60. Shura Hanif's Favorability 136. Experience Bonus 6. Micro-Component Processing A-Level 27723/100000. Academics. Anti-Beam Coating Shield 2, 7568/10,000. Thank you. It's very cute. What's your name? Round? You've improved since last time. Shura poked the owl's head and smiled. Shura's special training is effective. Of course, if... What if? No. If they have a child in the future, and Hikue's naming level. She was afraid that their child's name would be very strange in the future, so she really had to start cultivating him subtly now. Thinking of Shura, she couldn't help but smile sweetly. Hikue. I'm going to have a good time today. Shura turned over from the sofa and sat on Hikue's body and said. Hikue smiled slightly upon hearing this, and kissed her without hesitation. After a night of romance, Hikue did not fall asleep so quickly. He just held Shura in his arms, and slowly brushed her long hair in the warm quilt, and his fingers brushed across Shura's delicate back groove. The shield is almost finished recently. The improved shield should be able to withstand beam cannons, and even main guns, Shura said softly. But the materials are also much more expensive. Technically, this shield only attaches the anti-beam coating attached to it more tightly to the shield, so the cost is naturally much more expensive than the general anti-beam shield. But if it is used by elites, it will definitely play a greater role. Shura licked her lips with her pink tongue like a satisfied kitten. Yeah, that's right. But I'm not very satisfied with the way the higher-ups handled the energy tank. But that thing, ordinary batteries can't bear it at all. Maybe we can increase the power by combining the guns? Hikue was talking, and suddenly thought of Baofeng. That machine seemed to be 2 guns put together. Use 2 guns to enhance the reaction of the beams. This idea is very interesting. Shura jumped up from Hikue's arms, wrapped herself in pajamas, and walked out the door. Where are you going? Go to the office to check the information, and try to simulate the beam reaction. You go to sleep first. So he is the one who was caught afterwards? Looking at Shura's excited back as she left, Hikue picked up his clothes helplessly. But he didn't go to Shura's office, but came to the studio on the first floor. A lot of new knowledge about beam shields was added today, and all of them need to be updated in real time. On the other side, there is also a small work MS with only a rough outline drawn in front of the computer on the table. Unlike the power suit of the MS predecessor, this MS is closer to the MS itself in appearance, but the cockpit is fully open, with only a simple layer of tempered glass covering it, and the height is only about 5 meters, with 3 fingers on the hands. According to Hikue's idea, this MS should be safer and more powerful than ordinary power suits. Installing a non-shrinking MS operating system ensures flexible limbs while mounting a shrunken, sustainable beam gun on the shoulder. As for energy, cables can be used to connect directly to the energy tank. We need to find a way to reduce the size of the beam generator, at least to about 3 meters. It doesn't matter if the power is reduced, it's just mining anyway. After the design is done, try to control the cost, and then go to the National Defense Committee after the actual model is finished. Chapter 70. What happened at the DSSD conference before? The day after the deputy director died, Hikue found Su Lei. Director Erica has come to see you. This matter cannot be concealed, but for now, the 2 of you are also under surveillance, and she didn't say anything to you, and you didn't say anything, so you are fine. Okay, thank you. I knew you were so timid, you would definitely come to ask. Su Lei shrugged. In fact, she had told Lux about this matter yesterday, and the higher-ups naturally knew what Hikue did that day. But it was Erica who approached him, and there was nothing wrong with what she said. Hikue could do nothing with this. But you'd be fined 200 for destroying the greenery. Hikue, you're really brave. Director Erica has a husband and children. Su Lei snorted. I didn't just happen to. Hikue laughed dryly. It just so happened that the deputy director died. Many people must have watched his surveillance video. He couldn't wash it off even if he jumped into the Yellow River. As for the real cause of death of the deputy director, and which force killed him, these were not what he knew. But the urgency in her heart was even stronger. Just so, now many directors with wives have told their wives to avoid you when they see you. You don't have to be so exaggerated, Hikue said with a wry smile. Anyway, keep a low profile. Su Lei stood up and slapped Hikue on the head with a pile of heavy documents. Hiss. Does it hurt? Looking at Ikue, who was crying with his head down and didn't say anything, Sule panicked. No, did you just change the carpet? Go to hell, Ikue. Sule stood up with the information. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ikue quickly changed the subject. Is the information in your hand the mineral radar? Humph, yes, so I will use them to beat you to death. Sule said indignantly, but sat down again and talked about business. Mineral scanning radar, according to the information you gave me, if it succeeds, our identification of asteroid resources will be much faster in the future. According to the current model calculation, even if the resource processing has not been improved, the efficiency can be improved by 5%. Then what? Do you really want to co-sign with me? This is no small matter. Sule said with a complex expression on her face, happy and excited at the same time. Well, this is also the crystallization of the two of us. You rascal, who and you have a crystallization? Sule picked up a harrow from the table in anger. Seeing that Sule was about to attack again, Ikue hurriedly continued. It's not a complete form, it can be further strengthened. He has only unlocked 1/3 of the knowledge now. Although it can be used, it has little practical value. Humph, but you should stop working on these things recently. What happened? Seeing Sule's increasingly serious face, Ikue also put away his playful smile. Graduation season is coming soon. A group of students will graduate from the Military Academy and May City University. The 5 major design bureaus are currently preparing to start joint campus recruitment. Among them, A-level ones with sufficient achievements may even become directors directly. If there are no achievements, they can also be directly recruited as high-end reserve talents. Even if they are only B-level, they will have very good treatment. C-level will serve as the basic base. Sule said seriously, genius is the most abundant thing in plant. The price of A-grade products circulating outside may drop in the future, and some people above have begun to advocate putting pressure on the director. If he fails to produce results in the 3 consecutive quarters of evaluation, he may be replaced by the most capable person. A new regulation? Not sure, it's just one of the 5 major design bureau reform measures initiated by the National Defense Committee, which is said to be to enhance the enthusiasm of directors and streamline the structure within the system. No director objected? Some directors are used to a life of luxury, and they are not willing to be forced to work like dogs. The news has not spread so widely yet. I guess some news will be slowly passed on to the directors to see the direction of public opinion and discuss the conditions. Anyway, rectification is imperative. Now the finances of plant cannot afford so many directors, and many projects will be cut. The directors can manage their subordinates, but they cannot manage the directors or even those above them. They are determined to reform, and they have no way to do it. If they go on strike collectively, first of all, in this case, their public opinion will not occupy the high ground. The people of plant can drown all these directors with a single spit. As for defection, who would defect for this? It's dangerous in other places, and defection itself is also very dangerous. The same is true for being a spy. People who live in luxury are also more afraid of death than ordinary people, so they may find loopholes, but will not take risks. The current situation may also be a remedial measure after the defeat of the war. Do the 5 major design bureaus need to focus on developing weapons? In this case, his mining MS may not receive much attention, so it is better to find a sponsor. It should be. Also, the quality of students in this class is very high. I heard that some of them have almost arrived high-energy pulse cannons, and many people are also researching beam weapons as a popular category. Sule's words made Ikue frown a little more. The 2nd generation of the adjuster is stronger than the 1st generation. Although it is just some rumors, it cannot withstand the aggressiveness of these new waves. Not only did it raise Zaft's military strength to a higher level, but it also disturbed the originally peaceful waters of their 5 major design bureaus. After hearing what Sule said, he, the director, also felt a sense of crisis. Although you are the main developer of the radar you gave me now, this is a radar, and you are the director of the beam group. I don't want to see you here again. Even if this reform is not passed in the end, we still have to prepare for the worst, understand? I understand. The research on the anti-beam shield needs to be accelerated. In order to cooperate with the research and development of his small MS, most of the gifts were given to Sule these days. But now the anti-beam shield needs to accelerate the completion of theoretical research, and then apply for funds for the research and development of the prototype. In this way, it can be regarded as the achievement of the beam team. The frequency of giving gifts to Sule should be reduced as appropriate. Since you have an idea, I won't ask. Seeing that Ikue's face was calm, but he was not panicked, and seemed to have a plan, Su-lei breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to see Hikue being dragged down. Okay, then we can just keep in touch online, so you don't have to run every day. Hearing this, Hikue brought up the lunch box and an owl. I can't give it to you if you don't come here. I told you not to bother with this. Su-lei took the gift, her face still showing disdain, but the tip of her ear, which was exposed between her extremely soft hair, was slightly red. But it's pretty cute this time, so I give it to you. Don't worry, I won't go down. Hikue smiled. Humph. Su-lei turned her head and continued proudly. By the way, Miss Lakis will have a concert in 2 days. Do you want to go? But forget it if you don't have time. Go ahead. Mining MS has a ready-made sponsor. Isn't it here? Although he didn't know why Lakis was looking for him, he also had something to ask her. Coming out of Su-lei's radar group, Hikue looked at the assembly plant in the factory area outside the window, which was still in full swing, and fell into deep thought. Another group of newcomers are coming, and their competition is bound to be more intense. Just as Hikue was lost in thought, he was approached by the familiar manager of the HR department. Manager Tour. Director He. The two people of equal positions seemed to be getting along peacefully after greeting each other. But Hikue became more cautious. No matter how the policies above change, there are still many people looking forward to his coming. He must speed up the research. Chapter 71. Hikue, I have submitted the research and development report of the anti-beam shield to the forum. As soon as I returned to my office, Shura came in. Okay, what is the attitude of the National Defense Committee regarding funding? It is of course fine to just publish the theory, but if it needs to be put into actual combat and achieve results, it needs to be tested on the actual machine. The process is the same as before for the beam weapon. Without the previous enthusiasm, we may only have less than 100 million. Shura's expression became ugly. 100 million. 100 million sounds like a lot, but the current cost of improving the anti-beam shield is 40 million each. Less than 100 million means that only 2 can be made. No wonder Shura looks like this. Generally speaking, the development of weapons requires trial and error. No one can guarantee that their weapons will be successful and put into actual combat at the first try. This is also the reason why the cost of weapon research and development is high. It is always necessary to make trial and error. Some minor parameter errors may cause the entire weapon design to be overturned. Fortunately, there is a system. His theory should be correct. If so, 2 prototypes of the shield should be enough. But he should be able to keep the shield for himself, right? It is better to equip the beam experimental Shigu than to get nothing. I always feel that the Shigu is about to become a special machine for him and Shura. However, although the Shigu is also at the world's leading level, this advantage can't be maintained for too long. If he can't make a Gundam, then he can find a way to get one from the National Defense Committee, or he can apply for a test machine by developing a major technology himself. Why are there so few? Hikue asked in response to Shura's expression. That's because the battle on the new star is going on recently. Although the coalition army does not have small beam weapons, the beam cannons mounted on them pose a huge threat to us. The people in the development department of the National Defense Committee did not put the lives of our soldiers first. Shura complained repeatedly. Then we must not let them underestimate us. The success of the anti-beam shield can also be regarded as the achievement of their group's research. What about the compound gun plan? It's still being simulated and tried and tested, but the progress is good. It should be feasible. Oh, I have to go back and take a look. I'll be back later tonight. Speaking of her own plan, Shura also forgot the unpleasantness just now. Okay, I cook and wait for you. Hikue smiled when he saw this, and after watching Shura leave, he also looked back at his computer. He has stood higher, but this position is still not safe. His achievements did not bring him too much security. In order to deal with the upcoming threats, and to keep his freedom as director, he still needs a longer-term plan. At this time, an internal email came to Hikue's computer. 12-month Military Academy, visit tomorrow. As a senior of the December Municipal Military Academy, and the leader of beam weapon miniaturization, I hope the director he will represent the director of the Hylon Design Bureau to answer questions for the students. Looking at the content of the message, there is also the seal of the director of the Hylon Design Bureau. Hikue did not have room to refuse. There was another email following, which was about the funding for their anti-beam shield research, which was almost the same as what Shura said. When he got home that night, Hikue, who had just finished his meal, couldn't wait to give Shura the 2 owls he had made in the past 2 days. You gave Shura Hanif's a gift, micro-component processing experience plus 60. Shura Hanif's favorability 138. Experience bonus 6. Microcomponent Processing A-Level 30178/100000. Academic Anti-Beam Coating Shield 2 10035/10000 has been completed. The entry that should have disappeared quietly with the completion of the academic quietly changed at this time. Academic Single-Phase Light Wave Shielding System 0/30,000 Single-Phase Light Wave Shielding. By controlling the amplitude, frequency, direction and other parameters of the wave, the propagation of the interference wave is affected. In other words, in theory, it can defend against all external attacks. This is his understanding of single-phase light wave shielding based on the basics of plant engineering. After all, the progress of this system is still zero. Don't worry, don't get too excited, or check the information first. Although he thought so, Hikue's heart couldn't help but get excited. What's wrong? Shurha didn't hear Hikue's words. She stared at Hikue's eyes, and blinked in sync with the two owls in confusion, which was quite cute. The last pieces of the anti-beam shield have been assembled. Tomorrow, they can officially start trial production of the anti-beam shield. Hikue smiled. I have to trouble Shurha at the factory. I pass on the final compression forging theory to you. I find you as soon as I'm done with the children. What do you mean by taking care of the children? They are our juniors. Some of them are about the same age as us, or even older than us. Shurha corrected. Because some people in this class took the initiative to join the army because of Julius, so the ages are uneven. Yes, but that's why we can't lose to them, yes. No one wants to be the former wave that was beaten to death, and perhaps the academic atmosphere of the 5 major design bureaus will become more enthusiastic because of this. Soon the next day came, and Hikue, who rarely wore a slim white coat, stood outside the gate of Highland Design Bureau with several staff members in the morning. Not long after the wait, at exactly 0900, a maglev bus slowly stopped by the roadside. There were many people, but the few people standing in the front who were very conspicuous made Hikue look at them a few more times. Although he had a premonition that he would see the main characters of the original plot, when these young men stood in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh that this was Gundam Seed. At the same time, these teenagers did not make too much noise, but lined up neatly under the arrangement of the instructor and saluted Hikue. Director hello. The voices were in unison, and the youthful vigor seemed to break through the sky of the colony satellite, which was not high to begin with. Hello, welcome all the juniors to our Highland Design Bureau. Without further ado, let's start the tour, Hikue said cheerfully while leading people inside. This director is really straightforward. Nigel, who thought he was going to listen to a long speech, laughed and followed Hikue and talked to Aslan. The teams here were arranged according to their rankings, so they all stood together. Yeah. As the owner of the original Harrow, Aslan didn't know that Hikue was his biggest copycat. He just looked around curiously at the various buildings in the Highland Design Bureau. But I heard that director likes married women, Diego said softly on the side. He was afraid of being heard and stared at Hikue in front of him. It shouldn't be that bad, he looks quite decent. What? I heard that he even. Haha, we're here. Hikue pointed to the huge factory area behind everyone. The smile on his face was very kind. Diego, right? Don't want a new machine in the future. Chapter 72. This is the workshop that produces the latest MAM-21G beam rifle. Hikue brought many students to the workshop. This workshop is of course not the entire production line, but is set up as a trial production point. The production capacity is not large, but it can be used to cope with it before the factories in other urban areas of May City are completed. Many students are curious and overlook the entire well-organized semi-automated factory from the second floor through the tempered glass. However, some people refuse to do it. They were not here to visit. Director do you know who is mainly responsible for the research and development of miniaturized beam weapons? This is a military secret and concerns ZAF's national policy, so I'm sorry I can't answer it, Hikue replied with a smile. But as far as I know, Director is only assisting in the miniaturization of beam weapons. Does this mean that your position is only temporary, and you will step down as soon as someone with greater achievements in beam weapons arrives? This statement is tantamount to telling him directly that he cannot sit without achievements, and this position is just a temporary one. In the final analysis, combined with Hikue's resume, not many people except the director level believe that it is Hikue who has developed miniaturized beam weapons. Hikue himself did not explain, which also sent a signal to many people. That is, Hikue is not the inventor of miniaturized beam weapons at all, so he is so low-key. Regarding the position of the director of the Beam Weapon Miniaturization Research Group, it is a decision within the Design Bureau, and the competent person will take it. Then I have some small ideas about the use of beam weapons, the young man said as he stepped forward and handed a booklet to Ikue. You said you want to improve the focusing method of beam weapons to achieve the effect of range killing. This idea is very interesting, but if you simulate the result according to your principle, it will only attack itself in the opposite direction because you cannot control the focusing direction. Impossible. Just do it my way. The other party seemed determined to get the position of director and was still trying to sell him. If his theory was fine, he would certainly say a few words to comfort him. The problem was that the other party's theory was just superficial. I remember your paper. Hikue smiled. He paid close attention to the progress of other people's research. Of course, most of them were just like the document in front of him, flashy and unsubstantial. Some of them didn't even understand the basic structure of beam weapons. It was pure fraud. It was absolutely impossible to get him down with this level. Your theory was once published in an external forum under your own name. Not to mention that you just made assumptions based on your personal conjectures and made assumptions about the internal structure of beam weapons. First of all, you couldn't even run the most basic data. It was just a flashy article. After Hikue finished speaking, he ignored the man's still unconvinced look and clapped his hands. Then if there are no other questions, we will disband today. Director he. As soon as the voice fell, another young man raised his hand. You say. There is still room for further improvement in the conversion of light beams, if it is through more detailed energy, such as. Yes, but this usually requires a larger volume and more sophisticated technology. Hearing the other party's sharp words, Hikue's expression became a little more solemn. An expert can tell whether there is any right after one move. Unlike the previous mascot, the boy in front of him is no worse than the researchers in his group in the research of beam weapons. He is not too old. Like this. The boy just lowered his head and recorded, and Ikue also threw the blame here to the entourage following behind, and ran to the production room in the underground secret factory. You came here so quickly? The genius is too terrifying. Come here to see the progress. Look at these adjuster geniuses. Every minute and every second may surpass him. He is just wasting time taking them shopping outside. How's it going? The casting is 73% complete. The close-fitting structure arrangement theory you provided is very successful. At present, the absorption layer structure and the dispersion layer have gradually fitted together. The hot and sour air in the forging room did not destroy Shura's excitement at all. The original anti-beam coating only has one absorption layer. If the absorption limit is exceeded, the shield will crack or even be damaged. And Hikue made a dispersion layer on the arrangement structure, similar to the heat dissipation mode of the Archangel's laminated armor. The heat is evenly dispersed throughout the shield through the delicate structure, and the anti-beam coating of the entire shield evenly absorbs the energy of the beam. In this way, the shield has also reached a new level in terms of durability and strength. We still need to test it to know, how is the preparation of the test site? No problem, we can test it directly after the forging is completed. Okay. The two sat down in front of the main control computer in the forging room. Hikue himself also took over part of the work, controlling the nanomechanical arm above the furnace in front to start the overlapping of fine structures. Come to think of it, Director he seems to be better at micromanipulation than before. With Hikue joining, the others had time to chat. Yeah, the forging speed is actually faster than the three of us. It's much better than the last time we made the beam gun. It can be said to be pleasing to the eye. You guys, stop chatting and start working. Shura said unhappily. Otherwise, if we can't make it in time for the test, you will be held responsible. Okay. After everyone saluted politely, they also operated the robotic arm seriously. Soon, a steaming anti-beam shield was ready. The color was not painted, just ordinary black, and the sharp edges seemed to be no different from ordinary shields. Next, there are beam irradiation tests, thermal cycle tests, mechanical strength tests, and finally actual tests. After setting up the shield in the test field, Shura took out a long evaluation list and said, after listing them, this anti-beam shield that had just left the factory became scrap metal. However, they must test the shield to its limit before they can deliver. Even each test is to test the limit performance. It can be said that one shield will be scrapped for each test. Although the funds are insufficient, Hikue also has his own way, that is, to repair the original shield before doing the next one. In short, as long as his theory is not wrong, the structure of the shield does not need to be changed or remade. The structure of the anti-beam shield in the beam is still there, but the coating will be gradually dissolved by the beam. As long as there are materials, repairing it is much cheaper than making a new one. In this way, the time spent is shortened, and the funds can barely be maintained within 100 million. He has saved so much, it is simply unreasonable for the National Defense Committee not to give him an award in the future. Let's get started quickly. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 73. What was the result of the test of the anti-beam shield yesterday? The next day, in front of the May City Music Hall, Sule asked curiously. It was considered a success. The final actual machine simulation test barely met the theoretical requirements, but the strength of the shield had decreased a lot due to repeated maintenance. Although he left this shield on the experimental Shigu in his group. But the strength is probably only slightly greater than the first generation shield. Anyway, he might make a small profit, but the Design Bureau and the Defense Committee will never lose money. What about the prize money? 100,000 and 10,000 for others. Is it a lot? It seems to be a lot, but considering that his expenses are not small, it is just that. Then let's go, Sule said. After swiping her wristband at the security station in front of the door, she successfully entered the concert. Everywhere you look are Lux's posters and personal standees, and many fans are taking photos with Lux's standees in front. Men, women, young and old gathered together, which was enough to show that Lux's charm completely ignored the age range. There are so many fans. Hikui looked at the big screen in the lobby with admiration. It was playing Lux's new single Water Evidence. Lux's singing voice was full of angelic purity and tenderness, making people feel endless tranquility and happiness. Her clear and bright voice seemed to turn into drops of water, quietly and gently dripping on the crystal lake. Each note turned into a bright star in the night sky, shining with warm light, deeply touching people's hearts. First time hearing it? No. It's just that it's the first time hearing it in this world. I don't know if it's because of the world's bonus or if this is the real Lux. This voice seems to touch the tenderness in the deepest part of people's hearts. No wonder Lux is so popular. Even he, who was originally determined not to join the Klein faction, was shaken for a moment. You were stunned by it, Sule said, and her jade hand quietly took Hikue's arm. You can go backstage today because of my special care. Without waiting for Hikue to ask questions, Sule dragged people to the backstage. At this time, Lux was holding a microphone and talking to the staff in front. After seeing Sule, she ended the conversation and walked over. You are here. Director He, welcome to you. And congratulations on your recent achievements in anti-beam shields. This will surely reduce casualties on the front line. This is our hope, Hikue said, pulling out a flower from his sleeve like a magic trick and handed it to Lux. I wish you all the best today. Allah. Lux took the rose from Hikue's hand with a little surprise, and then smiled. It shouldn't be picked outside? Puff. Sule couldn't help laughing after hearing this. That's not the case. Looking at the favorability that finally increased by 2, Hikue's original embarrassment disappeared. It's not easy. Finally Lux's favorability has achieved a breakthrough from 0 to 2. But why is this? Is it because of the reason why I just laughed at him? That's a bit too dark. While thinking about the possibility that Lux is a pink cup black, Lux herself continued. This is the first time Director He gave me something other than handicrafts. I will cherish it. But I like the old eagle, owl and harrow. But in terms of commemorative value, it's the harrow that Director He gave me when I first came to May City last time, right? Harrow? I didn't give harrow to Ms. Lux the last time she came, Hikue said doubtfully, and laughed bitterly in his heart. It was such a long time ago, it was really scary that he remembered it now. But he didn't regret it. If Plant had lost 240,000 people, their life would be even more difficult now. If the entire plant became a revenge machine, they would not even have the right to refuse if they were pressed for the sake of Plant. Really? Not hearing the answer she wanted, Lux blinked and just stared at Hikue quietly. Well, Ms. Lakis, what do you think about asteroid mining? Asteroid mining? I'm just an idle, Director He. For some reason, Lakis' smile gave Hikue the illusion that she was taking revenge on him for deliberately changing the subject. It's like this, I have an idea about improving small MS for asteroid mining, Hikue simply said directly. Lakis is just an idol. The gossip on the internet doesn't say that. I heard that they have dealings with many private mining companies. Anyway, the news says that even if Klein is not directly affiliated with those companies, the relationship between them must be inextricable. Of course, this gossip is similar to urban legends in Plant. But no matter what, it is true that Klein faction has money. Small MS? Yes, if you can invest in my research and development, then the future benefits can definitely be guaranteed. Hikue nodded seriously. If, as you said, it is a new technology that can improve mining efficiency, then it will be a good thing for everyone in Plant, and even for the world. He was still thinking about reducing his costs, and even getting materials for free. Lux told him that the whole world was a bit too exaggerated. But no matter what, Lux agreed. So Hikue, who didn't know what the world would be like, nodded for his high costs. It's definitely a good thing for the world. He will definitely break his waist today. In that case, Director Su, please help me take a look. I wondered why Hikue came here today, but it turned out to be to solicit sponsorship. Curiosity passed, and Lux took a quick look. She didn't understand much, so she put the information in Su Lei's hand. While handing it over, he leaned over and whispered something in Su Lei's ear, causing the girl's pretty face to blush again. What did Lux say to you just now? Looking at Su Lei's gradually fading blush, Hikue asked curiously. Nothing. How did you think of asking Miss Lux for sponsorship? Su Lei glared at Hikue shyly and asked. I don't have money. The National Defense Committee is so stingy that it can't even afford an anti-beam shield. I definitely can't finish this project without Lux. How can we develop without funds? This is not a theory like the anti-beam shield. To study the optimal solution for miniaturized MS, we must go through a lot of trial and error and testing. This is not a modification of Harrow. Even if he throws in his 100,000, it won't make a splash. And as the director of the Hylon Design Bureau, it is impossible for him to attract foreign investment. After thinking about it, the only people he can attract are the Sarah faction and the Klein faction. So what, did I get it this time? Hikue asked nervously. I need to see it, but as long as it doesn't look like a loss, it's fine. Of course, the specific amount of funding needs to be negotiated. Don't be too happy too early. Lakis didn't actually say that to her just now. She said it was okay even if she lost money. She also asked her to take this opportunity to sign a bet agreement and buy Hikue out directly if the investment doesn't pay off. What is this talking about? She is definitely not that kind of person. Thank you. The stone in Hikue's heart disappeared after hearing this, and he showed a comfortable smile. I told you not to be happy so early, Su Lei said with her hands on her hips, like a spoiled child. I know I'm not happy. Humph. Chapter 74. Is this your small MS? In a separate area on the second floor of the concert hall, Su Lei took out her computer and looked at the design drawings that Hikue Gon had just sent over, listening to the sweet singing of Lux. That's right. It's quite streamlined, but can the cost be controlled? Su Lei asked after observing for a moment. 10 million per unit. In extreme cases, the reinforced glass in the cockpit can also be removed, the battery pack can be cut in half, and the energy tank can be used for power supply, so the cost can be lowered even further. The cost of a normal power suit is currently 7 million, but considering the kinetic energy and modular design that a small MS can provide, it is indeed possible to compete with the power suit in the market. No glass in the cockpit? How to drive then? Hikue's design is entirely visual driving. Without glass, half of the entire cockpit will be exposed to the space environment. Just where the driving suit and the oxygen supply tube can be connected from the body. The power suit is also designed in a similar way. That's true. Su Lei, who was about to persuade Hikue to go home and think about it, was stunned. This machine, combined with the mineral radar and mining beam, might really help Hikue improve the current mining situation. Then I will check the data when I get back. By the way, how much money do you want? Starting at 200 million. Plant's MS technology is already very mature. Of course, the possibility of adding more later is not ruled out. How much do you think you will add at most? If everything goes wrong, 10 billion. If everything goes wrong, various tests cannot be passed, and even the ore cutting beam cannot be assembled. We have to continue research and start over several times. In this way, 10 billion is the bottom line. It is difficult to make back the cost of 10 billion. We should only be able to pay 500 million. And, if you can't make it or the data you make doesn't meet expectations, you know the consequences. I understand. Hikue had expected that 10 billion was just the worst expectation, and 500 million was enough. This plan is imperative, not just to reduce material costs. He can also establish a good relationship with the mining company, so he may not have to buy second-hand materials from waste dealers in the future. He has done many simulation tests with Shura before. Unless the physics here does not exist, it is likely to be completed. Then I will notify you later. Su Lei said that she had already turned off the computer, and in the middle of the stage on the first floor, the spotlight also fell on the angelic girl. How did the discussion go? As soon as he got home, Shura popped his head out from the sofa in the living room and asked. It's okay, no problem with the sponsorship. That's good. Is it okay to just take on a few projects? At this time, Hikui already had 2 jobs. Although the anti-beam shield was successful, the composite gun and high-energy pulse cannon were the established tasks. We can continue to try the composite gun. What about the single-phase light wave shielding system you mentioned before? It's still in the conceptual stage. I guess it won't convince them to invest now. He has only made 1,000 progress in the single-phase light wave shielding system. Some of the most basic things have come to his mind, but it is still a long way from success. If he brings it up now, the National Defense Committee will probably not take it seriously. Instead, they will think that he is distracted by too many other researches and does not listen to orders. Then his position is also in danger. Oh, by the way, are you with Sue today? Before Shurha finished speaking, Hikui, who was afraid that his favorability would be deducted after a deeper conversation, stepped forward and hugged Shurha's soft waist forcefully. The kiss was much deeper and more domineering than usual, and it ignited the flames of 2 hearts at the same time. Gradually, the sound of the 2 people's kissing drowned out the volume of the TV, and Hikui also followed the limp Shurha and circled her on the soft sofa. Hikui. After a long time, the 2 separated. Shurha's face was red, looking like a ripe apple, and it was unclear whether it was due to lack of oxygen or shyness. In order not to lose favor, Hikui used all his tricks, and it can be said that he dug out all the memories of watching that thing in his previous life. And the results do look good. Or maybe a little too good. Shurha Hanifs is very satisfied with your kiss. Shurha Hanifs favorability, 140. Unlock academic, high energy pulse cannon, 0/10,000, reverse. Unlock academic, hydromineral purification, 0/10,000. Looking at the words that seemed to be teasing him, Hikui pulled the corners of his mouth slightly. However, if this one has a satisfactory evaluation, does that mean that there are also satisfactory evaluations in other aspects? So he is not very satisfactory to Shurha in that aspect now. Luckily, the high-energy pulse cannon was also produced, so there is no need to worry about not having anything to hand in. But what is the reversal, Hikui? Shurha's eyes were still a little blurry, lying on the sofa, with both hands tightly around his neck. Under the flowers, and the moon, it seems impolite to study it again. Soon, a night of romance, it turns out that Hikui has not yet reached a satisfactory level in that aspect. But maybe the atmosphere is not right? Anyway, Hikui will never admit that he is not good enough. But what does reversal mean? He has tried to give Shurha a gift, but there is no response. If it is understood literally, Shurha should give him a gift, but how can he ask for a gift? With such a high favorability, it should be okay to ask for a little, right? Hikui was still thinking when Shurha knocked on the door and entered his office. Hikui, the report is ready. Shurha Hanifs gave you a gift. Shurha Hanifs microcomponent processing experience +5. Shurha Hanifs current favorability 140. Experience bonus 7. Shurha microcomponent processing B level 5374/10,000. Academics, high energy pulse cannon 35/10,000. Reversal, Hikui was stunned by the virtual frame in front of him. According to the system, as long as Shurha gives him a gift, Shurha's experience can also be increased, which means that Shurha can also reach A level. Thank you. After receiving Shurha's report, Hikui hesitated. Shurha, microprocessing, have you ever thought about being promoted to A level? A level? Of course I have thought about it, but I haven't made any progress for a long time. The reason why the adjuster does not make progress is not because he is lazy, but because the potential in his personal genes has been almost fully tapped. In other words, she has hit her ceiling. Well, maybe I can try to help you. How about this, we go back, and you make a bomb-proof harrow for me to see, and leave the report and other things to others. But she won't make any progress. I believe in Shurha, give it a try. Looking at the hesitant Shurha, Hikui stood up and stared into Shurha's eyes. Somehow, Shurha was convinced by the determined Hikui. She nodded gently. Okay. Chapter 75. As soon as he got home, Hikui couldn't wait to take out the harrow materials that he had kept in his closet. Since the income from C and B level gifts has decreased, he has rarely made harrow. Although harrow also has A level, giving too many of the same gifts will make people tired of it. As for asking Shurha to return the gift he gave him, it should not be feasible. One of the requirements for this gift is that you must make it yourself. You must make it yourself. Although meals and reports are fine, they all need to be made by yourself, and one more person cannot participate. So Hikui could only give guidance from the side. Then let's first make a harrow that combines explosion-proof and smoke protection. This is a sample, and I give it to you as well, Hikui said with a smile. His current academic research on Shura is still on single-phase light wave shielding system and hydraulic mineral purification. Necessary gifts are still necessary. Okay. In Hikue's studio, facing the parts and design drawings in front of him. Shura nodded solemnly. Shura's own component processing is B level, and Hikue is also experienced. With his reminder, a harrow of the same B level was already completed in the second half of the night. How is it? Shura asked nervously with her fingers clasped together. Yeah. After looking at Harrow for a while, Hikue whispered to Shura. Can you give it to me? Sure. Although a little puzzled, Shura still agreed. And soon, Shura looked down at her hands with a strange feeling. I always feel like my skills have improved? Shura murmured. This is a good thing. It's better, isn't it? Shura didn't seem to have anti-cheating when she gave him the gift, so he added more. After making one and giving it to him, there was a 7-fold bonus, directly adding 350 experience points. His system was becoming more and more like a training system. Well, then Hikue, you go to sleep first, I make a few more and see. Looking at Shura, who was obviously excited, Hikue did not object. It was estimated that she couldn't sleep now, so it didn't matter if she stayed up a little longer. Thinking of it, Hikue gave a few more instructions and returned to the room. In the next 2 days, Shura made a lot of harrow. She also figured out why she made such rapid progress. That was because of Hikue, maybe because the two of them had the same wavelength or because of some other reason. As long as Hikue was here, she could make progress. On the other hand, although Hikue wanted to unlock the high-energy pulse cannon, he was not in a hurry. At present, his own growth was more important, and he had 2 academic subjects that required him to give gifts himself. So from then on, he only gave Shura guidance every 2 or 3 days, and the two of them made a harrow together. While Shura was making steady progress, Hikue's mineral radar was officially completed a week later, and could be put into field testing. You seem to be getting busier and busier recently. Sule shrugged as she looked at Hikue, who came to her office. A little bit. It's a bit busy to take care of Shura's progress recently, but it's not without benefits. At least Shura's feelings for him have deepened as they get along. That's good. I heard bang 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 from you guys a few nights ago, and thought you were fighting. That's right. Hikue thought about the time they had just come back from the concert a few days ago. They had a really exciting fight all the way from the living room to the second floor. Thinking of the situation at that time and looking at the teasing on Sule's face, Hikue stopped talking. Seeing this, Sule rolled her eyes at Hikue and continued. What are you thinking? I was just talking about the sounds of your studio working. Also, the next step is the actual application test of the mineral radar. In the meteorite belt around the Earth, although ZFT has already conducted advanced reconnaissance, and the Earth Federation's army is currently shrinking to the Earth circle, the moon base, and the vicinity of the new star, there are still dangers. What do you think? Go! Looking at Hikue, who did not hesitate, Sule opened her cherry lips slightly, hummed, and nodded with satisfaction. How long will it take? Hikue asked. 2 days will be enough. As long as we collect enough data, we can come back for dinner the next day. No problem. When do we leave? The day after tomorrow. I arrange it. Then there is still your small MS funding. Here is the contract. Take a look. Hearing this, Hikue took the contract solemnly. He dared not be careless about this matter. Even if the other party was Sule, there was a Klein faction behind him. He still had to read the contract carefully, otherwise he would be sold without knowing it. An hour passed as he read through the pages one by one. If the research was successful, he would get a 3% dividend for 10 years, but nothing else. Sule did not urge him, but just glanced at Hikue from time to time while doing her work. No problem. Then sign it. The 200 million you want will be in the public account within a week, but if there is no research result within 6 months, you will have to carry out activities according to our requirements. Are you sure? This is something like a gambling agreement. If you lose, it's not just research, there are other additional clauses. You have to cooperate with us in all activities that don't threaten your life. Sule's expression at this time was the seriousness that a director should have. No problem. Then sign it. Anyway, Lux can't be so unscrupulous. If her heart is not here, it's useless to ask for her. In the end, even if he fails, Hikue will probably just be pacified by Lux. 500 million is not a small amount for the entire Klein faction, but it is not something that cannot be spent. What's wrong? Looking at Hikue, who was still reluctant to write after he finished speaking, Sule asked curiously. If you are afraid, you cannot sign. No, I just want to come back and sign. Otherwise it will waste 2 days. That's fine. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye, and Ikue also came to the ship with a large backpack. Because it was not a collective action, this time there was only one Nazca-class ship and a red team to escort them. The red team could not see the real person. They just reported to the two of them and waited in the cockpit, and then the communication channel from the team was silent. These are the members of the ZFT National Defense Committee's Direct Special Forces. You can trust them, Su Lei said. The name of the Direct Special Forces sounds intimidating, and it is actually intimidating. They specialize in various secret operations and take orders directly from the National Defense Committee instead of the Speaker. However, the National Defense Committee already has 3 city representatives as members, and they check and balance each other internally, so there is no need to worry about being attacked by the king. Why did you bring so many things with you? Didn't you say you would be back soon? This is more than you usually bring when you go on a campaign. Walking in the corridor leading to the officer's cabin, Su Lei looked at Ikue's big backpack with a bit of disdain. If he was going on a campaign with the army, Ikue's luggage would have been banned long ago. At this moment, even though he was wearing a white coat, he still looked like Santa Claus without any dignity that a ZFT soldier should have. I cook for you, I asked the captain. We need to have lunch before arriving. Anyway, Ikue was determined to eat, and eat with Su Lei. If the favorability didn't increase, then it must be that she didn't give her food. Give her food, but it still didn't increase, then she didn't give her enough. Oh! Sure enough, after hearing what Ikue said, Su Lei looked at Ikue's backpack twice more and walked a few steps faster. I don't know if she was impatient. Chapter 76. Time passed quietly. The near-Earth asteroids in front of them, accompanied by the dazzling sun, gradually came into the eyes of everyone on the bridge. Meteorites of various shapes were floating quietly in this universe, unchanged for thousands of years, faithfully recording the history of this universe. This is the largest near-Earth asteroid group nearby, all of which came from Mars, but because of the previous explosion of the World Tree, it was also contaminated by many debris. Even if it was cleaned up once by the waste dealer, it still could not be cleaned up. The radar is very weak here, the captain explained to the two. If we want to move, we have to hurry up. After all, we are very close to the moon. Understood. 500 meters away, we can start. In the seat inside the reconnaissance Jin, Su Lei said with a black arrow connected to the control console in her arms. Okay, the red team will attack and be on alert, and you can do whatever you want next. The captain cut off the communication after he finished speaking. You heard it too, let's attack. Okay. Their detection radar was now integrated into the fairing of the reconnaissance Jin, and its ability to search for enemies became weaker, but its sensitivity to minerals was much stronger. After simply reporting their names, the two soon appeared in the vast universe. The rubble belt in front of them was full of various debris and asteroids floating everywhere, the World Tree, and the space garbage accumulated by humans over countless years. After being recycled by the waste dealers, only the less valuable parts were left here, some of which were bumpy, and some were extremely smooth. It seems that the technological products of different ages have come together here in a hodgepodge that travels through time and space. It is this complex environment that can truly test the practicality of the radar. The mineral radar system is normal, the automatic scanning mode is normal, and the mineral radar is turned on. Ikue tapped on the keyboard skillfully, and an electromagnetic wave invisible to the naked eye was emitted, passing through countless debris and small objects around. At the same time, signals with various color markings appeared on the radar screen, flashing continuously. Black represents useless signal feedback, corresponding to the debris. Ikue first talked about the most numerous signs nearby. It looks right. Then the next one is green, metal that is useful for industry. But there is none. Su Lei shrugged and said, let's look for it again. It's not easy to find a suitable asteroid. 2 hours passed quietly, and just when Ikue's highly concentrated mind was a little bit exhausted, the radar finally made a series of beeps. We detected a metal reaction, Ikue said, and immediately drove Jean in over there. Soon, the asteroid they had worked so hard to find came into view. It's an asteroid we didn't record, and it should have come from Mars recently. Jean's hand had circled around the asteroid, which was large enough for 2 Jean-ins to reach. Although it's relatively small, using traditional radar, it's basically certain that there is a piece of metal mineral in this asteroid. Take it back, today's mission is complete, Su Lei said, relaxing. Okay. Just at this moment, the communication of the reconnaissance Jin sounded at the same time. Heat source ahead, distance 1500, number of Mobius 3. It should be a patrol and planetary exploration formation. Stay still at the current position, turn off the engine. Although the Nazca class can completely fight and run. But considering the experiments they still need to conduct, the red team also issued a matching order. Hearing this, Hikue swallowed the words that were about to come to his mouth. He's been through hundreds of battles. Su Lei saw through Hikue's thoughts and said, "Indeed?" Hikue was not dissatisfied. Hearing this, he controlled Jin In to lie on the meteorite. "Can you be more graceful?" Su Lei was speechless when she saw the reconnaissance Jin In lying like a turtle in the posture test. It's less likely to be discovered this way. What's good looking? Of course, the whole Superman landing posture is handsome, but it's also easy to be discovered. Not long after, the three Mobius turned a corner not far away and went back. There were no accidents on the return journey. But it would be great if your radar could identify other resources. At present, it has to be used in conjunction with the old radar for the two types of information. Su Lei said, using a portable computer to transmit the radar data under the body. For example, blue can be water and ice, and red can be signals of abnormal geological features. Blue should be possible, but red, the data is too little, and the data cannot be automatically analyzed. This kind of radar is to analyze the feedback signal, depth, density, shape, composition. Finally, the conclusion is drawn through computer automation. The problem is that the geological feature anomaly is a rare metal in the true sense, and Plant has only found trace amounts of it. I go back and try again. The success of the radar test obviously made Su Lei excited at this time. Okay, but let's eat first. I go after the transmission is completed. After hearing about eating, Su Lei also came out of her excitement just now. Then hurry up, I go make it first. After borrowing a kitchen from the captain, Hikue prepared a meal of pickled fish from Earth, and Su Lei came. Why do you make so much? Are you going to stuff me to death? Looking at the three fish in front of her, Su Lei was shocked. For the people on the ship. Oh! There were not many people on the Nazca class, and everyone ate in batches. There were only 2 people in the cafeteria at this time. There was a little warmth in the silence. Su Lei put the tender and juicy fish into her mouth, and the sour and spicy taste gradually permeated her mouth, and the tender meat gradually melted on the tip of her tongue. The expression of happiness and satisfaction also made Hikue, the chef, smile. I heard that the new deputy director of the Hylian Design Bureau will be selected soon. Hikue whispered the rumor he heard from the website of the Waste Trade Union before leaving. Well, it's time to select it. This position has been vacant for so long, it should be selected from the reserve talents of the deputy director. Who will it be? There are only 5 reserve talents for the deputy director now. It is already difficult to be a reserve for the deputy director, at least it is still far from Hikue now. It could be Valerio Valeri, who is in charge of the power and system development of Shigu from the neutral faction, or it could be Aaron Carbone, who is in charge of the skeleton development of Shigu from the Serra faction. It is hard to say at the moment. The 2 people Su Lei mentioned are both experts, who participated in the development of Shigu, and they can indeed become competitors. If it is Aaron Carbone, some of the measures we mentioned before may be implemented. Unlike Valerio Valeri, who is obsessed with research, Aaron Carbone has a political identity, and will naturally be more inclined to the National Defense Committee in decision-making. In contrast, although Valerio Valeri is also arrogant and not easy to get along with, at least he just keeps his head down and does research honestly, and the rest of the time he tinkers with some small components by himself. After taking office, he may not even bother to pay attention to other people. Chapter 77 Dear Directors of Hylian Design Bureau. After careful consideration and comprehensive evaluation, this bureau has decided to appoint Ms. Erin Carbon as the Deputy Director of Hylian Design Bureau. The appointment will take effect on July 2, 1971. Ms. Erin Carbon has rich industry experience. Hikue, who had just returned to the Design Bureau a day later, received such a hard-to-describe message in the email. This matter is definitely bad news for these directors. It means that their position is shaky. Hikue. It is obvious that Shurha, who hurried to his office, also got the news. Don't panic, we just need to do our own things. Although it is said that the Beam Weapon Group is the hottest department recently, and it must be the focus of attention. Okay, by the way, this is what I made yesterday. Shurha handed a pink arrow to Hikue. Shurha Hanif's current favorability 142. Experience bonus 7. Shurha microcomponent processing B level 6774/10,000. Academics. High energy pulse cannon 1435/10,000. Reverse, there is progress, and it may be close to a level. Hikue smiled. Yeah, Thanks to Ikue. Her abilities did start to improve again around Ikue. I cooked tonight. I bought a lot of vegetables yesterday. Shura rolled up her sleeves and said, Okay. By the way, is there any progress on the high-energy pulse cannon? Hikui asked. We haven't made any progress, but with our cooling system, the Pulse Group recently published an academic paper on the internal forum. We have tried running data on the equipment, and it is indeed possible to accumulate energy quickly. In addition, a student at May City University has also proposed a hypothesis. At present, it seems that it can also achieve larger-scale energy fusion, but the process of releasing energy is still unstable and prone to explosion. Hikue frowned slightly when he heard this. If it was really as Shura said, then his academic achievement would be wasted. It was not completely useless. After all this knowledge would flow into his mind, but it could not keep up with the current technological breakthroughs. If he continued to be slow, he would be doomed to fall behind the times, and be forgotten by everyone. He was now being chased by the geniuses behind ZFT. Do you have relevant information? Let me see. After hearing this, Shura operated on the bracelet for a while, and transferred the paper to the computer in front of Hikue. Then I go back first, you take a look first. Seeing that Hikue finally started pay attention to the high-energy pulse cannon, Shura also breathed a sigh of relief. After saying that, she turned around and left quietly, as if she was afraid of disturbing Hikue. Hikue did not pay attention to Shura's movements at this time, but just studied the paper in front of him seriously. Comparing the academic paper with the basic knowledge in his mind, Hikue soon found that although he was behind in progress, he was the most correct. Unlike Hikue's completely correct theory, both sides had several underlying errors and design direction errors in basic theory. Some design errors may need to be corrected after a lot of trial and error in the later stage. And Hikue was not so kind to remind him. To be honest, he didn't even have a chance to overtake on the curve. Just after reading the paper, a new email came. Director He and Deputy Director Hannes, please report to the Deputy Director's office. Hearing this, Hikue stood up with a serious face and walked out of his office. At this time, Shura, who was outside, also stood up with a serious face. After a brief exchange of glances, the two walked out together. The Deputy Director's call had no choice but to be serious. God knows that they are the chicken that was killed. Soon, they were taken to the Deputy Director's office, which was located in the same building and was much more imposing than Ikue's office. There was also a painting of ancient calligraphy hanging on it. The whole room looked quite oriental and antique. Director He, Director Hannes, please sit down. Erin Carbone was a middle-aged woman who looked very smart. She led the two to sit on the luxurious sofa in the office. In addition to Erin Carbone, there were two other people standing at the scene. These two are the directors of the Pulse Group. We called you here this time to brainstorm how to solve the technical problems related to high-energy pulses. Erin Carbone smiled kindly, introduced both parties, and then went straight to the point. Hearing this question, one of the lower-ranking members of the Pulse Group on the opposite side looked at the two people on Ikue's side, with a little bit of unconcealed pride. The director in the upper position just nodded politely to the two people. Although the Beam Group also undertook the development of high-energy pulse cannons, they have not produced any results so far, so it is understandable that they have such an attitude. Deputy Director Erin ignored the gazes of the two, and sat down at the main seat, and spoke leisurely. Currently, high-energy pulse cannons are one of the main points of our Hylon Design Bureau to overcome after beam weapons, and are also the top priority of the entire project. I believe everyone present is aware of this, right? The four people nodded in agreement after hearing this. We are also concerned about the progress of the Pulse Group after hearing about it recently. As for Director He, although I also know that you are originally responsible for beam weapons, and may not have deep research on pulses, as a member of the Design Bureau, we really need your wisdom. Deputy Director, you are polite. We will naturally try our best to do our best. Hearing the Deputy Director's name, Hikue also responded solemnly. Yes. With a kind smile, Deputy Director Erin continued to speak without knowing whether she believed it or not. I asked you to come here in your busy schedule to pool your wisdom and discuss some recent difficulties in the high-energy pulse field. That being said, Hikue felt something was wrong. As the Deputy Director, Erin couldn't possibly be unaware that their Beam Group had made no achievements in the high-energy pulse field. Under such circumstances, Deputy Director Erin actually asked him to discuss the difficulties. Perhaps she really saw that he had too many private jobs recently, so she came to warn and punish him. Perhaps there was no malice, and it was true that their Beam Group had occupied an important position in the Hylon Design Bureau. At present, Hikue was not too panicked. Although his high-energy pulse was only 1/10 of the theory, the research of the pulse group was not much ahead, not to mention that there were still a few errors. While thinking, the four people also took the tablet in their hands. Since Deputy Director Aaron said so, then let our pulse group start. The director of the pulse group said seriously, and the information on the tablet in his hand was projected onto the screen of the coffee table. Energy compression can be completed, but the design of the pulse generator has not been determined. At present, we have simulated 35 designs in the computer, and all simulations failed. As he spoke, 35 designs flashed across the screen in front of him. I understand. What do you think, Director He? Aaron asked. I think the semiconductor components in these designs are too bulky. Perhaps their volume can be further reduced. In this way, the stability may be greatly reduced due to the impact of energy on the internal components. The director of the pulse group frowned. A smaller generator means a faster response-release process, which means a faster firing speed, reducing the impact of energy staying for too long on the internal components. Although the power may be weakened, the stability should be improved. It seems to be true, however, how to solve the arrangement of transistors inside the pulse generator. The pulse group director thought about various possibilities, and then his eyes lit up. We are still thinking about various feasible solutions, and case number 1 will be made as soon as possible. This is actually just one of the loopholes. It doesn't matter if you say it out. Anyway, he can drag it out and not produce the design drawings. On the main seat, seeing that Hikue could actually discuss something, Aaron was surprised, and the kindness in her smile was more genuine. Chapter 78. Just left the deputy director's office. The two directors of the pulse group followed up. Director He, I didn't expect you to have such a deep understanding of the pulse field. No, I have only learned some shallow basics. You are so polite. Let's communicate more in the future. Ha ha, of course. After the two finished talking, Hikue turned around and left with Shurha behind him. Hikue, when did you become so awesome? As soon as they reached the corner where no one was around, Shurha naturally took Hikue's arm, her eyes sparkling. Thanks to Shurha. You said that again? Director He, Director Hannes. Haas was still a little stiff outside the office door holding a document and greeted. Although I don't know what happened, why do you have to show your affection in the workplace? Thinking back to the hot and spicy experiences I had with my fiancée in the past few days, I looked at the two people in front of me who were showing off their love anytime and anywhere for fear that others would get tired of eating too much synthetic meat. Haas found that he didn't seem to be working hard enough. The two men who didn't know what Haas was thinking quickly let go of his hands. Haas, you're back so soon. Hikue coughed, and didn't expect Haas to be outside the elevator. But it didn't matter to his face, he just looked at it, but Shurha, who was hiding behind him and pinching his waist, didn't seem to think so. My vacation ended last week, and I've been back for a week, Haas said resentfully. It was obviously the director, who accompanied the radar team on a business trip. Is that so? Come on. If we can go on the expedition next time. Let's talk about it next time. After interrupting Haas skillfully, Hikue hurried back to the office. Haas had played really well before, and everyone seemed to be at least at the level of elite green clothes. If I have the chance to go on the expedition myself, it's not impossible to take them with me. But before that, I should do the research first. 2 days passed peacefully, in the Waste Merchants Association. Hikue exchanged half of the 50,000 he got from radar research and development for materials. Director He, if you are not in a hurry, you can buy it later. Your radar research has been completed. I believe that the price of materials will continue to decline in the future. Indeed, I haven't bought all of them yet. Hikue smiled. He hasn't started making his car yet. For now, he has only bought some materials that are necessary recently, and the rest will wait for the price to drop. I recently took on a job on your forum about improving the design ideas of personal explosion-proof shields. Has Director He done it? Yes, Hikue said as he packed the documents and passed them over. The Waste Trade Union is like a middleman. If they check and approve it, they can get the money. As for what to do if the person who offered the reward is not satisfied, there is nothing to do. The requirements and other matters have been notified in advance. The person who offered the reward also agreed. We will send you the results after the evaluation. If there is no problem, the amount of 10,000 will also be sent to your account. Thank you. Is there any news from Earth recently? I don't know if this is what you want. I heard that the Earth Union may not hold on to Nova anymore. I'm afraid the Design Bureau will have to find someone to transform Nova again. The boss thought for a while and said, these news are what the ZFT executives have known for a long time. Not holding on. Well, several colony satellites of L4 have been destroyed. Although these colony satellites have not suffered much casualties, L4 is no longer meaningful, and the residents on L4 should also be moved back to Earth. As for the resettlement of so many refugees, the 3 member states of the United Council are still passing the buck. They probably don't want to take care of that space anymore. Who broke it? One of them was said to be caused by the battle between Team Cruise and Lunar Eagle. The Earth Alliance is currently trying to completely suppress ZFT in public opinion. I understand. The battlefield may have to move back to Earth in the future. Then they will have to send more resources to the Oceania Alliance, and the proportion of troops stationed to help the Oceania Alliance defend will also increase. The defense budget is about to shrink again. No wonder Aaron wanted to hit him before. I need to remind Ed to pay attention. Hikue, who returned to the studio, picked up a round owl while thinking. Shurha, here you go. Hikue took the owl to the kitchen. Still cooking, Shurha, who was frying meat patties, laughed softly. Thanks to the fact that both of them have become directors, it is no problem to eat meat every meal now, which is a farewell to the previous life of being insecure and unable to afford even a meal. Of course, not having to eat synthetic meat does not mean that the two of them eat well. For Hikue, it was just an ordinary meal from his previous life. Did I help? Hikue said, picking up the shovel beside him skillfully. Well, are you still busy with mineral purification recently? Yes, I have some ideas, but now I still have to do the third-party project well. That is to sell, if there is a hierarchy of importance. Miniaturized MS is ranked first. As for high-energy pulse cannon, it is ranked second. The rest will come slowly. When will the construction start? Do you need my help? No, I'm quick. After dinner, Hikue went straight to another military industrial design bureau, not far from the Hylon Design Bureau, which was mostly privately owned. Director He, welcome. As soon as he entered the door of this square-shaped design bureau, an uncle came up. Director Bao, thank you for coming. Hikue also came forward and smiled. No, Director He's visit is definitely a beautiful scenery of our industrial design bureau. Thank you. Hikue could accept the other party's enthusiastic and even slightly flattering attitude. The manufacturing volume of this design bureau is not as large as the 5 major design bureaus. Its main business is to manufacture gene and standard weapons. For example, the very popular MMI M8A 376mm heavy assault machine gun is the masterpiece of this design bureau. In short, all weapons with MMI in their names are made by them. But at present, their main achievement is only that machine gun. After Hikue's beam weapon was successful, this company was obviously squeezed out of some resources. And the Hylon Design Bureau, which is mainly responsible for the development of Gene N and Shigu, is naturally the largest design bureau in plant. So Hikue is the director of it, and he is also the director who mainly studies beam weapons and pulse weapons. It is not surprising to receive the warm hospitality of this director. I just want to catch up with Hikue and move forward. The manpower is ready, and we can start at any time. Okay, thank you. Led by the director, Hikue stepped into the design bureau in front of him. The interior adopts a streamlined design, and the transparent curtain wall separates some green belts. It is small but complete, and the working environment looks good. After walking for a while, they took the elevator and went down to one of the huge rooms. In the bright light, there are already several people standing here. When they see Hikue coming, their eyes are shining with a certain light. These are our engineers here. This is the access control here. Director, he can contact us at any time through the internal communication if you need it. Thank you for your hard work. Looking at the small space in front of him, this is where he will work overtime in the future after the successful research on miniaturized MS. Chapter 79. For the aid from the Oceania Union, we will give priority to our internal military enterprises, increase employment opportunities, and create more GDP, so the people don't have to worry too much. The sound of the TV was playing in the empty test field, and Hikue didn't pay attention to what was playing on the TV behind him. For the 23rd time, the basic function experiment of the small MS officially begins. While Hikue was talking to the recorder, he was also using the remote control to control the movements of the small MS, from running to jumping in one go. However, after landing, it stumbled due to the imbalance of the body. The 23rd basic function test failed. The neural drive system needs to be optimized. The actual research and development is much more difficult than imagined. After more than half a month, even with Gene N in the front, this is a reduction rather than a copy, and there are still many problems, big and small, but fortunately, the progress is still moving forward steadily. According to this situation, 300 million is enough. You're still here. As one of the insiders, Su Lei easily found Hikue in the Underground Research Institute of the Industrial Design Bureau. Failed again? Yeah, but it's almost there, Hikue said as he quickly typed on the keyboard in front of him. I need your help. What's this smell? Su Lei opened Hikue's thermos, and a sweet and fishy smell rushed into her nose. Goji berry water. What? You've never heard of goji berry? I've heard of it. Su Lei's eyes scanned Hikue from head to bottom, especially his lower body. Then she patted Hikue's shoulder heavily. You've been so busy lately, let's put that matter aside. Wolfberry improves eyesight. Yeah, I understand. She had never heard that adjusters should drink wolfberry to improve eyesight. Yeah, she understood. Anyway, are you here to help? Hikue changed the subject abruptly. Okay, what do you want to help with? The leg drive system needs to be optimized, and gene and system cannot be copied. I see, that's why. It seems that your little MS has a different level of stress than the big one. Su Lei picked up the data from the failed test and continued. But I think if we keep going, we can successfully reach the compatibility test in a month at most. I will tell Lakis about it. Thanks. I can get a lot of commissions, and if your small MS is done well, it will make Klein a lot of money. Maybe Lakis will thank you then. Although that is the case, Hikue's small MS still has a long way to go to completely replace the power suit. They cannot eliminate the existing power suits at once. This process is slow. However, some maintenance areas can be used first. The small MS with mechanical arms is definitely more flexible than the power suit. As they talked, the two of them also completed the final debugging. This time, the small MS ran quickly and then jumped swiftly. Soon, it landed steadily on the ground. The basic function test was successful, and the next step is armor impact resistance test. Okay, let's go back quickly. The progress today is fast enough. Su Lei stretched and grabbed Hikue's hand and dragged him outside. Wait, we still have to turn off the power. Hikue shrugged, put the wolfberry water cup back into the bag, and then walked out of the design bureau with Su Lei. At this time, the sky in the colony had completely darkened, and the simple and overly clean streets had only a few green trees on the roadside. The starry sky without the interference of the atmosphere was bright and clear. Even with the sunshade system, the light of the Milky Way was still faintly visible above their heads. For you. Hikue walked on the road and chuckled as he took out a moon-shaped pendant. Why did you suddenly give me these? Su Lei thought Hikue would take out a few owls. Suddenly realizing that there was a pendant in front of her, her tone was also a little excited. The return gift of the necklace last time is also an amulet, although it's a bit late. It's not too late actually. The moon is indeed a place where both of them have memories. There is no need to say it explicitly. A tacit warmth echoes between the two of them. Really? That's good. The light of the galaxy is projected on Su Lei, and the girl seems to be shining. Hikue, since the first stage is successful, then don't be busy with this recently. I will help you talk to Lux. Eren is chasing you very closely, right? This pursuit is not that pursuit, it is the pursuit in the physical sense. Yeah, if you don't show some results, I think she will come to your house with a gun. She must be anxious to make achievements as a new official. Seeing Hikue, who has only theory but no practice and has private work outside, she must be dissatisfied. Anyway, you can do it yourself. Yes, thank you. The next day, just as the two said yesterday, early in the morning, Eren came to the Bean Group office where Hikue was. Hello, Deputy Director, how come you are here? Hikue quickly stood up and said politely to Eren. Director I came here this time because I heard that you are short of staff. I remember that you haven't added any staff since the director left. Compared to her previous kindness, Eren was still smiling at this time, but her eyes were not showing. Compared to her previous friendly image, she looked very majestic. Yes, we are short of 3 people. Then I will arrange for the HR department to fill your positions as soon as possible. Thank you, Deputy Director. Do a good job. After looking at Hikue meaningfully, the Deputy Director walked away in high heels. Hikue exchanged glances with Shuri in tacit understanding. Does she want to send someone to monitor our group? In the office with only 2 people, Shuri's honorifics were gone, and she was frowning. That's probably it. Although they are sending people to monitor, the people who come should be technical talents in the field of pulse, which can be regarded as an opportunity for us to borrow strength. If they don't send talents in the field of pulse, they won't understand what they are studying, so what's the point of monitoring? So Eren must have a plan in this regard. But our progress is still a little slow. It's okay, I have some ideas recently, and I told Lux that we can put it aside for the time being. Then don't go out. Shura forgot the unpleasantness just now, and her mood was like a spring breeze, and her light and happy voice jumped into her ears. Yes, I won't go out recently, and I can accompany you. Let's make the high-energy pulse cannon together. Okay. Then let's do Harrow tonight, and see how much Shura has improved recently. Okay. What's wrong? Looking at Shura, who seemed to be suddenly stunned, Hikue asked in confusion. No, it's good. I want to do it too. Well, it's good, but I just seem to have misunderstood something. Thinking of herself getting excited, Shura's jade-like ear tips hidden behind her hair turned red. Well, it's good to do Harrow, do Harrow. Chapter 80. In recent days, Hikue's wealth has been decreasing at a visible speed. It's because the price of materials has not dropped at all. Because of the transformation of the new star, even if the technology of mineral detection is added, it is still of little use. Not to mention that the replacement of mineral radar itself is a slow process. Most of Gene In on the battlefield still use live ammunition weapons. Not to mention the mining industry, which is less important. At first, his idea of reducing the price of materials in a short period of time by replacing the mining power suit with a small MS was a bit idealistic. However, he had expected that if the price did not drop, he would still get money after completing the project, and there would always be a reward if the research and development was successful. And he could also connect with the mining companies outside, which would not be a big loss for him except that it would waste time. After all, the money he got could be exchanged for materials, and the materials would always drop, although the process was a little slow. Deputy Director, as you can see, I have completed part of the structure of the high-energy pulse cannon. In the Deputy Director's office, Hikue closed the data stream on the screen and said, Yes, you have completed more than half of the development progress, right? Only half. No kidding, that is really only half of the basic theory. The rest is patched together temporarily. Recently, the high-energy pulse cannon prototype of the Pulse Group suffered a fatal flaw, which should be the root of the problem. Are you sure your plan can be used? She, the Deputy Director, was also anxious. Seeing that several research projects had not made any progress, the pressure naturally increased. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. No ability, then wait to be plundered. So she transferred the pressure to Hikue and other directors. And the directors transferred the pressure to ordinary engineers. Layer by layer, the entire design bureau gradually began to show signs of instability. In this way, the pressure was given to her, the Deputy Director, and she was in a dilemma. I'm not sure, but I think it is more stable than the Pulse Group's plan, and the possibility of explosion is not high. Of course, I can't predict it now that the generator has not been fully developed. Okay, as soon as possible. If this research goes well, it can also be a stepping stone for you to move up. Although he said so, Director Aaron seemed to be just making empty promises to him. He didn't even promise him the position of Director Reserve. And if he doesn't get this position, he won't be able to move up any higher. I understand, but... Hikue lowered his voice at the right time. But what? After all, we are in a relatively unfamiliar field, and the brothers and sisters in the group have been working hard recently. If your team can develop it first, I can decide to raise your bonus to 200,000, the Deputy Director to 100,000, and of course, your team members can also get 30,000. Okay. Hearing this, Hikue smiled. He had achieved his purpose of using a half-unlocked theory to argue with the Deputy Director. How is it? As soon as I returned to the office, Shura came up. Not bad, keep working hard. If you succeed, everyone's bonus can be raised. Great. Hearing this, the other employees in the office also smiled. So, even if you are a battle fanatic, you will be happy to hear that there will be more bonuses. So Director can we sign up for this new star transformation? One of the girl team members asked in a light voice. Yes, 2 places. Hikue was in a good mood at this time, and he spoke more easily. Then I will go. Me too. I have already signed up for you. And you, do you want to go? Hikue looked at the 3 new engineers. Director we won't need them for now. The 3 smiled and said, Okay, the specific candidates will be randomly selected. After saying that, Hikue returned to his office without any more nonsense. And Shura followed Hikue in. Recently, ZFT should be preparing to shrink its front line. Shura said after coming in. Both Xinqing and Yakandue are means to protect themselves. And Shura is dissatisfied with this. Or perhaps the entire Seraph faction is not satisfied. Yes. It is true that the 2 sides are fighting in a stalemate, but the problem is that if the Earth Union also develops MS, then Zaf's technological advantage will not be completely gone, but it will definitely be infinitely narrowed. The Earth Union's population has an overwhelming advantage over them. Even if they kill chickens, they may not be able to kill them all in a year, let alone humans. In order to protect himself, Hikue hopes that ZFT will win. It is not safe to move to Orb now, and Orb will be self-destructed in the future. Hikue still remembered the plot of freedom and justice going hand in hand. According to reasonable logic, after the self-destruction, Orb will definitely be taken over by the Earth Union. If he still stays in Orb at that time, he will definitely be persecuted. And if he wants to stay here, losing the battle is even worse. The economic collapse is secondary, and not wanting to eat synthetic meat is also secondary. The key is that his life may not be saved. From what Speaker Klein said, he should want to take advantage of this time to prepare for peace talks. We should have taken advantage of the victory, Shura said repeatedly, gritting his teeth. But their support rate is not low. Klein Tianren represents the voice of peace-seeking in Plant, and his current support rate is 43%. In other words, nearly half of the people in Plant think that there is no need to fight with the Earth, and it is good to maintain the status quo. They have already protected Plant, and there are 2 military fortresses outside, Nova and Yakindue, and the Earth's nuclear reaction has been suppressed. If this continues, they will definitely rely on Plant's resources again. It looked like a beautiful blueprint, but Hikue knew that it was impossible to stop the war at this stage. And he had to climb up faster to better protect himself and them. After all, as a director, he still had to act according to the deputy director's mood, so how could he be independent? Shura, let's continue tonight. Okay. Hearing this, Shura didn't think wrongly this time. She had signed up for the A-level promotion, and Hikue was her supervisor. If the supervisor had a relationship with the person who signed up, it would not pass. That was not the case. Hikue was also responsible for Shura's result. And there is a video recording, so no one would think of cheating. After Shura reaches A-level, we can progress faster. Hikue's eyes were filled with anticipation for the future. Shura A-level will be able to take on most of the work as the director, and he can also devote more attention to his work. Yes. Shura nodded affectionately. Chapter 81. More than half a month has passed. And today, after officially taking over Harrow from Shura, the last knowledge about the high-energy pulse cannon also emerged in Hikue's mind. Hikue, what's wrong? Looking at Hikue, who was stunned after taking over Harrow, Shura asked worriedly. It's okay, I go to the studio. Are you still going? Shura looked at the clock in the living room, which showed that it was already 12 o'clock in the morning. I have some ideas about the high-energy pulse cannon. Is it the design problem of the final pulse generator? Yes, it should be solved. Then I will help too. Okay. Facing Shura, who was hugging his hand and acting coquettishly again, Hikue did not refuse. The next day, although they had been working all night last night, the 2 people who came to Aaron's office were still in high spirits. So does Director he have any good news this time? Aaron looked at the 2 people who appeared in front of her, and the smile on her face became more genuine than ever. After our high-energy pulse cannon is assembled, we can officially start practical testing. Hikue put the data chart in front of Aaron and went straight to the point. For the weapon test machine, just choose our Shigu. That's no problem. I can arrange it for you immediately, and the 5 materials will be delivered immediately. The only seriousness left on Aaron's face at this time turned into enthusiasm visible to the naked eye. At the same time, after pressing the screen for a while, he quickly raised his head again. In Area B24, the materials you need have been transported there. Is there any problem assembling the pulse generator? How about I ask a few A-level people to help you? No need, Shura will help me, but please prepare the anti-beam coating shield we developed before. I really envy you 2 husbands and wives, I will arrange the shield, just go. Aaron was very welcome to Hikue's confidence in the weapon being able to be fired. Okay. And so Hikue was enthusiastically driven out of the office by Aaron. Hikue and Shura he looked at each other helplessly, and then without stopping, they called everyone in the office and walked towards the secret factory under the Hylian Design Bureau. Then Shura you will be responsible for the assembly of the energy storage unit, and I will be responsible for the pulse generator and discharge device. I have already written the control system and auxiliary system. As long as they are written into the weapon control center, there will be no problem. Hikue, who had several experiences on the scene, commanded in an orderly manner. In one day, they successfully built the pulse cannon with full marks on the test paper before getting off work. The barrel, which is almost as tall as Shigu, has a telescopic structure due to Shura's research on compound guns, and also has a reverse thrust structure to offset the recoil. At this time, the long barrel is held in Shigu's hand and looks majestic. It's really too big. If we want to mass produce it later, I'm afraid it will be more convenient to install it on the back. Shurha manipulated Shigu to move inside. Because of the huge weight of the barrel, the power of the entire fuselage was also dragged down and reduced by about 20%. In addition, the jet engines of this Shigu were cancelled. If it landed on Earth, it might not be able to move at all, and it would be a landlubber. Hikue, who was also in the driver's seat, was also thinking. He remembered that the assault should have a backpack system. But that requires a skeleton structure, but Jin In and Shigu's skeletons have been determined. It is impossible to change all the standard machines. Fortunately, at least it can be carried. That's right. The two of them drove Shigu slowly towards the test site in the open aisle. At this time, the weapon test conducted by Hikue naturally attracted everyone's attention again. Su Lei, I heard that Hikue started the test. Lux asked curiously in the communication. Well, it should be done, right? So fast. Lux looked at the white clouds outside the window in the courtyard, and didn't know what to think. Yes, the Pulse group has failed too many times before. It is obviously faster than Ikue's Beam group, but it was caught up later. Do you think he will succeed? Very likely. You have so much confidence in him? Lakis teased. It's not because of this. The weapons and shields of the Beam group were like this before, and the mineral radar was also like this. His basic theory is the most correct, so the trial and error step can basically be ignored. But according to what you said, he is also steadily trying and erroring in the small MS. Maybe it's because he is more talented in researching weapons and radars? Talent? It seems that this is the only explanation. Just like her singing voice, it's all talent. It seems that if he succeeds this time, they will have to adjust their strategy towards him appropriately. A talent with talent in weapons is not only important to the Sarah faction, but also to them. At this time, in the test field in the factory, under the watch of others, Hikue also began the test in an orderly manner. Function test pulse cannon charging system is normal, discharge device starts normally, control system is normal, auxiliary system is online, ready to start shooting. Start shooting. Suddenly, a red and white beam of light hit the shield. Accompanied by a loud explosion, the shield in front of everyone no longer had the dazzling brilliance at the beginning. It was in a semi-discarded state. The pulse generator is normal, the functional test is completed, and the theoretical expected effect is achieved. Director He? Looking at the people who wanted to stand up and congratulate, Hikue waved his hand. In the final analysis, this is just a weapon, not their limit, so there is no need to be overly excited. Next we have ballistic tests, thermal tests and extreme environment tests. Don't be so happy too soon. Got it. Even after hearing Hikue say this, everyone was still very excited. You know, the group next door couldn't even pass the functional test. It exploded as soon as it was fired. The next ballistic test, as the name suggests, only needs to test the range, accuracy and penetration against the joint ship, etc. The thermal test is the limit of continuous firing, whether the overheating alarm can be correctly triggered. The extreme environment is also easy to understand. It is to test the performance of this gun in various environments such as high temperature, low temperature, humidity, atmosphere and space. The above tests cannot be completed in this small test field. As soon as Hikue walked out of the test field, Aaron came up to greet him warmly. Director He, congratulations, it seems that the current high-energy pulse cannon is almost completed. Aaron shook Hikue's hand. Thank you. But the bonus will only be paid after all the tests are officially completed. I understand. Then I will trouble Director He for the next test. As long as all the tests are passed, I guarantee that you will not lose a penny. All of them? What about the actual combat test? Of course you don't need to use it in actual combat, just as the main researcher. Aaron looked like you know what I mean. I understand. He might have to follow the army again next. Thinking of the dangerous battlefield outside, Hikue's head began to hurt. As expected, he still had to look for Lux again. Chapter 82. Has the battlefield for the actual combat test been decided? Su Lei asked softly, as she welcomed Hikue into her living room. It has been decided. The only places that are still being fought are the supply points of the Earth Army near the moon and the African front of the Earth. Hikue looked at Su Lei's living room curiously. The layout of her room is the same as his, but compared to the slightly dull living colors of Hikue's house, Su Lei's sofas are all pink and tender, full of girlishness. This doesn't look like the house, she said, could accommodate two families, although there is indeed a door of the same style on the stairs separating the first and second floors. What's wrong with this place? You couldn't get through before, so I just changed to another one. Is that so? I didn't expect you. Before Hikue could finish his sentence, Su Lei stepped on his foot. However, the white jade feet wearing cute rabbit plush slippers didn't hurt Hikue's feet, but it was itchy, as if teasing him. You dare to say it? I dare not. Hikue raised his hands in surrender. Find a place to sit by yourself. What do you want to drink? Tea will do. Only black tea. You really are. Bang! Before he finished speaking, the sound of a cup falling hard came from the kitchen. Then Black Tea Hikue, who was deliberately teasing Su Lei, was also a little relaxed at this time. So you are going to both places? Su Lei said unhappily, slamming the European-style teacup in front of Hikue. Yes. It is said that it is to test the difference between the two in the atmosphere and the cosmic environment. But these have been tested in the previous simulation test. Of course, the National Defense Committee probably did this for caution. But I heard that the accompanying people are also members of the Special Forces, so there should be no need to worry. Who is worried? As they said this, a tablet on the coffee table in front of the two suddenly flashed. Lakis's call came in. Su Lei picked up the tablet and placed it in front of Hikue and connected the call. Ms. Lux. Director He, I haven't congratulated you on the smooth progress of weapons research and development yet. Lux on the other side of the screen was still as intimate as ever, but with a bit of invisible alienation. I also received your gift. The owl that can open locks is very interesting, Little Cat Blue. Hearing this weird name, even Hikue, who was not very good at naming, still curled his lips. As long as you like it. In addition, he also gave 2 eagles and 2 heros this time, which was considered to be temporarily giving all the recent products to Lux, but it was different from before. With the name of investment, and the other party's intention to make friends, Hikue can now contact Lux more easily, and gifts do not need to be handed in to the fan club, but can be mailed directly to Lux's home. Of course, gifts mailed to Lux's home must still be inspected, but the speed is much faster than before. Hikue is grateful for Lux's trust, but he is calm. Don't be stupid, and work hard for Lux for a small favor. So, Director He, how is our progress? The deliberate address to draw the two closer together was as if they were close partners. Very smooth so far. After talking for more than an hour, Hikue, whose saliva was almost dry, finally finished. I roughly understand, but Director He, please explain it in a simpler way next time. After all, Lux doesn't understand it very well. In short, it's going very smoothly, right? You can say that. Then please keep working hard, and be safe outside. I will, thank you. He felt a little safer if Lux could accept the gift, plus he had all kinds of hero with him, Shigu and Shurha. Safety was at least guaranteed. After hanging up the call, Hikue breathed a sigh of relief. If he didn't pay full attention when communicating with this pink girl, he would be led into a trap. Actually, Lux is also a good person. Su Lei said helplessly. I know. I really don't know why you pretend to be a Lux fan. I didn't say I was a Lux fan. Giving gifts doesn't count as being a Lux fan? I gave you one too, Hikue said with a smile. Then why did you give me one? Su Lei sat beside Hikue holding a cup, her white jade legs swinging restlessly back and forth. Suddenly, the plush rabbit slippers were kicked away by her, and after spinning a few times in the air, the slippers fell on the blanket, breaking the slightly charming atmosphere. The girl's toes touched the slightly cool air in the air and curled up as if shy. Her neatly trimmed nails shone with a faint luster, setting off her fair and delicate skin and revealing a crystal-clear texture. Feeling Hikue's fiery gaze that was about to become real, the girl blushed and covered her legs with the blanket on the sofa. Are you a pervert? Ahem. Hikue withdrew his gaze unnaturally. Then I leave first. Stop right there. Su Lei grabbed Hikue's sleeve with her jade hand. The tough words coupled with the drunken red on her face made it impossible to dislike her. What's wrong? The ground is cold, pick up your shoes for me. Hikue looked at the floor covered with a yellow blanket, and walked over to put the still warm shoes in front of Su Lei. Help me put them on. This time, Su Lei's tone was only tender. Okay. Hikue smiled, but did not refuse, and there was no reason to refuse. In the next few days, Hikue prepared in an orderly manner. Of course, he also quickly replaced the computer. In order to pursue a faster data input speed, Hikue spent another 30,000 yuan. This is how we managed to get the AI of the auxiliary aiming type hero to a barely usable level. Of course, if we encounter a hero unit, it will probably be dangerous. Hello, Director He. I am the captain of the weapon testing team, and the commander of the protection team this time, codenamed Iron Wall. Hello, see you again. Hikue replied on the ship's communicator. This time, he still didn't see the other person's face. I heard that this is also a routine operation of the Special Forces. Yes, it is an honor to participate in your project again this time. I believe that with the weapons researched by Director He, we will definitely be able to lead us to the final victory. You're welcome. This time, the Iron Wall said a lot more than before, and his tone was full of admiration. It seems that he is also a member of the Seraph faction, but it is normal. After all, the Special Forces are almost managed by the Seraph faction. It's just that his prestige in the Seraph faction, although you haven't expressed your position yet, you have gained reputation in the Seraph faction. Hikuei just hung up the call, and Shurha next door said, Reputation from the Seraph faction is not a good thing, and he can't order those soldiers. As for his reputation, it is entirely based on the research he has done. If he makes some proclinous remarks, these reputations will disappear in an instant. Not standing on one side completely is not standing on one side at all, so he should be more careful. Although it seems that he can please both sides in the middle, he is also walking on thin ice. Chapter 83. This combat mission is to launch a surprise attack on the small military supply base of the Earth Union located in L4. The base is built on an asteroid, but the mass of this asteroid is relatively small. The task of attacking it depends on Director He, your high-energy pulse cannon. Before arriving at L4, TB said in the mission briefing. According to the test, the high-energy pulse cannon is enough to destroy the self-repairing outer wall of the colony satellite at full power, but it is still dwarfed by the thick rocks of the asteroid. I recommend that you only aim at the exposed port area. In front of the tactical sand table on the bridge, Hikuei inputted simulation data on top. Okay, let's do as you say. Then the neutron jammer can be ready to be turned on at any time. Let's start the battle. The captain listened to the two people's discussion and had no objection. Soon, 2 personalized red-painted Shigu and 4 Jin and came on the field. As for Hikuei, he and he were already floating in the middle of the crowd in a dark blue Shigu. This is just a small port. Even if there is no high-energy pulse cannon, so many people are enough to retreat even if they fail. Then, fire at the joint base. Accompanied by the captain's roar in the communication, 3 high-energy pulse cannons in Shigu's hands simultaneously launched attacks on the exposed port part of the asteroid. The high-energy pulse cannon instantly released huge energy, and dazzling red beams shot out from the dark muzzle, cutting through the dark universe, leaving 3 bright tracks in the darkness, like a bridge to heaven. The scene where the light passed was slightly distorted. Even if there was no sound, the powerful destructive force could still be felt from the picture. Instantly, the combined port was engulfed by the 2 huge energies. Dazzling sparks rose from afar, and the shock wave emitted by the energy explosion also raised the dust on the asteroid. Silent and deadly. The attack was successful. The integrity of the enemy port was visually reduced by more than 50%. It is speculated that the port function is damaged. No, a heat source appeared. They have another port. Multiple heat sources detected, Drake Class 6, Nelson Class 2, Mobius 20 or more. From the back of the asteroid, there were several propeller lights flashing like stars. Soon, the battleships on the opposite side also fought back. A total of 6 beam cannon turrets on the 2 Nelson-class ships fired at them at the same time. However, the reaction of the Iron Wall team was not weak at all. A Jin N next door instantly raised the improved anti-beam shield in his hand to block Hikuei. Of course, even if no one blocked it, Hikuei had already raised his arm shield. It is inconsistent with the intelligence. They secretly built a second port. Captain TB said this without much panic. Prepare to fire the second time, Director He, be careful to dodge. Hikuei, Shurha said in a soft voice, temporarily cutting off the communication. After a long period of tacit understanding between the two, Hikuei quickly understood what Shurha meant. Captain TB, we will provide long-range artillery support. TB was the on-site commander, so Hikuei also needed to ask for his opinion. Okay. After a brief pause, the decision was made quickly. This time, the number of people was not too many, but not too few. As a special agent team, their strength is stronger than that of the ordinary red team. It is possible to have a combat power of 1 to 10. Although the opponent has 8 warships, the Drake class with only missiles is not a big threat to them when the neutron jammer is turned on. And the only threatening Nelson class is only 2, as long as there are no accidents. However, some things are what you fear. As soon as the Iron Wall team went up, they saw that among the many Mobius that were getting bigger and bigger, there was a unique body with 4 barrels. It's not the Zero, or what? Why is the Lunar Eagle here? Looking at the opponent's machine, Hikuei's scalp began to numb. This is a real hero unit. Not only Hikuei, but even the Iron Wall team, that had already rushed forward suddenly slowed down their attack speed by 2 points. This is enough to show the deterrent power of the Lunar Eagle. Leave the Zero to me, and you will be responsible for cleaning up the other Mobius and battleships. Iron Wall said, and went forward without hesitation. Let's prepare for sniping as well. It was impossible to retreat now, but looking at the Zero in front, Hikue's palms still couldn't help sweating. Okay. With Shurha and Harrow's auxiliary aiming, a bright beam of light soon lit up, and the hull of the Nelson-class ship was instantly pierced through. The light waves seemed to ripple around the entire Nelson-class ship. In an instant, the battleship turned into a dazzling firework in the galaxy. After realizing that their new weapon could fire continuously, the remaining battleships no longer dared to be arrogant. The Drake class was in a box-shaped defense around the Nelson class. If there are 10 more shots, the battery will run out. Take it easy. Hikue reminded the machine in his hand to shuttle between the beams and missiles, while the live ammunition machine gun in his hand fired from time to time. His agile figure was looming in the colorful gunfire, like a small fish swimming in the sea of fire. In order to reduce the weight, their high-energy pulse cannon did not integrate batteries in the gun body. When firing, it used its own power. Every time it fired, the battery display of the machine body dropped sharply. It was like a person watching a mobile phone lightly press and lose 10% of its power. The sight was shocking. I watch, Shurha said, as the high-energy pulse cannon on Shigu's shoulder fired again. The dazzling light lit up again, tearing everything in front of it like an angry dragon out of the sea. Several Mobius dodged, but still hit the engine of a Drake-class battleship, causing the engine to explode instantly. The hull in front of the battleship did not explode, but just stopped and floated helplessly in the universe, and the weapon components on Drake also exploded and destroyed themselves. According to the convention, their current state is considered as surrender, and they cannot continue to attack. Of course, the convention is also implemented according to the situation. Some people use the convention to trick others, while many people directly violate the convention. However, Hikue did not have time to continue to tangle with the battleship at this time. When the two armies started fighting, many Mobius rushed to Hikue. Fortunately, the captain who was driving the Zero was much slower in both the operation of the barrel and the movement of the machine body than the first Zero he encountered. If the Moon Eagle had not woken up, then it should not be him who was operating it. Because of this, the balance of victory on the battlefield was gradually approaching Hikue and others. Chapter 84. This asteroid is just a temporary base that has been transformed. There is no complicated structure inside except for a secret port. There is nothing special about it. At this time, Hikue and Shurha were also wearing driving suits and observing in this damaged port. The high-energy pulse cannon has a significant effect on the disintegration of artificial metals, but after all, it is just an energy beam, and the effect on the rock wall is very slight. Because the pulse is a weapon with high temperature, people will die after being shot, so the scene at this time is very clean, without blood or corpses. Well, the data has been recorded. Shurha put away the computer in the back and nodded. Captain TB, our work is finished. How is your side? Hikue asked after opening the communicator. No problem. Some stubborn members of the Blue Persian in the internal defense of the coalition have been subdued by other defenders. It's useless not to surrender. Their warships will be bombed or surrendered. If they don't surrender, they will be bloodbathed along with the asteroid. And Lon Bosi definitely wanted to self-destruct, but the problem was that not everyone was Lon Bosi. After they said in the all-wave channel that surrender would not be killed, the defenders inside would naturally stop the defenders who wanted to self-destruct. Fortunately, the general on the opposite side was not Lon Bosi. Shurha breathed a sigh of relief. If he really wanted to self-destruct, not only would people die, but the asteroid would also be wasted. Although the scale is not large, it is more than enough to be a small port transfer station or something like that. Yes. Hikue sighed, as he looked at the wreckage of several warships floating outside. Hikue is fine. We didn't kill so many people. Yeah. Hikue looked at Shurha strangely. She must have misunderstood something. He was just sighing about wasting so much material. This kind of warship costs hundreds of millions. If all the materials inside are stripped off, it will be enough for him to use for a long time. It's a pity that except for the asteroid with the engine, it can't be pulled back. The prisoners can only be taken away on their Nazca class. With regret, Hikue and Shurha drove the Shigu back to the Nazca class. At this time, the hangar was very lively, with dozens of prisoners standing in rows. After all, several warships surrendered, plus the garrison inside the asteroid base. It was normal to have such a large number of people. All these people were surprised when they saw Hikue, who came late, and the white clothes on him. However, the one in the front of the group of prisoners, who was wearing a colonel uniform, showed a look of sudden enlightenment when he saw Hikue and sure that new weapon was researched by Director He, right? The colonel's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, and it echoed in the empty hangar and reached Hikue's ears. Do you know me? Hikue frowned and walked up to the officer and asked. Zap's Blue Devil, Director He, the director of the Beam Weapons Group, the main developer of Beam Weapons, is that right? Your intelligence is also wrong. I'm not the main developer. Hikue said softly. Yes, but the Beam Weapons were also completed under the leadership of the Beam Group and you. After the Beam Weapons were put into actual combat, you were promoted to Director. Plus this time, it's meaningless to pretend anymore, Director He. While the two were talking, the news that the boy in front of them was the developer of new weapons, and small beam weapons was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples among the captives. Their eyes scanned Hikue back and forth, vigilant, hostile, wary, fearful, and hateful. It seemed that many people wanted to rush up and exchange one-on-one with him at any time. But no one did so. Those who were able to come in had their items that could cause harm confiscated long ago. Without firearms, to deal with the adjusters holding automatic rifles in front of him. As long as they make any unusual movements, it will be a one-sided massacre. In this solemn atmosphere, Hikue smiled lightly, neither agreeing nor denying. He just turned and left the messy hangar. It's not good. After leaving the hangar, the calmness on the surface disappeared, and Hikue frowned deeply. If the top leaders of the Alliance have basically confirmed that it is him, plus the new weapons this time, I'm afraid he will really be targeted. But at present, the National Defense Committee will not give up on him. The problem is that he doesn't want to be the center of the struggle between the two sides. The deputy director can be killed, let alone him as the director. He still needs to make more small machines to protect safety. It's better to keep a low profile for a while, or make a single-phase light wave shielding system before considering new weapons. If this continues, he will be gone. On the other side, Shurha, who was following behind Hikue, was staring at Hikue with admiration. Hikue, the officer just said you are the Blue Devil. Being interrupted from his thoughts, Hikue touched his nose awkwardly when he heard this extremely embarrassing nickname. Since the last time when he heard the half-baked radar thrower, this was the first time he heard his nickname from the enemy, so he said he didn't want a personalized paint job. Now he has become a half-hero unit, and he is afraid that he will be targeted by the soldiers in the future. Of course, he is still a little far away from this point. It seems that only the officer knows his nickname, and others are confused when they hear it. The enemy's fear is an affirmation of oneself. Shurha said excitedly. This name should be the nickname given to me when I was a rising star, so it's half Shurha's. Yeah. Compared to Hikue, Shurha was extremely excited about this title. Director He, Director Hannes, your driving skills are getting better and better. As soon as the two walked to the bridge, the communication from TB came. The enthusiastic voice seemed like an old friend who had known each other for a long time. Thank you. I really want to recruit both of you to our team. By the way, there is a lot of demand for this in our team. We still need to do some research on this. I know, haha, just kidding. The waste merchant will mark the ship 2,000 away. As soon as the joke came out, the radar operator reported. These guys are still as fast as before. Since the waste merchant has discovered us, it's time to leave. Iron Wall said with a smile. Then let's go. We also need to receive the data from the battle just now. Hearing that both of them said they were leaving, the silent captain nodded happily. This time, the captain also gained a lot, and directly dragged it back to an asteroid port. Chapter 85. Hikue, what are you busy with? After analyzing the data, Shurha, who had just come out of the officer's room with a fragrant smell after taking a shower, looked at Hikue curiously. The screen in front of him showed Ishigu, in addition to the design drawings of Owl and Harrow. I'm thinking of finding some funds to upgrade Shigu, and also upgrade the radars of these little things. His information engineering has been making steady progress recently, and his knowledge of radar has been enriched a lot after the previous mineral radar. At this time, he can also upgrade the perception range of these small machines at both the software and hardware levels. Especially for owls that are good at reconnaissance, it is best to equip their eyes with a scanning device to automatically detect the approach of lethal objects. These scanning devices also cost a lot of money. At present, his money has run out, and he can only wait for the new bonus to come down. There is also the research over there by Lux. Don't be too tired, we will go to Earth after returning to Plant, and we can also meet your friends. I hope there will be a chance. According to Ed, he was fighting under the command of the Desert Tiger. and the African front was the territory of the desert tiger. But for now, it's good to hide in the desert, so that they won't be able to find him when they assassinate him. Of course, he should be safe before the news of the pulse cannon reaches the ears of the United Nations top leaders. But every time we go to Earth, we feel that the location is not very good, Shurha said regretfully. It's hard to say which side is better, with both the tropical rainforest and the desert. Yes. At least there are fish to eat in the rainforest, but I don't know what to eat in the desert. Mosquito cakes? By the way, where did Hikue live on Earth before? Shurha bent down, her soft part pressed against Hikue's back, and her nose was filled with the fragrance of his shower gel. Asia. The persecution of adjusters there is not too serious, and there are still many adjusters there now, right? You can say that. There are not many believers in God there, and although there are supporters of Lon Boss's remarks, they are against adjusters out of their own vested interests, unlike the Atlantic Federation, where the top leaders use religion to persecute adjusters, which is much more radical than persecution based on interests in most cases. Hikue. After Shurha finished speaking, she gently hugged Hikue from behind. Speaking of which, there are a lot of delicious food there, Hikue said softly. I think what Hikue makes is delicious. The gentle voice turned into a spring breeze and blew into Hikue's ears, as if hinting at something. Really? Surrounded by the fragrance, Hikue turned his head, and the two kissed each other. A long kiss seemed to suck out all the air in Shurha's mouth. Not now, let's go back to plant. Panting, Shurha whispered in Hikue's ear. I know. He was ready this time, and he didn't believe that he couldn't satisfy Shurha. After unloading the asteroid on the former Nova, now Boyaz, Hikue and his companions finally returned to the territory of Plant. You have made a great contribution this time. In the deputy director's office, Aaron said enthusiastically. Is it because of the success of the weapon? That is also a reason. Another reason is that the prisoners you captured have a lot of information, including the location of several traps near L4. Although it cannot be fully trusted, it can definitely continue to weaken their influence in the universe. Then, don't worry, the intelligence above is indeed wrong this time, and you will be compensated. For Plant, these are all trivial matters, but I still have a small request, Hikue said solemnly. What is it? You also know that the equipment on the Shigu is too heavy, and not suitable for fighting on Earth. I can apply for a set of assault equipment for you. The assault equipment is the additional armor added to the outside of the body, and the large balancing propulsion wings on the legs, plus the additional propellers on the back, with its own power supply. After putting on the General Shigu suit, it can temporarily gain the ability to stay in the atmosphere, which is completely a representative of the powerful brick flying. It is also a plug-in equipment that appeared before the development of Shigu to improve Jin's performance. Of course, this equipment seems a bit redundant after Shigu came out. However, it can still improve the flexibility of the body after modifying it on Shigu. And 2 new anti-beam shields. 2. Shigu's assault equipment itself has 2 shields integrated with Vulcan cannons. Thinking that Hikue didn't know, Aaron explained. No, there is still a lot of room for improvement in the shoulder armor. In addition, our beam Shigu has experience in the structure of the back beam gun, and the fuselage can fully support the design of 4 shields. Hikue took out a new design drawing that combined Shigu's assault equipment. This Shigu is completely different from the ordinary Shigu. The arms that originally have shields plus the shields that were originally the positions of the beam guns on the shoulders. There are a total of 4 shields on the body, and the shields on the shoulders are pure white as a pair of angel wings. From the appearance alone, it is also very aerodynamic and stable, enough to ensure stability and control at high speeds. However, looking at the 4 shields, Aaron's mouth twitched slightly. In addition, the 2 shields can also integrate a propulsion wing and a beam gun, which can serve as both a weapon and a balanced thruster. After simulation calculation, the kinetic energy only dropped by 15%. I know, Aaron said faintly. She was responsible for the development of the Shigu skeleton, and of course she could understand Hikue's design drawings. But the most serious problem was the budget. 1 shield would cost 40 million, and 2 would cost 80 million. Not counting the 2 shields in the hands, they must be upgraded, which means that the cost of the 4 shields alone for this machine is almost over 200 million. If it was still a test model before, then after the upgrade according to Hikue's design, it has become a completely elite special machine. It would be a lie to say that I don't feel bad. We Seraph faction can help you apply. After hesitating for a while, Aaron gritted her teeth and agreed. This time Hikue did a good job, helping them to conquer 2 weapon designs in a row. After showing his talent, they will also carefully consider Hikue's request. In simple terms, It is to win over Hikue more, and Hikue and his fiancée are currently in the red clothes, so they can barely ride. I understand. It is no problem for him to put his feelings above the Sarah faction. Anyway, he has no intention of doing anything that is detrimental to the Sarah faction. Okay, then I look forward to Director He's success in the future. Erin was not very happy even though the deal was done. More than 200 million, even if it was not her money, she would still feel bad. Thank you. Unlike Erin, Hikue was very happy to get the budget for new equipment. Their Shigu had never been upgraded. Now that it had 4 shields, the safety factor had increased several times. The next step was to adapt their Shigu. The thruster behind Shigu's assault equipment was enlarged. This was not very friendly to their Shigu, which had been modified on the back, and it had to be restored to its original appearance. The beam gun on the back was removed. In Hikue's office, Shurha looked at the design drawing on Hikue's desk with curiosity. No, we just hit him in the shield, Hikue said, zooming in on the shield on the shoulder of the Shigu assault. It was a shield that was 2/3 the height of 2 organic bodies, and there was a beam gun hidden inside. We can integrate the 2 shields into a small beam gun. But if we shrink the beam gun to 2/3 of its original size, and integrate the battery, it will be difficult to penetrate the enemy ship at a long distance, right? It doesn't matter. We can also use the high-energy pulse cannon as an external equipment to make up for the lack of long-range attack. The arm's Grim shield is replaced with an anti-beam coating shield. The 2 shields have built-in Vulcan cannons, 2 beam guns, and a high-energy pulse cannon. As a long-range shooting support machine, it doesn't matter if it sacrifices a little in terms of mobility, Hikue said repeatedly. Yes, it is true. Shurha is a shooting expert, and he is satisfied with the armament of the machine in front of him. This machine was made by Hikue combining the characteristics of the two. Shurha wanted long-range weapons, while Hikue wanted stronger defensive capabilities. It has become a long-range support machine. Even the external armor can be exploded when necessary, and the power of the machine will be raised to the highest level at that time. The melee is also equipped with 2 knives on the shoulders, as melee defensive weapons, just in case. That's good. Then wait for the equipment to arrive and start working. Hikue is full of fighting spirit at this time. Yeah. Chapter 86. That night, the two who had just returned home from the office sat together and watched TV. Because the technology of mineral radar has been further improved recently, the speed of mineral exploration in our plant has also been greatly improved. It is expected that the shortage of industrial resources in plant will be solved in the future, and our armaments to defend ourselves will be further strengthened. This is your credit, said Shurha proudly, nestling in Hikue's arms like a kitten. Not really. To be honest, it should be the Klein faction who is behind this, otherwise how could the new radar be assembled so quickly? The Klein faction also has its own considerations for doing this. Generally speaking, the speaker should not be replaced during wartime, but plant is different. The election model, which is known as the fairest, will also change the speaker even during wartime. As for various decisions, they can only be solved in advance. The reason why the Klein faction is eager to promote the mineral radar is also for political achievements. The current election is also simple, with rotation among the people, which means that everyone has a chance. A city representative cannot be elected again after serving once in 12 years. However, this does not mean that the support rate is useless. There are still many seats for Klein's faction in the Supreme Council. If the support rate is really high, Klein's colleagues can still take over, and then the council will still be dominated by Klein's faction. But at present, Councillor Sarah's support rate is definitely the highest among many mayors. Even if Siegel Klein runs for election, he may not be able to beat the current Councillor Sarah. However, if Councillor Sarah comes to power, the power of his chairman of the National Defense Committee and the power of the speaker will overlap, which is almost equivalent to dictatorship. However, for Hikue at present, the power center is still far away. Rather, as a middle class in plant, he has to be careful not to be cheated by the people below him, and also be careful not to be used by the people above him, which is much more tiring than before. He needs to be sensitive to these situations, but he cannot change the overall situation. I heard that our salary may be increased under the proposal of Speaker Klein recently. Shurha yawned and said. After all, the currency is a bit unstable. It's just that AI automatically adjusts the salary of our director class according to inflation. It must be a trick of the Klein faction. As for how many people can be won over, and how effective it is, only God knows. He now mainly makes money not from fixed wages, but from bonuses and various extra income. Otherwise, if he waits for wages every month, he may not earn enough money to upgrade to S level after the war is over and the people are gone. For Hikue, A salary increase is not as good as a 1 liter increase in the recycling price of mechanical fan. Let's not talk about this, Shura. Hikue, who has been spending a lot of money to buy oysters for several days in a row, kissed Shura's cherry lips and challenged Shura with high spirits. The spring breeze blew, and everything was in silence. The next day, Hikue, who didn't believe in evil, opened his eyes and his face was blue. He had been holding it in for so long 5 times last night. If it weren't for the body of the adjuster, he couldn't get out of bed now, and he couldn't even do this? What's wrong? Sure, he twisted her slippery body in Hikue's arms like a water snake, and said lazily, "We still have a day off today, right?" The materials will be tomorrow. Just after saying that, Hikue turned around and pressed Shuri's soft body under him. Isn't this related to the number of times? The sun was shining. Hikue silently hugged Shuri inside. Hikue is very powerful. Shuri's female intuition made her keenly aware of the source of Hikue's entanglement. It was Shuri who leaned on Hikue's arms and took the initiative to climb up and said, Sure, he handles favorability 144. Experience bonus 7. Microcomponent processing A level 39080/100000. Academic. Single-phase light wave shielding system 9534/30000. Unlocked academic. Hydromineral purification 5424/10000. In one night, the favorability increased by 2, and it seems that the skill will not come out, so I can't try again. He has recently strengthened his radar manufacturing capabilities, and also bought some radars from a junk dealer. It would be best if he could complete the work of upgrading those small radars before going to Earth. Hikue resisted his tiredness, and turned over, and got out of bed. Where are you going? Shura asked, grabbing Hikue's wrist with shining eyes. To upgrade the radar, you can sleep a little longer. Then I go cook. Hikue's forehead was sweating, as he looked at Shura, who seemed to have no discomfort. Red clothes so scary. Another 2 days passed, and the Shigu assault equipment and 3-sided anti-beam shields that Hikue needed were also delivered to the secret factory one after another. The remaining shield required Hikue to transform it with the original anti-beam shield. However, there was a problem. This shield had been tested many times, and even if it was repaired after the last battle on the asteroid on L4, the fatigue of the metal could not be restored to normal. This shield is our weakness. Be careful not to use it often, Hikue said, and fixed a Vulcan cannon directly to the newly added fixing structure on the back of the shield. Just put it on the left hand. It's not our dominant hand. We can abandon it when necessary. Hikue also responded after listening to Shura's analysis. Because this was a private job that the two of them did under the name of experiment with funds, the modification was relatively low-key. In the entire underground area, only Hikue and Shura were here. Fortunately, Shura was also A-level at this time. Although there were only 2 people, their efficiency was not low. Hikue, since we are blue demons, do you want to make a demon paint on the shoulder armor too? Let those natural people be terrified, Shura said excitedly in front of the pure white external shoulder armor. Okay. Hikue had given up struggling in this regard. Anyway, even if the stickers were not printed, the blue paint of the machine body plus so many white external armors were already conspicuous enough, and it was obvious at a glance that it was a special model. Then I draw a sketch after I'm done. After nodding, Hikue continued to operate the lifting equipment in front of him. Install the armor with its own cooling module. The two worked hard until late at night. When the last 4 shields were installed on this dark blue and white intersection machine body, Hikue also showed a satisfied smile. The machine in front of him was just as shown in Hikue's design drawing, full of domineering. The 2 shields on the shoulders can defend the sides of the machine, although they can only be raised to shoot and cannot be moved in front of the body. But the 2 shields on the arms can also be responsible for the defense task in front. And behind it is a thruster that is larger than ordinary Jin-In and Shigu. Ensure its ability to move at high speed. Looking at this guy full of shields in front of him, Hikue only feels full of security. It looks so good. In front of the machine, Shura is a little more excited than Hikue. She likes dark blue, and now her face is filled with a happy smile. Chapter 87. In her office, Su Lei leisurely played with a round owl in front of her. The owl's eyes were much more lively than before. The gray eyes kept turning. Of course, it was just automatically locking onto the heat source outside the wall, that is, their colleagues in the office outside. Your system development is almost the same as mine. Su Lei poked the hard brown belly of the owl in front of her with her jade finger and sighed. I don't know. You gave Su Lei a gift, information engineering plus 60. Su Lei's favorability 123. Experience bonus 6. Information Engineering A-Level 20384/100000. He couldn't see Su Lei's progress at the moment, but she was definitely A-Level. How is the director level reserve talent? No one asked me. Judging from the attitude of the deputy director, I will not be allowed to do it for the time being. Everyone in the director level reserve talent is an elite among the elites. However, the leading research and development of 3 weapons plus mineral radar. Hikuei's current qualifications are enough to be promoted to the reserve position of director. But Hikuei's own political inclination is not yet clear. The Hylian Design Bureau, which is dominated by the Seraph faction, will naturally not promote him so easily. If he is a neutral faction, it would be fine. Anyway, the mayor of May City is also a neutral faction who is pro-Klein. However, before it is clear whether Hikuei is a pawn planted by the Klein faction, cooperation between the two sides is one thing, and they will certainly not be so reckless when it comes to issues related to power. I'm sorry. Although Su Lei was still poking the owl's belly, there was a hint of guilt in her eyes. I don't regret meeting you. Hikuei put his hand on Su Lei's little head and rubbed it. He understood what Su Lei was talking about. In Su Lei's opinion, if the two had no intersection, then he would naturally not be labeled as a suspected Kleinist. And without the label of Kleinist, he might have been a reserve director now. Of course, this might also be the result of the efforts of the HR manager. The manager himself knew that he had offended Hikuei to death, so he would do everything he could to prevent Hikuei from getting in his way. Hikuei. Su Lei did not pull away Hikuei's hand, and she felt warm in her heart, and subconsciously rubbed the warm palm on her head. Su Lei's favorability 125. Hikuei looked at the reality in the virtual frame with satisfaction. It's not that he didn't have a chance. As long as his value to the Seraph faction increased, and the boundaries between the Seraph faction and the Klein faction were drawn in the future, the Seraph faction would sooner or later pay more to win him over. And value, for him, is research. Hikuei did not waste time. The gift was delivered and his favorability was improved. Next, he would work hard to improve himself. Although the current single-phase light wave shielding system is already at the level of academic publication, it is still necessary to go to Earth first. The road still needs to be taken step by step. The day after saying goodbye to Su Lei, Hikuei and Shura, who were ready, drove this powerful new machine to the unfamiliar Lolaxia-class hangar. Director He, your car is getting more and more outrageous. Who are you? Looking at the sturdy man in red clothes and full of beard, Hikuei asked in confusion. Sorry, this is the first time we meet. I am TB. Captain TB, I'm sorry. When the voice matched the appearance, Hikuei smiled. But Captain TB, your equipment is not bad either. Jean In and Shigu, who were parked in the hangar at the scene, had already changed into assault equipment, and their bodies had a heavier feeling. The battle on the Earth side is the most intense among the current battlefields, so it's better to be safe. But it's still a lot worse than Director He's machine. The overall appearance of Hikuei's machine is like a beast about to charge into battle. Every part of the machine is the crystallization of the highest technology in the current Plant Design Bureau. The latest anti-beam shield, high-energy pulse cannon, small beam gun, knife, plus 2 Vulcan cannons, it can even be said to be the world's top. It's still a long way to go. Hikuei didn't feel proud when he heard TB's praise. At present, this machine may be one of the top MS in the world. But later, Gundam will appear, unsinkable battleships will appear, and federal white devils that don't pierce the cockpit will also appear. This machine alone is not enough to survive under their hands. His own strength is the key to saving his life. After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, Hikuei and Shura returned to the officer's single room that was arranged. We are using the entry capsule of the Laurasia-class hangar as a tool for entering the atmosphere this time. The screen in front of Hikuei is the planned route for this descent to the Earth. It clearly states that the Laurasia-class will separate its hangar and enter the atmosphere after arriving at the designated location at the designated time. This is also expected. After all, their bodies are equipped with assault armor, which is too thick and heavy to fit into the landing capsule. And they only have 7 MS, so it is really a waste to use a special landing capsule transport plane. This is my first time landing in this way. After all, there are few opportunities to land on the Earth. You go to sleep first, and I will sort out the information of the light shield. Okay. The two of them will not have any tasks on the ship, and taking turns to rest is also a normal thing. In this way, after several hours, under the escort of 2 Nazca-class ships, they successfully arrived outside the Earth's orbit. There is not much movement on the Moon. The orbit is cleared. We have obtained the authorization of the Gibraltar base, and are ready to land after adjusting the orbit. The captain's voice rang out among the machines. Understood, MS fixing clamp confirmed, can be dropped. With the answer of TB, their hangar was quickly unfixed, and the small wings and thrusters on both sides were opened at the same time. The shaking of the entire hangar, and the fixing device also spread to their small cockpit. The oval landing cabin was surrounded by an orange-red light. The landing process was not too painful. With the isolation of the landing cabin and the cockpit, the two did not feel too hot in the machine. As the iron wall read the words that everything was normal, the cockpit gradually stabilized. The small plane landed steadily on the vast steel apron inside the Gibraltar base. The iconic red eye lit up in the hangar one after another, and the darkness in front was gradually replaced by light. Everyone controlled the body, and walked out one by one with heavy steps. At this time, from Hikue's perspective, looking from the cockpit, there was an endless Mediterranean Sea in the distance. As a connecting point between the Mediterranean and the Atlantic Ocean, the interior of the base has been built much more perfectly than their original Carpinteria base. The entire base is silver gray in color, with simple lines and a very solid appearance. These buildings are like rectangular boxes of different sizes, scattered in the base in an orderly manner. On the top of several buildings, the huge muzzles of anti-aircraft guns are facing the sky, guarding against enemies falling from the sky at any time. On the other side, many soldiers in the base showed expressions of surprise and admiration after seeing the machines of Hikue and others walking on the main road. And these eyes gradually gathered on the machine of Hikue in the front. Now that the assault armor has just been completed, they also saw for the first time this giant that is even heavier and more ferocious than Shigu. Needless to say, those who can use this kind of armor must be elites, especially the blue machine in the front with a full sense of power and a special paint job. The relationship, status and strength behind being able to drive these machines all make them crazy. If they can't talk while driving the machine, they will go up and say a few words, and even so, many soldiers spontaneously saluted Hikue and others on both sides of the aisle. Chapter 88. There are quite a lot of soldiers here. Sitting in the cockpit, Shura could also see the soldiers below saluting their machines. Every step Shigu took raised the dust in the base, heavy and full of majesty. Indeed, it was more lively than expected. Compared to Shura's excitement, Hikue continued without much fluctuation in his tone. But they actually want us to walk around so openly, this should be a secret operation. Law Boss has always been an omnipresent organization, and the previous assassinations have fully proved this. They probably want to take this opportunity to boost morale, and at present our weapon is almost complete, they may feel that the need for secrecy has decreased. Shura also analyzed from the back. In that case, it may be difficult for Tashu. Hikue smiled bitterly. There is no pig waiting to be slaughtered, and there is no such person. After the coalition forces on the Tashu side knew of their existence, it was not a sneak attack, but a head-on conflict between the two sides. The risk factor will undoubtedly rise sharply. He was also cheated. As soon as Hikue finished speaking, the internal communication of the base came over. Director I am the internal controller of the Gibraltar base. Next, please follow the instructions to go to the corresponding vertical transport plane. Understood. After Hikue responded, the 7 aircrafts quickly walked to another larger apron in front. There, 3 vertical transport planes had started their engines, and were waiting for their arrival. Although it is a transport plane, considering the flight ability in the atmosphere, this kind of transport plane can only transport 3 MSs, not to mention that Hikue's MS is almost as wide as 2 gene ends of others, so it is natural that one person occupies a transport plane. You really don't even offer me a cup of tea. Hikue complained and controlled the body to lie down in the transport plane. He just opened the cockpit and released the alert owl, then turned to look at Shura. It only takes about an hour and a half to fly from here to Tashu. Let's stay here for the time being. No problem. Although the two of them were lying in the cockpit at this time, it was not very comfortable, but Shura understood Hikue's caution and nodded and agreed. On the other side, in the cockpit, the two pilots looked at each other after turning on the system, and heard Hikue's reply that he wanted to stay inside. According to common sense, they just came down from the universe, and they should come out to take a breath if they don't come out to see the scenery. Unexpectedly, they didn't come down. Hey, Director, the aircraft looks very strong. Isn't it too cautious? The co-pilot couldn't help laughing. Yes. Let me take over. I can do it. Don't talk about that. Start the self-check. Finish it, and go home early. The captain reminded. Okay. The two of them started the routine inspection of the transport aircraft at the same time. After a while, the co-pilot, who had completed the self-check, turned on the communicator. Tower, FG-001 request to take off. FG-001, takeoff order confirmed, takeoff is possible, wind direction 255, wind speed 15. Order confirmed, wind direction 255, wind speed 15, FG-001 understand. As the transport plane flew vertically to high altitude, the co-pilot, who switched to autopilot, stretched his body immediately. It's still an hour and a half to the tower repair. They are really not afraid of being bored. Do you think they will do something in there? Hee. Yeah. The captain responded indifferently. It's really boring. Seeing that the captain did not respond to his words, the co-pilot stood up complaining. I go get a cup of coffee, you want? Swoosh. However, at this moment, a low gunshot sounded in the closed cockpit. After being silenced, the gunshot did not attract anyone's attention, but one of the two people had slowly fallen down. The captain looked at the man who fell down with blood between his eyebrows expressionlessly, and quickly thought about the next plan in his mind. Plan A, which was to kill all the people on the scene and then drive the plane carrying the new aircraft to the nearby Eurasian Federation base, was no longer feasible. Now the only option was to bring the people and the plane back together. Although this might damage the aircraft, there was no other way. After reorganizing the new plan, the captain opened the wired communication with the two transport planes around. This is FG-001. The transport plane has a system failure and needs to return for inspection. Understood, then let's go first. The captain of another transport plane responded. That's it, thank you for the trouble. Hearing that the other two transport ships did not suspect anything, the captain also grinned. Because there is a neutron jammer here, the distance is far. Even the friendly forces' communications will be interfered. That is to say, he has gained an hour and a half now, and after this time, they can't find him. At the same time, Hikue in the cockpit listened to the monitoring data from the ventilation system outside the cockpit that he had released in advance, and his face turned pale. Because he was afraid of the previous battle, he made preparations in advance, but he didn't expect to prevent unexpected people. Even the captain is a spy. Shurho was also shocked beyond words. Although there was no picture, the two could guess what was happening inside by listening to the voice just now. Fortunately, Hikue still had the initiative now. At least he knew the other party's plan. Let's make an emergency landing directly. It was not very meaningful to persuade the undercover to surrender. If we make an emergency landing now, we will reach the territory of the Eurasian Federation, Shurha said with a frown. Originally, they were heading towards the African community behind Gibraltar, but there was no doubt that they were heading in the opposite direction, the Eurasian Federation, which was the former inland of Spain. Now that is the battleground between the Eurasian Federation and the Gibraltar base, and there are probably a lot of troops deployed. Before we go too deep, we still have the Gibraltar base behind us, so we should be able to withdraw. The longer it has been since they discovered it, the more dangerous it is. Yeah. Shurha pondered for a long time and nodded solemnly. Don't worry, we will be fine. Hikue touched the necklace Su Lei gave him, and the broken radar marks caused a stinging pain on his fingertips. Without further hesitation, he activated Shigu's energy source, and his crimson eye suddenly lit up, as if a sleeping giant suddenly woke up. Director He, why did you activate the MS? This is very dangerous during transportation. Without giving the captain a chance to finish, Shigu slowly stood up and fired the shield beam cannon directly at the front hatch. A dazzling beam of light shot directly through the hatch, like lightning in the sky, instantly blowing up the solid hatch and the back half of the body. Compared with the silence in the universe, the explosion at this time was deafening, like thunder, and the huge cracks on the originally smooth metal surface of the metal adjacent to the breach spread rapidly like a spider web, and the fragments flew in all directions under the impact of the explosion, hitting their cockpit and making a sound of metal collision. The deck below Shigu had almost completely collapsed, revealing the yellow land. The remaining metal did not hold out for long. With an even more violent shake, their dark blue Shigu fell out of the transport plane and began to freely fall toward the ground. Chapter 89. Hikue, who came out of the transport plane, quickly balanced the state of the aircraft with the high mobility of Shigu. Looking down from above the clouds, the tank troops of the Eurasian Federation were vaguely visible on the march. On the other side, the base of Gibraltar in the distance was also vaguely visible. Fortunately, it was not far away. After all, the transport plane had to slow down and turn, and even if it was faster, it would not reach the heart of the Eurasian Federation directly. We are now in the center of both sides, and it seems that the Eurasian Federation is planning to attack Gibraltar, Shurha reported. It's to cover their plan. Hikue said while adjusting Shigu's flight posture. The huge thrusters like wings on the back turned on the reverse thrust while flying towards Gibraltar. However, this armor could not maintain a sustained flight in the atmosphere. At this time, they were not flying, but just gliding towards Gibraltar. However, no matter how much they glided, they would eventually land. Not long after, an alarm sounded in the machine body that they were locked. The shells of several linear artillery vehicles below launched an attack on Hikue at the same time, like a meteor launched from the ground, drawing bright and hot arcs and attacking them with a destructive force. Linear artillery vehicles, that is the main strategy of the Earth Federation's defense against MS airborne forces. Although the technological content is not high, it is very useful. General Jean N is like a target that can only fall in the air, but this Shigu is different. The powerful power and the 6 posture adjustment nozzles installed on the legs have brought the aerial flexibility of this machine to a new level. Hikue canceled the glide, and several fine-tuning nozzles worked at full capacity at the same time. At this time, he was like a flexible and graceful dancer in the air. However, the artillery fire on the scene was much more intensive than when he was at L4. No matter how hard he dodged, there was still a fish that slipped through the net and hit Hikue's shoulder shield directly, creating a bright spark. The automatic balance maintenance system inside the system began to work, and Shigu lost his balance for only a moment before immediately adjusting his posture. Soon, Shigu's weapon also launched a counterattack under Shura's control. The high-energy pulse cannon in his hand left a burning mark in the air and violently went towards the ground. A huge explosion soon occurred below, and the flying dust spread, making it more difficult for the opponent to lock on. One wave has not yet subsided when another wave rises. The pressure here has just been reduced, and the Vanguard fighter formation in the distance has quickly approached the two. Watching the missiles of the 6 aircraft pouring out towards the two, while the double-armed Vulcan cannons fired to intercept, Hikue also controlled the aircraft to dodge continuously. At this time, behind Hikue, a team of 3 Deans spread their wings behind them, and began to rush towards Hikue's direction to help. The anti-aircraft shotguns in his hands fired at the same time to help Hikue eliminate many threats from the air. Below, 3 Bakus had also rushed into the battle zone where Hikue was currently located, disrupting the situation below, and the firing frequency of the linear cannons was significantly reduced. With the support of friendly forces, Shura's high-energy pulse cannons and various long-range weapons finally had room to play. Without any mercy, she controlled the shoulder beam cannons to fire at the same time, and with the help of the auxiliary Harrow, 2 Vanguard fighters not far away exploded one after another. The high-energy pulse cannon in her hand swept directly across the center of the enemy's position. The heavy armor of the tank was like a paper toy in front of the high-energy pulse cannon. Just sweeping past, it caused countless explosions. Many soldiers of the coalition had lost their lives in the explosion before they could react. Monster, die! Although they knew that the Blue Devil on the opposite side would not hear them, the fear in the hearts of the pilots of several pioneer fighters turned into a rage that burned everything, and they roared and rushed towards Shigu. However, the only Vulcan cannons left on them could not pose any threat to Shigu. Shigu's single eye swept over, and the beam weapon on his shoulder fired again instantly, turning the Vanguard fighter jets that were charging towards them with machine guns into fireworks in the sky. In the face of such powerful firepower, the offensive of the Eurasian Federation in one direction was abruptly interrupted. On the other side, the morale of the ZFT soldiers was high at this time. Looking at the machine that was slowly descending in the air not far away and kept shooting to destroy the enemy's forces, everyone showed admiration and worship on their faces. To them, this aircraft was like a hero who had landed directly in the enemy's territory and helped them win. Director I am Samir Kapoor, the Deputy Staff Officer of the Gibraltar base. As soon as they got off the aircraft, a senior officer in a white uniform came up to them, but he frowned and looked at the two of them in confusion. I get straight to the point. Why did you appear on our front line? Unlike ordinary soldiers, the Deputy Staff Officer knew the inside story, and Hikue was not a strong reinforcement at all. If it weren't for Hikue's excellent driving skills, he might have died in the concentrated fire of the Eurasian Federation before they could come to his aid. Thinking of the problems that a future Star Director would face if he died in his own war zone, Samir Kapoor couldn't stop sweating on his forehead. Staff Officer Kapoor, this is the captain's conversation, and his route also proves his plan, Hikue said while playing the recording that Yuan had overheard in his hand. Where is he now? I don't know, he should be dead. We use Shigu to blow open the hatch and get out. We will deal with this matter seriously, and will definitely give you an explanation, the Deputy Staff Officer said solemnly. I understand, but I will also report this to the National Defense Committee. Although Hikue's tone was still polite at this time, he frowned. No one would be happy to be tricked like this. Although the position of the other party's deputy staff officer is equivalent to that of a deputy director. But he is not a soldier under his command. Blindly giving in will only make people bully him. The words of the National Defense Committee. Hearing Hikue's words, the deputy staff officer smiled apologetically. Using Hikue's arrival to boost morale here is indeed a decision that they have circumvented the National Defense Committee. To be precise, although it has not been approved, it has not been rejected by the other side. Forget about it in private. If Hikue really complains, and it is reported to the National Defense Committee, it will be difficult for them to deal with it. If Director He's military exploits just now are reported truthfully, it will definitely be very shocking. In my opinion, you are a hero who takes the initiative to fight when seeing the sergeants in trouble. Of course, we can also do it in private. The deputy staff officer pulled Hikue, and his voice became quieter and quieter until it disappeared completely. Hikue was also thinking after hearing this. If it was normal, he could ignore this reputation, but if he wanted to move to the position of deputy director, then a good reputation would really help him a lot. At that time, the deputy director would have no reason to suppress him. As for the assassination that might come in the future, he would have been targeted by the coalition in the first place. After all, the reason they wanted to kill him was enough for him to be a weapons developer. The added benefits of this reputation to him are much greater than the added dangers. And it seems that the other party will pay money to settle the matter. In that case, Hikue frowned and did not agree immediately. Agreeing too quickly will give people a feeling of loss, while if you delay it for a while and pretend to be embarrassed, the other party may be grateful. Of course, too much is as bad as too little, and it is enough to grasp the right degree. Haha, Director Hannes, let's go inside and talk in detail. This time you have helped us to make great contributions, and the power of the weapons has also been verified. You too have made great contributions. Hearing that Hikue's attitude softened, the deputy staff officer immediately invited the two to go to the rest area near the logistics department. Chapter 90. Is it difficult to keep this incident a secret? After all, although there are many witnesses, it is ultimately the personal action of the undercover captain. As long as Hikue does not take the initiative to talk about it, not many people will know about it. And the National Defense Committee has previously tacitly agreed to their arrangement to borrow Hikue's reputation. But tacitly agreeing does not mean allowing it. If Hikue tells others, the blame will definitely fall on the Gibraltar base. Then we can give you, Director He. In a room similar to a hotel room, the deputy staff officer said a few words on the other end of the phone, then turned around and enthusiastically extended 3 fingers. We can transfer 3 million war bonds to you through the formal secondary market. War bonds. The tangle on Hikue's face at this time was not fake. They are called war bonds, so of course you can only make money if you win. Now affected by the fatigue of the offensive, the interest rate and value are lower than the financial products of the same period outside. And it is unknown when he will get it back. He will need so much money after the war is over. It is not that it is useless, but the use is not as great as it is now. So can you resell it directly? Hikue thought for a moment and said, yes, but the price may be suppressed to about 2.4 million. The expression on the deputy staff officer's face was almost as if he was saying that now was not a good time to sell war bonds. No problem. Well, the estimated transaction price is between 2.4 million and 2.6 million. We will transfer the money to your account within a week after the transaction is completed. I don't know why Hikue only wants cash, but the deputy staff officer didn't ask much. Anyway, the money has been paid, and the mouth is sealed, so everything is easy to talk about. Okay. Considering the current price of materials, and the maglev car with the function of escape boat that he wants to make by hand, 2.5 million is not too much, and the initial capital is there. Next, he can consider investing in mining companies in addition to buying materials, but he doesn't have many channels. Why don't you ask Lux? What's wrong? After the deputy staff left, Shurha looked at Hikue strangely. After all, with an extra 2.5 million, she thought Hikue would be very happy. But it seemed that he was even more confused. I was just thinking about how to spend it. Hikue smiled after coming to his senses. It's indeed a lot. Shurha was not incapable of adapting. Reporting this matter, even if they were right, would offend the people at the Gibraltar base. And the consolation they could get from Plant would definitely not exceed 1 million. In this case, with the tacit understanding of both parties, turning the page was a way to deal with it that would make everyone happy. And look at this. Shurha took out the tablet, but the important thing was the text displayed on the tablet. Documentary evidence of the deeds of Mr. Hikue and Ms. Hanifs of the Highland Design Bureau in the defense of Gibraltar on July 28, 1970. Mr. Hikue and Ms. Hanifs showed extraordinary bravery and perseverance, and made outstanding contributions to the security of the base. At about 10 o'clock in the morning of that day, the Earth Alliance suddenly launched a fierce attack on our base. Mr. Hikue took the initiative to ask for a fight from our headquarters, and as the first echelon of the spearhead, he penetrated directly into the core of the Earth Alliance army, led his comrades in the fierce enemy fire, and bravely charged in the face of enemies that were several times larger than himself. Mr. Hikue and Ms. Hanifs made full use of the terrain and firepower advantages, adopted flexible tactical means, and effectively attacked the enemy's deployment. With skilled shooting and sophisticated tactics, they successfully repelled the enemy's fierce attack. After detailed statistics and verification, Mr. Hikue and Ms. Hanifs effectively destroyed a total of 12 enemy linear tanks, 10 linear artillery vehicles, 7 missile vehicles, 5 Pioneer fighters, and 6 vertical takeoff and landing fighters in this battle. Attachments: video footage of the battle, testimonies of comrades, statistics of enemy annihilation and other supporting materials. The above-mentioned deeds and materials truly record the heroic performance and outstanding achievements of Mr. Hikue and Ms. Hanifs in the battle. Please review and give appropriate commendations and rewards. Gibraltar Base Command. July 28, 1970. Looking at the clear signature and the commander's signature on it, Hikue showed a satisfied smile. I didn't expect them to move so quickly. With this, his military exploits are already secured. Of course, commendations and rewards will have to wait for the National Defense Committee to come up with a result. At this time, the two of them also returned from the room to the front of the Shigu, which had experienced scars and dust, and was no longer as white as when it left the factory. Looking at the aircraft in front of him that was being replaced with ammunition and energy batteries by the maintenance team, Hikue also sighed. Fortunately, he brought Shigu out. Fortunately, he didn't leave the cockpit, otherwise he would not know how he died. If Shigu had not been upgraded, Shigu would probably not have had time to dodge the dense artillery fire just now, and would definitely be much more embarrassed than now, and he might not even know if he was alive. As expected, we still need to continue to use funds to upgrade the aircraft. Just when I thought of this, I saw the maintenance team also looking at Hikue. Director He, the maintenance of the aircraft is almost complete, and it can be set off at any time. The maintenance staff was so deeply in awe that it was almost transformed into actual admiration. The military report has been released, and the man in front of us is a ruthless man who can go straight into the enemy's hinterland. His operating skills and courage are both top-notch. Moreover, his status is very high, and if you say a few good words for him, you can get a promotion on the spot at any time. So that led to the enthusiasm that Hikue is facing now. If Hikue appeared in an ordinary military camp outside now, the situation would probably be even more enthusiastic. Thank you. There was not much pride in Hikue's eyes. He just responded warmly. It is our honor to provide maintenance for you, Director He. Yes, yes. We also have some maintenance points for external armor that we would like to ask Director He. You can ask. There was still some time before departure, and Hikue did not refuse. After another round of chatting, Hikue finally came to the cockpit with He. This time, the captain's attitude was obviously much better. Even if Hikue didn't go out, they didn't say anything in the cockpit, but just silently did their work. How many owls did you bring down? Seeing Hikue just released another owl, He asked curiously. The owl on the transport plane had been smashed to pieces by the debris when the transport plane collapsed. 2, and 2 heros and 2 screaming eagles. Hikue patted his huge backpack and listed all the treasures. With this configuration, ordinary soldiers can't do anything to him unless they are mechanical troops. So many. Shurha touched the harrow in her arms. She always felt that compared with Hikue's caution, she was just on a picnic. Chapter 91. No surprises, after an hour and a half of tossing, Hikue and Shurha finally arrived at Tashu, a small desert city near the Libyan desert. Compared with the military technology of Gibraltar, the base here in Tashu is much simpler. Even the base where Tiger is located is just the mansion left by the previous mayor. Their battle lasted about 2 hours, plus the time wasted on doing documents and repairs. It was already late at night when they arrived here. Just after he controlled Shigu to walk to the designated location and park the plane, the cold wind of the desert mercilessly hit the two of them, bringing a chill. It's warmer this way. Seeing Shurha frowning slightly, Hikue took Shurha's soft little hand and smiled gently. Yeah, Shurha responded sweetly. Just when she was thinking that things were finally over, and she could hug Hikue and comfort each other, she was interrupted by a voice. Director He, I heard that you volunteered to participate in the battle before. TB came forward with a nervous and respectful look, only glanced at the two people holding hands, and said nothing more. I guess so. After saying that, Hikue glanced at Shurha, who was blushing, and neither of them wanted to let go of each other's hands. As if she was nostalgic for the warmth, Shurha also held Hikue's hand tightly. This is too dangerous, and why didn't you tell me? Anyway, it's really amazing. I heard that even the weapons have been tested. Director He has taken away all our jobs. Is the pulse cannon okay? As accurate as during the test. That's good. We will attack the last remaining base of the Earth Alliance here tomorrow. After talking with the Desert Tiger, you two should go to bed early. As he said that, TB led the two to the reception room and opened the door. There were not many people in the magnificent reception room. The legendary tiger and a mature woman in a blue tights were sitting in the main seat. Of course, there were also the Harrow jumping around at their feet. Seeing Harrow's poem, Harrow on his body also automatically felt the induction and jumped to his companions, who had never met before. Director He, welcome. Desert Tiger looked very enthusiastic, but this enthusiasm was a bit exaggerated. Thank you, Mr. Andrew. Well, I heard that Director He has made great achievements in the Gibraltar base. Pushing 2 cups of coffee in front of the two people, Andrew's hearty smile was like a harmless handsome uncle. Yes, by chance. You can't achieve that kind of record by chance. Thanks to Shurha. You are also driving a 2-person car, right? This is my co-pilot Aisha. Tiger proudly introduced his lover. After all, there was no genetic matching, so strictly speaking, they were lovers. Hello. Aisha looked at the two of them for a long time and raised an ambiguous smile. And Andrew was winking at Hikue with an expression that said, I understand everything. The meaning is very obvious. That is, he thinks Hikue is also a fellow traveler. Oh yeah. He sat with He just because they could perform better together, and that's why he was not as dirty as Andrew's eyes implied. He is not that kind of person. At this time, He, who was sitting next to Hikue, shyly covered half of her face with the exquisite coffee cup, and the other half was now a faint pink, like the rising morning glow, shy and beautiful. Haha, you two are really close. Seeing this, Tiger teased the two again before continuing. Speaking of which, Director He is also a battle fanatic, but you can't see it at all now. Tiger's eyes flashed, and he looked at Hikue with a bit of appreciation and curiosity. Fighting fanatic? Hikue pulled the corner of his mouth when he heard this title. In Tiger's opinion, it should be the two of them who took the initiative to volunteer to participate in the battle that led to Tiger's misjudgment. In fact, he wanted to stay at home, not a battle fanatic. The two were still talking here, and suddenly the alarm sounded again in the entire base. What's wrong? The Desert Tiger's eyes seamlessly switched from gentle to murderous. A murderous intent spread in the room, and the Desert Tiger with its claws exposed was frightening. I know, now tell them to prepare for attack. After saying that, the Desert Tiger hung up the phone and looked at Aisha in tacit understanding. Sorry, Director He, it looks like we have some guests. Then let's also test the application of pulse guns in the desert. Hikue stood up. The system OS has been adjusted to a desert-specific OS. There is no problem. Only in that 4-shield Shigu can he feel safe. Okay then. With the previous record as a guarantee, Tiger did not ask any more questions at this time, but he still added a sentence when he thought of the other party's deeds. But you have to follow orders. No problem. After the few people quickly discussed, Hikue sat on his Shigu again. The wars on Earth are too frequent. Shura couldn't help but say while checking the system. In the afternoon, it was the Eurasian Federation, and in the evening, it was the Blue Cosmos. At this time when both sides are concentrating on accumulating strength, it is enough to be called frequent fighting. Yeah, Hikue responded, and at the same time couldn't help but think of today's experience. Speaking of which, it can't be because of him. Why does it look so targeted? But why did they target him so quickly? Could it be that something happened on plant, causing his information to be leaked in advance? Hikue, the system check is done. Are you too tired? Looking at Hikue, who seemed to be distracted, Shurha worried. It's okay, let's go. The two of them quickly stood steadily in front of the city under command, with the lights of thousands of houses behind them, and the troops of the blue Persian chariots that were about to arrive in front of them. Hikue didn't have much pride in his heart, mainly because he had never even looked at the lights of thousands of houses. Something's wrong. Hikue frowned deeply as he looked at the blurry surveillance video of the screaming eagle in his hand. What's wrong? Shurha asked hurriedly. Someone is behind us. Hikue started the engine of the machine with all his strength. The azure flames were like a bright star in the darkness, instantly lighting up the surrounding darkness. With a fiery breath and huge energy, every grain of sand under his feet was dyed with a layer of azure light, and the Shigu he controlled also rushed into the sky like a rocket in the dark desert under this maximum thrust. At the same time, 3 anti-tank missiles fired by individual soldiers continued to chase Shigu, who flew into the sky. Sure, he reacted very quickly. Even though she was covered by fog in the air, she still quickly detonated the 3 missiles that were approaching them rapidly. Not only the 2 of them were shocked by the 3 missiles, but also the Iron Wall team following him, who also quickly turned around and aimed their machine guns at the direction of the missiles just fired. Don't fire. Hikue stopped Iron Wall's action and opened Tiger's communication at the same time. From the picture said by Screaming Eagle just now, it is an urban area. Even if it is just a Vulcan cannon, such a large caliber firing there will definitely cause casualties to ordinary people. Captain Andrew. I have asked the soldiers on the ground to go over there. Director, he should stay away as much as possible. The voice of Desert Tiger and Hikue said at the same time. Needless to say, Hikue had temporarily flown away from the place just now under the escort of Iron Wall. There can only be one sneak attack. As long as they stay away from a certain distance, they will have no way to deal with it. Hikue was relieved when he saw the situation gradually stabilized. Just as expected, without the threat just now, Hikue's Iron Wall squad and Tiger's Baku squad quickly cleared the linear tank troops in front that were just a feint. Chapter 92. Director, we plan to buy 20 eagles at a price of 7,000. Is that okay? Back in the reception room, after listening to what Hikue had just said, Desert Tiger looked at Hikue's eagle with great interest. In fact, this thing is roughly equivalent to the future aerial photography drone, and because of the neutron jammer, the transmission distance on Earth is not as good as those military drones in the past. But the battery technology here is more advanced than that on Earth before, so the battery life is much longer than that of drones on Earth. How long will it take to deliver? Hikue did not agree directly, but asked cautiously. This product is purely handmade, a small workshop product. Even if Shura is involved, it will take at least a month to make 20 pieces. Not to mention that many of the products he made have to be given away. It will be within 3 months. I don't think there will be any major wars recently. This is also good news. Because of Director our people just reported that the last base of Lambas here has also been evacuated. Withdrawn? There's no way. Those tanks just now should be their main force. Some died and some fled. We can only retreat. You don't need to test them anymore. 3 months is no problem. Hearing this, Hikue curled his lips slightly and got back to business. Well, the contract will be drawn up tomorrow. We can give you a deposit of 50,000 first. Okay. Since you're here, how about staying here for 2 days? A big problem was solved, and Tiger returned to the handsome uncle mode. No, since the matter is over, we will go back tomorrow. Hikue rejected Tiger's invitation. That's right, they are much more aggressive against you than against me. It will be safer for Director to go back earlier. This time, Lon Bosi even sacrificed one of their frontline bases for Hikue. In Lon Bosi's eyes, Hikue's value is probably the highest among the people here. Then it will be troublesome. After saying goodbye to Tiger, Hikue just walked outside and saw his familiar roommate, Ed, who was also one of the drivers in Baku. Hikue, it was too dangerous just now. Ed walked up nervously and looked at him. He was relieved when he saw that he was not missing any limbs. What's going on? Are the people from Lambas targeting you? Ed, who is still in the green team, is not as well informed as others. At this time, he does not know the progress of Hikue's weapon research. Yes, it should be because of my research and development of weapons. Really? Ed shook his head when he heard it. Hikue chose to become a member of the design bureau, so that he would not have to be a filler. But now, there is no need to fill the line, but the threat of death still exists. Don't worry, I won't die that easily. Hikue said, as he took out one of the small items on his body, Harrow, Screaming Eagle, and Round Ball. Before Ed refused, he had already transferred the owner's authority. Don't die either. Hikue said. Yes. Ed solemnly accepted the small item Hikue gave him, and then smiled and continued to ask. When are you going back? Tomorrow. Okay, I wanted to take you for a walk, but life is more important. Ed patted Hikue's shoulder in understanding. Who said it wasn't? The two smiled at each other, then said goodbye to each other after talking about their recent situation. It was already late at night when Hikue returned to his room. Because it was the mayor's mansion, Their guest room was also very luxurious. The classic European-style bed, with 4 bedposts made of dark solid wood standing in the corner, with complex patterns carved on it, and every line looked smooth and elegant. The appearance of Shurha in front of the bed frightened Hikue. Shurha in front of him was wearing the same tights as Aisha, but the color of the clothes was different from Aisha's blue, mainly red. The smooth lines highlighted her slender curves, and the brown hair gently draped over her slender white shoulders, adding a bit of charm. The white and almost transparent collarbones were like 2 crescent moons, hanging around her neck, shining with an attractive luster under the ambiguous soft yellow light. The zipper in front of her body was opened a little bit, revealing the attractive whiteness and deep gap inside. "Why are you wearing this?" Hikue asked after moving his eyes away from the gap in front of him with difficulty. "You like to see it, so I just asked Miss Aisha for a set." Although it was a complaint, the cute voice sounded like a spoiled child. "I don't have any either." The reason why he looked at Aisha twice more was not only because of the avant-garde clothes, but also because he wanted to see if there would be any reaction to the gift. But there was no chance at that time. "Yes." Shurha grabbed Hikue's hands, who kept approaching, and put them on the white zipper. "You obviously like it." Looking at Hikue, who didn't struggle at all, Shurha stood up and said in his ear. The breeze brought by the whisper blew into Hikue's ears, as if tempting him to do something. But there was no need, he really wanted to do something. The gauze bed curtain slowly fell from the bedpost. The next morning, Hikue woke up from the bed, and looked at Shurha, who was still sleeping in his arms. He couldn't help but admire himself for being able to get up in the morning. After all, the two of them were fighting in the morning, fighting at night, and fighting in the early morning. They fought for a whole day. He was still awake. He put Shurha gently on the bed, and the first thing Hikue saw when he got out of bed was the red tights that flew under the bed without knowing when. Hikue's Adam's apple slid up and down unconsciously. "It's too late to wash it anyway, so take it home." Shurha, who woke up without knowing when, smiled softly. "Yeah, it's true. But I don't dare to drive a mobile suit wearing this." "No need. He is not a tiger." "Yes, he is not a tiger." The same sentence was repeated twice in his mind, and the internal communication seemed to know that the two had woken up and sounded at the right time. "Hello?" Hikue walked to the communicator and asked. "Director He, I'm sorry to bother you." The voice of Tiger's adjutant DaCosta came from inside. "Nothing, what's the matter?" "Breakfast is ready, and the contract has also been drafted. Captain Andrew wants to ask you two to go to the restaurant to discuss." "I understand, wait a moment." "Okay. What's wrong?" As soon as she hung up the phone, Shurha hugged Hikue from behind and asked, like a curious kitten, "Breakfast is ready, and we have to discuss cooperation matters." "Is that so?" Knowing that they were still busy, Shurha did not continue to make trouble, but just picked up a new set of white clothes and walked towards the cloakroom. "Don't peek." "Yeah." Hikue pulled the corner of his mouth slightly at Shurha's naughty words. "If they look any longer, there will not be enough time. Others are still waiting for them to have breakfast." Chapter 93. As soon as the order and breakfast were completed, Hikue could not wait to set off back to plant. The round trip took him a day to reach plant. After returning to plant and reconnecting to the signal, Hikue roughly understood what happened in plant from the contact messages sent by Su Lei. In short, it was the Deputy Director Reserve of Hylon Design Bureau, the one who was not promoted before, Valerio Valeri, also known as the talent nicknamed VV. He actually betrayed his country. Although the target of his defection was an independent military-industrial enterprise, Acteon. But Acteon has many people and eyes, and they have their people there, so naturally there will be many people who are allied with him. So Hikue's research and development progress must not be hidden. This is why Hikue was warmly received on Earth. All his secrets are no longer secrets. Even if it is a relatively peaceful period now, he can't stand their various assassination attempts at this time. However, ZFT has also done a lot in this regard. It's just that ZFT is targeting talents in the field of operating OS and artificial intelligence in this regard. As long as these two fields are suppressed, the time for the joint research of MS can be slowed down. Of course, there is no news that the Earth Federation is secretly researching MS, so they just try to dig up talents in those fields. The next day, after returning to plant, Hikue came to the Deputy Director's office with his single-phase light wave shielding system plan. "Director He, you are finally back safely." Seeing Hikue coming in, Aaron smiled warmly. "Yes, it was a narrow escape. I didn't expect that Lawn Boss still had remnants in Taxia City. It was our negligence this time. I didn't expect Director He to have the courage to break into the enemy's line. I heard that the situation was not very good at that time. Director He's military exploits also made our Hylon Design Bureau famous. Hearing Hikue's grievances, Eren naturally had to express her opinion. I have reported your situation to the higher authorities. There will be a reward soon. If there is nothing important, don't leave the Design Bureau now. I understand. Well, although the credit this time is not enough to get the Nebula badge, you can definitely get the Star Medal. Of course, the bonus will definitely not be less afterwards. Hearing the bonus, the tension on Hikue's face relaxed a little, but his eyes were still looking at Eren. I also have a new project here that I would like to ask you to take a look at. New project? Eren took the plan handed over by the genius weapons developer with seriousness and curiosity. Did Director He also research the single-phase light-wave shielding system? Eren, who was originally calm, could not hide her excitement after seeing the title. Yes. Eren's reaction was not surprising. Although it was impossible to shoot from inside after turning on the single-phase light-wave shielding system, they had 2 military fortresses. It was completely feasible to use one of them equipped with a single-phase light-wave shielding system as a defense point. One is a shield and the other is a gun. Isn't that the strongest? Not to mention, can your improved system allow weapons to be fired from the inside out? It's not enough at the moment, but theoretically it can be done through information engineering. Pattern recognition, real-time data processing and decision support systems should have no hardware problems at the moment. What he lacks is a corresponding system, but at present this control system is not built into the single-phase light-wave shielding system. After all, this is the knowledge of information engineering. It is not incomprehensible that such a powerful technology requires 2 people. It's not impossible to do this with his A-level information engineering skills, but it may take a long time. This technology may not be able to block the powerful radiation of the future, but it's not impossible to try the positron cannon. Eren quickly browsed the data in front of her. As the deputy director, she also quickly discovered that Hikue has already conquered the application of large-scale defense fortresses, and is heading towards miniaturization. I have approved this project and guaranteed sufficient funds. Director, he can do it with confidence. Eren couldn't wait to see the shocked expressions of those people after the research was placed on the table of the National Defense Committee. If they could complete miniaturization, if they could complete the decision support system that Hikue mentioned, and put it into mass production, their military technology would definitely have an overwhelming advantage over the Earth Alliance. Eren certainly didn't know that in the near future, phantom particles, quantum viruses, PS armor, and even Dragoon systems, and other black technologies would spring up all over the world. At that time, although this shield will be useful, it is not without means of attack. So at this time, Hikue did not have any optimistic idea that his research could end the war. He just wanted to protect himself so that he could survive under the threat of Gundam. And seeing Hikue's calmness, Eren was more satisfied. Judging from the information from the Gibraltar base, Hikue, who took the initiative to invite the battle, was not someone who would go along with the Klein faction. And the future is bright. According to Jior, that is someone who can be won over as much as possible. From the information, he seems to be very lustful. Since there are weaknesses, they can also do it when necessary. Although thinking so, Eren still smiled very kindly. There is also a vacancy in the reserve talents this time. Director He, I would like to congratulate you in advance. Although reserve talents are not considered formal promotions, they represent an opportunity to move up. Thank you. After listening to this, he got everything he wanted, and Hikue also relaxed his tense body and stood up. It might not be easy for others to communicate with this deputy director, but he was beneficial to her, so the two of them got along more like friends than superiors and subordinates. Just friends with intertwined interests. Well, with this research, we will not assign you other tasks recently. Just make regular reports. Good luck, Director He. Eren stood up, shook hands with Hikue, and immediately turned on the communication device on the computer after sending him out. According to what you said, his research is likely to be completed. Asalia Jur, one of the members of the National Defense Committee on the other side of the video communication, asked after listening to Eren's report. Yes, according to his past experience, there is a great chance that this technology will be completed. I understand. Although Hannes is also a Seraph faction, he has recently escaped from our control. We can only start from other directions and test his preferences again. Okay. Eren curled her lips slightly when she heard the words. What preferences can he have? Su Lei has also found the person from the Dawn Society before. This is clearly a person who does not care about meat or vegetables. Even she was a little scared when she saw Hikue at first, but she did not dare to say such a fierce word in front of the National Defense Committee member. Chapter 94. Since everything is known, ZAFT will not hide it anymore. It was directly disclosed in the news. Director He broke through the technological barriers and successfully developed miniaturized beam weapons and high-energy pulse cannons. With science and technology as the center, my country's scientific research field has always been in a leading position in the world. Today, my country's scientific research field has made another major breakthrough. Director Hikue of the Beam Weapon Group of the Hylon Design Bureau led his team and successfully developed the key research including the previous small beam weapons and high-energy pulse cannons after unremitting efforts. This achievement marks that my country has taken solid steps in the field of laser weapons and pulse weapons. At the same time, Director He and Director Hannifs are also experienced elite pilots. In the Gibraltar base not long ago, it's amazing, Director Reserve, Director He, both of you have become heroes. In the radar group's office, Su Lei was pointing at the news report on the screen and said jokingly, "They just want to attract attention now. The war has almost stagnated. I just happen to be a material to maintain the enthusiasm of the grassroots." Just watching the reports on TV, Hikue still doesn't feel much real. But he has indeed become a war hero with a reputation no less than Cruz. Similar to Cruz's first battle, in order to maintain the people's enthusiasm for war, they need heroes. This time Hikue's appearance perfectly hits the point of the Serra faction. "It's good that you understand." Su Lei's voice became weaker and weaker. "I was secretly attacked in the Gibraltar base." Hikue took the initiative to say, "Why are you telling me that?" Su Lei jumped down from the director's chair. She covered Hikue's mouth. Her delicate palm touched Hikue's lips. Seeing Su Lei's nervous look, Hikue couldn't help but stick out his tongue to sweep across her palm. He could feel the delicate lines on Su Lei's palm, and her soft skin was like the most premium steak. It makes people want to eat it with relish. Could it be that he ate too much good food? So, before he thought of the key point, Hikue's head was slapped by the hand that was originally covering his mouth. It was not very heavy, just the strength of a play. "I'm talking seriously. What are you doing?" Su Lei's cheeks flushed like peach blossoms, and coquettishness and shyness were perfectly integrated on her cheeks. "You guessed it even if I didn't say it," Hikue said with a smile. Usually, he said he was afraid of death, but how could he really think that he would go up and fight desperately in the enemy's hinterland in a fit of anger, and he went straight into the enemy's hinterland. "Aren't you afraid that I will tell Lux? If the Klein faction uses this to make a fuss, it will indeed mess up the situation. It can even hit the reputation of the Serra faction to a certain extent. Because I believe in Su Lei. In fact, it's not just this reason. Even if Lux knew, he probably wouldn't expose it. After it was exposed, he would be pushed directly to the opposite side. It's not that he is too important, but they probably won't touch him at the stage where they can still fight for him. And this won't hit the Serra faction too much. The National Defense Committee has too many excuses to shirk." Su Lei's favorability 128. Looking at the quietly rising favorability, Hikue smiled. "Don't come to me to settle accounts if you suffer any loss in the future." Su Lei rolled her eyes at Hikue, who was still grinning, and continued to warn him. "And Lux must know something is wrong. You should be careful, and don't reveal the truth. There is still Director Su." "Humph, I won't help you forever. Maybe I will report you one day if I don't like you." "Don't, I have prepared something good for you." Hikue took out a food box and placed it in front of Su Lei. "What is this?" Su Lei asked with a slight curl of her lips. "Desert specialty, Mexican burrito." Although it took some time to bring it up, it must be authentic thanks to advanced preservation technology. "This is not what I want to eat." Su Lei couldn't help complaining in her heart. "What's wrong?" Hikue asked when Su Lei didn't answer, and looking at Hikue's clear eyes, Su Lei stamped her feet. "No, put it down." "Oh yes, there is one more." Hikue stood up in front of the girl and hugged her soft body tightly. "I'm back safely, thank you for the amulet." "It's just an amulet." Although she said so, Su Lei still responded to Hikue's hug, wrapping her hands tightly around Hikue's waist, tightly, as if to merge him into her body. Her cheek was pressed against Hikue's chest, listening to the vigorous rhythm of his heart. A sense of security and warmth filled her heart. The breath belonging to Hikue went deeper with her breathing. Su Lei raised her lips slightly, and rubbed Hikue's slightly rough uniform with her cheeks that still had some baby fat. The more than 2 million promised by Gibraltar has not arrived yet, but the reward for condolences and research completion has arrived. A week's vacation plus an 800,000 bonus is already a very generous reward. Hikue did not hesitate to buy a lot of second-hand parts through the Waste Merchants Association. He bought 30 sets of the 3 small animals, harrow, and the materials for the transporter, which totaled about 200,000 yuan. Hikue did not touch the remaining money for the time being. Considering that he could only make 2 pieces a day now, 800,000 yuan would be enough for him to make for a long time, not to mention that the price of materials has increased by almost 20% compared to when he first started. It is not a good time to buy in large quantities. In this case, he has enough money, so he can consider investing in the mining company. However, investment is investment. 2 million yuan may not be valued by big companies, and small companies may not be valued by him. It is neither good nor bad. Today, Hikue was unloading a few harrows from residential area A when he saw the boss of the waste trade union getting off the delivery truck. His face was even more enthusiastic than before. "Director He, long time no see." The boss extended his hand and said warmly, "Hello." Hikue responded with a smile, and the two shook hands and quickly released them again. "Why did the boss come out in person?" "I heard that it was your order, Director He, and I was worried about it, so I came out with you." "How can I trouble you to come in person?" "Haha, you're welcome. I'm here to congratulate Director He. The research went well and Director He has a bright future." The boss said. His eyes were full of joy and he smiled. "Thank you for your good words." Hikue was not so exaggerated but smiled to show his respect. At this time, the boss also said softly, "The battle line has eased recently, and we have more time to salvage materials. So if Director He still wants to buy, it's better to wait for 2 more days. We don't have much information about the mining company you asked me to pay attention to before. We brought what we can find this time. I heard that there are not so many abnormal movements in Lanbos recently, but it may be the calm before the storm. Director He should be careful." "Thank you." Hearing the storm, Hikue nodded solemnly. "It's not good to go head on. God knows if there will be terrorist attacks in plant. Lanbos itself is a terrorist organization. The system needs to be polished. And the same is true for Su Lei." Chapter 95. Since Lambos's recent behavior was strange, Hikue did not waste time anymore, but instead thought of buying a computer. Although he had upgraded his computer once before with tens of thousands of dollars, it was obviously not enough. The highest price you can buy in the civilian field is Cerebra's, which should be 300,000. Sure, his words made Hikue feel painful. I thought he was rich, but he still didn't have enough money to spend. It was because the expenses required by his position increased along with the money that he didn't have enough money to spend. Want to buy it? Shurha actually wanted to buy it. As a researcher who often runs data, she knows the benefits of a top-level computer. Buy it? There is no way. You still have to buy it. The real war is less than a year away, and computers will not be eliminated so quickly. Then I place an order. It will be delivered tomorrow. Yeah. Hikue nodded and frowned. I'd pay half of it. Shurha and the other person returned to the office together, while comforting the heartbroken person. Seeing the person coming in, the Beam group on the scene was immediately excited. Director He? Director He? The energetic people were so excited to see Hikue at this time. Director He, you have kept it a secret from us. Yes, so you are the main researcher of beam weapons. I am different from them, Director He, I have always known you. Even the 3 people who came in later, and had little presents came forward to congratulate him one after another. Originally, they thought they were here to monitor. If Hikue couldn't research anything, they would be buried here with him. Unexpectedly, things got better after a dark period. And Hikue was actually the main developer of small beam weapons. What does it mean to follow Hikue? First of all, there is face. If you say that you work under Director Hikue of ZFT, most people will definitely respect you. Money, of course, is not lacking. They get bonuses for every project they research, not to mention that Hikue took the initiative to apply for an increase in bonuses for them. It's hard to find such a loving, responsible leader who is also very proud of himself. Everyone, work hard. The new project will be coming soon. We should speed up the development of the composite beam gun. Hikue still had the same attitude towards the new members, without any arrogance. I understand. Okay. Having gotten used to everyone's loud voices, Hikue nodded with satisfaction and returned to his office. He turned on his computer screen, and the data flow in front of him began to scroll again. The miniaturization of the Artemis Umbrella's technology and the single-phase light wave shielding system are fundamentally based on optics and electromagnetism. In these 2 aspects, he has made progress in beam weapons and high-energy pulse cannons respectively, and now he is very familiar with the data in front of him. The energy field generated by electromagnetic waves can interact with the light and physical attacks launched at the body. The energy field will react quickly, adjust its own frequency and fluctuation mode, resonate with the attacking energy waves, and absorb and disperse the attack. This kind of shield also requires an enemy identification system and cannot interfere with its own attack. It will take some time, Hikue said as he took out a round owl. Although the factory area does not allow it to be released, it is no problem to hold it in your hand. This round owl is more agile than the previous ones. It tilted its round head, as if it was very curious about Hikue taking it out. Hikue? The owl's mechanical voice said. Turn it off. Okay, they can have this level of conversation because Hikue is making AI for them. It's just that the progress is slow. If there is a smart enough AI, they will be able to separate from themselves and act independently, and even give intelligent warnings. It's not that they can't give intelligent warnings now, but this AI is still a little weak. It may give intelligent warnings at the slightest sign of trouble. And this naturally requires a device connected to them, but this is certainly not difficult for Hikue. A brand new watch-type controller has been made in the past few days. Since we can't let it go, let's make something that runs on the ground. Thinking of Hikue, a harrow reappeared in front of the screen, but it was different from the previous harrow. This harrow returned to its most original state. We need a harrow that can act as a leader as the host of the learning AI. If there is only one, the cost can be controlled. The other harrows are radar specialized, defense specialized, and auxiliary specialized. Only 4 can form a complete team system, which is much more portable than the previous 10. It would be nice if you could help me drive a Gundam in the future. What Gundam? Is it a new research? Shurha, who had just entered the office, heard Hikue's mumbling and asked curiously. It's just a name I happened to think of. Hikue smiled. It sounds like a great name. I think so too. They're off work now. I've finished running the optical data here. Everything is fine. How about you? It's okay. The simulation of electromagnetic waves is a bit complicated, but fortunately the computer here is fast enough. I write the article when I get home. Let's eat first. Okay. Hikue just stood up when a loud noise suddenly came from outside. Faintly, thick smoke filled the sky in the direction of the design bureau's door outside the window. Along with the explosion, the alarm of the entire institute also sounded soon. Go to shelter first. Shurhi frowned and said. Yes. Hikue nodded calmly. There was no point in panicking at this time. Calmness and rationality were the most important, and more importantly, to ensure the safety of himself and Shurhi. Following the guidance of the refuge passage, Hikue and the others came to the underground shelter. Some people had already gathered here, waiting nervously for the development of the situation. Director Paveo, do you know what happened? In the bright underground shelter, the director was still nervous and a little impatient when he heard the voice, but when he turned around and saw that it was Hikue, such a popular person, the impatience on his face quickly disappeared. I don't know, it should be a terrorist attack. The Blue Persians have been rampant recently. Maybe they chose to attack by force when they saw that they couldn't get in. At this time, the screen inside the shelter also began to broadcast the situation outside. In the surveillance video, there were 3 black wreckages of cars at the door of the design bureau, and thick smoke was billowing. It should be the source of the riot just now. The guards were confirming the situation at the scene and checking for danger, but it seemed safe at least for the time being. Bomb car? But why? They didn't think they could drive a car straight in, did they? Or were there other actions behind it? But this was not what he could know at the moment. He could only ask later. Anyway, it was fine as long as no one was fine. But recently it seemed that he really couldn't go out casually. Chapter 96. On the second day after the terrorist attack, Hikue appeared in the deputy director's office. We have the whole story of the attack under our control, Director He, don't worry. Aaron smiled kindly. Because our special forces received intelligence that Lon Bosi had been lurking here, but we have not been able to find the specific hiding place. We are afraid that it will have a greater impact on the safety of the city over time, so we prepared a substitute for you that day to lure Lon Bosi out. So my stand-in was hit just after he appeared at the door? That's not the case. He was hit before he even got out. Hikue curled his lips slightly. He couldn't even wait for a few dozen meters, and wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. What about my stand-in? Is he not dead? He dodged when the explosion was about to rush over, but he was still affected by the explosion, and suffered 36% burns on his skin. It's good that he's okay. This is plant, and the medical technology is excellent. To recover from 36% burns, you need to sleep in the treatment chamber, but the possibility of full recovery is still very high. But thanks to the special forces, we found the base of Lon Boss through clues, so it should be safe for the time being. What about the current progress of the light mask system? This is our current progress. Hikue readily sent the information to the deputy director's computer. Looking at the system that has completed the large-scale light mass practical data detection, Aaron showed a satisfied smile. The day after tomorrow is the award ceremony held in April City. We have to set off early tomorrow night. We have already arranged the hotel and guide. Hikue had already guessed why they were so anxious to find Lon Boss. It was nothing more than to let him go to the medal ceremony safely. Otherwise, a director who had made military achievements and a hero of ZFT. He was hit by a car just after leaving the house. There was not a single intact body. Who would dare to work for ZAFT in the future? Just surrender. But why was the deputy director winking at him, as if he was saying something? Forget it, at least it was safe. Soon it was the second day. AI Harrow was still under development. Hikue took his 4 old versions of Harrow and embarked on his first journey to the capital of Plant. As soon as he arrived at the shuttle and saw the guide that Aaron mentioned, Hikue instantly understood why Aaron's eyebrow was twitching. The girl in front of him had fair skin, long legs, blue eyes, and waterfall-like long hair that glowed with a faint golden light under the light. Director He, it's nice to meet you. I'm one of the staff members of this award ceremony, Elsa. The girl extended her hand enthusiastically. Hello, Miss Elsa. Hikue didn't show any expression on his face, but he also extended his hand and held a few of the girl's fingers lightly, and then quickly released them. It's a small token of my appreciation for our first meeting, Hikue said as he took out a most primitive B-class Harrow. Now, when testing him, he basically gave this type of Harrow. It was simple to make, and not easy to arouse suspicion. He also gave it to Elsa when he was leaving the tower, but there was no reaction. Thank you. Looking at the little Harrow in front of her, Elsa took the Harrow with a smile. No, I get to work first. Hikue didn't see any new text appear in any virtual frame. Although the system seemed random, it seemed to have certain rules. Anyway, there was no way to solve it. Hikue had a good attitude, and he had done what he was supposed to do. Elsa was stunned when she saw Hikue sitting down and taking out his computer. Didn't he say he was lustful? What's going on now? Seeing that Hikue seemed to be more interested in work than her, Elsa was depressed. As long as she could get close to him, her family's business with the Sarah faction would also benefit more. But the problem was that Hikue didn't give her a chance at all. That director He? The girl said in a soft voice, like a spoiled child. Sorry, I'm busy with work. The computer in front of Hikue was still running Harrow's AI. In fact, even if there was a good impression, Hikue would still be entangled. After all, this Elsa is most likely a member of the Sarah faction. And unlike Shurha, she can be used by the Sarah faction like this. I'm afraid she is a member of the Iron Sarah faction. She came into contact with him with a purpose, and he didn't dare to keep such a person. Okay. Seeing that Hikue had already turned a deaf ear to the outside world, Elsa was helpless, but had no other options. Later, Hikue successfully arrived at the port of April City. Looking down from the elevator in the sky, compared with the messy central belt of May City No. 1, the entire April City capital looked neat and tidy, and the lights of thousands of houses under the illumination of the Milky Way at night looked much brighter than those of May City. Even the slum-like residential area near the central belt had much more people than May City, revealing a harmonious and peaceful atmosphere. The layout of each colony is almost the same, but the capital of Plant is still much more prosperous than other colonies. The high-speed elevator did not give Hikue another chance to observe. With a pleasant sound of ding-dong, a beautiful girl with pink hair appeared in front of him in the docking station full of technology. Director He, long time no see. Lux bowed slightly. Her smooth and elegant movements and soft and pleasant voice were unforgettable no matter how you looked at her, and her charm was even greater than before. Why is Miss Lakis here? I heard the director He was coming, so I came to see him, Lakis said, as she winked playfully, and her trembling eyelashes added a bit of cuteness to her cuteness. It was obviously so contradictory to her elegance just now, but so harmonious. I probably won't have a chance to talk tomorrow, so congratulations to Director He in advance for getting the star medal. Thank you. Well, although I really want to have another chance to talk, it's too late today, so let's do it next time. Lux said this with a meaningful look at the girl, who was following Hikue with her eyes downcast. Okay. Behind them were the people of the Sarah faction, so the two of them didn't want to say much. Not long after, Lux returned to the car and analyzed the familiar scenery that kept receding outside the car window. It seems that the Sarah faction's beauty trap is not working. The girl looked frustrated, and Lux could see through it at a glance. This means that our direction will also have to change. Fortunately, there was a mining project before, and Su Lei. He actually asked her not to pursue the matter in Gibraltar. She also had her own guess about the matter in Gibraltar. Hikue's internal reputation was probably like that. As someone who had contacted Hikue earlier than the Sera faction, and even investigated him, Lux did not think that Hikue would go straight in on his own. He might have escaped from some assassination. But she had no intention of pursuing it. She just happened to sell them a favor. It was just a question whether Su Lei could still use her. That was one of the few people who became the director of the Hylian Design Bureau. If Hikue used the beauty trick to dig her away, they would really lose a lot. And when did Hong Yi's strength come out? Perhaps Hikue was still hiding very deeply. Chapter 97. The capital of April City. That night, under the guidance of Elsa, Hikue finally experienced what the prosperity of a real future city is. Even though the layout is similar, the overall situation is very different. There are a wide variety of shops, and a constant flow of suspended cars on the sky overpass, which looks like a vibrant city. The colorful neon lights and billboards are also eye-catching. There are endless cultural activities such as various art exhibitions and concerts near the plant area. There are also several plant areas that have been divided into park areas, with green trees, colorful flowers, and the fragrance of flowers and plants. In it, for only 10,000, you can even set up a tent and camp in this forest to experience the original ecology, the closest to the jungle on Earth. And in this prosperity, the most dazzling is the Supreme Council building standing in the core area of the capital, symbolizing the crystallization of power and wisdom. The smooth metal surface is glowing with soft lights, and the height that reaches the sky is connected to the space elevator, like a huge pillar, and like a huge god, silently supporting the entire plant world. Tomorrow, Director He, your award ceremony will be held in front of the Supreme Council building. Unfortunately, it is under martial law now, otherwise we could go over and take a look. Elsa had put away her disappointment and returned to her job. I understand, then let's go back. The hotel is nothing special. As the base camp of the Klein faction, most people here advocate peace. Although they don't hate Hikue, they won't be too excited like the Sera faction. Soon it was the next day. Hikue, who had already prepared all the steps in advance, put on a white suit, and put on the first-class future medal that he had been awarded before, and strode to the backstage of the award ceremony. Today, he was not the only one to be awarded the medal, but a collective award for heroes in many previous wars. This was the second collective award since Cruz was awarded the medal, and it was also because the war was temporarily stagnant at this time that such an event took place. So, at this time, the backstage was gathering almost all the personnel with outstanding military achievements in the entire ZFT since the war began. Most of them are majestic soldiers, and a small number are researchers. But Hikue is a little different. He has made two contributions. One is the actual military exploits in the defense of the Gibraltar base. As the main operator, Hikue also represents Shura on stage, and the other is the contribution made as the main researcher of the high-energy pulse cannon. One is the Star Medal, and the other is the second-level Future Medal. At this time, Hikue looked at the square from the temporary backstage. The towering figure of the building stood at one end of the square, and the marble floor reflected the bright sunlight in the sky. In the center of the square, two flags were flying on the towering flagpole. One was from Plant, and the other was from ZFT. The two flags fluttered in the artificial breeze, as if paying tribute to the brave men who were about to be awarded. On both sides of the red trail in front of the flags, tall ceremonial golds were solemnly arranged. The main silver color of the aircraft shone with a solemn light, and the golden lines gave the aircraft a sense of elegance and nobility. Even the thrusters on the back were printed with the ZFT logo. In addition, there were rows of seats further back in the MS, and audiences who had passed the security check began to enter and sit down. I think it would be better to let me go to the front line and kill 2 more people if I have time, rather than just doing these face-saving projects. The man who said that killing 2 people was like killing chickens said beside Hikue. Hearing this, Hikue turned his head and saw a dangerous person with white hair. Why is he a dangerous person? First of all, the other party's expression is very dangerous, like a hungry lion, and the ferocious eyes alone are enough to make people shudder. What's even more exaggerated is the tattoo on his face. Above his eyebrows, there is a pair of lifelike snake eyes, which makes him look cold, ruthless, cunning and cruel, which makes people feel scared. Hikue also noticed that after the man came forward, the soldiers around him and Elsa, who was beside him, automatically stepped back several meters, as if they were avoiding the plague. "Excuse me, who are you?" Hikue calmed down and took a step back and asked. "Ash Gray, you are Director He, right? The developer of the high-energy pulse cannon." Although Ash Gray smiled, his smile was very evil. "It's me. Thank you very much. I hope to use the high-energy pulse cannon you made as soon as possible. In this way, more people can be killed. I heard that Director he performed well in Gibraltar. If you are interested, let's use the weapon you made to compete? Ash Gray just talked to himself, but became more and more excited. The fierce light in his eyes seemed to turn into substance, and stabbed towards Hikue. No need. I still want to continue to contribute to Plant and ZFT. Hikue smiled. After hearing the two big hats from Plant and ZFT, Ash Gray's stern expression gradually subsided. I was just joking, Director he haha. Ash seemed to have returned to normal at this time, and he left Hikue's side after laughing twice. He didn't want to offend the host now, otherwise he would be killed before killing enough people. Hikue sighed, as he watched the other person leave in silence. Where did these people come from? He is a completely dangerous person. He has killed countless people with his murderous and cold aura. And he wants to fight him alone. That person is a mental patient. Elsa, who had just run away, reappeared at this time, patting her majestic chest, and looking at the direction where the person had just left with lingering fear. Mental illness? I'm not saying bad things. I heard that there are PTSD, antisocial personality, schizophrenia, and so on. In short, there are several confirmed cases. Although he could understand that ZFT was a little desperate due to its small number of people, was it really a good idea to let such a person join the army instead of locking him up in a mental hospital? Just let him participate in some special missions of single-person operations or secret operations, so there is no threat. Knowing that Hikue still had doubts in his mind, Elsa might have felt a little guilty for just avoiding him, so she said a few more words at this time. He seems to have taken a fancy to Director He. Anyway, you should stay away from him in the future. I heard that it was just gossip. Just listen to it. He has deliberately harmed his comrades on the battlefield before. Elsa whispered in Ikue's ear. If it is true, this matter should have been suppressed by the Seraph faction for the sake of an elite. It is not his turn to comment on this approach, but it is true that he should stay away from Ash Gray. It seems that it is not only external, but as his footprints gradually leave May City, he will also face more dangers inside. Chapter 98. Director He, keep working hard. We in the plant need talents like you. On the temporary high platform in front of him, he was the last person to be awarded. Hikue stood in front of Speaker Klein, with his head held high. Although he had a gentle smile on his face, the pressure from the superior was overwhelming. The deep blue eyes seemed to be able to see through the deepest secrets in Hikue's heart. Thank you. The two clasped their hands, and soon released them again. Hikue took a step back, and saluted Speaker Klein. It seems that his communication with the speaker was limited to this. He did not deliberately win him over, or alienate him. But that was right. After all, he was the most powerful person in the plant. Their winning over did not mean that Klein and Sarah would personally take action. He was not that important yet. After all the trips were completed, and a rewarding lunch was eaten, Hikue returned to the shuttle near dinner time. He did not continue to work on his computer at this time. He just looked at the window of the shuttle silently, watching the prosperous April city capital in front of him gradually shrink in his eyes. Thinking about it carefully, he went to the capital, and it seemed that he only got 2 medals, and one more person, who wanted to kill him. Although he became a hero that everyone was paying attention to, he seemed to have changed nothing. These huge hourglass-shaped structures were suspended in the universe, and they also did not change at all. The luncheon just now seemed like a dream. Plant, much bigger than he imagined. Since returning from the award ceremony, Hikue's life has been like this and that. Lon Bosi seems to have been dormant recently, and there is no news. Of course, Hikue still dared not despise it. Every day, he was either staying at home or working in the company. He never stepped out of the design bureau. Hikue, our machine is back. On this day, Shurha broke into Hikue's office while he was improving AI. Finally back. Hikue smiled when he heard this. Because they haven't captured any mass accelerators yet, they have to give priority to more important materials when transporting them, so it took a while. Our compound gun and the fingertip launch decoy balloon you proposed have been manufactured and can be tested at any time. After all, the Shigu was still the designated test machine of their beam group. Now that the machine was back, some of the stalled work could be continued. This is the test application. If there is no problem, just sign it. Shurha took out an electronic tablet with 2 design drawings on it. The compound gun was an improvement they had been making based on the beam weapon. It looked not much different from the current mainstream standard beam rifle, except that some mosaic stripes were made on the shell of the gun. After so much research and the experience of beam weapons, we can start the actual machine test. Of course, this is only the first step, and various extreme tests will be carried out later. However, this project has been handed over to Shurha and the people below by Hikue, so they don't have to do it themselves. They just need to check the necessary places and sign their names on the documents. The energy consumption is still a bit high. Hikue looked at the final plan. The energy consumption of a gun is 20% more than that of an ordinary beam gun. When combined together, the energy consumption is comparable to that of a high-energy pulse cannon. If these two guns and the high-energy pulse cannon were fired together, the scene would be too beautiful to imagine. No way, but the power is indeed 15% stronger than the general beam gun. Well, that's it. On the next page, the design of his fingertip induction balloon is much simpler, with a total of 10 balloons in 2 palms, and infrared induction, which is enough to temporarily confuse other bodies to lock. However, Hikue's research did not attract much attention. After all, this design also reduces the structural strength of the fingers to a certain extent, and can only be used in outer space. Moreover, interference is only useful when they are at a disadvantage in the frontal attack, but their MS itself has an advantage over the joint MA, and they will not get into a tangle unless they face a very small number of elites. In addition, although the price is not high, to reduce the cost, the production line must be expanded. However, the demand is not large to begin with, and expanding the production line is even more wasteful. Therefore, this type of equipment does not have much cost-effectiveness in general. Of course, Hikue does not need much funding to study this, and Aaron approved it very readily. It will definitely be installed on their Shigu later. If we face Gundam in the future, we will have a better chance of survival. Is this the pilot of the Zero we met before? After taking the signed document, Shurha looked at Hikue's screen curiously and asked. Yes, that's right. The screen in front of Hikue at this time was the first-person video of the previous battle between TB and the Zero pilot, as well as the video monitored from the battleship. Why are you watching this? Let the AI learn. Hikue did not hide it, and pointed to the black arrow connected to the computer. But people with spatial cognition are a minority, right? Yes. Shurha was right, but the problem was that those with spatial cognition were at least elite, and he was preparing for a rainy day. It would be best if they didn't match, but if they did, at least they could be prepared. I always feel like Hikue is always busy. Shurha came behind Hikue and gently rubbed his temple, her tone as gentle as a spring. He has indeed neglected Shurha a lot recently. Every day when he goes home, he makes small objects, and when he goes to work, he designs. Shurha is the same as him. At work, she makes compound guns, and after get off work, she writes articles and makes harrow at home. Even if they don't go out, the time they spend communicating has indeed become less. It's not good to go on like this. Thinking of this, Hikue reached out and grabbed Shurha's soft hand, pressing on his temple. The delicate skin was gently kneaded in Hikue's hands. Sorry. It's okay, I'm just worried that you are too tired, so you should take a rest. Go back and rest. You said so? Shurha bent down and kissed Hikue's brow softly and affectionately. Slowly, the kiss moved downwards, bringing Shurha's unique fragrance, and slowly approached his lips. The sun outside the window shone in, and everything seemed peaceful and beautiful. Master He, I'm sorry to bother you. Haas opened the door, and saw tons of dog food pouring towards him. He was so scared that he quickly closed the door again. After being disturbed by Hwas, Shurha quickly straightened up, and left Hikue's lips. Her face flushed and her beauty was delicious. That guy Hwas didn't even knock before he came in. Shurha said coquettishly with a red face. You've been coming in too often without knocking. I put up a sign outside in a while. Then can we do something else here? Hikue couldn't help but tease Shurha, whose face was blushing. Then do it tonight. Shurha, who didn't have a very good temper to begin with, glared at Hikue in anger. Hikue suddenly felt a little panicked. Chapter 99. After a night of fighting yesterday, Hikue, who had a rare day off, was not in the studio early in the morning, but watched TV in the living room. To be precise, he was watching TV while discussing his balance with Shurha. Recently, their money finally came to Hikue's name. Of course, such a large transfer will definitely be tracked, but the money is also obtained from legitimate war bonds. The excuse from Gibraltar is to appease, and the expenditure is from the commander's own property. No one can say much about this reason. Hikue, he is a researcher, and he also went to the front line for the base. Or maybe the two hit it off right away. Anyway, there is no clear interest involved between the two, and the commander is also a strong Seraph faction, so it did not attract much attention. Some people on the Seraph faction side guessed something after they came to their senses, but no one mentioned it at this time. Since both sides tacitly covered up the scandal, they would not destroy themselves if they had nothing to do. After all, The election is coming soon. If something goes wrong, Patrick and Sarah will definitely suffer. However, none of this matters to Hikuei. Now that his money has arrived, he has to invest it. Although 2 million has a lot of zeros, it is still far from the full amount needed to buy a house or start a business. And he can't convert the money into small items so quickly, so investing money to make money is the only choice. But it is also a problem to invest safely. It was too complicated to speculate on materials, and he didn't have that much time. There was no stock market either, and it was even closed during the war. And he was really afraid of becoming a little green man. Then the only thing left was the company. But there was no way out, and Hikuei was worried. You have completed your theory of hydraulic mineral purification recently, right? Why don't you use this money on it? Shurha suggested. But there is still a lot to go. Although he really wanted to use this money to invest in himself and get a patent to make a lot of money, 2 million was not enough for this new technology. He couldn't even finish the hydraulic classifier in the front, not to mention the whole set of equipment including the cyclone, shaker, chute, wastewater filtration and circulation system in the back. That's right. Shurha just sighed worriedly, and suddenly the sound of the news on TV caught Hikuei's attention. It is reported that this wartime loan plan will focus on industries and individuals that are most affected by the war, such as employees of military enterprises, frontline medical staff, and people who have lost their jobs or reduced their income due to the war loan. Yes, if he could apply for a loan, he could start his own research on mineral purification. With his previous experience, he knew that this theory was 100% correct. Moreover, the maintenance cost and purification efficiency were better than the original purification model, but the construction was more troublesome. Referring to the speed of popularization of mineral radar, if he researched it himself, he should be able to seize a certain market share. If he didn't have time, he could sell the technology in a package. This is much more reliable than turning into a little green man. And he is a hero of ZFT. In wartime, this is linked to credit assessment. Although economic resources are scarce in wartime, so the interest rate and guarantee requirements are very high, it is not impossible. Hikuei did it as soon as he said it. After saying something to Shurha, he came to the studio. The first thing he had to do was to evaluate the minimum funds required for a complete set of hydraulic purification system. The labor cost can be basically ignored. He and Shurha can be the engineers. If that doesn't work, he can also pull the people in the team. Then, there is the research and development of equipment. For this, Schaefer Daly, who I knew before from the asteroid mining research group, should be able to help. Next is the issue of intellectual property rights. He should be able to find a legal advisor among the team members. Anyway, the current regulators are developing in multiple directions. Then the most important equipment issue is the key. The estimated cost is 20 million. If a buffer is added on the basis of the cost estimate, the final budget may reach 30 million. This is the budget when Hikuei treats all team members as Palu, and does not plan to pay them salaries. Anyway, when they make money, they will share the profits according to their contributions. Fortunately, this project is different from miniaturized MS, and there is no need for trial and error, so the cost calculated by Hikuei is much lower than that of miniaturized MS. But what should he use as collateral? It seems that there is no part of his body that is worth 30 million, and he can't guarantee Shigu, because it is not his at all. Hikuei looked at the budget assessment on the computer in front of him, and suddenly thought that if the development of the miniaturized MS was successful, according to the agreement, he would have a 3% dividend for 10 years. Before, he just wanted to seize the day and reduce the material price, so he didn't care much about this. But now if he gets this dividend, he should be able to apply for a loan as collateral. 30 million seems to be there. The basic test of the miniaturized MS has been completed, and there should be no problem after the practical test is completed. It's time to solve the problem over there. The destination is not too far away. Even so, Hikuei still put on a baseball cap and stuffed a few inflatable airbags into his clothes, and then took the newly made radar specialized Harrow, defense specialized Harrow, and AI Harrow command type before going out. After a tense and alert journey, Hikuei finally arrived at the door of the Industrial Design Bureau. Director Bao, who had met before, just happened to see Hikuei taking off his hat and preparing to swipe his card to enter. Hello, Director Bao. Haha, Director He, long time no see. We have read all the previous news. We all admire you very much. He opened the door for Hikuei enthusiastically. Director Bao seemed not to see the disguise on Hikuei, and said enthusiastically, "This is just what I should do for Plant." As expected of Director He, you are so conscious. Thank you for the compliment. The flattery from the other side made Hikue completely lose his temper. And Director Bao seemed to be getting more and more excited, but what he said was all flattery. It made Hikue feel very awkward. Then I will go to study at first, see you later. Seeing that they finally arrived at the elevator, Hikue said hurriedly. Okay. Seeing that the enthusiastic director was finally separated by the heavy elevator door, Hikue breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, Hikue came to his research area and turned on the underground lighting again. He saw that the interior was still the same as when he and Su Lei completed the basic function test here last time. Just when Hikue wanted to start working again, Su Lei's charming voice suddenly sounded behind him along with the sound of the sliding door opening. Next, there are armor impact resistance tests and communication system tests. Chapter 100. Finally ready to reopen? Su Lei sat down next to Hikue as if she were at home. After all, it's been closed for long enough. Why did you come here? I was enjoying the breeze on the balcony, and suddenly I saw you dressed up as a fat man. Danger? Danger, but you're still here? Didn't I say that Miss Lakis has been understanding of you recently? This is not good either. As Hikue spoke, he had already activated the small MS in the experimental field. The impact resistance test only tests the feedback of ordinary stone bullets shot on it. As a low-performance mining machine, it does not need too strong defense capabilities. According to the contract, as long as the strength reaches a certain standard and does not affect the performance, the cost can be reduced. The body working inside the colony satellite does not need the cockpit reinforced glass. However, those working in the space environment outside the colony are equipped with reinforced glass. The cost can be reduced by making a modular design for the cockpit. Aren't you here to help? Hikue asked Su Lei, who was just looking at him, and had no intention of taking action. Yeah. Su Lei just nodded, staring at Hikue who was adjusting the parameters with unfocused eyes. Sometimes she felt that Hikue seemed to be getting farther and farther away from her. He had 3 medals, and was also a hot figure in the design bureau. It seemed that she still remembered the time when she worked under him. It made her heart anxious. If she liked him, why couldn't she fight for him? The words Lux said to her last night came to her mind again. It was these words that kept her awake last night. She always felt that she could hear those unbearable sounds outside the thick walls that should not be heard. Although she knew that Lux was taking advantage of their friendship, she couldn't stop herself from thinking so. Some things take root in her mind and can never be erased. So does he like her? She wanted to know the answer but couldn't ask it. What's wrong? Seeing that Hikue was about to turn around without getting a response from her, Su Lei felt an inexplicable impulse in her heart. At this delicate moment, her body uncontrollably moved forward a few inches. The next moment, their lips touched each other as planned by Su Lei. Su Lei only felt a strong electric current generated from the point where the two touched, and it instantly penetrated her body. Hikue was also stunned at this time, but looking into Su Lei's eyes, there was no resistance in his eyes, but he seemed to be a little intoxicated. Hikue wanted to get inside out of habit. However, this intimate action broke the harmony between the two. She suppressed her breath and came to her senses, staring at Hikue, and quickly pushed him away. Idiot! Pervert! Su Lei attacked Hikue with a series of words. However, the killing power of these coquettish words was almost zero. It would be better to say that the soft and somewhat arrogant words, coupled with a shy expression and the helpless fingers twisted together, made people more lovable. Accidentally. That was my first kiss, and who would? Who would stick out their tongue when they accidentally touched someone? Hikue is indeed a pervert. However, Su Lei couldn't say the rest because she was too shy. Sorry. Although he seemed to see Su Lei deliberately move forward a little. But it would be troublesome if he really said it. And it was indeed him who stuck out his tongue. Don't do it next time. Su Lei was really anxious, and the matter ended without any conclusion. But there is still a little change. That is the virtual box in front of Hikue. Su Lei's favorability 130. Unlocked academic. Single-phase light wave shielding decision support AI 0/10,000. It is unlocked, which can make him feel relieved. At least his inference is correct, otherwise he will cry to death if he really has to slowly build a system. The armor impact resistance test will take another 2 days, and 2 more small MSs will need to be scrapped during this period, but since he has a sponsor, he doesn't care. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the recruitment fair of Hylon Design Bureau. As the director of Hylon Design Bureau, there were graduates of December Military Academy. Hikue also came to the square of Hylon Design Bureau today, specifically responsible for the recruitment of December Military Academy. This was the recruitment fair that Hikue came to last year. Time flies, and he didn't expect that he would stand here a year later. The manager of the Human Resources Department has disappeared. It is said that the Sarah faction found out about the dirty things between the two, and the people behind them directly transferred him away. It is said that he was transferred to Clark Design Bureau. Hikue didn't care much. If he saw him, it was fine. If he didn't see him, he didn't have the time to retaliate against him. Why do you appear at every recruitment? Hikue looked at Su Lei, who was sitting next to him, and complained speechlessly. You look pretty, right? That's right. Today, Su Lei dressed up carefully, removing some of her immaturity and adding some charm. It's your turn to speak. Seeing the staff signal, Su Lei didn't respond to Hikue's embarrassing words. Her elbow poked Hikue's waist affectionately. After Hikue responded, the two of them came to the gate of Highland Design Bureau one after the other. Hello everyone, I am Hikue from the Beam Group. First of all, on behalf of the Assessment Committee of Highland Design Bureau, I would like to express my warm welcome and sincere gratitude to all applicants. During the pause in the speech, the crowd below also began to applaud very respectfully. In this new era of rapid change, our Highland Design Bureau will also face greater challenges, but I hope you can understand that our Highland Design Bureau is an important force in promoting the development of the plant technology industry. Hikue's speech this time was not lengthy, basically just some official rhetoric, not to mention how sincere it was, and he left after he finished speaking. This time there are 12 people with A-level potential, and more than 40 people have already reached B-level. This year's talent is really much more than in previous years. Su Lei compared the information of today's candidates with the assessment site in the workshop downstairs and sighed. Yes. It's a pity that Sarah's son seems to have joined the army with his friends, otherwise with Sarah's talent and connections, he might have become the director. As the main war faction, the Sarah faction can't put him in the back. The more outstanding the military exploits of Aslan in the front, the more popular the Sarah faction in the back will be. Now the Sarah faction is determined to push Aslan out to compete with Lakis's popularity. That's right, but I didn't expect that our mayor would also let his son join the army. Whether this is a signal that Amalfi is gradually becoming pro-Sarah faction, no one can say. But these things are naturally the worries of the big figures of the two parties, and Hikue doesn't care. But Aslan and others joining the army also reminded Hikue that he was far from safe at this time, and he couldn't relax on money and power. Chapter 101. So far, the final test has been completed. Hikue looked at the latest MS with a cockpit and breathed a sigh of relief. Recently, he has been studying the light shield and making Harrow, so he comes here every day. And every time he goes out, he wears casual clothes and various Harrow. Although nothing happens every time, Hikue still dares not relax once. The opponent can fail many times, but he only has one life. If he dies, it's gone. It's impossible to resurrect by inserting a coin. As for crossing again, he didn't want to try it, because he would die if he tried it. Finally, his hard work paid off. After about a month, he finally completed the work on the small MS in the laboratory. Congratulations. Su Lei on the side was not too excited, just recording something on the tablet. Next is the actual machine test. Yeah. Hikue's original excitement was broken by Su Lei's faint words. Then I will contact Miss Lux? Okay. Hikue nodded upon hearing this, and did not refuse. Only waiting for the next day, using the vacation time he had saved up before, Hikue appeared outside the port of November City. November City specializes in multi-purpose practical engineering. It is also one of the centers for asteroid mining, where many asteroids are waiting to be mined. The mining gun is also ready. Lux looked curiously at the small machine in front of her that was only 2 people tall, and the round gun that was almost as big as the entire machine and was embedded in the back of the machine. Yes. This mining gun is one of the technologies derived from the research of beams. It has a built-in power supply and can freely control the size of the beam. It can be used as a beam or a dagger to cut. Of course, it cannot be fired. In simple terms, it is just a beam with controllable power. I have borrowed the asteroid and can start at any time. Schaefer Daly from the asteroid mining team also appeared here at this time. It is better to say that because of the needs of their research, they have been staying in November City for a long time. Thank you for your help. Then I look forward to Director He's wonderful performance. Just going to mine. Hikue smiled and quickly walked to the small machine body and opened the transparent glass cover on it. The machine with the color of jean and had a red eye on the chest armor in front of the cockpit. After turning on the machine, it gradually lit up, as bright as a ruby. As a developer, Hikue quickly jumped a few steps freely in this weightless, or cutting field. From time to time, he opened the small thrusters on his back to make a high jump, showing his extraordinary flexibility. This was not Hikue showing off his skills, but demonstrating the performance of the machine to Lux. How long do you want to jump? It's enough. Su Lei looked at Hikue, who was like a monkey inside, and turned on the internal microphone, and said unhappily. This scene also made Lux's mouth curl up a little. Your relationship is getting better and better. Yeah. Su Lei, you won't give up our goal, right? Although Lux was still smiling, she had a more questioning tone. No, it's just that Hikue is not an enemy. I know, so how about bringing him in? He doesn't look like he wants to come in. Recently, Hikue seems to be busier than usual. I'm afraid he's not just researching light shields and small MS. But Su Lei didn't know what to say. After all, it won't threaten the Klein faction. You should know that La Boss is still keeping an eye on him. Lux narrowed her eyes, and looked at Hikue, who was successfully cutting the ore inside. Yeah. Although it's safe now, they will come back sooner or later. He also made a lot of things. Yes, we all know that he is making a light shield. Lux said softly. Yeah. So do you think he can succeed this time? I don't know. Our technician said that the possibility is not high. After all, Hikue is still young. Even if he understands the theory of the umbrella, he will definitely not be able to do it. But? Su Lei couldn't help but raise her voice after hearing the doubt. So Su Lei believes it, right? This time, Su Lei just lowered her head and didn't answer. Let's not talk about this. The place we mentioned before will be built in a few months. Hikue will be safe there. It just so happens that there is a lack of someone to take charge of the overall situation. Lux's words were a bit coaxing. Let's get the person first. And she didn't lie. That place is absolutely safe. I don't know how much effort the Klein faction has put into that secret factory. There is no place that is safe. You want to let Hikue know that place? Su Lei's expression was a bit complicated. After all, that place was a secret place known only to a few people in the Klein faction. Well, we need to observe it further. Besides, there is also Lei Lei. As if acting like a spoiled child, Lux took Su Lei's jade hand and shook it lightly. The cute color ignored the difference in gender and made people's hearts soften. If Su Lei was for Hikue's safety, she should have invited Hikue to go there for her. I try my best. Just as Lux thought, Su Lei couldn't help but agree after hearing that. Yeah, thank you. Hikue had already walked out of the machine and was coming back with Schaefer Daly. Lux, who was welcoming the two of them, returned to her peaceful smile. Congratulations, Director He. This test should be very successful, right? Yes, it can be said to be a great success. Although Schaefer Daly was not too excited, he also had a friendly smile on his face. He picked up the data recorded on the tablet and continued. The power is 30% higher than that of ordinary power suits. Although the price is also increased by 40%, I believe the cost price will also drop after the production line is rolled out. Based on my experience, I believe there will be many companies willing to buy it, even the Waste Merchants Association. Why not use it if it is useful? Although Hikue's machine is more expensive than a power suit, it is cheaper than a MS anyway. As for the system, it will not pose a threat to gene and system patent, right? No, 85% of the underlying codes are different. Hikue said immediately. I didn't expect Director He to have such high attainments in information engineering. Lux smiled cordially after Su Lei nodded in confirmation. Then when the final confirmation is correct and the product begins to be laid, we will pay the corresponding profits according to the contract, and the next meeting will be when the final trial is made. No problem, then Director Su and I will leave first. Hikue said to Lux happily. Now the product line has not been rolled out, and he has no profit. It will probably take a long time for this small MS to make money. Of course, Hikue's purpose is to get a loan, as long as this small MS can prove its potential. Looking at the smiling Hikue, Lux quietly labeled him as a greedy person in her heart. Well, Director He, you are busy. Looking at Hikue's back as he left, Lux still had some doubts about Hikue's background. Although the other party did not look like a pervert, the way he looked at her was indeed a bit strange sometimes. It's not lust or love, it seems to be just a need. Is it because of her money? But this time the bet agreement has been completed, but it still looks the same. Can he really research the light shield system? If he can, maybe she will have to personally go down and mediate with Hikue. Chapter 102. After returning from November City, Hikue spent more time on the research of light shields, and the progress was very encouraging. The first thing Hikue saw when he woke up from the bed was the virtual frame in front of him. Shura Hanif's favorability 146. Experience bonus 7. Micro component processing A level, 48894/100000. Academics. Single-phase lightweight shielding system, 18623/30,000. The total progress of the light shield of 30,000 has now reached nearly 20,000. With the increase of knowledge, the miniaturization of the light shield is also constantly improving. Just when Ikue showed a smile, Shurha, who was nestled in Ikue's arms, opened her eyes. Shurha, who was nourished, was like a blooming flower at this time, and she murmured coquettishly, "Get up so quickly. I have to go to work." Patting the tight buttocks of the person in his arms, Ikue stood up without waiting for Shurha's answer. I don't know if it was because of the long-lost relaxation yesterday, the battle between the two was also particularly long-lasting, and even Shurha was unusually proactive. If it weren't for the physique of the adjuster, he doubted that he could get up now. With a soft moan, Shurha also sat up from the bed and stretched, showing her graceful and exquisite curves. Walked to the kitchen. Ikue took out the meat buns and milk that had just been preheated. Although it looked like an ordinary breakfast, compared with the previous composite meal and the white porridge later, these two things now seemed very high-end. And Shurha came out soon after. Ikue, who was busy in the kitchen, also showed a lovely smile. "Why don't you wear shoes?" Ikue just brought the buns to the table and saw Shurha standing barefoot on the floor. It's not that easy to catch a cold, and doesn't Ikue like it? Shurha's half-joking words successfully reminded Ikue of the new way of playing that the two of them had developed yesterday. I couldn't help but raise the corners of my mouth, but quickly suppressed it. "If you play again, you will be late." Now both of them are directors, unless everyone takes a vacation. Otherwise, if one person takes a vacation, the other person will have to go to work. Oh! Shurha didn't plan to do anything, but when she heard Ikue say that, she looked down at her slender jade feet. As white as jade, smooth and delicate, the slightly closed toes are symmetrical and slender, and the nails are like dewdrops dotted on them, crystal clear. Shurha moved her toes, and quickly raised her head, smiling and saying, "I give you a surprise when I come back tonight." Okay. Although Shurha's smile looked a bit bad, he didn't hate it. While Ikue was still looking forward to it in his heart, the doorbell rang suddenly, breaking the charming atmosphere in the living room. At this time? Who is it? Shurha asked curiously. "Let me see." Ikue opened the door. Behind the door stood a well-dressed young man holding a small exquisite Japanese bonsai. "Hello, I'm Yuta Hirai from the Nuclear Fission Research Group, who recently moved next door to Director He. Please take care of me." With a Japanese bow, Ikue took a step back. "Mr. Hirai, you're too polite. The Nuclear Fission Research Group is also the Plant Energy Group on paper, but I'm afraid it won't be in the future." Ikue, "Who's here?" Hearing the conversation outside the door, Shurha followed out. "This is Director Hirai of the Nuclear Fission Research Group." Taking the bonsai from Hirai, Ikue continued. "Director Hannes." Hirai sounded like he knew Hannes' identity. Ikue's eyes became more alert. Before, there were many cases where their neighbors and colleagues were spies. Although the director is unlikely to be a spy, what if there is an accident? "Well, I'm really sorry for wasting your time," Hirai said gently and left. "Do you want to check it?" Shurha asked worriedly, looking at the potted plant in Ikue's hand. "Yes." Ikue scanned the potted plant in front of him with the auxiliary harrow, and after confirming that there was no problem, they hurried to work. The colony satellite, which is always warm like spring, is still the most suitable temperature today. In the cool morning breeze, the two returned to the beam group together. As soon as I entered the office, I saw my team members receiving a visitor. "Director He, excuse me." Deputy Director Aaron saw Ikue and stood up from her seat. "Director, good morning, come in." This deputy director usually doesn't come to see me unless there's something important to do, and it's unknown what he might be up to today. Aaron nodded, and the two of them went to Ikue's office. "I heard that Director He's newly researched small MS has successfully applied for a patent," Aaron said as soon as Ikue closed the door. "You can say that, but it's not just my credit. Yes, the Klein faction is famous for its shrewdness." Although Aaron did not say it explicitly, the disdain in her eyes was still obvious. Ikue just smiled and said nothing after hearing this. This kind of words, once spoken, may be a statement of attitude. Director He is really careful. Originally, they thought that the other party was just lustful, but they did not expect that the person they sent to the door before did not accept it, but the other party did not resist contact with them. It seems that Ikue is now waiting for a price. After knowing this, there are many voices in their internal affairs that want to temporarily cool down Ikue, otherwise it is really unnecessary to waste too many resources to win over a wavering person. As long as Ikue is still in the Hylian Design Bureau, Other weapons including the light shield system will eventually fall into the hands of the National Defense Committee. Hikue just needs to stay and not completely join the Klein faction. So now that Hikue wants to pull, they will follow suit. Since the work outside has been completed, I still hope that Director he will return to his job as soon as possible. Okay. Hikue did not show any coldness to Aaron's attitude compared to before, but just sent Aaron away with a normal look. Not long after sitting down and being quiet, Shurha followed in. What did she ask you to do just now? To knock on someone's door. I'm here again. After all, it was me who didn't accept her kindness, so it's normal. Hikue shrugged indifferently. If he maintained a good relationship, his goal would be achieved. There was really no need to join. What kindness? Shurha looked at Hikue suspiciously. That's it. Hearing Hikue speak so obscurely and winking, Shurha still had something to not understand. The Sarah faction is getting more and more chaotic. Shurha's pouting look was extremely cute. Hikue couldn't help but stand up and pinch Shurha's mouth. You're almost a platypus. No, who is his back with the new members of our group? You can go out and take a look. Shurha slapped Hikue's hand away, gave Hikue a coquettish look, and turned to leave. Chapter 103. Hikue did not delay after hearing this, and walked out of the office. There were two new faces, a man and a woman, in the office outside. They were not much younger, after all, Hikue was only 1 year older than them, and the adjuster himself did not age obviously, so they did not look out of place. After seeing Hikue, the two men pursed their lips, and saluted Hikue in a standard military salute. There was yearning and anxiety in their eyes when they looked at Hikue, but more of it was excitement. Excited about working under the CFT hero. This group is the hottest department in Hylon Design Bureau recently. I heard that they are still developing weapons that will be used at the forefront. It is hard not to be excited about the future, money and connections. Then work hard. I have said the rest at the recruitment fair. I will definitely live up to Director He's trust. Looking at the two people in front of him, Hikue was very pleased that there were finally 2 fewer battle maniacs in his group. Just as things were back to normal, Lux contacted them. It was still November City, but unlike the previous port in November City, this time they came to a private asteroid mineral collection company in November City. This company. Guess? Before Hikue could ask the question, Lux stopped him. Facing Lux's half-smile, Hikue swept his nose and didn't ask any more questions. The two quickly walked into the inner venue, where dozens of small MS developed by Hikue without cockpit glass were already being cut. We have already started trial production, and the results are good, but it will take some time to roll out the goods. And in order to roll out the goods in a short period of time, our profit is not high. After deducting everything, there is only about 500,000 net profit per unit. The cost of one unit is 10 million, but with the additional cost of sales, operation and promotion, after sales and taxes, the average cost per unit is about 12 million. The net profit of only 5% is really low, especially for a high-tech industry. The Klein faction is also losing money now. First of all, the production of small MS requires raw materials. If the finished MS cannot be sold, there will naturally be corresponding costs incurred by backlog. So they also need to distribute the products in large areas in plant. And currently, the beam mining gun can only be used by all domestic enterprises in plant, and is strictly controlled. So buying and selling this thing is a bit difficult for both parties. As for Hikue, he could earn 15,000 yuan for every unit sold. If this number grows, it will be terrifying enough. Is there any publicity? Hikue asked. If Lux is willing to endorse it, it will definitely sell well. Now as long as the distribution is smooth, everything will be fine. Yes, but we can't do it. One of them is the director of the Hylon Design Bureau, and it is impossible for him to come out for advertising. The other is a Klein faction singer with great ambitions. She will never gamble on her impression points in the hearts of the people for such a small profit. As for ordinary stars, it is useless. Corporate acquisitions are not personal transactions. From the perspective of interests, who cares about you? But although our purchase cost is high, if we analyze the cost-benefit, the total cost of ownership of the new product after long-term use is lower than that of the power suit. In the future, we can also provide small MS rental services to enhance the user experience. This can also avoid the problem of mining guns being too difficult to approve and open up a new track. Hikue thought about it, and continued to speak out the ideas he had accumulated in the past few days. If necessary, we could also buy off 1 or 2 power suit manufacturers to promise to upgrade their production lines for new MS, and let them take the initiative to hold a competition between power suits and small MS. Listening to Hikue's high-sounding speech, Lux's clear eyes were a little surprised. Director He, it would be a waste of talent if you don't become a businessman. Lakis Klein favorability 9. Experience bonus 0. MS Operation Technology B level, 1867/10,000, I'm still far from that. Seeing the inexplicable increase in favorability, Hikue was stunned for a moment, and then reacted. So to make Lux happy, she had to show some extraordinary abilities? Then he had shown so much before, but it didn't work. Thinking of this, Hikue quickly found the highlight. What he showed before was not beneficial to Lux at all. His research was for the National Defense Committee, and his record was under the Sarah faction. Only this small MS was the product of the cooperation between the two. I will go back and talk to the propaganda department. Lux smiled with her eyes twinkling. Okay. After all, it was not his company, so Hikue stopped talking at this point. So do you want to go out for dinner, Director He? Okay. After Hikue agreed, the two did not go out to eat in a swaggering manner, but got a seat in a private room in the company's cafeteria. What's wrong? The two sat opposite each other at a round table, and Lux asked with a smile, looking at the surprised Hikue. I didn't expect Miss Lakis to eat synthetic meat. There are no delicacies here, even in the cafeteria of your Hylon Design Bureau. But I heard that the director should have a special set meal. Yes. Pretending not to hear Lakis's test, Hikue lowered his head to hide the unnaturalness in his expression, and ate the synthetic meat on the plate that looked like steak but had no taste. Although he roughly guessed that doing things that benefit Lakis can increase her favorability. But if he told Lux directly that he wanted to give her the light shield system, Lux would probably think there was a trap, or think he was simply crazy. And even if it was to increase his favor, he didn't want to join the Klein faction. He also had his own plans, and cooperating with Lux was good for her. And he could also benefit from it, a win-win situation. Does Director He want to be the director? Lakis, who didn't know what Hikue was thinking, saw that Hikue didn't take the bait, so she continued to ask as if chatting about family matters. Everyone has the same idea, right? Director He's habit of answering questions with questions is not a good one. But if the light shield system is completed, Director He will be one step closer to that position. I heard that they are preparing to transform Boyas recently, and have added a lot of reserve power. Lakis said, while cutting the meat on the plate elegantly, as if it was really a high-end steak. Hearing Lakis' words, Hikue's face also became solemn. Since the power supply is increased, then they want to make a new Artemis umbrella. Hikue has not heard of this news. At this pace, I am afraid that he will have to go to Boyas to guide the installation soon. This makes his time more urgent. After all, installation is not a small task. Su Lei's system must be done well, and some of his life-saving methods must also be arranged. Miss Lakis, do you know how long it will take for the power supply modification to be completed? I don't know about that, but it won't be a month at the latest. Many soldiers have started construction during the ceasefire, so the efficiency is much higher than before. Thank you. No need. Just consider it as a reward for Director He's advice just now. Lux blinked at Hikue. After saying that, she finally took the fork and put the finely chopped meat into her small cherry lips. Lux's chewing sound was almost inaudible, soft and orderly, and there seemed to be an indescribable sense of pleasure on her face. Sure enough, they are not eating the same thing. Seeing Lux's soft face, which seemed to be enjoying it, Hikue lowered his head and twitched his lips slightly. I don't know how Lux did it. Eating synthetic meat is like eating delicacies from the mountains and the sea. The style of eating is also different. It seems that there is a princess over there, and a refugee over here. Chapter 104. It was late at night when he came back from Lux. Seeing the light still on in the living room, Hikue couldn't help but feel even more outstanding. He opened the door, and saw a figure covered with a blanket on the sofa, in the brightly lit living room. Asleep? Hikue chuckled. He knew the girl in front of him was not asleep. She even seemed to be breathing a little faster. No! Shura stood up from the sofa, and rushed towards Hikue. At the same time, she stepped on Hikue's feet barefoot. Feeling the soft jade in his arms, Hikue's smile gradually rose. Why did you come back so late? Shura's slender hands tightly hugged Hikue's waist, and said coquettishly, I have no choice but to eat there again before coming back. Miss Lakis, please? The company's canteen. Hikue explained. That's really miserable. I ate beef tonight. So what's the surprise? Hikue looked at the excited girl with a smile, and a little tenderness flashed in his eyes. Look! Shura hugged Hikue's neck, and her delicate body left a warm embrace. The girl was now standing barefoot on the soft blanket. Following the girl's line of sight, Hikue's line of sight went down from the girl's slender legs. Finally, It stopped at Shurha's jade feet. The wine-red nail polish shone with an alluring luster under the light, as mellow and deep as red wine. Each toenail was like a carefully polished ruby, emitting a charming glow, which further highlighted the whiteness and delicacy of her toes. The snow-white texture was clearly visible. Perhaps because she was shy being looked at, her small and delicate toes curled up slightly like a mimosa, appearing even more petite and cute. It makes people want to keep watching. Still watching. Shurha glared at Hikue, interrupting the aggressive gaze of the man in front of her, took Hikue's hand, and walked towards the bedroom upstairs. I've seen the movements of the feet. You must be more skilled tonight. Really? Hikue was also very happy to hear this. After several nights of spring, looking at Shurha, who was satisfied in his arms, and the favorability of her rising again, Hikue just felt very relieved. Shurha, we may have to go out again. Where are we going? Her head rubbed against Hikue's and asked. Boyaz. They are setting up storage devices over there. If I'm not mistaken, they are planning to set up light shields there. Speaking of which, I don't know how the Alliance will bomb after Boyaz sets up the light shield. Logically speaking, the light shield should be able to defend against nuclear bombs as long as the power is strong enough. However, that place is still the front line of the conflict between the two sides, and Ikue's identity is complicated. If he goes there, he will definitely be on guard again. Then I prepare Shigu in the next few days. Okay, and take down the compound gun, it consumes too much energy. Hikue kissed Shurha's smooth forehead and stood up. The news about Boyaz reached Hikue's ears faster than he thought. Only 2 days later, the deputy director came to Hikue again, as if to collect a debt. Director how is your decision-making system research going? Aaron asked directly this time. 1/3. His pet-making speed has not increased significantly. Now he can only make 1 pet a day, including work and other time. Even if he gives all of them to Sule, it will not be of much use. And there are orders from the desert, so it would be good if he can achieve 1/3 of them. Is that so? According to your theory, we are already preparing to set up the corresponding power generation equipment on Boyaz. Aaron put a simple plan in front of Hikue. If this device can be completed, the safety of our plant homeland will be further guaranteed. Rising to such a high level, Hikue could not refute and could only nod with a proud look. However, the style of the internal generator made him a little distracted. Deputy Director, this generator should be nuclear energy, right? Yes, there are no neutron jammers in the universe, which means we can control it at will, and we are also equipped with a sufficient number of energy storage devices. Even if the coalition really intends to launch a nuclear attack, the energy after we turn on the light shield is enough to support the light shield of the entire base for 2 hours. 2 hours may not seem like much, but that was on the front battlefield, and the people inside the shield fought against the people outside for 4 hours. The Union could not afford that. Hikue's doubts were not about this. Why are these nuclear power equipment so big? Looking at the power generation device that occupied most of the bottom of Boyaz, Hikue was puzzled. What are you talking about? This is the smallest size we can make. Is that so? Shouldn't they have ultra-compact nuclear fission reactors? Thinking of this, Hikue remembered a problem he had ignored before. Why didn't Jean use nuclear power? Even if the cost is high, if the nuclear fission technology itself is mature, then there must be 1 or 2 test machines. Now that I think about it, it turns out that the compact nuclear fission reactor has not been developed yet. In short, we expect to complete the assembly in half a month, and you need to go over and take a look at it by then. I understand, and I want to promote another deputy director. After hearing this, Aaron quickly understood Hikue's plan. Okay, I allow you to promote a temporary deputy director as the acting manager. But Director He is going to work, so he still needs to be careful. Isn't it just that he wants to take his young fiancée to Boyaz with him? No, it's just because Director Hannes is also my driving partner, and it's also to prevent accidents. The most important thing is that the progress cannot be stopped. In half a month, if he gives his all to Sule, he should be able to catch up, and then Shurha can only make up for it in Boyaz. I understand. You are a young couple. So let's do this. Okay. Hikue pulled his lips slightly, and did not refute. After going up this time, if he succeeds, his reputation in plant will definitely rise. In other words, it will also be beneficial to his future investment plan. So even if Hikue doesn't care much about the bonus for going to Boyaz, he still agreed. In addition, Shurha's favorability is about to reach another threshold. Hikue is not sure what the system will give this time, when the light shield has not been fully understood. Anyway, he couldn't stop, it was all for survival. Even the loan to start a company was the same, only with his own foundation, He could better complete the lifeboat car to protect himself, Even in the A-level area is not absolutely safe, and with his own industry, he can live a better life. No longer worry about food and clothing, and even one day, he can build a Gundam that truly belongs to him. Chapter 105. For you. Hikue placed his freshly made owl in front of Su Lei's desk. Facing the sunlight outside the window, the white owl also reflected a hint of metallic luster. Compared to the slightly rough material before, Hikue's owl was made of first-hand materials and had reliable performance. Why are you giving so many gifts recently? You can almost open a zoo. Su Lei looked at the chubby owl in front of her and poked her head unhappily. It wasn't poking at the owl, it was poking at Hikue's forehead. The soft fingertips pressed between the eyebrows, with a hint of sweetness. Hikue smiled and grabbed Su Lei's evil little hand and rubbed it. And Su Lei didn't resist, but just pursed her lips and was about to say something, but was interrupted by Hikue. I be careful. I didn't say anything, don't be so self-indulgent, pervert. Su Lei withdrew his finger that was warmed by Hikue. Well, then I'm leaving. Hikue nodded with a hurt look on his face. Don't run around if you're fine. Facing Hikue's pitiful expression, Su Lei still lowered her eyes and added, well, I be careful. The hurt on Hikue's face disappeared, replaced by a teasing expression. Get out. Facing Su Lei, who was angry and embarrassed, Hikue also quickly got out of Su Lei's office. Looking at Hikue's back as he really left, Su Lei stamped her feet and subconsciously rubbed the still warm fingertips that Hikue had just rubbed. There are still some rough textures left on it from assembling the radar. Sure enough, I still have to find an opportunity to go to the beauty salon and give him a surprise when I come back. Director He, you won't make Director Su angry again, right? The deputy director in the office outside looked at the smirk on Hikue's face and said helplessly. Although I couldn't hear what was said inside, it was a fact that they had to suffer every time Hikue came over recently. Okay. Hikue smiled and nodded. Facing Hikue's look of I dare to do it again next time, everyone was forced to say nothing under the tyranny of Hikue. After watching Hikue leave, a new girl couldn't help but ask curiously. Why does Director He often make Director Su angry? God knows, he didn't dare to do that before. Thinking of the time when Hikue was still working diligently at his workstation and building radars with him, the deputy director also sighed. In the blink of an eye, he has become a reserve director. His status is even higher than Su Lei's. Before? Haven't you heard? Hikue used to be in our group. Really? Can you tell me about it? The girl's eyes lit up. Who doesn't want to hear gossip about Director He? It's enough for her to brag about it. And she has a chance. With Hikue's current status, it's not bad to be his lover. Don't chat, otherwise I deduct your money. Su Lei, who appeared in the office at some point, glared at the people in front of her with dissatisfaction. Okay. So I told Hikue not to make Su Lei angry. Not knowing what was going on, Hikue took out a small black arrow after returning to his office. It has both AI and a stronger processor. He spent countless hours on AI alone. The processor and various parts inside are made of brand new synthetic metal, and the hardness and durability are also the highest in the current civilian field. A harrow that costs 100,000 yuan. Looking at this thing in front of him, Hikue felt his wallet aching. 2 million is used as capital investment, so it cannot be started. This money of harrow is still from the last bonus. In the case of maintaining basic transactions with mechanical fans, he does not have much income at all. Just when Hikue was lost in thought, an email was sent to Hikue's terminal. The goods have been gradually rolled out. According to your idea, the sales point is also the overall cost, plus rental and trial services, but it is still difficult. Okay. Hikue thought about it. The other party invested 1 billion in him as funding. Although only about 500 million was used in the end, it is not easy to earn back 500 million with 500,000 per aircraft. As for whether his dividend is worth 30 million, we will know it only when we come back. Come back safely, and I will ask Director He for help later. Okay. After replying Lux's email, Hikue walked slowly to the office of the Beam Group. Director Hennis and I are about to go to Boyitz. Haas will stay here as the acting director. 2 more people will go with us, and the others will continue to be responsible for the research and development of the light mask system. Director He? As Hikue expected, Haas stood up excitedly as soon as he finished speaking. Director He, I want to go. After all, your position is still very important. Next time. Hikue patted Huasi's shoulder and said, Huasi is close to A level in terms of micro-operation, and he is almost a talent in all fields. He is the best candidate to temporarily replace the director. Moreover, the two have a lifelong friendship. If he can really be promoted to deputy director in the future, then Wasi will be the best choice to replace the Beam team. As for the two people Hikue mentioned later, in order to balance, he volunteered to participate, and the other was one of the people who were transferred here before. The next day, after arranging the work after leaving, Hikue secretly boarded the flagship to Boyaz at the port of May City. As soon as he arrived at the bridge, Hikue saw Captain TB's honest face full of smiles. Director He, long time no see. Seeing that the other party wanted to hug him, Hikue did not refuse. The two quickly hugged each other tightly, and then separated again. I didn't expect it to be Captain TB again. After all, we are responsible for protecting important personnel. I hope your research this time can be completed smoothly. Thank you for your good words. I read the report this time. Boyaz has been causing constant harassment, and there may be spies that have not been cleared out. In short, Director He should try to act with us after he arrives, and don't be alone. However, your residential area should be the area with the highest security factor. Generally, you don't have to worry. You just need to be more vigilant. We will also send someone to protect your safety 24 hours a day. Iron Wall gave a few words of advice. I understand. Even Gibraltar can have spies, so it is not impossible that Boyaz has several. As for whether it can be really safe, it depends on oneself in the end. After saying a few words to the two subordinates who followed him, Hikue, who was dismissed on the spot, took Shurha to his room to rest. With the rise of his status, the officer's single room in front of him, although the layout has not changed, the interior decoration is more luxurious. There are even several potted plants on the table, and the hard alloy bed is covered with a soft mattress. The two windows left here also have excellent views, and you can clearly see the swaying and flickering stars outside the window. If you don't know, you might think they have entered a theme hotel. Chapter 106. Although the room looks like a hotel, Hikue doesn't really think of it as a hotel. Although Boyaz is not currently experiencing any major battles, a cloud of gloom still hangs over his head. Don't you want to rest? Looking at Hikue, who was screaming like an eagle in the room, Shurha said softly. No need for now, we be there in 2 hours. Rest in Boyaz. Boyaz was placed very close to the plant. If the universe has national boundaries, then Boyaz is their border wall. Because of Boyaz's enhanced radar, a small detour will not escape Boyaz's monitoring. So if you want to attack plant without Boyaz noticing, then you have to take a detour for almost half a day, and add the small radar stations arranged around plant. It is much more difficult to successfully attack them than to attack Boyaz by force. But this is based on the current defense strength of Boyaz. 2 hours was not a long time, and soon the two arrived at the outskirts of Boyaz, like a towering giant city suspended in the deep darkness of the universe. The huge size and thick rock walls are naturally excellent defensive materials. Compared with the new star that Hikue had seen before, Boyaz at this time had many more turrets and missile launch ports on the surface. The hideous and terrifying turrets were now aimed at the front. There is a small-scale battle ahead, TB said, pointing to a tiny bright spot on the screen, which was still very far away from them. Although it was impossible to see what was happening, many bright lights could still be seen shining in front of them, like irregularly moving meteors. According to the intelligence, it should be just a tentative attack by the Earth Alliance. The force is not strong. There are only 3 Nelson-class ships and 6 Drake-class ships. Let's go in first. The captain said that TB and Hikue had no objection. After sending the passcode, the Nazca-class ship was quickly led to the secret hangar at the back. Director He, hello, I am the head of the Logistics Support Department of Boyat's Fortress, Matt Pat, and I am glad to meet you. The minister was also businesslike in his attitude towards Hikue at this time, and was not too enthusiastic. Hello, Minister Pat. The two shook hands vigorously as a greeting. I'm sorry that the Chief of Staff and the Deputy Chief of Staff cannot come out to receive you because of the current war. The front line is important. Then I will take you to rest first. While the two were still talking, Hikue saw a few familiar faces coming from a distance. The one with golden hair, and the other with white hair attracted everyone's attention like the most handsome guy on the street. So why can't we attack? Isaac said dissatisfiedly. Captain Cruz has no choice but to not receive the order from the staff. Diego comforted his angry teammate. Soon, while talking, the two also noticed Hikue and his group who had just come down from the Nazca class. Director He. Diego saluted Hikue with unusual spirit. Director He. On the other side, Isaac, who knew the significance of Director He's arrival from his mother, also straightened his face. Hello. Hikue returned the military salute to the two, and did not speak to them again. Although he did not receive any news about where these people went to work. But he knew the plot. If they were here, Cruz must be here too. No matter what, it was better not to run into them. Being targeted by a psychopath is already very troublesome. But if he is targeted by a world-destroying boss, he really has no tears to cry. Diego looked at Ikue, who had quickly left with the security minister, and was a little confused. Do you think Ikue seems to be afraid of us? Really? Isaac glanced at it indifferently, and then looked at the dark blue Shigu that was newly transported out of the hangar. This machine is even more exaggerated than our captain's. Looking at the 4 shields above, and the machine guns and beam guns flashing fiercely under the white shields, Diego said with a sigh. You know, their captain is just an ordinary assault-type Shigu, and as for them, they only have assault-type Gene N to use. If I had known earlier, I would have done research. I asked Captain Cruz if he can attack. Without listening to Diego's words, Isaac turned around and left. Hey, wait for me. Not knowing that Diego was envious of his own machine, Hikue followed Minister Pat all the way to the arranged room. Your structure here is very complicated. Hikue, who entered the military fortress for the first time, sighed. These intricate passages and cabins inside are like a maze. Most people can't find the way to some cabins without a guide. Yes, the location of our high-end residential area is also specially selected in the most complicated central part. It is absolutely difficult to reach without an insider to lead the way. The two were still talking here, but the sliding door of the next room suddenly opened, and the person who appeared in front of Ikue was the one he was most afraid of in this base, the heroic Captain Cruz. Director I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Are you ready? It sounds like this core member of the Serra faction should have known the National Defense Committee's plan. While complaining about the traitor, Hikue cautiously took a half step back with Shurha behind him. I guess I'm ready. Then I wish you all the best. Watching Cruz leave, Hikue turned his head and looked at Minister Pat on the side. I wonder if Captain Cruz is coming. Temporary supplies. This is our border after all. Many teams resupply here before setting off. Hearing that there are many teams, Hikue frowned. There are many now. That's not the case. There are only 5 teams here. The only one who can live here is Captain Cruz. Hikue pulled his lips slightly and continued to Minister Pat. Thank you for your hard work. Then we will officially start the installation tomorrow. I will trouble Director He to provide guidance at that time. The minister smiled and said, Okay. After agreeing, the two finally entered this room that was similar to an officer's single room. Hikue didn't pay attention to the layout. Hikue's inner sense of crisis surged in his heart. First, would Cruz sell him out? And then, there were other people from other teams here. If there were spies inside, thinking of this, Hikue also released his owl. Although he couldn't let it out of the room, he could still monitor the automatic alarm of abnormal movements in front of the door. Shurha did not doubt Hikue's actions. After all, he was extremely cautious. The coalition forces retreated, Shurha said, while carefully observing the battle situation. On the electronic screen in front of the two of them, with the front warship as the main perspective, it can be seen that the Drake class on the opposite side began to retreat after one was destroyed. After all, it was just a test. Although they were fighting just now, there was no tense atmosphere inside the base. I'm afraid this kind of thing has happened here many times. Chapter 107. The electronic module of the number 8 shield generator was blocked by cosmic dust. Is it working now? Hikue was debugging outside Boyas while driving his Shigu. The shield on Shigu's left arm had now become a multifunctional component for maintenance. The signal is normal, no problem. Shurha's voice came from the communication. At this moment, a not-so-urgent call suddenly came from Hikue's Shigu. A ZFT Laurasia-class cargo ship is sending out a distress call. Shurha also received the signal in the fortress. It should be the joint forces from yesterday. Hearing Shurha's words, Hikue's mouth twitched. A cargo ship could not possibly be the opponent of the other party. Now they have to set out from the base, and the ship may become cosmic dust by the time they arrive. And now he is the only machine working outside, plus the Iron Wall team guarding him on the side. But he is not sure if it is a trap. He is not a savior, and cannot save everyone. Just when Hikue was thinking about keeping his hand steady, a signal similar to a last will from an old man was transmitted into the machine along with the distress signal. We are the Orion ship of the Laurasia class belonging to ZFT. I am the captain, Jerome Hawk. If I die, please tell my daughters, Myling and Luna Maria, that I love them. The signal was received intermittently by Shigu's enhanced radar, and transmitted to Hikue's communication. Hawk. If I remember correctly, there seemed to be 2 girls with this name in the drama. If so, based on Lux's situation, maybe they also have skills. Hikue gritted his teeth and thought that it wouldn't be too difficult to just help defend, and they were just going ahead, and support would still come from behind, and it would only take a few minutes at most. Even if it was a trap, he had a certain degree of confidence in getting out of it. Captain Iron Wall? Hikue's communication was connected to the iron wall next to him. Director He, my mission is to protect your safety. Of course, if you insist on going over, we can only follow you. Although TB said this, his tone was much more aggressive than Hikue's. Then let's go, just help them block it. After saying this, Shigu's red eye locked onto the location of the distress signal in the distance. It was still a dark space, and there was no sign of a battle going on over there. Since the decision was made, there was no delay. Hikue drove Shigu at full speed under the cover of several surrounding aircraft, and soon arrived at the area where the distress signal was sent. The ship was a Laurasia class, as the signal said. The engine was constantly exploding, and it looked like it had little power left. Although the 3 Jins were guarding near the Laurasia class, they were also besieged by Mobius, which was 5 times more than themselves, and had no time to take care of the mothership. Just after they arrived, the belly hangar of the Laurasia class was hit by a missile and exploded. What's the situation? After establishing communication with the Laurasia class, Hikue asked directly without any courtesy. The integrity of the hull has dropped by 45%, and the engine power is only 35%. We have been locked by the Nelson-class main gun. You should evacuate quickly. The captain's despair reached Hikue's ears, and just as he finished speaking, he saw the muzzle of a Nelson-class beam cannon of the other side light up at the same time. The huge energy gathered silently into green beams that cut through the dark space, like a spear, stabbing at the ship. At this critical moment, Hikue's Shigu also moved, and the powerful engine sprayed out azure light. At the same time, the anti-beam shield in his right hand was raised, and soon blocked the command room of the Laurasia class. The huge green beam was completely absorbed by Hikue's shield, leaving only a hot red light on the smooth surface of the shield. The Union also knew the identity of the blue Shigu. The missiles on the surrounding Drake class began to lock and fire at Hikue. On the other side, a full 10 Mobius were also approaching Hikue. The good news is that this should not be a trap. The bad news is that he was still targeted because of this special paint. Using the shoulder shield to block the bombardment of the Mobius on the side, Hikue also fired the Vulcan cannon on his arm at the Mobius in front of him. Countless bullets poured down on the Mobius body, like violent raindrops, rubbing out a burst of sparks, and then exploding. TB and others also arrived at this time, helping Hikue to block the attacks from both sides. Reinforcements are coming. Hikue breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the signal in the distance. The 2 sides did not entangle for long. Seeing that the fleet from Boyaz was about to arrive, the joint forces quickly turned around and evacuated. However, the crisis was not resolved here. Just after the joint ship left, the hull of the Laurasia class exploded violently again. The integrity of the hull cannot be maintained. The explosion from the engine will cause a chain reaction, and it will explode. Hikue murmured and analyzed. Without the resistance of the atmosphere, the chain reaction caused by the explosion is very violent. Once the engine is completely out of control, the entire ship will definitely be destroyed in an instant. Send me the hull information. Okay. The captain also quickly agreed to this tough guy who came from nowhere. According to the schematic diagram, Hikue quickly located the most severely damaged part of the entire engine system, maintained the hull posture, shut down the main control system, and cut off the auxiliary power supply. Okay. Perhaps it was Hikue's calm voice that worked, and the captain regained his composure at this time. Seeing that the entire battleship had come to a standstill, Hikue used his Shigu arm to forcibly open the shell of the engine system. The mechanical arm of the MS penetrated into the exposed complex electronic circuits of the engine system, and the welding gun in his hand emitted bursts of dazzling flames. Finally, they dragged the Laurasia-class merchant ship, which could no longer move but had not exploded, back to the port. When I was looking at the machine, I wondered if it was Director He. The captain was wearing a slim black suit and had short red hair. He held Hikue's hand with both hands. My name is Jerome Hawk. It's just a small favor. No, it's a life-saving favor. Thinking that he might never go back to see his family again, Hawk said excitedly with slightly moist eyes. Director He, can you leave us your contact information so that we can repay you? Hawk said this not only because he really wanted to repay you, but also because he had some selfish motives. After all, when Hikue was awarded the medal that day, it was broadcast live throughout the plant. At that time, Hikue was still quite well known in the plant. As the saying goes, the number of choices in life is determined by one's own connections. And if they make friends with Hikue, they can have one more path, or even several more. Then contact me later. Hearing Hawk say this, Hikue nodded in agreement. He wanted to see if the two Hawks could provide him with some skills, and the two of them hit it off. Okay. Chapter 108. Captain Hawk had a lively exchange with Hikue for a while before leaving. After ensuring that the cargo was complete, he boarded a Laurasia-class ship and returned to the mainland. Hikue continued to guide the installation of the large defensive light shield in front of him. There were some minor problems, but not many. Just after get-off work, Hikue was summoned by the Chief of Staff, who was free. "Hello, Chief of Staff." Hikue saluted the purple-clothed man in front of him, who was Boya's staff officer in the headquarters office. "Director He, I'm sorry, I didn't have a chance to meet you before." The Chief of Staff spoke kindly, but he didn't ask you to sit down, which seemed to be a bit of a warning. "I heard you just saved a cargo ship?" It was the Iron Wall's credit. "Yes, but I think Director He should focus on the progress of the current project and his own safety." "Yes." Hikue didn't refute. After all, if he died here, the staff officer, as the highest person in charge, would definitely be responsible. As for the progress of the project, it seemed that the Chief of Staff was not very optimistic about the light shield system. The light shield system is more complicated than the high-energy pulse cannon. In fact, there are still many senior officers in Boyas who are not optimistic about it. The former Minister of Security is one of them. In their opinion, the National Defense Committee and Hikue are playing with their lives by not putting it into practice, and just testing it on Boyas after passing the simulation experiment. If several shield generators and reactors explode, then everyone will be finished. "Okay, then you should do your best." "No problem." After bowing again, Hikue left the plane office and returned to the room. "Hikue, what's wrong?" Looking at Shurha's angry and cute look in the room, Hikue asked softly. "Listen," Shurha said, and turned on the owl he had placed in front of the door. A not very clear voice was played, and it sounded like they were talking about something outside their door. "Do you know what director he is here for?" "I don't know, but it seems like he's tinkering with something mysteriously every day. I hope he doesn't use us to experiment with weapons. For example, cyborgs? Is that so scary?" "It's possible. I heard from those senior officers that they were joking with us." "Are they going to smash Boyas to the earth?" "That's definitely not the case, but I hope Hikue doesn't mess with us. It's okay if the research fails, but he just doesn't let us die. Director He has been very successful in his research. Who knows?" The conversation became quieter and quieter as it played to this point. Shurha turned off the replay and said angrily, "They actually said you can't do it." "They should say that the research can't do it," Hikue added. "That's not possible either." Hearing Shurha's confident words, Hikue's mouth twitched slightly. If it weren't for Cruz, who might still be next door, he really wanted to let Shurha see if he could do it. "But I know Hikue can do it, but we still have to wait until the work is finished." With a tacit understanding between the two, Shurha could roughly guess what Hikue was thinking at this time. She said this just to stimulate him. "Thank you." The next few days returned to peace, and Hikue still went there every day to guide the installation. Intentionally or unintentionally, in order to show that he was really capable, Hikue also sped up his work speed a bit. As for Cruz, only 2 days passed, and after replenishing the supplies, he left here with his 2 ships. It was unknown whether he was going to carry out some secret mission. But for Hikue, as long as he didn't come to kill him directly or destroy the world directly, he had no interest in knowing where Cruz went. In the busy time, a week passed quickly like a white horse passing by. Chief of Staff, the final debugging of the system has been completed, the component level test has also been completed, and the multi-subsystem integration and coordination test has passed. Hikue reported to senior officers including staff officers in the conference room of the headquarters. On the screen in the center of the conference room, the layout of the light shield generator in the entire base was displayed. There are also various parameters simulated by the system. In short, everything is normal and can be put online. That means we can start simulating actual combat tests, right? The staff officer frowned and asked. Yes. Okay, then shall we start now? There is no point in dragging it out. We will die sooner or later. If we die now, at least we have Hikue to take the blame. No problem. Hikue pretended not to see the staff officer's expression of fearlessness. The actual combat test was very simple. Just activate the shield and send Jin to fire a few shots outside, and then let the battleship's main gun fire. As for the extreme test, Theoretically, it can last until the energy is exhausted, so this can only be done later. As soon as they said it, seeing that the enemy in this area had disappeared, 2 Jin and a Nazca-class battleship quietly sailed out from the inner port. There were various weapons tested, including live ammunition, beams, and even high-energy pulse cannons. The first test was to start with an ordinary beam gun. At this time, the light shield system was activated, and the energy generator began to run at high speed, generating a large amount of colored energy that quickly covered the entire boyaz. The electromagnetic wave deflector is working normally. Shura nodded nervously in front of the system's monitoring station. Not only Shura, but other senior officers all swallowed their saliva. If the shield was not used and the beam gun hit it, it would be nothing, but it would be a big deal if everyone exploded together. It's time to start. Hikue, who was currently in charge of the test, did not hesitate. He gave an order and Jean In, who was aiming at the boyet's rock wall, fired the beam rifle in his hand. For a moment, a dazzling light flashed on the surface of the barrier, and then the beam fired by Jean In disappeared into thin air in an instant, like a fish entering the water. The high-speed camera contact analysis and spectrum analyzer readings are normal, and the sensor analysis is normal. The low-energy beam test was successful, and the entire system is normal. Continue. Hikue observed the readings of various monitoring equipment and sensors in front of him and said. Hearing what Hikue said, several people watching wiped the non-existent sweat in their hearts. Okay. The captain of the Nazca class carefully pointed the muzzle at the rock wall again. The only difference, this time, was that in order to damage the rock wall, an anti-beam shield was hung in front of the outer rock wall. Although the energy of the main gun would not cause too much damage to the rock wall, the interior would definitely withstand a certain impact, so there was no need to take this risk. Soon, the main gun fired, and the beam, which was much thicker than the beam gun just now, directly bombarded the light shield. Just like that, after a round from energy to live ammunition, the shield still existed stably. Even after 2 rounds of salvos, the light shield still did not waver at all. As for the enemy identification decision system, everything was normal. Except for the expected problem that the live ammunition could not be fired, there was no problem. The measured data is completely consistent with the simulation data, the enemy identification decision system is normal, and the test was a complete success. Good. The staff officer, who finally succeeded, stood up excitedly. Not only the staff officer, but also other senior officers present could not hide their excited smiles. After surviving the disaster, he got a new weapon. He felt relieved and felt a little guilty towards Hikue. Just as the monitoring room was full of jubilation, the joint fleet patrolling nearby and noticing something wrong also appeared on this big stage at the right time with the alarm inside boyaz. Chapter 109. The fleet on the big screen in front of me is still the same as last time, 2 Nelson-class ships and 4 Drake-class ships. But it should be a battleship, and the few Mobius that were shot down have also been replenished. It looks like we will have our first actual combat soon. The staff officer quickly stood up from his seat and patted Hikue's shoulder heavily. I have to delay congratulating Director He. The staff officer was different from his previous calmness, and his tone of voice gradually became a bit like treating a junior who was taken care of. And according to age, he is indeed a junior. Please be busy. Hikue bowed modestly and replied. Haha, okay. Seeing that Hikue was still neither arrogant nor impatient, the staff officer's warmth and kindness as an elder became more prominent, and he walked towards the command room excitedly after speaking. At the same time, the troops of the Atlantic Federation of the Earth United on the other side seemed to be shocked by the scene in front of them, which was exactly the same as the Artemis umbrella of the Eurasian Federation. Without seeing any enemy aircraft coming out, they began to approach boldly. After all, in their opinion, the Artemis umbrella with the shield turned on cannot be attacked. And Shura was also looking at the screen at this time, and her slender little hand tightly held Hikue's big hand. The nervous mentality is self-evident. Even if the test is fine, if the actual combat is bad, then Hikue is likely to be responsible. And Hikue was also nervous at this time, and then held Shura's little hand back. Although he could probably know that there should be no problem with the golden finger. But the hat of failure was too big, and he couldn't help but be nervous. It's like everyone knows that injections are okay, but who wouldn't be scared when it's poked in like this? It's okay. Now that the big guys are gone, Hikue, who wants to do something to distract his attention, approaches Shura's ear and blows gently. Stop it! Shura gently pushed Hikue in annoyance. The team members in the back looked at the 2 people flirting in front of the enemy ship, and looked at each other in silence. They seemed to understand what Haas complained about these 2 during the last dinner. Success or failure depends on this one move, and they are still in the mood to do this. Hikue was just pushed away by Shura, and the opponent's Nelson-class main gun also fired at the same time. Just like the previous times, the light shield absorbed and dispersed the power of the beam, and did not suffer any damage. As a counterattack, several large beam turrets deployed on Boyaz directly aimed at a Nelson-class ship that was not prepared at all and fired. In an instant, a huge beam shot out from the light shield and directly penetrated the streamlined hull of the Nelson-class ship that was unexpected. The other ships were also frightened by the sudden change and began to turn around. However, warships are still warships, and they lack flexibility. During the turn, 3 Drake-class warships were shot through by Boyaz beam cannons. There were no survivors, and each warship exploded directly, as if it was a firework to celebrate the completion of Boyaz's light shield system. Success? After seeing that their military fortress had almost completely annihilated the enemy patrol without a single soldier, Shura excitedly hugged Hikue's arm, tiptoed, and kissed Hikue's cheek with her tender pink lips. "Shura, we can finally have a good chat tonight," Hikue also said with a smile at this time. "What to talk about? Let's talk about whether he can do it." Crews left, the work was done, and they were not afraid of being heard when they were exercising. Yet there is no doubt that Hikue's experiment was a major success, and this news quickly spread back to Plant. He really did it. Lux looked at the video on the screen, and the news was mixed. The cost of invading them has increased, so the Earth Federation will naturally have more concerns, and the peace talks his father has been trying to achieve recently will be more likely to be realized. On the other hand, with more powerful weapons and this video, Zath's fighting spirit will be even higher. If the peace talks fail this time, perhaps they will usher in a full-scale war again, and this time it may be more intense. "Lakis, how is Hikue doing? I sent you the video. I heard that he took the initiative to save people this time. I didn't expect it." She really didn't expect that Hikue, who seemed to put saving his own life first, would actually go to save people. This seemed like a simple task, but Lan Bosi was watching him now. With Hikue's cautious nature, he would definitely suspect it was a trap. Although Su Lei tried to speak calmly, the perceptive Lux could still smell the worry in her voice. "It's safer to send him to the secret factory as soon as possible. The most important thing is to find people to the secret factory as soon as possible. Talents should be hidden for their own use." And seeing how Hikue was saving people, maybe he was still very interested in world peace. "I know." Su Lei agreed sullenly, and quickly hung up the phone. While the two were discussing here, in Boyaz's room, Hikue and Sure he were also having a very intimate and passionate conversation. "So is it okay?" Hikue whispered in Shure's ear. "Not quite yet." Sure he blinked mischievously, and her soft lips moved forward to block the rest of Hikue's words. A long-lasting war officially began. Just waiting for the next day, although there was no sunlight on Boyaz, Hikue still opened his eyes at 7 o'clock in the morning according to Zath's standard time. At the same time, he looked at the virtual frame below. Shura Hanif's favorability 149. Experience bonus 7. Micro-component processing A level 55638/100000. Academic. Single-phase light wave shielding system 25367/30,000. I always feel that this 149 has not been upgraded for a long time. If we follow the concept of integers, it should be stuck. Not knowing how to break free, the troubled Hikue picked up Shura's soft hair and rubbed it in his hands. "What are you doing?" Shura angrily knocked away Hikue's evil hand, and said in a tender voice, with a little bit of morning grumpiness, "Seeing that you were sleeping soundly, I wanted to bother you." He couldn't be the only one being bothered. Hearing this, Shura couldn't help but turn over and ride on Hikue's body. "What do you want to do now?" Her voice was tender, but with a little devil-like temptation. "Ahem, let's talk business," Hikue said unnaturally. After all, he is a genuine red-clothed man. Hikue's driving skills are really not comparable to those of the red-clothed man. So is this the reason for his frequent failures? What business? The position of deputy director. With Hikue's reputation rising this time, he is one step closer to the position of deputy director. But the problem is that there are only so many deputy director positions now. In a design bureau, there is one deputy director and one director. Unless something happens to the two of them, they can't be replaced at will. Why did the VD defect before? Wasn't it because he felt that he couldn't get promoted to deputy director this time, and his future opportunities would be even more uncertain, so he changed his track? And now Shura has also reached A level, and is slowly improving because of the reversal. It really seems aggrieved that both of them are wasting time here. Don't worry, You have been promoted fast enough. Shurha, who was still riding on Ikue, said with a smile. In less than a year, he went from an ordinary assembly line worker to the director of the Bean Group. Of course, there are also A-level people who start as directors directly after joining the company, just like Aslan would definitely be the same if he joined the company. However, this promotion speed is rare even among the talented adjusters, not to mention that Hikue rose step by step based on his achievements. It's not enough. Hikue sighed in his heart. Yes, he is now the director, a hero of ZFT, and has all kinds of life-saving gadgets on him. But in fact, he is still worried and can't find much security. Chapter 110. After completing all the tests, Hikue and he officially set off to return home. Director He, come back if you have a chance. We almost wiped out the enemy patrol team without any damage, and because of this incident, the coalition dared not come to patrol recently. The chief of staff was completely different from before, and his face was very enthusiastic. It seemed that he was inviting Hikue to come back if he had a chance. Thank you. We should thank you. Thanks to this light shield system, our fortress is also enough to defend one side, and we will definitely prevent them from threatening the plant homeland again. The chief of staff raised his hand when he was excited, and the aura of a righteous and passionate soldier rushed towards Hikue. Then I wish the chief of staff good luck in military affairs. Haha, Director He is really good at talking. Then we have already checked the ship. Don't worry, it is 100% safe. The chief of staff patted Hikue's shoulder and said, Thank you for your hard work. The chief of staff is responsible for his safety, so he will check the ship carefully on the return trip. At least the ship must be fine. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic chief of staff and other senior officers, Hikue boarded the Nazca class to return to plant. It still feels incredible. What's wrong? Hearing Hikue's words, Shurha asked curiously. After all, I didn't encounter an assassination this time. Isn't this a good thing? Don't curse yourself, Shurha said unhappily. I just feel a little uncertain. Could it be that Cruz hasn't actually started selling ZFT yet? But if he died, wouldn't it be more likely to intensify the conflict between the two sides? Or are there not enough spies? Thinking of this, Hikue didn't dare to make a move with Shurha here, but took out 2 owls and began to scout inside the ship. But his caution this time seemed to be a battle of wits and courage with the air, and he returned to the plant smoothly along the way. And this time was different from the previous coldness. As soon as Hikue walked out of the hatch of the Nazca class, he saw more than a dozen people swarming in. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter this military port, so the people in front of him are partly reporters, partly military guards responsible for maintaining security, and... Member Gu, I didn't expect you to come too. Hikue looked at the middle-aged fellow villager, with an oriental face in front of him in surprise. He knew there was an interview, but he didn't know that the councillor of May City would come in person. Each city will have 5 councillors, and everyone will form a 60-member council, and one of the 5 will be selected as a member of the highest council. Councillor Good in front of him is one of the 5 councillors. We have all seen Director He's achievements, and we couldn't wait to come here. Congressman Amalfi also asked me to congratulate you on his behalf. Thank you, and please convey my gratitude to Congressman Amalfi on my behalf. Hikue was reserved but also relieved. Since the congressman came in person, it proved that the security must be top-notch. There is no need to worry about someone taking advantage of the situation. Perhaps this congressman is just thinking about exposure and image, but for Hikue, safety is enough. Director He, I heard that you have successfully copied the Artemis umbrella of the Eurasian Federation and developed an IFF decision-making system. How do you feel now? Thank you very much for your inquiry. This is indeed an important achievement of our team recently. We also clearly realize that this is just the beginning. There are more challenges waiting for us to face and overcome in the future. However, I believe that with the efforts of the team and the support of the Hylon Design Bureau and May City councilors, we will definitely achieve greater success. Hikue smiled and chatted with the media for a few words before saying goodbye to the media and the congressman and leaving in the elevator. Director He is really amazing. The team member who was originally sent by the deputy director to monitor, Hikue couldn't help but say at this time. Both the congressman and the media, this is definitely the treatment of a hero. If it were an ordinary team member, how could they see such a big scene? Then you have to work hard too. Of course. The 2 team members responded to Hikue's words firmly at the same time. With a more cautious attitude, Hikue returned home without any problems. Look, nothing happened, right? Shurha smiled. Yeah, Hikue nodded. It seemed nothing happened. And they were back in the A-level area, so Hikue finally relaxed. After hugging Shurha for a while, he said goodbye to Shurha, who was going to cook, and came to the computer. He turned on the computer and saw that there was an extra email in it, so he clicked it curiously. Want to cooperate? 3 words plus a punctuation mark, but the picture was outside the A-level residential area. Then, there was a loud bang, and the explosion seemed to be very close to them. The attack of Lawn Boss finally arrived. But Hikue did not expect that the other party could actually bomb into the A-level area. So he was not safe here. He did not know whether the email was for coercion, or they did not know where he lived and chose to kill randomly. After hearing the explosion, Shura quickly walked into Hikue's studio. Hikue. Look! Hikue pondered and gestured to Shura to read the email. This is... Looking at the simple but shocking content inside, Shura couldn't help but scream. It should be a threat. Hikue frowned deeply and said, Then what are you going to do? Shura couldn't help but hold Hikue's hand worriedly, and the temperature of both hands warmed Hikue through his palms. Cooperation is impossible. The joint work of killing the donkey and unloading the mill is not uncommon. At least here he is still a hero, and the people of Plant will not target him on the surface. But if he doesn't cooperate, and the benefits of killing him are higher than the cost, then they will definitely do it without hesitation. It's not that Lawn Boss has not successfully assassinated a member of the Plant Parliament, although it was on the territory of the Union. But the previous deputy director was also killed. So this does not mean that Plant is absolutely safe. And now, what he can do is to increase his value in Plant, reduce his value in the Union, increase the cost of assassinating him, and create more life-saving props. The promotion to deputy director is not possible for the time being. Going to the capital of April City is not a good idea either. His foundation, career and research are all here, and April City may not be safe. Lakis can't help him on this point, and Mechanic Fan is the same. Then he can only find Eren and the Sarah faction behind her. Go and try to apply for a higher level of protection first. If it doesn't work, ask Lakis. After saving the email, Hikue took out his mobile phone and found Eren's phone number. Just as he was about to dial, the doorbell outside rang abruptly.